Chapter 666. Jada immediately realized that he had made the greatest mistake of his life. The entire multi-dragon mansion's experts that came with his father has been killed, and there was nothing he could do about it. He wanted to scream, but he found himself unable to do so as his brain was overcome with fear, causing his body to freeze and tense up uncontrollably. I didn't want to punish you, but it turns out your family was so arrogant that I have to change my mind. If your faction really believes that the weak were only the nutrients for the strong, then allow me to devour your faction. Yi Tianyun said coldly. Yi Tianyun wasn't angry at the multi-dragon mansion, but he did consider it as a nuisance, and therefore, he was obligated to destroy it. Jada stuttered as he didn't know what to do, but Yi Tianyun wouldn't give any mercy. I will make it painless, don't worry, Yi Tianyun said indifferently, but as soon as he raised his hands to kill Jada, Jia Yuan and the Great Elder immediately intervened. Jia Yuan immediately dragged Jada out of the place while the Great Elder was trying to buy some time for them. But it didn't work against Yi Tianyun as he quickly killed the Great Elder, Jia Yuan, and Jada in a blink of an eye, surprising everyone. However, no one dared to do anything about it as they knew that it wasn't worth the trouble. Suddenly, a new figure came. I am the patrol dispatched from Zuochu Divine Nation. I am here to sit down and have a drink. I hope you don't mind it if I sit here, a Spirit King expert said politely. Of course, it would be fine to watch with other people as well, please take a seat. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. As long as the person didn't come for trouble, Yi Tianyun wouldn't do anything to provoke the person either. Thank you very much for your generosity, friend. If I may know about you a little, which faction are you from? The Divine Nation envoy asked with curiosity while pouring a glass of wine for Yi Tianyun. I didn't come from any sect or faction, and I'm also not from Heaven World. Yi Tianyun said lightly. The Divine Nation envoy nodded. He immediately concluded that Yi Tianyun came from Ghost World because there was no way the mortal world would have such a strong and powerful cultivator. If that's the case, I wonder if the young friend wants to come to our Zuochu Divine Nation as a guest. The Divine Nation envoy asked curiously. He knows that Yi Tianyun would be a great addition to their Divine Nation. But several other Divine Nation envoys immediately showed themselves in front of Yi Tianyun. No, it'd be better if you come to our Rainfall Divine Nation. After soaking yourself inside our waterfall and consuming our Rainfall Divine Pill, you will be satisfied. No, come to our Dream Clouds Divine Nation instead. The Divine Envoy of each Divine Nation started to flock around Yi Tianyun, inviting him to their respective factions. They knew that Yi Tianyun would become a great addition to their faction as they sensed the power inside Yi Tianyun's aura a while ago. There was no way Yi Tianyun was just any average cultivator as he easily handled a Spirit King cultivator earlier. Wei Feizhou, who sat beside Yi Tianyun, also got stuffed with many medicinal pills and even some weapons. The Divine Envoy of the Divine Nations thought that Wei Feizhou was also a significant figure to rope Yi Tianyun into joining their Divine Nation. Yi Tianyun was a little bit annoyed, but he couldn't blame these Divine Envoys as they were only doing what was best for their faction. Besides, they all asked Yi Tianyun politely. Well, it is good to receive such a warm invitation like this, but I can't come with you now. If I have the time, I will make sure to visit your faction, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. The Divine Envoys smiled after hearing Yi Tianyun's word. Although it was a pity that none of them could rope Yi Tianyun into joining their Divine Nation, they knew that their politeness would be a good investment for the future. Furthermore, their gift didn't cost them much. But Wei Feizhou, who sat beside Yi Tianyun, was dazzled by the amount of treasure that he got from these Divine Envoys. But Yi Tianyun didn't even care about those treasures that Wei Feizhou got, and he already turned his attention towards the smelting trial once again. Not long after that, Rongkun has already climbed to the top of the ladder in third place. The two other cultivators that came first and second were amazing on their own. Yi Tianyun didn't really care as he knew that the first and the second position came from Divine Nation. Soon enough, the first stage of the smelting trial was over as the 30th cultivator reached the top, and the rest of the cultivator that didn't make it in time to reach the top in time was forced to return to the surface. Let's go, we have to watch the second stage too, Yi Tianyun said excitedly to Wei Feizhou. But how would we do that? We can't go up there. Wei Feizhou asked curiously, but he was immediately at a loss for words as he saw Yi Tianyun has gone up the ladder without any trouble. You all should come up too. It'd be a good opportunity to scout the cultivator yourself. Yi Tianyun said to the divine nation envoys that looked at him in awe. Chapter 667. When Yi Tianyun climbed up the ladder without any restriction, everyone was surprised. No one has been able to do that since forever, and everyone began to doubt what they knew. Wei Feizhou shook off the doubt in his heart and followed Yi Tianyun up the ladder instead, but he also found that there was no restriction anymore. Hey, you'd better start climbing. The door will close soon, and you wouldn't be able to watch them later. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Okay, wait for us. The group of observers earlier began to climb the ladder to the smelting trial, following Yi Tianyun, but not all of them could climb the ladder. They didn't know why, but only a selected few managed to climb the ladder. The cultivators couldn't complain as they noticed that Yi Tianyun was far more powerful than any cultivator they have ever seen. Therefore, they began to respect Yi Tianyun without even noticing it. But some of them were still reluctant. They are the cultivators from the top divine nation, so they still had their pride as the top faction. Therefore, they know that they couldn't lower their head to some unknown cultivator. How can he do all this? Is he the descendant of the divine king? The cultivators began to wonder about Yi Tianyun's background. But they knew that they would be regretting this moment later. If Yi Tianyun really was the descendant of the divine king, then they've already missed the opportunity to get on his good side. I am done for. If the Holy King knows that I failed to discern a person of his caliber, he would surely punish me. No, we can't say for sure that Brad is a descendant of a divine king yet. They were trying to deny it, but they sure already felt regret. If they lowered their head and talked with Yi Tianyun earlier, they might have a chance to build a good relationship in the future. Furthermore, from the looks of it, they realized Yi Tianyun might be the inheritor of the heaven-ascending divine altar, which made it even worse. There was no doubt on their mind that Yi Tianyun was at least at Saint King's stage, as he easily handled the Spirit King cultivator without any problem. If he is the inheritor of this heavenly ascending divine altar, why would he let so many people participate in this smelting trial? It is possible that he rigged the outcome beforehand and later on used the power of the people that passed the trial. If that was true, then we could say that the entire smelting trial was a ruse. They nodded in agreement, but they couldn't say anything to Yi Tianyun as they knew that those who stood at the top would be annoyed once you started criticizing them. It was brief, but Yi Tianyun noticed someone was staring at him with a disdainful look behind him. However, he just smirked since he obviously didn't care about those people, and he never really told anyone that he was the divine altar's inheritor, so it was only up to their imagination. However, he didn't mind if these cultivators ganged up on him soon. He could use it as an excuse to obliterate their faction and gain some more express. If he attacked them first without any reason, it wouldn't be good for Heavenly Cloud's empire's reputation later. The cultivators that followed Yi Tianyun up the ladder were also surprised as they heard the theory that Yi Tianyun might have been the inheritor of the divine altar. They have suspected it themselves but refrained from saying anything as they were afraid of disrespecting Yi Tianyun. But if Yi Tianyun really was the inheritor, then that meant Yi Tianyun was the descendant of heaven-creating divine king. Wei Feizhou on the side realized that Yi Tianyun helped Heronkun as he saw something in him. Young Master Yi, I can't accept all these, Wei Feizhou said, since he didn't want to be indebted to a person who might take his pupil later. Just keep it for yourself. I didn't need any of it, Yi Tianyun said as he rejected the offer casually. Thank you very much, young Master Yi, Wei Feizhou said gratefully. This way, Wei Feizhou knew that he didn't have to pay Yi Tianyun's kindness back in the future. But excuse me for asking, young Master Yi, are you the descendant of heaven-creating divine king? Wei Feizhou asked curiously. You can put it that way, but I am more of an inheritor than a descendant, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Yi Tianyun had no intention to conceal his identity, but of course, he wouldn't blab it randomly. At the same time, he, Heronkun, was positioning himself to climb the next ladder. He was surprised to hear that his master and Yi Tianyun could climb the ladder even though they weren't the participant of the smelting trial. After the observer reached the top of the ladder, they realized that they couldn't intervene with the smelting trial itself. But Yi Tianyun was quite good at socialization as he immediately prepared the wine for everyone to enjoy. Chapter 668. Also please comment to encourage us. Heronkun climbed at unbelievable speed. Even in this second stage of the trial, he was still in the lead like he did before. Although there were two other cultivators who were faster than him, Heronkun still tried his best. Yi Tianyun initially thought of helping Heronkun, but as he saw that Heronkun was actually doing great, he refrained from doing so. After Tianyun noticed that the divine altar on Heaven World didn't search for any inheritor like what he experienced in Ghost World, Tianyun thought of slightly altering the difficulty. Funny enough, Tianyun was no longer bugged by the divine nation envoy who came along with him. Maybe he was too rash earlier, but it was what he really thought. Tianyun was a man of discipline. Although it was good to have a good relationship with the divine nation here on Heaven World, Tianyun had to finish what he came here for first. Tianyun also knew that these divine envoys didn't come here to cheer on their disciple. They simply came here out of expectation that their disciple who participated in the smelting trial would bring along a martial arts or two from the smelting trial. Martial arts from Heaven Creating Divine King was supposed to be impactful and powerful enough to make a big change in the cultivation world, especially if the said cultivator on the smelting trial got their hands on the divine rune memories of Heaven Creating Divine King. But Tianyun also knew that the divine envoy's attention right now was focused on himself, even though it was unclear whether they just wanted to be rewarded with something extraordinary or simply because they wanted to build a good relationship with him. But some of them finally had something to say. "Young Master Yi, can you teach us some of your martial arts? We're not saying for free, of course, we will give you a worthwhile reward in return," the divine envoy said excitedly. The divine envoys began to list their rewards one by one as the rewards got more and more extravagant. Tianyun just sighed as he didn't want to be rude, but the truth was he couldn't teach anyone the Heaven Creating Divine King martial arts. "I do have some of the inheritance of Heaven Creating Divine King, but think about it, why would he allow his inheritance to be massively passed down by the future cultivator? Even if I do want to share it with others, I couldn't," Tianyun said casually. The divine envoys looked at each other as they realized that the Heaven Creating Divine King had the same inheritance rule as Heaven World. They were quickly discouraged as they knew that it was impossible to obtain the knowledge of Heaven Creating Divine King from Tianyun. That's how it is the case for the martial arts, but that doesn't necessarily apply to the divine rune knowledge. I can think of passing it to someone later. Are you interested in that aspect? Heaven Creating Divine King wasn't known for his martial arts, but he was known for his divine rune proficiency. Tianyun said casually. Tianyun's word was undeniably the truth. Heaven Creating Divine King was known for his powerful divine rune ability that put him head and shoulders above any other divine king at his time. When it came to martial arts, other divine kings had slightly more powerful ones compared to him. In fact, "We want it, we would make sure that it'll be worth your while." The divine envoys were excited once again. They obviously already knew that the Heaven Creating Divine King wasn't known for his martial arts, and therefore, Tianyun's offer was the best case scenario for them. They always sent their disciple to participate in the smelting trial to try their luck on obtaining the exact divine rune knowledge that the Heaven Creating Divine King left behind, but they never seemed to get it. Nevertheless, the smelting trial still gave good rewards. Those being a high-grade Earth-level martial arts at worst and Heaven-level martial arts if they were lucky. "You are in luck. I don't need any rewards for my time. All I need is useful information," Tianyun said casually as he drank the wine in his hand. "A useful information? What kind of information did you want?" the divine envoys asked curiously. They have been racking their head on what kind of rewards they would offer Tianyun to best the other divine nation, but it seemed that was pointless. Wei Feizhou, beside Tianyun, slightly shivered as he already knew what information that Tianyun really wanted. "Yes, I want the information about the Hidden World clan. They wore white clothes embroidered with a light red plum blossom on their chest. The one who gives me the most comprehensive information would receive the divine rune knowledge. I will swear on my own name that I would give the winner a good divine rune knowledge. But, if you dare to deceive me, don't you blame me for what happened later," Tianyun said with a dangerous smile. Tianyun's smile caused the divine envoys to shiver. They finally realized that Tianyun didn't rely on Heaven Ascending Divine Altar's inheritance to threaten them, but his own power instead. Tianyun sipped his wine once again as he watched the smelting trial unfolding in front of him. He wanted the information badly right now just because he had the means to get it. But if it turned out that there was no worthwhile information, he could just take his time to collect the amount of crazy points he needed to buy the soul guide from the store later. Tianyun also knew that the best way to gain the information that he needed was to use the divine nation's extensive knowledge about the Heaven World. Compared to Tianyun, who has just arrived at the Heaven World, these people have been here ever since the day they were born. As for giving them the divine rune knowledge, he didn't care that much. He knew the knowledge itself was useless unless a qualified divine rune cultivator could interpret it. However, Wei Feizhou, beside him, shook his head on the side. He began to wonder just how important was the woman he saw on the cliff of the mountain that day for a man as powerful as Yi Tianyun to use every means possible to find her. But, the divine envoys had a slightly different look on their face. Although they never thought of searching for a hidden world clan, they knew that it was far easier than competing of finding worthwhile rewards for Yi Tianyun against another divine nation. Chapter 669. A clan with a light red plum blossom as their symbol. Everyone tried to think of the clan with such criteria in Heaven World. They want to get a satisfying answer for Yi Tianyun so that they could return to their divine nation with the divine rune knowledge. But no matter how hard they thought about it, they couldn't come up with any clan with that characteristic. They had no choice but to remain silent for a couple of hours as they couldn't come up with anything. Don't worry, I don't mind waiting until you get the information. I will be staying in this heaven ascending divine altar, and whoever obtains the information first will get that divine rune knowledge. But remember that I will only wait for half a day. Any information past that point wouldn't be rewarded anymore, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Yi Tianyun knew that he couldn't stay there for long and therefore set the time limit, so he didn't have an obligation to wait for them later, and then he could gather the information about Shi Shuiyan in another place. But as Yi Tianyun looked at Wei Feizhou, he was curious about what he thought about Yi Tianyun's course of action. What did you want to say? Spit it out, Yi Tianyun said annoyedly. Young master, this is a hidden world clan we are talking about. There is a reason that they want to stay hidden. Wei Feizhou said worriedly. Of course, I already understood that part. You don't need to worry about it, Yi Tianyun said with a light smile. Seeing Yi Tianyun's conviction, Wei Feizhou immediately pulled out a pen and a paper and immediately drew the woman that he saw that day on the hill of a mountain along with the detail of the clothes that she wore. Yi Tianyun was quite impressed by Wei Feizhou's drawing skill as Wei Feizhou perfectly depicted the entire scene, from the woman in detail and the scenery around her. Not bad, I didn't know that you're this good at drawing, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. I am a painter before I am a cultivator, young master Yi. But I wouldn't say that my painting is good, Wei Feizhou said humbly. Well, it's undoubtedly an excellent painting, Yi Tianyun said with a smile and then turned his attention back to the divine envoys. He then showed the painting to the divine envoys and said, this is what you are looking for. The better your information, the better your chance to get the divine rune knowledge. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Okay, we will definitely come back with the best information to satisfy young master Yi. Wait for us, the divine envoys said confidently and then got up and left to obtain the information that Yi Tianyun requested. They didn't bother to wait for the smelting trial to wrap up as they were sure that Yi Tianyun's reward was far more important than that. But not all divine envoys left as they knew that their main mission here was to accompany the smelting trial's participant from their divine nation, so they could only send out a message for their respective divine nation, hoping that they would dispatch someone to get the information. Yi Tianyun understood their circumstance and thus didn't really mind them staying around as he continued watching the smelting trial unfolding while sipping his wine casually. But he didn't forget about Wei Feizhou at all as he suddenly pulled out a lower-grade sacred tool and gave it to him. This is a reward for your painting, Yi Tianyun said casually. Young master Yi, I couldn't possibly accept this. This is too much, Wei Feizhou said as he trembled from the shock of receiving such a rare sacred tool. He just painted a simple picture from his memories that he believed was nothing special. The divine envoys who were still around were also in shock as they didn't think that it would be that easy to obtain a sacred tool from Yi Tianyun. That is not the case. If you help me, I would surely reward you handsomely. It doesn't matter if you only draw a picture or even move a mountain. I would still reward you fairly, Yi Tianyun said casually. But, this is too much. A simple painting for a sacred tool. It wasn't a fair exchange at all, Wei Feizhou said worriedly. Well, I already gave it to you. If you don't want it, just hand it to your disciple or sell it, Yi Tianyun said casually. He doesn't mind what Wei Feizhou would do to his gift as it was not his anymore. No, I would cherish it forever. Thank you so much, young master Yi, Wei Feizhou said with a big smile on his face. He just got a treasure that every cultivator at his level could only dream of. The divine envoy finally understood why their gift earlier didn't impress Yi Tianyun as it turned out Yi Tianyun already had much better sacred tools than anything they offered earlier. The divine envoys surely couldn't gift something at sacred tool level or above as it was considered a treasure. The time passed as Yi Tianyun slowly sipped his wine, and He Rongkun falls behind a little bit as he was at the top 5 instead of the top 3 now. Anyway, he already did a good job of staying at the top, but then again, the final stage of the smelting trial awaited next. Finally, after He Rongkun successfully climbed to the top of the second stage, 8 participants qualified to reach the final stage. The smelting trial itself finally spoke and stated that only 3 participants would be rewarded on the final while the rest didn't get anything. Yi Tianyun smiled a little bit as he was satisfied by how it turned out. He could give He Rongkun another chance later, but now all he needed to do was wait. Chapter 670. The final smelting trial, as Yi Tianyun predicted, was a fighting competition. Yi Tianyun was excited, and so was everyone who followed him, but there were some cultivators who were too proud to follow Yi Tianyun and decided to watch the match from afar. The 8 cultivators on the stage were now the center of the attention. As the tournament began, the atmosphere quickly changed as everyone knew that the winner would be invited to the well-known factions later. At this time, He Rongkun's disadvantages immediately became apparent. The previous stage didn't need any good martial arts. That was why He Rongkun could keep going using his sheer will. But now, it came down to good martial arts and weapons. The other cultivators came from reputable factions, so they were already equipped with some good martial arts and weapons. So, He Rongkun's first match was hard to watch as it might be his last too. You lost this one, friend. I thought you have a high-grade soul tool with you, but who knows that you only have a broken lower-grade soul tool. He Rongkun's enemy said tauntingly. I won't lose, He Rongkun said as he brandished his long sword angrily. Even if the opponent had better equipment than he did, his will was already set. How would you win this tournament? You don't even have a good weapon. Your faction probably went broke just to send you here. He Rongkun's enemy said sarcastically. The enemy was definitely over the moon as he was lucky to fight a poor cultivator. He Rongkun was wronged in this stage. If only he was in a great faction that could give him the best equipment for his cultivation, he would have gone farther in this trial. But, unfortunately, I am the only one he has. Wei Feizhou said sadly. Although getting the 8th place was great enough, Wei Feizhou knew that He Rongkun could achieve much better if he was on an empire-grade faction or even the Divine Nation. It's not that bad, but he was indeed losing in terms of weapon. And that is why I give him an edge now. Yi Tianyun said casually as he shot a light towards He Rongkun's hand. He Rongkun was surprised at the incoming light and instinctively grabbed it. The light immediately turned into a sparkling weapon, which turned out to be a sacred tool, a sacred tool. The opponent was shocked as he saw the weapon on He Rongkun's hands was glowing radiantly. He Rongkun and Wei Feizhou had seen that sacred tool before and immediately knew that Yi Tianyun had given them another precious item. You said that I am poor earlier, but let's see who would win now. He Rongkun said confidently as his aura was suddenly getting stronger. It was the effect of the sacred tool as it amplified the user's power. Thank you very much for your generosity, young master. Wei Feizhou said heartily as he was thrilled to see the sacred tool on He Rongkun's hands. Don't thank me yet, it's just a cheap item to fill the gap between the participants' power. I just want to see what he can do with his power. Yi Tianyun said casually. If Yi Tianyun really wanted He Rongkun to win here, he would have given He Rongkun a better weapon. No, this is great. Thank you very much, young master. Wei Feizhou said with a smile on his face. He only wanted He Rongkun to be able to fight on this tournament fairly. Yi Tianyun just nodded and continued watching the tournament while everyone else was speechless after seeing the absurd scene. However, everyone realized that Yi Tianyun was the inheritor of this place, and he could do whatever he wanted there. The tournament went smoothly, and He Rongkun successfully entered the top 4. When He Rongkun took his break before fighting his next opponent, Yi Tianyun was waiting for the news from the divine envoys. Meanwhile, Wei Feizhou was captivated by how well his disciple was doing. He thought that He Rongkun would lose in the first stage, but to his surprise, He Rongkun was one of the final 4 cultivators for the smelting trial, and he might just win it. Sure enough, the divine envoys approached Yi Tianyun one by one with an excited face. Several divine envoys that couldn't leave the smelting trial looked envious as they knew that they might have the information that Yi Tianyun needed. Young Master Yi, I am from Zuochu Divine Nation, and I found a relevant information. A divine envoy said excitedly. You are fast, you are the first one to return, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Yi Tianyun then took a piece of paper that the divine envoys presented and read it using his spiritual energy. This paper was a secret parchment that would conceal the content for a certain rank of cultivators. But Tianyun could read it just fine by using his own spiritual energy to unlock it. The paper simply read Heaven Plum God Race. Heavenly Plum God Race was one of the Heaven World hidden clans that lived on Heavenly Plum Mountain Range with no outside portal. A long time ago, the Heavenly Plum God Race was one of the 3 most prosperous races in Heaven World, but their decline in power forced them to live in hiding. Now, they were estimated to be a middle or lower grade divine nation faction. The other reason for Heavenly Plum God Race's downfall was because they lost the Heaven World War. The only way to enter the Heavenly Plum God domain was to receive their invitation, as the forest on the mountain was enchanted with a powerful trace confusion grade array. Chapter 671. Heavenly Plum God Race. Tianyun said as he read the writing on the paper. Tianyun knew that this hidden world clan's name has the same amount of power as the Heavenly Netherworld divine nation in Ghost World, although they have gone into hiding now. Fortunately, finding them didn't seem that hard as they resided on Heavenly Plum Mountain Range. Therefore, Tianyun didn't have to search throughout the whole Heaven World for their whereabout. No wonder no one knows about the symbol they use. It appears to be a long-forgotten faction. Tianyun said with a frown, but he encountered another problem as he remembered that Heavenly Plum Mountain Range wasn't included on the list of extremely cold cultivation places. But it may be simply because the Heavenly Plum Mountain Range wasn't accessible from the outside world, and therefore the information about that place was not known to the public. Now, if Xuan is really there and I blindly searched for her at the extremely cold place on the list, I won't be able to find her. Tianyun said with a smile on his face. But he wasn't that stupid. He originally wanted to hunt for Demon Beast and accumulate his crazy points again to buy the Soul Guide. The information I got from Zuochu Divine Nation is really detailed enough. Tianyun was satisfied with the information. That's a relief. We Zuochu Divine Nation would definitely try our best to satisfy young Master Yi. The Divine Envoy said with a smile on his face. Very good, then come over. Tianyun said as he signaled for the Zuochu Divine Envoy to come closer. Tianyun then pulled a jade pendant and gave it to him. You can confirm it yourself. This is the reward that I promised. Tianyun said indifferently. The Divine Envoy immediately verified the jade pendant that Tianyun gave him excitedly, and after a few moments, they become much more thrilled. Thank you very much, young Master Yi. This is a real one indeed. Sure, then I would check your information anytime soon, but if I find out that you are lying, don't blame me for what happens later. Tianyun said indifferently. Absolutely, young Master Yi. Our Holy King even ordered me to guide you there if you want me to, there would be no problem. We, Zuochu Divine Nation, seem to be relatively close with the Heavenly Plum clan in the past. The Divine Envoy said confidently. If that's so, well, no wonder you are the fastest to return. Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Tianyun just nodded his head in agreement as he didn't really care that much about other divine nations. As long as it wasn't misleading information, he wouldn't even bat an eye at the divine nation later. But the Heavenly Plum clan might be a problem later, as there was no doubt that they wouldn't let any outsiders just waltz into their territory easily. There must be something that they tried to hide to take their entire clan and lived in seclusion like that. Yes, it was really easy to get the information after I inquired the elders at Zuochu Divine Nation. The Divine Envoy said with no shame. At the same time, the smelting trial also reached its end. Hirankun finally lost, taking the 4th position with him. Sadly, only the top 3 were rewarded by the smelting trial, and therefore Hirankun walked out with nothing. He finally lost, Wei Feijo said with a little hint of sadness, but overall, he was satisfied that Hirankun could go that far. Master, I am sorry. I lost, Hirankun said as soon as he came down with a frustrated look on his face. He honestly thought that he could achieve the top 3 position, but it was tough. It's fine. You honestly have worked yourself very hard. You exceeded my expectation. Now, if you have a better master that could improve your martial arts, it'd be a totally different story. Wei Feijo said with a proud look on his face, but there was a hint of remorse too. Wei Feijo knew that one other reason that Hirankun lost the smelting trial was because Wei Feijo couldn't provide a better martial arts for him. Your innate ability is great, too bad you are too early. Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Tianyun then patted Hirankun's back several times, and a light appeared on Tianyun's hand. Hirankun suddenly saw a memory that was not his own on his mind. Now, this is to improve your martial art. If you learn from that memory I just gave you, no one would ever say that your martial arts is lacking again. Yi Tianyun said excitedly. Hirankun closed his eyes immediately as the memory itself was actually a little bit overwhelming, and thus he couldn't say a proper thanks for Yi Tianyun. Thank you very much once again, young Master Yi. Being able to meet you is really a blessing in my life. Wei Feijiu said as he kneeled in front of Yi Tianyun respectfully. He didn't know what martial arts that Yi Tianyun has given to Hirankun, but he knew it was definitely something special. Get up, there's no need for you to kneel. You should have faith in your disciple and take advantage of my gift in the future. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Others began to look at Wei Feijiu in envy as they also thought it would be nice to receive the same treatment from Yi Tianyun. Young Master Yi, this may sound shameless coming from me after all you've done, but I have some request for you. Wei Feijiu said as he still kneeled in front of Yi Tianyun. Chapter 672. Yi Tianyun looked at Wei Feijiu inquisitively, but he didn't say anything as he still waits for Wei Feijiu for what he wants. Is it taking your disciple as mine? Yi Tianyun made a guess. Yes, I know Hirankun's innate ability is good, but I am not a master who could help him grow. I want young Master Yi to take him under your wings and maybe consider him as your servant at first. I believe that he will grow as long as he is next to you. Wei Feijiu said confidently, but it was still a big decision for him to let his disciple go like this. Now that Hirankun had a great martial art and weapon, in a few years, he believed that Hirankun would surpass him. At the same time, Yi Tianyun already knew what Wei Feijiu wants. He has already experienced a lot of things and already noticed that Wei Feijiu really wanted the best for Hirankun. Why are you willing to do this? Yi Tianyun asked. Hirankun was blessed. If he keeps walking by my side, I am afraid he wouldn't improve. If it were with you, young Master Yi, I believe it would be so much different. No matter where I go, I know that there is no way I can get so much resource to provide for him. Wei Feijiu said honestly. Yi Tianyun admired Wei Feijiu as he saw a great man in him. It was clear to Yi Tianyun that Wei Feijiu wasn't a man who wanted treasure and glory for himself. He is surely good, but I am afraid I don't have time to take him back with me now, but just give me an address, and I will come to get him later. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Yi Tianyun also knew that Hirankun was a good pick. He is like a diamond in the rough that needed to be polished. If someone did it right, he would become a precious diamond later. Thank you very much, young master. Wei Feijiu said excitedly. He finally could give Hirankun a promising future, and that made him really happy. But, you will also come with me. If you are a rogue cultivator, then there would be no problem at all. Yi Tianyun said casually. Are you sure? Thank you very much, young master. Wei Feijiu said as he felt thrilled that Yi Tianyun would also invite him over. He knew that he had no potential at all. His power would roughly stay the same no matter what he did. Sure, why would I lie? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. No, my apologies, young master. But I am just a weak cultivator, and I am afraid I would be a burden later. Wei Feijiu said worriedly. I never take people for their power. It's what's inside that matters. Yi Tianyun said with a smile. Thank you very much for valuing me so highly, young master. I promise I would never betray you. Wei Feijiu said confidently. Sure, now get up. Your disciple will be here shortly. Now, I will give you two options. It is either give me an address for me to find you later or wait here for me to return. Yi Tianyun said casually. Of course, young master. We will wait here, Wei Feijiu said respectfully as he knew that waiting in this place would be convenient and safe. They had so many treasures that Yi Tianyun gave them, and therefore, Wei Feijiu knew that people were watching. He couldn't risk going out as he knew that people might attack him to take those treasures off his hands later. If that's the case, I will arrange a good cultivation place for you two while you wait for me to return. Yi Tianyun said casually. At the same time, Hirankun arrived and was perplexed as he saw Yi Tianyun. Little brother Yi, but before he could say another word, call him young master from now on. In the future, we will be working for him. Wei Feijiu scolded Hirankun, so he had to immediately nod before he got in trouble. It is time for me to leave, so stay here for now. Yi Tianyun waved and disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone was surprised once again as they noticed that the technique Yi Tianyun used just now was none other than teleportation. Furthermore, the divine envoys couldn't believe that Zuochu divine nation would be the first to return. On top of that, they also provided the necessary information for Yi Tianyun. But it seemed Yi Tianyun didn't teleport that far as he returned to the market section. People tried to get his attention, but Yi Tianyun was too lazy to pay attention to them. Yi Tianyun then made his way outside the city, but not before he attracted a bunch of greedy people in his wake. Some of them started to follow Yi Tianyun sneakily. Yi Tianyun actually noticed them but paid them no mind as he knew that the criminals who followed him were just small fries. At the heaven-ascending divine altar's gate, Yi Tianyun prepared to fly towards the heavenly plum mountain range. His goal was to find Xuan, and there was nothing left to do here. But as soon as he stepped out of heaven-ascending divine altar, a bunch of cultivators immediately surrounded him and blocked his path. But they were confused as they saw that Yi Tianyun only smirked at them. I know this stuff would happen, but I am thankful that you all would be my meal today. A meal for my experience and crazy points, Yi Tianyun said with a laugh. Chapter 673. Yi Tianyun was surrounded by many cultivators. Most of them were at Spirit King stage, while the strongest was at 7th layer Spirit King stage. Yi Tianyun noticed the greed in their eyes, but he didn't show any emotion at all. He is, after all, the inheritor of heaven-creating divine king. We don't ask much, brother. Just give us 50% of heaven-creating divine king inheritance, and we will let you go. We will also take the divine rune knowledge too. If you give it to us, we won't need anything else. Well, maybe a martial art called Universe Divine Secret Art would suffice too. Yi Tianyun was smiling deep down as he finally found some free express and crazy points. What would you do if I don't give you anything? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. That is simple. We will just take it by force. We will use soul-searching technique on you. One of them said confidently. The cultivators that surrounded Yi Tianyun this time were rogue cultivators, but the divine envoys from Zuochu divine nation also happened to be nearby. They neither attacked Yi Tianyun nor had anything malicious in mind, but they just stood there as they didn't want to get dragged into this mess. After all, these rogue cultivators were more powerful than them. Are you the one who will soul-search me? A group of weakling really tried their best to get some meat, I see. Yi Tianyun said mockingly. Arrogant brat, do you think you're still under the heaven-ascending divine altar's protection? No, you are on our turf now, brat. One of the Spirit King experts said coldly. Yes, you may be able to control the heaven-ascending divine altar, but here, there is nothing you can do. These cultivators all thought that Yi Tianyun would be defenseless once he got out of heaven-ascending divine altar as Yi Tianyun was still a teenager. You really thought that I'm just a powerless kid? Did you think I am just relying on heaven-ascending divine altar? Yi Tianyun said in mock surprise. Stop wasting our time, brat. Just give it to us, and you will be spared. An expert said annoyedly, but some of them began to sense that something was off. Yi Tianyun was still calm despite facing so many experts. In that case, let me give you a first-hand experience of what I can do. Yi Tianyun said as he immediately pulled out Heavenly Netherworld Divine Sword and released the Netherworld flames that instantly sent chill down everyone's spine. Yi Tianyun then swung his swords horizontally, cutting a bunch of cultivators in front of him in two. However, the extreme cold from the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Sword immediately turned everyone it slashed into an ice sculpture. Successfully killed a Spirit King expert. Reward. Successfully killed a spirit. That many cultivators were killed so easily. No one was able to react at all as Yi Tianyun's movements were too fast. But Yi Tianyun didn't stop there. He walked forward a few steps and kept slashing his swords towards the rest of the expert. He is a demon, the cultivators far in the back shouted horrifiedly. It was clear that their assumption of the boy in front of them was simply relying on the heaven-ascending divine altar's power was wrong. The boy's power was so tremendous that they wouldn't be able to fight back at all no matter how many cultivators they brought with them. The cultivators on the back immediately tried to flee, but some tried to attack Yi Tianyun out of stubbornness. It was clear that the greed in their eyes already turned off the reasoning part of their brain. But no matter what they did, they couldn't even get close to Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun, however, still used his crazy express mode. He didn't need crazy points that much as he now had a clue where to search for Xuan. So, he wanted to get as much express as he can from these people. Honestly, I wouldn't mind killing all of you. May you all rest in peace as my nutrients. Yi Tianyun said as he slowly walked forward and swung his sword effortlessly. Escape. We can't win against him. The experts started to shout in horror. "Ah, come on, don't leave," Tianyun shouted sarcastically as he started to hunt the cultivator. None of the cultivators could escape from Tianyun as he started to dash forwards to kill the cultivators quicker. Chapter 674. The air was filled with a thick metallic smell, and the ground was damp and dyed red with blood, followed by screams that amped the dreadful atmosphere. "The devil is here, run away," a cultivator shouted in horror. "How can he be so powerful? He didn't even use the heaven-ascending divine altar's power. It seems like he's in late Spirit King stage," the cultivators said one after another as they clearly couldn't handle Tianyun. But Tianyun's speed was just on a whole different level as he easily caught up to the fleeing cultivators one by one. "We are fortunate to not cross our swords with him," Zuo Chu Divine Envoy said as he was shocked to see the scene unfolding in front of him. They didn't have any intention to join the battle from the start as they've already secured the heaven-creating Divine King's divine rune knowledge earlier, and as it turned out, their decision was correct. If they joined the battle here, they would be massacred too. "This is too much. Heaven-creating Divine King's successor is a massacre god," the other cultivators who watched the scene from afar commented. At the same time, everyone saw that a Saint King expert finally came as they flew towards the battle. They wanted to fight Tianyun themselves as their greed got better of them. Obviously, they didn't want heaven-creating Divine King's successor to be killed by others. As the Saint King experts landed on the ground, a powerful wave of aura covered the land. That was the aura of the Saint King experts. Even the Spirit King cultivators who were running away to save their life suddenly found another hope. "Lu Guang Saint King, save us from that demon," the fleeing cultivators all shouted hopefully. The cultivators who watched the battle from afar were worried about Tianyun now. After all, Saint King experts were much more powerful than Spirit King experts, and now that Tianyun was on those Spirit King experts' radar, they didn't think Tianyun could get out safely. "That is the Lu Guang Saint King. He is the fastest cultivator on Saint King's level. I have seen he killed someone in a blink of an eye. This time, the heaven-creating Divine King's successor is finished for sure," the cultivators said as they commented on the battle from the side. They believed that Tianyun wasn't as fast as the Lu Guang Saint King. "Don't get ahead of yourself now," Tianyun said coldly as he flashed on the spot and reappeared behind the Lu Guang Saint King. Tianyun then slashed the Saint King's neck, cutting his head off clean. Lu Guang Saint King felt the imminent danger from his back, but he clearly was too late to react. Successfully killed Lu Guang Saint King. Reward: 2.3 billion express, 250.000 CPs, 12.000 SPs, Lu Guang Martial Art, Breaking Space Secret Art, Lu Guang Divine Sword, Lu Guang Armor, Lu Guang Divine Talisman. Lu Guang Saint King was killed in an instant. Everyone thought that Lu Guang Saint King was faster than Tianyun, but obviously, that wasn't the case. Tianyun's speed was terrifyingly fast as no one even noticed that Lu Guang Saint King's head has already fallen to the ground. 3 pieces of Desolate Ancient Set boosted Tianyun's power and speed greatly. Because of that, Tianyun didn't even need to use his crazy damage mode as his power was already far beyond his current cultivation level. Moreover, Lu Guang Saint King was only at the second layer Saint King stage. At this point, only Saint King peak stage cultivators or above might prove to be a challenge for Tianyun. The people gasped after they saw that Lu Guang Saint King was killed. The way that Lu Guang Saint King is killed was shocking to them because it was like Tianyun just killed a body refinement cultivator. Now, who else got the guts to face me? Is there any old ancestor rank who wants to fight me? I will welcome anyone, Tianyun said towards the crowds intensely. The people on the side were all silent as they knew that they couldn't possibly win a fight against Tianyun. They already knew that the cultivators from earlier were all too greedy, and as a result, they threw their life away. At the same time, some people began to remember that Tianyun said that he has already destroyed empire and divine nation by himself, and upon seeing the scene in front of them now, they finally believed it was probably real. Usually, a fight between Saint Kings was intense as they wouldn't be easily killed, but that didn't seem to be the case for Tianyun. Everyone couldn't recover from the shock due to what they just saw. Chapter 675. After that fiasco, Tianyun flashed towards the remaining cultivators that attacked him earlier. "Did I say you may go?" Tianyun said coldly. Tianyun saw as the rest of them immediately froze on spot. "I am a cultivator from Eastern God Divine Nation. If you kill me, Our old ancestor will track you down. The cultivator said nervously, but Tianyun didn't even care as he immediately split the cultivator's head in two. Did you think for a second that I would care about that? I don't think threatening me now will do you any good. As I said, you can call your old ancestor here and I will welcome them myself. Tianyun said indifferently. Everyone began to shake in their boots as they didn't know what else to do to save their life. Several of them began to beg for Tianyun's forgiveness as they kneeled in front of Tianyun with various reasons. But Tianyun was merciless. He killed the begging cultivator like any others. I remember all of you coming at me with the intention to kill earlier. I don't think any of you was forced or doing something out of your free will there, and therefore, you don't have the right to beg. I have to say that all of you really have a faulty judgment. If I really rely on heaven ascending divine altar's power, how do you think I got the inheritor in the first place? Tianyun said indifferently. I am wrong, young master. Please, I will give you everything I have in exchange for my life. One cultivator said while crying fearfully. But Tianyun still killed him mercilessly. I don't think anything you give me would make up for it. Tianyun said as he collected the storage ring from the cultivators that he killed. Everyone was frightened even more as they realized that Tianyun would get everything in their possession after he killed them anyway. It was no use begging for mercy with treasures on the line. The bystanders were also speechless as they realized that Tianyun worked with efficiency. Now, I will let you contact someone to help you out, but you can only use a communication means from here. I will welcome everyone that helps you. Tianyun said with a taunting smile on his face. He wanted to see how far the cultivators here would go to save their life. He wanted to compare it with the ghost world cultivators. The cultivators were speechless as they didn't know what Tianyun was thinking. They knew that their life was on the line, but most of them were rogue cultivators, so they didn't have anyone to help them out there. It seems that you don't want to call for anyone. If that's it, then farewell. Tianyun said as he extended his fingers, and a few cultivators in around 10 miles radius were killed instantly. The cultivators who were watching took a step back as they were startled by the murderous aura coming from Tianyun. Some of them even had a horrified expression on their face as they could no longer saw Tianyun as a normal cultivator. Some factions that happened to watch the situation also shook their heads as they realized that Tianyun couldn't be easily defeated. After seeing the Lu Guang Saint King was easily killed earlier, they knew that Tianyun was at least at the Saint King peak stage. They didn't even know anyone who was at that level right now. As far as they knew, every cultivator at that level were cultivating far away or busy doing their own business. There was no way they would risk their life for a bunch of lowly cultivators like them. Furthermore, Tianyun was the inheritor of heaven creating divine king, therefore the Saint King had to make sure the extent of Tianyun's divine rune skill first. Otherwise, they would just fall to Tianyun's trap foolishly. Looking at everyone's horrified expression, Tianyun just sighed and left the area quickly. He wanted to find Shi Shuiyun on Heavenly Plum Mountain Range as quick as possible. Furthermore, he has already killed all cultivators who tried to attack him earlier. On the side, Zuochu divine envoys immediately realized that they were also in danger. Seeing that the cultivators couldn't handle Tianyun, Zuochu divine envoys who were in possession of the divine rune knowledge from Tianyun would be targeted next. We have to report everything that happened here to the Holy King later, but first we have to hurry back before anyone realizes that we are the next target. The Zuochu divine envoy said hastily. It didn't occur to the divine envoys from another divine nation to intercept the Zuochu divine envoys, and they hastily returned to their respective divine nation to report about Tianyun instead. One thing for sure, a disrespectful attitude towards Tianyun in the future was bad news. At the same time, Tianyun really missed Shi Shuiyun after not seeing her for more than a year. He didn't accept the Zuochu divine envoy's offer to take him there as he didn't have the patience to wait. He knew that it would be faster if he was alone. The divine rune on Heavenly Plum Mountain Range was surely hard, but could it beat the divine rune of heaven creating divine king? Chapter 676. The Heavenly Plum Mountain Range was located at the north of the Pan Cloud continent and had a relatively cold area temperature. This place wasn't a proper cultivation area as the climate was too harsh but didn't provide a good cold spiritual energy to help the ice cultivators. However, it might be because of the divine rune that the Hidden World clan used to conceal their hideout. After a period of flight, Tianyun finally arrived at the foot of the mountain range. He had to say that Heavenly Plum Mountain Range was really far from heaven ascending divine altar. Even with his incredible speed, Tianyun still had to take more than a week to get there. The place itself was really isolated. It was surrounded by mountains and forests with no village in sight. Not even a single demon beast was sighted either. However, there was a lingering fog on the top of the highest mountain that Tianyun couldn't quite perceive what was behind it. But Tianyun was quite confused by the name of the place as he saw no plum blossom growing there despite the name Heavenly Plum Mountain Range. As Tianyun walked around, he finally realized that the thin white fog that covered the place was a maze, and once he walked past the thin fog, he saw the real identity of the mountain range itself. Tianyun finally saw several young boys and ladies who seemed to be preparing some kind of trial. "Hey, can I join the trial?" Tianyun asked politely. He knew that even though this was a hidden world clan's hideout, they still had to recruit a fresh cultivator for their regeneration. Xuan was the best example of that. They certainly couldn't survive with themselves as they eventually wouldn't have enough successor for the next generation. So, if he can join the smelting trial that the hidden world clan has prepared, he would be able to sneak in without too much effort, and he would be able to investigate without anyone getting suspicious. For example, he could see what has the faction do to their disciple and how they treated their disciple in all aspects so that he knew whether Xuan has been treated well or not. As he saw no one really minded his presence, Tianyun then followed the group of young men and women. He saw that most of them were at a tender age of 16 or 17, not too old, but definitely not a kid anymore. Their cultivation was at body refinement stage, which in theory, was quite bad for their age. Tianyun was quite surprised as he saw the Heavenly Plum race recruited these weak teenagers. "You have to follow me, or you will lose your way in there. If you lose me, you will get lost, and no one can come and save you from your misery." The leader of the group shouted sternly. This leader is a handsome young man at a 6th layer core condensation stage cultivation. He was qualified enough to become a team leader in Tianyun's standard, but as he saw several impatient faces from the crowds, he knew that the situation wouldn't be under control for much longer. "Hey, why haven't I seen you earlier?" the leader asked as he saw Tianyun looking around. "I suppose you were counting when I took my time for number 2 earlier, so you might have missed me there." Tianyun said indifferently. "No wonder, but please don't stray out of the group, it would be dangerous," the leader said with a smile on his face. They immediately hit it off along the way as Tianyun generally knew that these smelting trials were made for recruitment from the Heavenly Plum race. It was no wonder either as both of them were slightly older and had higher cultivation compared to the rest of the recruits. Body refinement stage wasn't that low theoretically as it was sufficient for a public area. What good was a high cultivation level if you ended up becoming a trader or cleaner? After all, there were endless ways of getting a good income in this world. But there was a case of a wealthy family that help their children break through, and thus they would end up becoming a cultivator. That was what these teenagers were doing. They clearly didn't have enough resources to break through on their own, and thus trying their luck on the smelting trials that they somehow joined in. The one who talks with Tianyun was called Xiao Wu, a very common name, and he was from a completely average family that you could find anywhere. There was nothing special about him. However, he was honest, and it seemed that he was quite humble despite his cultivation being a bit higher than the rest. But the mood here wasn't that great as it was clear for Tianyun that not all of these teenagers were trying their best. It seemed that they only want to get a little reward for trying, maybe a martial arts or medicinal pills. They didn't expect anything special as they didn't think that they could do much on these smelting trial. This is the epitome of the lowest of cultivation world, Tianyun said as he shook his head with a sigh. These people were the embarrassment of the cultivation world as they didn't think about their future at all. Chapter 677. Zhang Hong, you are finally back. What took you so long? A young man suddenly showed up on the road and complained to the leader of the group. I am a little worried some of them would get lost if we move too fast. If you're gonna complain, then you should recruit people next time, Zhang Hong said as he felt annoyed by the young man's complaint. No, never mind, I knew it was a pain to recruit people sometimes. But clearly, you are doing a good job, aren't you? 57 people in total, Zhang Yi said as he observed the new recruits. Well, this time, we got quite a lot of people who want to try out their luck to become part of our clan. Zhang Hong said indifferently. Well, it's still a lot of number. Maybe, recruiting people is your hidden talent. But, I am afraid you have to return them to the nearest village later after the recruitment has finished, as we only accepted 15 people this time. Zhang Yi said teasingly. You mean I have to guide them again? Zhang Hong said as he was a little bit surprised. Yes, you are the one who brought them along, so you would be the one to return them safely too. That was the order that I received anyway. Zhang Yi said reluctantly. Damn, you should have told me that sooner so that I wouldn't bring back so many people. Zhang Hong said annoyedly. The recruits who heard the news began to get worried as they also did their best to hike the mountain, only to find out that most of them would have to go back. Don't let that get you down, people. We will compensate you with a good return gift. You don't have to worry about returning empty-handed, Zhang Yi said to the recruits with a smile on his face. However, some people still have an unsatisfied look on their faces. We will take 12 women while we only need 3 men this time, Zhang Yi added. This time, the male recruits' hearts sank as they know that they have to work extra hard just to get the spot. The worst part was they were mostly men in here. Now, there are stones around you. Your first task is to move one of them, Zhang Yi said as he moved the boulder on his side. It wasn't an easy task as one boulder weighed around 500 kilograms. Although the recruits felt so helpless, they had no choice but to obey as they couldn't complain to the people of the faction they wanted to join. Several of them could move the boulder a little bit, but the rest of them couldn't move it at all. Of course, this task wasn't a challenge for Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun couldn't help but think that the smelting trial was too easy. But now he knew that he couldn't wait to see Shi Shuiyan again, as he finally knew that he could give a better surprise to her. Xiao Wu also advanced swimmingly as he had higher cultivation than most of the recruits there. You are definitely better than most people here. I thought you would fail the task there for a sec. It will be a bummer if I have no one else to talk to, Xiao Wu said as he patted Yi Tianyun's shoulder with a smile on his face. Well, is there no one else who wants to talk to you here? Yi Tianyun asked lightly. Well, everyone saw me as intimidating for some reason. I have excess power, but it's not my fault, you know, Xiao Wu said, annoyedly. Well, it's better to have a bit more power, I would say, Yi Tianyun said with a shrug. The high cultivation that Yi Tianyun was thanks to the crazy leveling system that he got. If it were not because of that, he would never be able to get the martial arts and bloodlines that he has now. From the looks of it, Yi Tianyun knew that Xiao Wu's ancestor should be a Saint King expert, but clearly, the cultivation of his family has declined. Now, for the second task, you have to move one of these boulders next, Zhang Yi said as he pointed to a bigger boulder that would weigh around 900 kilograms. This time, the recruits tried to move the boulder one by one, and more people were eliminated as they couldn't move it even one bit. When it was Yi Tianyun's turn, he pretended to have a hard time moving the boulder even though he succeeded in the end. You are good, you're clearly stronger than most people here. I suppose you're at the 7th layer body refinement stage, Zhang Yi said as he looked at Yi Tianyun. Yes, I was, Yi Tianyun said with a smile and moved to the side so that he didn't get in the way of the smelting trial. He can see the jealousy in the recruits' eyes, but he knew that they couldn't do anything about it. And after that, it was finally Xiao Wu's turn. Xiao Wu immediately hugged the huge stone and moved it aside. He tried the best he could as his face clearly flushed from enduring the weight of the boulder. Yi Tianyun can clearly saw that Xiao Wu had a good innate power within him that allowed him to move the boulder, and if his hunch was right, it was strength god bloodline. It was a pretty amazing bloodline, and obviously, Zhang Yi also noticed it. Good, you passed, Zhang Yi said as he appreciated Xiao Wu's innate power. Hey, isn't that a little bad? What good would strength be later? Anyone could also have them using the normal method, couldn't they? Zhang Hong said indifferently. He clearly didn't think that Xiao Wu's innate power was anything special. Yi Tianyun started to frown as the people from a faction shouldn't say something like that. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi just shook his head to Zhang Hong's comment. Chapter 678. Zhang Yi and the others had a feeling that Xiao Wu wouldn't have a bright future, but Yi Tianyun didn't share the same opinion. They surely missed big time if they thought that Xiao Wu didn't have potential at all. In fact, Xiao Wu merely relying on his own power without using his bloodline was the proof that he would go far. Now that Yi Tianyun realized that Xiao Wu had a quite rare bloodline, Yi Tianyun was positive that Xiao Wu could become a great general in the future. After a little training, Xiao Wu can become the commander of the front line. I almost failed. I guess I can't go on like this, Xiao Wu said as he scratched his head shamefully. He already calmed himself down after moving the boulder. No, you have to go on, but maybe not here. Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Tianyun wanted to invite Xiao Wu to Heavenly Cloud's empire so that he could become the general that Tianyun envisioned. Clearly, Tianyun had the means and resources to further develop Xiao Wu's potential. But Tianyun began to wonder whether he could apply the evil spirit bloodline to Xiao Wu later. Tianyun's idea was based on the fact that Xiao Wu's current power had the same alignment as the evil spirit bloodline. If he could combine the two, Xiao Wu could become the general that could literally destroy anything on his path. Well, Brother Yi is too nice. The people in my village thought that I am only good for plowing and taking care of the cows. Xiao Wu said with a sad smile. That's their loss, Tianyun said indifferently, but it was the truth. Xiao Wu's power was wasted on farming jobs. Although it would make farming easier, it still wasn't the best case scenario for Xiao Wu. Okay, you two pass the trial, and the rest can go back to their village. Zhang Yi said indifferently. Wait, isn't it supposed to be 3 people? One of the recruits asked dumbfoundedly. Tianyun and Xiao Wu filled 2 slots out of 3, so there was supposed to be 1 more slot for the men. The 2 of them are strong enough to beat several of you at the same time, and the rest of you also didn't pass the final trial, so we don't need you now. Zhang Yi said indifferently. The recruits who failed had no choice but to leave as they didn't know what else to do, but before leaving, Zhang Yi gave them a lot of body refinement pills to speed up their cultivation speed. These pills were actually cheap, but it was still better than nothing. Then again, the recruits came from poor households, so they were happy to get a bunch of body refinement pills that they couldn't afford on their own. You two come with me, and I hope you return faster this time, Zhang Hong. Zhang Yi said teasingly towards Zhang Hong. Okay, Zhang Hong said with an annoyed face. The failed recruits were complaining as they didn't have the chance to rest, but they followed Zhang Hong nonetheless and left while all the female recruits fortunately passed. I didn't expect 2 of us could pass the trial, Xiao Wu said with awe on his face. Well, it is normal considering your cultivation. The trial might seem harsh, but it was necessary for them to do this to root out the weak recruits. Tianyun said as he shook his head. Now follow me, don't get lost. Zhang Yi said as he made a sign to follow him. As soon as he said that, they immediately walked into a forest. The others were obviously awed to see the sudden change in their surrounding. Their great array formation isn't bad. Clearly, people would have a tough time invading this place, Tianyun said as he looked around the forest layout. Under Zhang Yi's leadership, they got out of the forest in no time, and the first thing Tianyun noticed was the cold air and the strong smell of plum. After that, Tianyun saw a snow-capped mountain full of blossoming plum blossoms. The plum was in stark contrast to the white snow ground. Furthermore, these plums were different than a normal plum as their color was much brighter pink than normal, which meant that these plum blossoms were actually a large piece of elixir's material. This is amazing. I have never seen such wonderful scenery before. It's like a miracle. We are in a forest just now, but suddenly we are surrounded by snow. Xiao Wu said with an awe-struck face. Tianyun was also very interested in this place, but he was wondering where Xuan was now. Clearly, this place was a good place for ice attribute cultivator. Tianyun smiled to himself as he successfully infiltrated the hidden faction without much effort. It was clearly better than trying to get in with force. Now, he only had to see Xuan's condition to assess what his action would be next. When Xuan left the Heavenly Cloud's empire, the one who invited her also left a lot of treasures. That fact alone told Tianyun that the enemy wasn't looking for a fight. That was also the reason why Tianyun infiltrated the place without making a fuss like this. Chapter 679. Zhang Yi then guided them towards a modest building built with wooden planks, which would be their temporary place to stay. The inside was fairly big and warm, too, enough to accommodate several people. Xiao Wu was amazed by the accommodation provided as he never expected the hut to be quite warm like this. Tianyun smiled as he knew that the rather simple wooden planks that constituted the house were the wood extracted from Tianmei, which had an absolute insulation effect. In the meantime, Zhang Yi told them the faction's rule in general. The only thing that was a little bit weird for Tianyun was the rule that said they shouldn't walk around the place without permission as they could be driven out or, worse, be punished for it. After reciting the rules, Zhang Yi then left the recruits so that they could rest. After all, they should be tired after hiking up the mountain and taking part at the smelting trial. The men and women were separated accordingly as Xiao Wu and Yi Tianyun got to share one hut while the women were split into several huts. Xiao Wu, stay here and rest. I will walk outside for a bit, Yi Tianyun said as he smiled. Little brother Yi, you will break the rules if you walk out aimlessly, Xiao Wu said with a worried look on his face. Xiao Wu was a very honest person, so he was worried that Yi Tianyun might get into trouble later. It is okay, I may not stay here for long. You should come with me later. After all, this place would be a waste of your potential, Yi Tianyun said confidently. After all, he was already at Saint King level, so he didn't really care what the people there would do. What do you mean by that, little brother Yi? Xiao Wu asked in confusion, but Yi Tianyun has already left, and Xiao Wu could no longer see him around anymore. Ellipsis 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 dot. After leaving, Yi Tianyun went straight into Heavenly Plum Palace, the heart of Heavenly Plum Mountain Range. There were so many towering buildings on the huge snow mountain. Had it not for the great array that protected this place, people would be able to see the building from the foot of the mountain. Furthermore, Yi Tianyun was impressed by the divine rune that constituted this place as he realized that it might be a divine rune creator rank that made all of this possible. Yi Tianyun kept observing as he was really fascinated by the divine rune, but soon enough, he finally sensed Shi Shuiyan's spiritual power at one of the buildings. She really is here, Yi Tianyun said excitedly. Aunt, I am coming, Yi Tianyun said as he made himself invisible. As long as it wasn't a Saint King expert, no one would be able to see him. Meanwhile, inside the Heavenly Plum Palace, Shi Shuiyan was looking out of a window. Her beautiful eyes were filled with sadness, but her aura had gotten much stronger than before as she was now at the third layer Void Spirit cultivation stage. She has truly advanced by leaps and bounds. It took her only a little over a year to break through into this stage. At this rate, she would be able to enter Spirit King stage in no time. Wait for me, Tianyun. I will become strong enough to support you later. But surely I missed you after not seeing you for over a year, Shi Shuiyan said to herself while sighing at the snowy landscape in front of her. At the same time, there was a knock on the door, and Shi Shuiyan's expression suddenly became cold. Young Master Mei, I already told you that I am tired. I didn't want to meet anyone today, Shi Shuiyan said indifferently, but the door was still pushed open, and a handsome young man came in with a piece of jewel in his hand. The jewel looked chilly and radiated a faint light. Anyone could see that the jewel was something that could help the cultivation of an ice cultivator. Shuiyan, I brought you a piece of ice divine jade. It would be able to help you cultivate even faster. I know that you are tired, but with this jewel, you will be able to cultivate effortlessly, young Master Mei said with a smile on his face. His cultivation has already reached the 8th layer Void Spirit stage, which was impressive for someone his age. Thank you very much, young Master Mei. You don't have to call me by my name, junior sister is fine, Shi Shuiyan said coldly. Shuiyan, don't be so cold, young Master Mei said as he walked forward to hold Shi Shuiyan's hands, but Shi Shuiyan immediately backed away. Young Master Mei, please pay attention to yourself now, Shi Shuiyan said solemnly. Shuiyan, you thought I didn't know what's going on in your head. You kept saying Tianyun in your sleep. I don't know who that is, but do you think his status would be higher than me? Young Master Mei said coldly. I am the young master of Heavenly Plum God Clan. With that, I will have the chance to become the Lord of Heavenly Plum God Clan in the future. Our cultivation and element are a match too, isn't it better for you to become my Tao companion? Young Master Mei said with a smirk on his face. His eyes were full of possessiveness as he looked at Shi Shuiyan eagerly. Shi Shuiyan was the most beautiful woman he ever saw, so he wanted Shi Shuiyan to become his Tao companion badly. Young Master Mei, I am sorry, but I am not interested, Shi Shuiyan responded coldly. She wouldn't be afraid of rejecting anyone even if it was a divine king standing in front of her. Chapter 680. Young Master Mei was truly the young master of the Heavenly Plum God Clan. His cultivation level was high for his age, and undoubtedly, he would be the next lord of the clan. It was reasonable to say that young Master Mei might be a good candidate for someone like Shi Shuiyan, but she didn't see the need to accept young Master Mei's offer as she truly had no interest in him. You didn't find me interesting. I don't know who this Yi Tianyun might be, but I will crush him if it means having you for myself. There's no way your mortal world faction can match our Heavenly Plum God Clan, young Master Mei said coldly. If I send several Spirit King experts to the mortal world, did you seriously think your faction can handle them? Young Master Mei said coldly. Shi Shuiyan's expression immediately became colder as she looked at young Master Mei in the eye. Her murderous aura couldn't be contained anymore as she didn't take young Master Mei's threat lightly. Don't you dare try to threaten me now, Shi Shuiyan said with a threatening voice. It seems that you didn't quite understand me here. Don't forget why you can cultivate so fast here. Heavenly Plum God Clan wouldn't let you leave before you marry someone worthy of your status. I know what you are thinking. You wanted to leave after your cultivation is good enough to find your lover, don't you? Young Master Mei said with a smirk on his face. No way, that is impossible. The master told me that wouldn't happen to me, Shi Shuiyan said with a sad expression. You mean Elder Wan? She can tell you anything, but at the end of the day, the Great Elder's words are the absolute one. And the Great Elder is my mother, and therefore I suggest for your and your faction in mortal world's safety, you should become my Dao companion. Young Master Mei said with a smug look on his face. Shi Shuiyan's complexion turned 180 as she was really worried and afraid of what young Master Mei could do, so she just remained silent. What happened here? Young Master Mei, what are you doing here? A woman said as she walked in. Master, does the disciple here have to marry someone from Heavenly Plum God Clan? Shi Shuiyan immediately asked as she saw Elder Wan. Shi Shuiyan, that might be the case now. For the sake of the faction, you might have to marry someone from the faction, regardless of who it is. Elder Wan said with embarrassment clear on her face. That is not what you told me before, Master. I know that I have to repay the faction somehow, but I don't think I want to sacrifice my freedom. Shi Shuiyan said solemnly. She knew that she had to repay Heavenly Plum God Clan somehow, but she still wanted to be with Tianyun. You are too naive to think that our Heavenly Plum God race would let you leave anytime you want. It is literally impossible after you've used up so much resource for yourself. Now, do you think I am not worthy of you? Or do you think the person you like is more powerful than me? I promise you, if I ever see him, I would crush him to death. Young Master Mei said with a smirk on his face. Shuiyan, your bloodline is best to mingle with our Heavenly Plum God Clan. You should forget about everything you left in the mortal world. The person you miss would surely understand that. Elder Wan persuaded. I've already said from the beginning that I won't give you my freedom if I join this faction. Now, you're all just a big disappointment, Shi Shuiyan said coldly. Now, think it over again, Shuiyan. Did you have any other choice here? Just marry me, and I promise you that we would visit your mortal world faction someday. Furthermore, aren't I more handsome than the guy you left there? Young Master Mei said with confidence. No, there's not even a thing better about you than him. Shi Shuiyan said coldly. It seems that you still don't understand your position here. Maybe you will understand it after I put you in the ice cage so that you can cool your heads down in there. Young Master Mei said annoyedly. Elder Wan sighed, but she didn't do anything to help out Shi Shuiyan. Master, I didn't expect you to plan this from the beginning, Shi Shuiyan said while shaking her head in disappointment. Being your master is the last resort. I know from the beginning that your physique and innate ability would produce a strong descendant for our Heavenly Plum God Clan. Elder Wan sighed. She was on a mission to improve the quality of the Heavenly Plum God Clan's descendant as it was steadily declining. They surely couldn't let Shi Shuiyan go as she had the best innate ability and physique that Elder Wan has ever seen in a long time. It seems there's no other way out other than by force, Shi Shuiyan said as she pulled a long sword. Fighting me, do you think you force your way out? You are alone here. How do you think you can escape the palace alone? Furthermore, as long as you are in Heaven World, you wouldn't be able to escape. Young Master Mei said with a smirk on his face. Shi Shuiyan's face was full of conviction. She was prepared to fight her way out no matter what, for Tianyun's sake. She hoped that Tianyun was there to save her, but it was impossible. At least that was what she thought. Oh, you dare touch my woman. I will bury you 6 feet under, kid. Tianyun's voice came from the door, and as Shi Shuiyan looked at the door, she saw a figure that she thought would never see again. Chapter 681. Shi Shuiyan couldn't believe her eyes when she saw Tianyun. She had missed him so much for this past year, and now, she started thinking that she was seeing things. Am I seeing things? Shi Shuiyan was shocked. You aren't, Aunt, I am here for you. Tianyun walked into the room with a smile on his face. Tianyun, Shi Shuiyan shouted as she immediately plunged herself into Tianyun's embrace. She was excited to feel Tianyun's warmth against her skin again. I thought I would never see you again, Shi Shuiyan said excitedly. There would never come a time that I would let you go without my permission again, Aunt. I will look for you everywhere, Yi Tianyun said with a warm smile on his face. At the same time, young Master Mei was furious to see that Shi Shuiyan easily embraced another man in front of him like this. You are Yi Tianyun, how did you sneak in? You are truly tired of living, young Master Mei said coldly. Shi Shuiyan was startled as she finally realized that young Master Mei and Elder Wan was still inside the room, hence worried about Yi Tianyun's safety. But she was too late as young Master Mei suddenly attacked Yi Tianyun with a palm strike. Step back for a bit, Aunt, Yi Tianyun said as he immediately hugged Shi Shuiyan and released a cold light that bombarded young Master Mei, pushing him away from Yi Tianyun and Shi Shuiyan. This is a soul technique, young Master Mei said as he felt that his head was about to be torn apart from his body. Although he didn't receive any physical damage, young Master Mei knew that his soul was damaged from Yi Tianyun's attack. Soul technique is a cultivation technique that specialized in spirit-based attack. It was a rare technique as cultivating it was very hard. Usually, people with good divine rune synergy would be able to learn this technique too. At the same time, Yi Tianyun was holding back as he knew that the Heavenly Plum God clan had done so much to help Shi Shuiyan cultivated. Had it not for her, Yi Tianyun would have already killed young Master Mei without any second thought. That was why he was willing to spare the man who wanted to trap Shi Shuiyan there for the rest of her life and give Heavenly Plum God clan another chance. Now I know that you are truly capable of sneaking in with that technique of yours. I hate to break it to you, but she won't be able to leave this place. You won't be able to take her away. This place is Heavenly Plum God clan's place, and she is Heavenly Plum God clan's disciple. She has to follow our rules to repay us for every help that we had done for her cultivation. Young Master Mei said stubbornly. We've already spent so much resource on her, and that is why she won't be able to leave. And you will die for your sin of breaking into our faction. Young Master Mei confidently as he didn't feel any fear from Yi Tianyun. I don't know where you came from, but it is a big mistake to break into Heavenly Plum God clan. Elder Wan sighed. Shuiyan, you better persuade him to leave this place, and I will at least be willing to look the other way this time. Otherwise, don't blame me for what will happen to him, Elder Wan said solemnly. Young Master Mei smiled smugly towards Yi Tianyun as he thought that he had the upper hands. At the same time, Zhang Yi walked in as he wanted to find Elder Wan and was confused as he saw Yi Tianyun inside as well. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you that you are not allowed to walk around without any permission? And how did you get here? Zhang Yi said confusedly. You are with the new recruits. Of course, it all makes sense now. There is no way you can come in without a proper guide. Otherwise, you will be lost inside the maze and died, young Master Mei said with a smug look on his face. You are clever, mixing in with the new recruit surely wouldn't raise any suspicion. But you choose the wrong faction to break in, Elder Wan said coldly. I will say this one more time, Shuiyan. You better persuade him to leave this place. He is someone that you hold dear, and therefore I am willing to turn a blind eye about this. Elder Wan said solemnly to Shi Shuiyan. Now, is it about resources? I will pay double the amount, so how many resources have you used, Aunt? Yi Tianyun said as he pulled Shi Shuiyan to his embrace once more. You will pay double the amount. Did you think you can afford it? Young Master Mei said as he looked Yi Tianyun from top to bottom with disdain. I am willing to pay double because you didn't hurt Aunt in any way. If she was hurt, Heavenly Plum God clan would have been gone already. Yi Tianyun said coldly. Shi Shuiyan looked at Yi Tianyun with awe as she was very flattered that Yi Tianyun was so concerned about her. But suddenly, a new voice entered the room that startled Shi Shuiyan quite a bit. You make a big statement there, young man. I didn't really approve of Yiming's pursuit of Lady Shuiyan, but I can't let that provocation of yours slide. How dare you threaten my people in my place? A beautiful woman came into the room with confidence, and immediately young Master Mei's eyes lit up in excitement. Mother! Young Master Mei shouted excitedly. This beautiful woman was young Master Mei's mother, which meant she was the great elder of Heavenly Plum God clan. She was a strong cultivator with the cultivation at Spirit King stage, and her power was really amazing as it was probably above her cultivation level. Shi Shuiyan herself began to worry as she saw a great elder coming in. She knew that the great elder was not an average cultivator, and she was afraid that Yi Tianyun would be in big trouble because of this. But it certainly was not the case as Yi Tianyun looked at the great elder coldly. Are you challenging me right now? Yi Tianyun said coldly. Chapter 682. You are just a brat from mortal world. Do you know who you are up against here? Your ignorance would be your downfall, Elder Mei said coldly at Yi Tianyun. But it didn't deter Yi Tianyun at all, as it was Elder Mei who didn't know who she was up against here. You're clearly clueless, so let me fill you in. My son has ice origin body, and thus he was very much in sync with Xuan, as she also has one. Thus, their offspring would be born with extraordinary innate ability, as they would no doubt have ice origin body too. But you, it was clear to me that you are nothing special. I will give you a chance now. I will let you return to mortal world with 2 sacred tools, 10 million spirit stones, and 10 5th-grade medicinal pills, as long as you let Shi Xuan becomes my son's Dao companion. Elder Mei said angrily. Hearing her words, Shi Xuan had mixed feelings, as she thought it would be better for Yi Tianyun to take up her offer. It would definitely help improve the Heavenly Cloud Empire and save Yi Tianyun the trouble of rescuing her from this place. 2 sacred tools, 10 million spirit stones, and 10 5th-grade medicinal pills. Yi Tianyun asked with a smirk on his face, as that amount was nothing compared to Shi Xuan's worth. Is it not enough? I will also add 1 heavens level martial arts with 1 6th-grade medicinal pill. Now, if you still find it insufficient, I don't know what else to say. Elder Mei said annoyedly. She thought that all cultivators in mortal world were low level and they should find her offer hard to resist. Young Master Mei beside her was also grinning happily, as he thought that he would finally have Shi Xuan for himself. He also thought that there was no way Yi Tianyun would want to pass up these compensations from Heavenly Plum God Clan. I will give you 5 sacred tools, 50 million spirit stones, 50 5th-grade medicinal pills, and 5 heavens level martial art for Shi Xuan, and you better get out of my sight after that. Your evaluation of Shi Xuan is total garbage. It's clear that you're not worthy of her. Yi Tianyun said annoyedly. Elder Wan stared at Yi Tianyun as she didn't believe what she just heard from Yi Tianyun's mouth. The amount of resources that Yi Tianyun was willing to give up was enormous compared to the amount a divine nation would be willing to give in exchange for a favorable female cultivator for their Dao companion. You are bluffing, you poor brat. Did you have that many treasures on you now? If you can pull out that many treasures now, I will walk away backward like an idiot. Young Master Mei said while snickering at Yi Tianyun. Don't you dare go back on your words later. Yi Tianyun said as he pulled out 5 sacred tools from his storage ring, which surprised everyone. Yi Tianyun pulled out several weapons at sacred tools rank and several armors at sacred tool rank, and Yi Tianyun threw them all out like they worth nothing at all. Now, walk backward, you damn fool. Yi Tianyun said coldly. Everyone was still surprised that Yi Tianyun had that many treasures on the go, and they were really curious whether Yi Tianyun would also bring other things that he said he would give now. Since Great Elder Mei wanted to humiliate him with wealth, then he would also use wealth to humiliate them in return. After all, 5 sacred tools were just garbage for Yi Tianyun now. This is impossible. Who are you, and where is all this coming from? You definitely stole it, young Master Mei said angrily at Yi Tianyun. You better not go back on your previous word. I hate the people who lied the most on this world. Yi Tianyun said at Elder Wan and Great Elder Mei as they also heard young Master Mei's condescending remark earlier. Elder Wan didn't say anything as she couldn't help young Master Mei here. I don't know where you got so many sacred tools, but my offer is the only things that stand here. Are you going to take it, or will you die here of your sin? Either way, Shi Xuan must stay here. Great Elder Mei said coldly. Oh, I see that you are too arrogant for your own good. You think your faction can afford that now? Your faction isn't even on top 10 of Heaven World anymore. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. How dare you? Great Elder Mei said furiously. Elder Wan, on the side, was shocked that Yi Tianyun would provoke Great Elder Mei like this. It was a death sentence as Elder Wan thought there was no way Yi Tianyun would be stronger than Great Elder Mei. The worst thing an outsider could say was how bad the Heavenly Plum God clan has fallen and how far they've been from their past glory. It seems that you really want to die here. There is a certain word that you shouldn't ever say here, brat, but you said it. Today will be the last day that you walk on this earth. Great Elder Mei's Spirit King aura instantly erupted as she was extremely furious. Her aura immediately put pressure on everyone on the room, except for Yi Tianyun. Tianyun, please stop, Shi Xuan said, but before she could say anything else, the pressure from Great Elder Mei prevented her from doing so. Don't worry, Aunt, I promise that I will always protect you. Yi Tianyun smiled and thus immediately calmed Shi Xuan down a little bit. She knew that even if the world collapsed, Tianyun would always hold on to his words. Tianyun immediately turned his attention towards Great Elder Mei. I will say it one more time here. I am not the most patient kind of man, and you seem so keen on exhausting my patience. I don't want to get Shi Shuiyan through violence as your clan has treated her kindly, but it was clear to me that you all have a bad intention for her. You want to marry your ugly son with her. He doesn't even match Shi Shuiyan's potential. Did you really want to push me over my limit here? Tianyun said coldly. His tone was full of disgust, and it was clear from the seeping killing intent he let loose that Tianyun was serious. Chapter 683. Tianyun wasn't afraid of Great Elder Mei's power, but clearly, Shi Shuiyan was worried about Tianyun's safety. She thought that Great Elder Mei was stronger than Tianyun. After all, she didn't know how strong Tianyun had become. However, after looking at how confident Tianyun seemed, Shi Shuiyan tried to calm down a little bit. All of you, help me defeat this man, young Master Mei said while still hiding behind his mother with a smirk on his face. He was embarrassed and angry at Tianyun for knocking him down earlier, and now that his mother was here, he was slightly overconfident. He was excited upon the thought that Shi Shuiyan would be his woman soon enough. You all are full of ignorance, Tianyun said as he fired an energy blast from his palm. The projectile wasn't fast, and it seemed too dull to be a powerful technique, but once it reached young Master Mei that Tianyun targeted, young Master Mei was immediately slammed backward. Young Master Mei screamed as he was sent flying into a thick wall and then into the open snowfield behind the wall. The snowfield was immediately covered by thick red stain as young Master Mei lied unmoving above it. An 8th layer void spirit expert was dealt with in one shot. Great Elder Mei screamed as she called out her son's name and quickly flew towards her son's unmoving body. She immediately checked his condition, which was grave. She noticed that all Mei Yiming's bones were broken, and his bleeding was severe that it was hard to heal. She realized that even a cure divine pill wouldn't be able to help her son now. Tianyun stared at them with an impassive look on his face. He didn't care about these people, and he already warned them, but they were too stubborn and prideful. Tianyun wouldn't show any mercy to those that he considered an enemy, so he didn't feel any emotion as he killed young Master Mei. I already said that you shouldn't block my path before, and now, I'll warn you again. Tianyun said as he walked away while holding Shi Shuiyan's hand and passed by Great Elder Mei on the snowfield indifferently. Shi Shuiyan was shocked by what she just saw. She now realized that she didn't have to worry about Tianyun since he might be at least at late stage Spirit King stage. You actually killed my son. I will kill you myself. Great Elder Mei screamed like a madman and rushed towards Tianyun. She released her full aura, creating a blizzard around her as she ran. She pulled out a giant sword that was a sacred tool that concentrated the cold around her. She immediately struck down Tianyun as she was close enough, releasing all the cold aura that the giant sword has stored. She had an amazing ice origin body herself, and it was to the point that it could be called Ice Holy Body. She clearly had an advantage as she fought on a snowy field. It was expected as she was the great elder of Heavenly Plum God clan with a long history of ice spiritual energy user. But even that much power was still meaningless in front of Tianyun. Get away from me, Tianyun said as he activated the effect of his desolate ancient equipment, which immediately boosted his power beyond what Great Elder Mei could handle. The huge giant sword on Great Elder Mei's hand was broken and turned into ice debris as it hit Tianyun's attack. Great Elder Mei herself was blown away from the impact and took another attack from Tianyun midair, ended up with her falling into the snowy field with a thud. Are you dead yet? Tianyun asked indifferently. He didn't even release his full power yet, but he knew that a mere Spirit King cultivator wouldn't be able to stand against his power now. But after seeing that Great Elder Mei was still moving, he was slightly surprised. Great Elder Mei tried to stand back up once again. She looked so fragile now as a dim light tried to cover her entire body. Tianyun realized that Great Elder Mei had a protective layer around her body, mitigating the damage from Tianyun's attack. How could you be so strong? Great Elder Mei asked stutteringly as she finally felt fear towards Tianyun. She was a Spirit King expert, but Tianyun took her down effortlessly, so she was certain that Tianyun was much stronger than she ever anticipated. Elder Wan, on the side, was also shocked to see the scene unfolding before her. Her cultivation wasn't too far below Great Elder Mei, so she realized that Tianyun wasn't someone they should piss off. She trembled slightly as she thought it could be her lying there instead of Great Elder Mei, as she was also guilty of lying to Shi Shuiyan. Tianyun, you have gotten stronger yet again, Shi Shuiyan said with shock clear on her face. Although she had expected that Yi Tianyun has powered up before coming to Heaven World, she didn't expect he'd be this powerful. She was caught in a dilemma as she wanted to catch up with Yi Tianyun, but she realized that it was probably impossible. I already said that I would protect you with my life before, Aunt. I am a man who would keep his words, so believe in me. Yi Tianyun said with a boyish charm. Shi Shuiyan blushed as she felt warm and fuzzy after hearing Yi Tianyun's words. She then realized that the most important thing in her life right now was to stay by Yi Tianyun's side. But soon enough, the elders of Heavenly Plum God Clan flew towards the scene as they sensed the fluctuating spiritual energy on the place. What happened here? The elders asked confusedly. He is an intruder who tried to tear Heavenly Plum God Clan apart. Great Elder Mei shouted weakly as she tried to use the entire faction to be her avenger. If she told the truth, there is no doubt on her mind that she would be ridiculed and demoted from the faction's leaderboard. Chapter 684. What? An intruder? The elders of Heavenly Plum God Clan was confused with Great Elder Mei's situation, but they immediately stared at Yi Tianyun and sensed the murderous aura that was coming out of Yi Tianyun. Everyone could see Zhang Yi and Elder Wan's scared face, but they couldn't really tell how an intruder could enter the Heavenly Plum God Clan palace. Did Zhang Yi bring him in? They knew that Yi Tianyun's cultivation was really high. After all, even the Great Elder couldn't even deal with him. Yes, he is the intruder. He even killed my son. Great Elder Mei said as she held young Master Mei's body in her arms. The elders observed the young Master Mei's body, and they really couldn't sense any trace of aura coming out of his body. It was unfortunate that he didn't have the same protection as his mother. Otherwise, he might have survived Yi Tianyun's attack. Wow, you aren't just an ordinary vengeful woman, but also a liar. I already told you that if you didn't block my path, you wouldn't receive this much damage. Yi Tianyun said coldly. He then turned his attention towards Elder Wan. You may want to persuade them to back off. Otherwise, your Heavenly Plum God Clan would lose so many elders at one time here. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Although Yi Tianyun didn't mind killing these people, he didn't want to do it without warning. Young Master Mei was an exception as he really pushed Yi Tianyun's patience. Elders, he is an intruder, but he didn't come here for our treasure, so please calm down for a moment. Elder Wan said as she was scared of what Yi Tianyun could do. She knew that Yi Tianyun could kill everyone here with ease, and thus the only one that would suffer a significant loss here was just Heavenly Plum God Clan in the end. Elder Wan, are you seriously trying to defend the criminal? Are you betraying us for this man? Or maybe you are the one who brought him in here in the first place? Great Elder Mei said irrationally. She was so desperate to pit everyone against Yi Tianyun as she didn't care about what happened to everyone after that any longer. She even branded Elder Wan as the traitor as she didn't want her plans to be stopped. You have to kill the intruder. Ignore this traitor, Great Elder Mei said maniacally. At the same time, more elders and deacons arrived the scene, and because Great Elder Mei's status was way higher than Elder Wan, people start to ignore her. What happened here? A middle-aged man flew over and saw young Master Mei on his mother's arm. His face suddenly turned pale. Who killed him? He asked coldly. Qingyuan, it was him. He killed our child. Elder Mei cried on the man's arm. You, who are you? How dare you killed my child on my ground? Mei Qingyuan said coldly as he released a chilling killing intent. I didn't do it out of contempt. I just want to bring back my aunt, but he insisted on getting in my way. I already warned you guys beforehand, so it's not my fault if you decide not to heed my warning. Your son and woman were stupid enough to cross my path. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. He didn't really care about this man, as this world was better off without people like his son and wife over there. How dare you? Mei Qingyuan shouted as he immediately signaled for everyone to assume their battle stance. He could order everyone right now because he was the temporary lord of Heavenly Plum God Clan. The real lord has retired, and the Heavenly Plum God Clan still couldn't find any respectful lord right now. I don't care what you're here for, but the thing that matters now is that you killed my son. You will be executed here for breaking our sacred boundaries and killed one of us. I will not let any of you leave, Mei Qingyuan said coldly. In an instant, the elders were moving in formation, and some of them were flying in the air, surrounding Yi Tianyun from all directions. The Heavenly Plum began to light up at the same time. The little plum blossomed on the top started to blossom and releasing a rose fragrance all over the place. It was the great array that was covered with a strong divine rune and protected this place. The entire Heavenly Plum God clan's palace was covered with an energy barrier in an instant, preventing anyone from leaving this place. The great array wasn't made only to keep people out but also to prevent people from leaving. The plum blossom tree lighted up as a response, brightening the entire Heavenly Plum God clan. But Tianyun's expression was still indifferent as he wasn't afraid of something like this. Heavenly Plum God technique, Tianyun said indifferently as he observed everything with his appraisal eye. Heavenly Plum God array, a great array that was built on countless Tianmei, it had the effect of blocking attacks and preventing the enemy from escaping. With the place became all bright from the lights of Heavenly Plum Tree, no one could hide. Heavenly Plum Tree could also attack with a formidable ice attack, mobilizing the nearby ice spiritual energy. Tianyun, this great array power is truly strong. Not even Saint King Expert can escape from it. Xuan said worriedly. Well, let us see what happened after I tried withstanding it for the first time. Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. He wasn't afraid at all as he already knew about this great array from the start. He already expected this great array would be activated to prevent him from leaving with Xuan. But the problem here wasn't this great array. The people of the Heavenly Plum God clan were so obsessed to capture him that they even trapped themselves here with him. It was clear that these people couldn't think clearly about what they were doing. Chapter 685. I advise you to surrender. Even if you are a Saint King Expert, you will not be able to escape this place. Mei Qingyuan said threateningly. He knew that Xuan was his guest, but now that he has lost his son, he didn't care about her anymore, especially after seeing that she was holding Tianyun's hand. What will you do to us if we surrender? Tianyun asked indifferently. I will sacrifice your blood and flesh to the demons so that my son's spirit can rest. Mei Qingyuan said coldly. At the same time, the elders were exhausted as their spiritual power was constantly consumed to activate the great array, but they wouldn't give in as they were confident that they would be able to subdue the intruder. The area began to get cold beyond measure as the great array kept getting colder with each passing second. It was like being burned by the heavenly yin fire, which was freezing. But that was the purpose of this great array as the enemy was supposed to be frozen and they would easily capture them afterward. Mei Qingyuan and the elders watched Xuan and Tianyun expectantly as the surroundings became freezing. There's nothing I can do. They won't lend an ear to my words, but I hope that you can forgive us. Elder Wan said. She knew that Tianyun wouldn't be affected by the great array, so she at least hoped that Tianyun wouldn't obliterate the Heavenly Plum God clan. Suddenly, a terrifying sword aura cut through the cold like nothing as the bright red light covered the place. The bright red light was burning the Tianmei trees, quickly turning them into ashes. It all happened too fast that the elders didn't have the time to react. The elders tried to move away, but it was too late. The bright red light also devoured and burned them down to ashes. Successfully killed Heavenly Plum God clan's elder. Successfully killed Heavenly. Tianyun killed the Spirit King stage elders with just one swing of his sword. Not just that, but he also destroyed many of the Tianmei trees in the vicinity. But even so, the great array's effect was still active as destroying several trees wasn't the answer to deactivating the great array. But so many elders were killed, and their spiritual power was the foundation of the great array. With that information in hand, Tianyun knew that the great array wouldn't last long. You wish to capture me with that cheap trick of yours? Tianyun said as he held the heavenly netherworld divine sword in his hand. It was a divine tool with a terrifying aura. Everyone immediately noticed the menacing aura that the sword emitted from afar almost instantly. Mei Qingyuan was shocked to see the scene unfolding right in front of his eyes right now. Tianyun just killed so many elders in one fell swoop. Great Elder Mei was also stunned as she was convinced that Tianyun wouldn't be able to do anything, but now, it was clearly wasn't the case. Tianmei trees was supposed to be hard to damage, but Tianyun easily burned it down to ashes. It was definitely not a scene they could see any day, which obviously frightened them. This man is not to be messed with. Is this really the man you love, Xuan? Elder Wan asked with a shocked expression on her face. This is a mortal fire. Who are you? Mei Qingyuan asked with fear etched on his face. He finally realized that the man in front of him wasn't someone he should provoke despite his young age. What is it to you? You won't need it once I am done with you. Tianyun said indifferently. Activates crazy mode. Tianyun muttered. raising his combat power. Everyone could feel that the earth was shaking beneath their feet as Tianyun seemed to release his aura. This was the effect of activating the crazy mode as his combat power was multiplied by 32 times. Xuan was the only one who wasn't terrified by Tianyun's aura as she was already accustomed to it. The heavenly netherworld divine sword on his hands shone as it consumed the immortal fire that Tianyun discharged. The heavenly netherworld divine sword didn't need the netherworld fire to activate despite its name. In fact, it could absorb any fire to amplify its power. Tianyun's immortal fire was definitely superior to the heavenly plum great array as the heat from the immortal fire gradually melted the snow and ice that covered the place in a quick pace. "We have to stop him, quickly," Mei Qingyuan shouted horrifiedly, but everyone was too scared to even get close. Although their cultivation wasn't low, in front of Tianyun's power, they felt powerless. "I hope this power isn't too much," Tianyun said with a smirk on his face as the heavenly netherworld divine sword on his hands kept on absorbing the immortal fire. He then swung the sword towards the ground while releasing all the immortal fire that the heavenly netherworld divine sword absorbed. A terrifying explosion occurred, and countless sword aura exploded everywhere, cutting everything like a piece of paper. It even cut through the shield that the great array erected around the place. This was because Tianyun cut the great array's core in the center of the palace. With the core gone, the great array lost its integrity and couldn't hold its power anymore. That was how Tianyun could easily cut the barrier that kept everyone in this area. The mist that allowed Heavenly Plum God Clan to remain hidden also slowly diminished, revealing the Heavenly Plum God Clan to the outside world. If there was someone out there who tried to look up the mountain, they would be able to see the buildings that belonged to the Heavenly Plum God Clan. Without the great array protecting them, there was no way Heavenly Plum God Clan could withstand the incoming attack from the outside if they were invaded. But in general, there would be little to no people who wanted to go there as Heavenly Plum God Clan didn't have that many treasures. But clearly, they were in danger of extinction as they successfully angered Tianyun. Chapter 686. My sword easily cut through your great array. Did you still think you can capture me now? Tianyun said tauntingly. He swung his sword one more time, and this time a huge flame was concentrated once more, and this time, slightly more powerful than the previous one. Mei Qingyuan was horrified by what he saw, while Great Elder Mei on his side was having a panic attack as she saw that there was no way Heavenly Plum God Clan could win this battle. She thought that Tianyun's cultivation would be at Spirit King peak stage at most, but now she realized that Tianyun's cultivation was far higher than that. "Stop," Mei Qingyuan shouted pleadingly. He knew that their cultivation was like heaven and earth, so he wanted to preserve what was left of his faction at the very least. He knew that the Heavenly Plum God Clan was powerless before Tianyun, so he wanted to stop the battle as soon as possible. This sword dance was the end of this battle, Tianyun said as he slammed down his sword to the ground once more, and the snow on top of the mountain instantly melted and turned the ground into wasteland. The beautiful place that was once covered with white snow and many tianmei trees growing above it were nowhere to be seen. Tianyun still considered himself forgiving enough to Heavenly Plum God Clan as he didn't annihilate them completely and just killed some of the elders while destroying their palace and several other buildings. He let most of the elders escape as he thought it was pointless going after them. He wanted to kill Mei Qingyuan too, but Tianyun thought that there would be no fun in finishing off his enemy so soon, so he let Mei Qingyuan witness his power a little bit more. "Did you think your son is good enough to marry my woman now?" Tianyun said as the fire on the ground intensified once more, this time completely decimating the great array and destroying several other buildings in the vicinity. If this kept up, the entire mountain would be inhabitable soon. The cultivators who were escaping watched the scene unfolding in front of them in horror, especially the raging sea of fire that was continuously burning the ground. The cold spiritual energy in this place couldn't even stop the fire from spreading, let alone them. "Please stop," Mei Qingyuan shouted once more as he felt his heart broken upon seeing more and more Heavenly Plum God Clan's territory turning into a wasteland. He was powerless to save his son, and now he was powerless to save his faction. He could only watch as he saw his beloved faction was being burned to the ground. Meanwhile, Great Elder Mei was feeling remorse for what she had done. She has just provoked someone that was not on Heavenly Plum God Clan's league. "Well, I am not done yet. Regret what you have done in the next life," Tianyun said coldly as he increased the intensity of the immortal fire that came out of his heavenly netherworld divine sword. Mei Qingyuan started crying as he felt really hopeless now, but then, someone came and sprinkled rain on the area, slowly extinguishing the immortal fire. That is enough, friend. An old man said as he slowly descended to the ground. Lord, the elders shouted as they saw the old man. The old man's footstep created a bloom of plum flower in the air. Mei Wenshu, third layer Saint King Cultivation expert, has heavenly plum god race bloodline, releasing the power of Tianmei and cold that can freeze anything. Even though the old man had a powerful bloodline, his third layer Saint King Cultivation base was irrelevant before Yi Tianyun's eyes. Lord, please help us, he is an intruder. He came in and destroyed our heavenly plum palace and the rest of our great array. My lord, I beg of you to avenge us. He killed my son. Great Elder Mei cried out to Mei Wengshu. She thought that the Lord would be able to deal with Yi Tianyun somehow and took a gamble that Mei Wengshu could avenge her son. Shut the fuck up, Mei Wengshu screamed coldly, slapping Great Elder Mei and Mei Qingyuan hard on their face. Both of them were stunned by what just happened, and the elders were no different as they didn't understand why their lord scolded the two people who tried their best to drive out the intruder instead of fighting that intruder. Friend, I am sorry on behalf of my faction. It was truly our mistake this time. Please forgive them for their ignorance. Mei Weishu said to Yi Tianyun while bowing his head. The elders stared wide-eyed at what their lord had done. Yi Tianyun has killed so many cultivators on their side, but he was the one who apologized instead. They started to wonder what was going on right now, as they were really confused by their lord's behavior. Finally, a reasonable man. Had you arrived earlier, this pointless battle wouldn't happen, you know. You have a group of ignorants there who thought that they are the best in this world. Yi Tianyun said indifferently, but well, I understand that everyone had their orders. Therefore, I will forgive your faction, but I will never let the two people go. Everyone has to pay the price of what they had done, that's the principle I've been holding onto. Yi Tianyun said indifferently as he looks at Mei Qingyuan and Great Elder Mei. Although the Lord of Heavenly Plum God clan has come, Yi Tianyun wouldn't let Mei Qingyuan and Great Elder Mei escape after pushing his patience like that. Now, the Lord of Heavenly Plum God clan had to choose whether he would defend those two with the risk of leading the entire faction to doom or to let them die in exchange for saving the faction. Chapter 687. Yi Tianyun's word was a little bit much as he already killed many elders yet still wanted to claim the life of Mei Qingyuan, who would likely become the next lord along with his wife, Great Elder Mei. Everyone was shocked to hear Yi Tianyun's blatant words, but they were more curious about Mei Wenshu's response. You may do as you please, Mei Wenshu said as he agreed to give Yi Tianyun's terms. Mei Qingyuan and Great Elder Mei were both appalled by Mei Wenshu's words. Both of them have contributed a lot to the Heavenly Plum God clan, but they were abandoned quickly without any consideration. My lord, won't you consider it a little bit more? Are we that worthless for you? Mei Qingyuan said while begging for his life to Mei Wenshu. Don't you know who you provoke, brother? Mei Wenshu said coldly. He spent so much effort on extinguishing the immortal fire earlier, so he knew that the man in front of him right now wasn't some ordinary cultivator. Plus, the sword aura he saw from afar earlier would definitely cut him down if he ever considered going against this man. I am sorry, Great Elder Mei said as she cried out remorsefully. But everything was already too late, and she couldn't take back what she had done. The fact that the Lord came and willing to compromise despite the fact that the man in front of them was an intruder told Great Elder Mei that their faction wouldn't have any chance of defeating this man. Furthermore, even a fool knew how to choose between this option. It was better to sacrifice two people instead of letting the entire faction burns. I want an audience with the old ancestor, Mei Qingyuan said with a gritted tooth. You don't have that right, and this is also old ancestor's decision. Mei Wenshu said indifferently. That is impossible. The old ancestor is my father. He wouldn't let me die like this. Mei Qingyuan shouted desperately at Mei Wenshu. He knew that Mei Wenshu, his brother, wouldn't lie about such a thing, but it was hard to accept that his father and brother have abandoned him like this. Enough. What you have done in the past is now showing their heads. I have long averted my eyes from what you have done, but you never change. Especially you, Mei Wenshu shouted coldly while glancing towards Great Elder Mei. Qingyuan, you have spoiled your wife and son that they become arrogant. Did they really think that they are invincible just because they are the heir of the Heavenly Plum God clan? Who do you think caused all this? Mei Wenshu said coldly. Great Elder Mei's face paled as she regretted everything, but everything was too late. She has already caused unimaginable damage to the Heavenly Plum God Palace and caused a lot of suffering to her fellow clan member. On the other hand, Mei Wenshu didn't exactly know what happened earlier, but he has already seen Yi Tianyun with Shi Shuiyan. And that fact alone explained many things. Originally, Shi Shuiyan was just their guest, who would help Heavenly Plum God clan grow in exchange for allowing her to cultivate faster here, but then he heard that Great Elder Mei supported her son's decision to marry Shi Shuiyan and even planned to force her into it. He already knew all this yet didn't say anything about it, but who knew that it was a terrible mistake on his part, as no one would know that she was with a terrifying expert like this. He also realized that Yi Tianyun wouldn't do something without reason and thus concluded that someone must have provoked Yi Tianyun for things to get this bad. It is all my fault. But please spare me, Great Elder Mei cried out as she begged for her life, but it was too late as Yi Tianyun didn't have any intention to let them go. Yi Tianyun took his step with Shi Shuiyan step by step towards Great Elder Mei and Mei Qingyuan. I already warned you that I want to solve it peacefully, but you make me very disappointed of Heavenly Plum God clan. I want to end it so badly as staying here and seeing your face makes me want to puke. Yi Tianyun said as he grasped Great Elder Mei's neck and raised her up. There was no chance to struggle as she didn't have any strength left on her body. May you unable to reborn again in the next life. I will turn into a ghost to haunt you so that my curse would be permanent. Great Elder Mei said through her teeth. You curse me to never reborn again and will haunt me forever to make the curse permanent. You are not the first person to do that, and I would say that you are not the last either. But people on their ends meet would always do something so boring like this. Yi Tianyun said as his eyes glowed white and made a pulling motion with his other hands. In a short while, Great Elder Mei's soul was dragged out. This is the evil spirit race's secret technique, which could force someone's soul out of their body so they could possess their body more easily. However, this technique was rather difficult, and the difference between their cultivation base was vital for this technique. However, it was obvious that Yi Tianyun was so far ahead compared to Great Elder Mei that this technique was rather easy to pull off. What you have done. Great Elder Mei screamed in her soul form as she felt more sensitive than before. I don't want you to turn into a ghost to haunt me later, so I will strip you off from your soul now. You clearly had no intention to repent and instead curse me and even threatens me. But now, with this technique, none of it will come true. Yi Tianyun said with a cold smile on his face. But rest assured, I will give Heavenly Plum God clan another chance as they treated my aunt with respect until recently, but I hope this would never happen again in the future. Yi Tianyun said towards Mei Wenshu while igniting the immortal fire on his hands, burning Great Elder Mei's soul. She screamed violently, chilling people to their bones as the scream was so horror-inducing. But Yi Tianyun's expression was still indifferent as he was ruthless towards his enemy. Chapter 688. The screams could be heard throughout the area, which obviously terrified everyone. They've never seen anything like this before. The bright flame burned down Great Elder Mei's soul slowly like a lit-up well-made candle. Please, make it painless. Mei Qingyuan begged Yi Tianyun as he saw that Yi Tianyun was basically torturing his wife. Would you make it painless too if you do it to me? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Mei Qingyuan closed his eyes as he couldn't say anything else. Everyone knew that he would also torture Yi Tianyun if that were the case, especially seeing that Yi Tianyun has killed his son earlier. At least you know your place, so I guess I will grant you a good way to die. Yi Tianyun said as he waved his hand, and Mei Qingyuan was instantly caught on fire and started burning. Yi Tianyun's method was very simple. He would just burn people to death as it was the easiest way. The people from Heavenly Plum God clan couldn't do anything besides watching the two who were once their leader being burned to death. Although Mei Qingyuan was sacrificed to save the entire faction, and even though people understood that the fault lied within Great Elder Mei, it was a little bit sad to see someone they once knew being burned like this nonetheless. Mei Wenshu himself could only sigh as he knew that there was nothing he could do. Okay, since you gave me your word, I will keep mine too. Yi Tianyun said as he waved his hands, and the rest of the immortal fire that was burning the Heavenly Plum God clan's building returned towards Yi Tianyun. But the marks were still there. The place was scorched badly. Some even left a trace of magma as the metal and rocks melted under the intense heat. Yi Tianyun alone made it look like a whole different place altogether. Although the situation was under control now, half of the place was razed down. If Mei Wenshu came any later, the entire place might have been already burned to the ground. Mei Wenshu knew that the Heavenly Plum would be rebuilt once more, but it would take so much resource. Yi Tianyun himself didn't mind the resistance that the Great Elder Mei showed at the beginning, as every enemy would only turn into a good experience boost for Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun turned his attention towards Elder Wan, who already collapsed on the ground from her fear of Yi Tianyun. You don't have to punish her. She still took care of me despite her final betrayal. I don't really want her to be killed now, Shi Shuiyan said as he persuaded Yi Tianyun to stop. She didn't plan to call Elder Wan her master anymore, but her conscience couldn't allow her to let Elder Wan die now. Although Shi Shuiyan was still a little bit worried that Yi Tianyun would start killing everyone at Heavenly Plum God Clan, she still had faith that Yi Tianyun wouldn't do something so barbaric without any solid reason. When she was still at Heavenly Cloud Palace, she had long been dubbed the title of Slaughter Palace's master. All right, I will listen to your word, Aunt, Yi Tianyun said as he smiled at Shi Shuiyan. If it were Shi Shuiyan's wish, Yi Tianyun would surely try to make it happen. One thing before I leave. I originally come here to find someone, and it may sound weird coming from me, seeing that the situation has turned out for the worse. But, I know that you aren't the one who caused all this, but you still complied with your elders and tried to trap Shi Shuiyan here, so I hope you realize that your life had been spared thanks to Shi Shuiyan's kindness. Yi Tianyun said coldly towards Elder Wan. Yi Tianyun wasn't just being arrogant right now. He simply wanted Elder Wan to think about her mistakes in the past and moved on for the better. She, without any doubt, has helped Shi Shuiyan become much stronger than her original cultivation level. Mei Wenshu didn't say anything to this as he was disappointed by what his people had done. Had they treated her carefully, maybe Heavenly Plum God Clan could build a good relationship with this man. Tianyun, let's leave, I don't want to see them any longer, Shi Shuiyan said as the look of sadness overcame her face. She originally intended to return the favor for everything that Heavenly Plum God Clan had done for her, but now that she understood that it was all a ruse, she didn't want anything to do with them anymore. Her cultivation level had breakthrough a lot during her stay in the Heavenly Plum God Clan, and she still cultivated a lot more on her own. She knew that her cultivation technique and spiritual body were very suitable for the Heavenly Plum God Clan. The Heavenly Plum God Clan was certain that Shi Shuiyan could help them develop further generations. However, it was unfortunate as they found Shi Shuiyan as Yi Tianyun's woman. Well, now that the place has lost its charm, I also don't want to stay here any longer. Let's go, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face and stretched out his hand for Shi Shuiyan to take. Yi Tianyun then summoned the blue phoenix and helped Shi Shuiyan climb into its back. After making sure that Shi Shuiyan was comfortable on top of the phoenix, Yi Tianyun and the phoenix flew off from Heavenly Plum God Clan's area, leaving everyone behind. After Yi Tianyun was no longer seen from everyone's peripheral vision, Great Elder Mei's soul and Mei Qingyuan's body immediately burst out in flames faster than before, swallowing them completely. It was because Shi Shuiyan said that she wanted Yi Tianyun to end everything faster. It could be said that she has freed both of them from torture. Had it not for Shi Shuiyan's word, they would still be engulfed in flames for days before they would turn to ashes. Especially Great Elder Mei's soul that burned like a burning candle. Who knew how long it would take for her soul to vanish completely if Shi Shuiyan didn't say that she wanted to leave quickly. Nonetheless, the chill from witnessing Yi Tianyun's power was still fresh on everyone else's mind. Everyone was traumatized by the chilling scream that they heard earlier. Chapter 689. After Yi Tianyun and Shi Shuiyan left, Heavenly Plum God Clan finally could rest a little bit easier, but they still had these mixed feelings as they were humiliated to the worst degree. So many elder-ranked cultivators were killed, and the palace itself was destroyed beyond recognition. I didn't expect to face this problem immediately after my retirement. Mei Wenshu sighed heavily as he watched the place crumble. Never he thought that the faction he loved so much would be destroyed after picking a fight with a terrifying cultivator like this. Mei Wenshu felt utterly disappointed as there was no right and wrong on this matter. Even if what they had done was right, their opponent would still crush them to the ground. Heavenly Plum God Clan was not as powerful as it was in the past, and now, Mei Wenshu finally understood how powerful other faction was. It seems that I have to make sure that everyone on this faction composes themselves some more. Everyone is too arrogant for their own good. Don't any of you realize that there are so many frighteningly powerful factions out there? Mei Wenshu said coldly to the rest of the cultivators who managed to survive Yi Tianyun's attack. From today onward, Heavenly Plum God Clan would be closed for 100 years. No one was allowed to get out, and everyone has to start repairing the palace in the Great Array. Mei Wenshu said bitterly, but there was nothing else he could do. Heavenly Plum God clan was now very susceptible to any attack from the outside. Lord, aren't we supposed to have our revenge? One of the deacons said angrily. He wanted to kill the intruder earlier, but as Mei Wenshu stopped them, he could only stand aside. Do you think I didn't want to do that? Old Ancestor said that he could feel that the intruder has an unusually high power that was beyond our control. His sword that he used earlier could cut us down all at once. Mei Wenshu said while shaking his head. One sword could destroy us like that. Isn't our old ancestor a formidable expert who survived the Battle of Heaven World? The cultivators were shocked to hear Mei Wenshu's word. If it were true, then not even their old ancestor could defeat the intruder. It's exactly because he once survived the Battle of Heaven World that he could sense how strong the intruder was. It was clear that the man was above Saint King Peak stage at this point. This is why I honestly ask you to mind your attitude in the future. I don't want another idiot randomly provoking another terrifyingly strong person like this. Mei Wenshu said with a sad face. Seeing that our clan had lost 5 sacred tools with the death of my brother, his wife, and their son, we are weakened beyond measures. I will have to ask several of you to build a good connection outside to increase our power in the future. Mei Wenshu said with a deep sigh. I know that you may hate the state we're in now, but if you really want revenge on the intruder earlier, cultivate more vigorously. Reach the cultivation level that is beyond him so that you would be able to win the fight. I will look forward to the day you can accomplish that, Mei Wenshu said charismatically, but, if none of you could reach such cultivation, I don't want to hear or see anything like this again. Mei Wenshu said solemnly. He was saddened by what happened to the faction, but there was nothing he could do. Moreover, he didn't want the news of what happened to their faction spreading out to other factions. Invasion was the least thing he wanted right now. While the Heavenly Plum God clan was repairing the palace, Tianyun took Shi Shuiyan to the Heavenly Plum God clan's cabin earlier. A group of newcomers stared at Tianyun as he flew down from the sky with a beautiful phoenix. They were shocked that they could see some mythical creatures like the phoenix with their own eyes here on the Heavenly Plum God clan. Furthermore, the young man that was with them earlier was the one who brought the phoenix. Little brother Yi, what happened? Xiao Wu said as he ran out of the wooden cabin where they were supposed to wait. But he didn't dare to come close to the phoenix as he was surprised himself. Nothing big happened. I am here to take you with me, but I have to ask you first, do you want to come with me? I will make sure that all your need is taken care of, but in exchange, you will work for me. Tianyun said with a smile on his face. If I come with you, can you help out my family so they could live a better life? Xiao Wu asked honestly. No problem, I will also take care of your family as long as you accept my offer. Tianyun said with a bright smile on his face. If that's the case, then I will come along with you. But I am just a weakling. I hope little brother Yi won't get bored with me. Xiao Wu said while laughing lightly. Don't worry, you will become stronger soon. With a martial arts and cultivation technique that I will pass on to you, your power would increase greatly. Tianyun said as he reached out and passed down the martial arts and cultivation technique that he had chosen beforehand directly into Xiao Wu's head. He then summoned a core transformation stage demon beast to take Xiao Wu to Heaven Ascending Divine Altar. I see you still didn't forget to recruit people even here on Heaven World. Do you think he has a great innate ability? Shi Shuiyan asked as they were on their way towards Heaven Ascending Divine Altar. You will know soon enough. Tianyun said with a light smile. Well, you sure make me curious. Shi Shuiyan said sarcastically. Don't be annoyed, Aunt. You are the most beautiful when you smile. Tianyun said as he kissed Shi Shuiyan affectionately. Shi Shuiyan was at a loss for words, and her face immediately flushed bright red. The blue phoenix immediately squawked jealously as she realized what Tianyun was doing on top of her, but as Tianyun patted her head to calm her down, they continued to fly towards Heaven Ascending Divine Altar without any more problem. At this moment, Tianyun only wanted to hold Shi Shuiyan dearly and never let her go again. Chapter 690. Shi Shuiyan's face flushed red as she didn't expect Tianyun to be so bold. Her expression was like a girl who was finally able to speak with her crush. Aunt, did you know how worried I am after knowing that you were not there when I came back? Tianyun said as he held Shi Shuiyan's hand and kissed the back of her hand. He missed Shi Shuiyan so much that he really wanted to cherish her for eternity. Shi Shuiyan was his rock that would anchor him down to earth. When Heavenly Plum God Clan invited me over, I was hesitant, but I thought if I accepted their offer, I would be able to get stronger. Plus, I might be able to find your parent here in the heaven world. Aside from those two reasons, I didn't have any other reason to come to heaven world. Shi Shuiyan said with a smile on her face. Alright, but don't leave me without saying anything in the future, okay? Yi Tianyun whispered warmly. Well, I never want to leave you from the very beginning. Shi Shuiyan said as she stroked Yi Tianyun's face dearly. Aunt, let's get married after we get back. Yi Tianyun said as his smoldering gaze made Shi Shuiyan blush even more. Shi Shuiyan was startled by Yi Tianyun's bold word, but she slowly leaned to his shoulder. Tianyun, don't you think that our age is too far apart? Shi Shuiyan said with worry in her eyes. Isn't it just 7 or 8 years old? So many cultivators even had 100 years age gap, so why couldn't we do the same? Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. All the women that you brought back in the past are all younger than you. Shi Shuiyan said with a sad expression. Yi Tianyun was startled as he didn't think Shi Shuiyan would be insecure about the girls in the Heavenly Cloud Empire. Aunt, I never thought of them that way. They have promising potential, so I was inclined to secure them for the sake of our faction, that's all. Yi Tianyun said honestly. Well, I am sorry that I think that you might like the younger ones, but if that really is the case, then I would like to marry you. Shi Shuiyan said as she chuckled. Yi Tianyun smiled gently, and as he stared at Shi Shuiyan's beautiful eyes, he kissed her once again. Ellipsis. Yi Tianyun held Shi Shuiyan tightly as he didn't know when he would be separated from her once again. Shi Shuiyan could calm his heart, and everything felt natural when she was next to him like this. Yi Tianyun has decided from a long time ago that he would protect Shi Shuiyan and do anything to make her happy. Looking back at the past, he sure has walked quite a thorny path. When the system hasn't activated yet, he was constantly bullied and unable to do anything to help himself. But regardless of how the people around them felt, Shi Shuiyan still helped him and gave him medicinal pills to supplement his blood essence. It would be hard to activate the crazy leveling system without her help. The Dragon Blood Divine Pill was a rare medicinal pill in mortal world, specifically in the earthly border continent. Despite getting her hand on the rare medicinal pills, she still gave it to a weakling like Yi Tianyun at that time. Still, even with a harsh reality at that time, Yi Tianyun still persisted and tried hard to cultivate. Yi Tianyun didn't give up. He believed that one day he would have the chance to protect Shi Shuiyan, and that day has come now. He promised himself that he would always protect Shi Shuiyan from anything. I don't know how older sister is doing right now, Shi Shuiyan said as she looked up to the sky as she tried to remember Tianyun's mother. Yi Tianyun's expression changed as he knew that he had another problem that he didn't want to solve, and that was his parent. But he knew that he couldn't delay this any longer. Aunt, did you find any information about my parent? Yi Tianyun asked. I didn't find anything since I couldn't leave Heavenly Plum God Clan's palace. I did want to cultivate so that I could be of help to you in the future, and then I would like to go out to find the information regarding your parent, but I never expected the situation would end up like that. Now, would you like to go and explore the heaven world with me? Shi Shuiyan asked with a smile on her face. Aunt, I am afraid to say that I didn't really care about them. Yi Tianyun said with a light smile on his face. He knew that it was inevitable that he had to find his parent later, but now, he really didn't have any interest to find them. He didn't have any memories of them since he was a child, so he didn't really have any emotional attachment to them. Even if he met them in the future, how would he feel? Would he feel the emotional bond that people often described? Would they be surprised at how far he had come? It was all unlikely as he didn't have a shred of respect for the both of them. After all, they left him behind without any second thought and never even left a message for him to know that both of them were still thinking of him. From the lack of contact, Yi Tianyun had thought that both of them were already dead. After all, what parent would abandon their child for that long? I know that you didn't have any good memories about your parent, but they are still your parent. The most important thing here is that you get to meet them. I am also curious about what older sister had become. She was desperate to leave everything behind and go with your father. I want to see whether her choice was the right one or not, but if she made a big mistake, I want to drag her back to the mortal world. Shi Shuiyan said honestly. I also want to know about your father more. I am at least responsible for knowing about who he really was. Shi Shuiyan said determinedly. It has been almost 20 years since Yi Tianyun was born, and his parent left him in the Heavenly Jade Sect. Although it was a long time to forget about somebody, it was still on her mind the entire time. Well, if you insist, I would like to accompany you. I don't know what faction that recruited them in the first place. I don't even know their name, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. As long as Shi Shuiyan knew their name and what faction they came to, it would be easy to find them. If they were in some kind of hidden faction, it was still easy to find them as long as Yi Tianyun could secure 3 million CPs. Chapter 691. Successfully complete main quest, retrieve Shi Shuiyan. Reward: 300 million express, 100.000 CPs, X5 Super Lottery Roulette Ticket. Receive new main quest, find the parent. Reward on completion: 500 million express, 100.000 CPs, X2 Super Lottery Roulette Ticket. The new quest popped out, and it was a quest to find his parent. It seemed that even the system wanted to find his parent now, so it was inevitable for him to complete it now. He couldn't ignore the main quest as it was a good amount of express for him to level up. I remember that she wants to join a divine nation, but I didn't know which divine nation it was. Shi Shuiyan said as she tried to recall the memory in the past. That is a good start, Aunt. Yi Tianyun nodded as it wasn't something unexpected that his mother wanted to join a divine nation. After all, there was no divine nation in mortal world, but the thing that Yi Tianyun worried about was that his mother wouldn't be granted a decent position in there as she was only a palace lord in mortal world. Wait, I remember the name now. It was the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. I remembered reading about it when I was in the Heavenly Plum God clan. Apparently, it was divine nation that had a divine king. Shi Shuiyan said brightly as she finally remembered the vital information. Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, Yi Tianyun said as he was a bit startled by that revelation. He knew that name when he resealed the demon in mortal world earlier. Sealing Heaven Divine Nation was one of the first divine nations here in Heaven World, and their cultivators were said to be an extreme expert, who was among the toughest on Heaven World. Yi Tianyun didn't expect that his mother would be involved with such a legendary divine nation, even though it was unfortunate that Sealing Heaven Divine Nation has already fallen in ranking. Now, Sealing Heaven Divine Nation was ranked 8th among other divine nations in the Heaven World instead of number 1 like it used to. It was a clear fact that ranking was the pride for divine nation as it wasn't so easy to climb up in the rank. The difference between rank 1 and rank 2 was like night and day, not to mention anyone else beneath that. The Sealing Heaven Divine Nation was a faction that had a divine king among their ranks. Therefore it was considered one of the strongest factions in the past, but now the divine king might have been in seclusion or even died, so it couldn't be helped that the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation fell in ranks. Yes, I am sure that it was Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. It was a terrifying existence. I remember now that your father was Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's rising genius. But even so, he chose the elder sister to be his Tao companion. It wasn't a smooth sail as the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation considered the elder sister to be unqualified to be with him. Shi Shuiyan said with a frown on his face. It was expected, as the genius of mortal world and the genius from Heaven World could be said worlds apart. Most geniuses from mortal world wouldn't be able to hold their ground against an average Heaven World cultivator. The cultivators in mortal world could only reach core transformation stage at most during their teenage years, but in Heaven World, it wasn't something new to see someone was already at spirit core stage during their teenage years. Nonetheless, it was a little bit commendable that Yi Tianyun's mother was still able to go to Heaven World with his father, who was considered a genius from Sealing Heaven Divine World. But there were still some questions left for Yi Tianyun that he was really curious about. If his father really was a genius in cultivation and his mother was one of the best cultivators in mortal world, how come his blood essence was nowhere even close to either of theirs? His innate ability was good, but without the help of blood essence in the early stage of his life, he couldn't do anything to advance his cultivation. When I saw your father for the first time, I knew that he was truly a genius who could get any woman he wants. Elder sister was infatuated with him. Even though she knew that they would have to walk a thorny path if she's with him, she still followed him to Heaven World. Shi Shuiyan said with a sad expression on her face. So, what did you expect to find, Aunt? Did you just want to check her current situation, or do you want to know about something else? Nevertheless, I believe that she should be doing just fine, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Yi Tianyun knew that his mother was doing well. Otherwise, she would at least try to escape to mortal world, but the fact was he never heard of his mother for nearly 20 years of his life. That's exactly it. I want to see her condition, and I want to drag her back to mortal world. She's my elder sister. I've already considered her my own mother in the past. I am afraid that something might happen to me later and regretted it later if I never saw her again. Shi Shuiyan said sadly. Don't worry, Aunt, we will find her again. Tianyun smiled and immediately flew towards sealing heaven-divine nation. He knew the route that he should take to go to sealing heaven-divine nation, but he didn't really know how long it would take to get there. On the way there, he remembered that he got several unused lottery tickets, so he decided to use them now, hopefully finding new items. If he successfully drew the Desert Ancient suit, he didn't have to worry about sealing heaven-divine nation's retaliation later. Activate the lottery roulette, Tianyun muttered. At the same time, a huge roulette appeared in the sky, but Shi Shuiyan, who leaned to Tianyun's shoulder, clearly couldn't see it. Although Shi Shuiyan was calm right now, she knew that this was exactly the calm before the storm. She knew that their time at sealing heaven-divine nation wouldn't go as easy as they planned. After all, sealing heaven-divine nation has changed in the past 20 years. Chapter 692. Activate Lucky Aura, Tianyun muttered as he spun the lottery roulette. He obviously wished to get the best item he could get, and he didn't trust his own luck because he would get trash items anyway without the lucky aura. The first draw stopped at the accessories part of the roulette. Tianyun was excited as he might get another piece of desolate ancient set. When the wooden box fell from the roulette, Tianyun immediately opened the box excitedly. In the box, there was a piece of jewelry, but it was not the desolate ancient set. It was longevity necklace. Longevity necklace. A piece of longevity set. Amplify healing effectiveness by 10 times and increase defense power by 30 times. Consume 10.000 CPs to activate violent longevity, and overwrite the healing amplification to 50 times. This is not bad, Tianyun said while nodding his head. Although it was not a desolate ancient set, it was definitely a solid regeneration set. Tianyun immediately used another roulette ticket as he wanted to get even better items, preferably something that leaned to the offensive types. The arrow stopped at cultivation technique, and he knew that cultivation technique was good, but he didn't know whether he would need one right now. He was satisfied enough with his current cultivation technique, so it wasn't needed right in if the effect contradicted each other. He opened the box that the roulette gave and inspected the cultivation technique that he got. It was Shaking Heaven Body's secret art. Tianyun looked at it with his appraisal eye to find more information about it. Shaking Heaven Body's secret art. Lower grade heaven level martial art that can enhance the weight of the user. The higher the cultivation level, the higher the maximum weight can be increased. Can increase the user weight up to 100 million pounds. Next level requires 5 million CPs. This is pretty good. 100 million pounds is basically a small mountain. Tianyun said as he was a little bit surprised by the cultivation technique. With that cultivation technique, he could destroy anything with just one step of his foot. This is definitely usable in the fight later, Tianyun said with a satisfied grin on his face. With that cultivation technique, he didn't have to waste his crazy points as he could just dominate the fight easily with his weight amplified. Spin once more, Tianyun said quietly to continue drawing the next prize. This time, the arrow stopped at consumables. Well, I can check it later, start drawing again, Tianyun said to himself, and once again, the arrow stopped at jewelry. Nice. Please, a complete set, Tianyun said excitedly. He slowly reached out for the box and immediately opened it. It was the last piece of desolate ancient set, desolate ancient bracelet. This is awesome, Tianyun shouted excitedly, surprising Shi Shuiyan, who was just resting her head on Tianyun's shoulder. What happened? Shi Shuiyan asked curiously. No, it's nothing, Aunt. I just think that you are awesome, Tianyun said immediately. Obviously, he couldn't say the reason as he knew that he couldn't tell anyone about crazy leveling system. Besides, no one would believe him anyway as it was too absurd. Sure, Shi Shuiyan said as her face flushed once more. Tianyun then immediately observed the new bracelets that he got with his appraisal eye to make sure that it was the one that he was searching for. Desolate Ancient Bracelet. One of Desolate Ancient set pieces. Increase critical strike chance x30, critical strike damage x3. Equip, Tianyun murmured. He was so excited that his Desolate Ancient set that provided an overwhelming offense stat was finally completed. Successfully equipped Desolate Ancient set. Set effect. X50 combat power, X10 defense power, X5 speed, 30% critical strike chance, and any attack can cause a corruption effect, eroding enemies' equipment and anything in between. This is great, Tianyun said excitedly. The set that he was waiting for so long wasn't a disappointment. The effect was absolutely amazing as the value of each item was optimized even further. With the combination of the set effect in each of the pieces, own effect, his combat power was amplified 100 times and both speed and defense power by 20 times. He even got to increase his critical rate by more than 50%. Coupled with Evil God Suit, his power has reached a terrifying level. I have a feeling that even the Saint King expert with a special bloodline would easily be subjugated by my power. Tianyun said confidently. Evil spirit race bloodline was powerful, but it wasn't the strongest. It wasn't even the top 5 strongest bloodline in both Ghost World and Heaven World. In fact, the most powerful bloodline was the Divine King's bloodline. The first generation of Divine King possessed the most powerful bloodline. Its power was unimaginable, and their offspring that inherited it would definitely receive such power. Chapter 693. After collecting all pieces of the ancient desolate set, Tianyun felt that his strength grows sharply. One piece of equipment from the ancient desolate set was powerful, but the effect of a complete set was out of this world. I finally own all of them. I will get the longevity set next, Tianyun said as he set his mind on a new goal. Although the longevity set wasn't a good combat set, it was a very amazing defensive equipment. He could instantly recover any damage he received. He could just switch the 2 sets during combat to maximize his power. After that, he opened the wooden box that he got from the consumables earlier and got an 80x Express card. Judging from the current situation, this Express Boost card isn't so bad. Great, I can't wait to face a Divine King later, Tianyun said as he smirked. He opened another box that contained another consumable and got another 80x Express card, which meant he got 2 of them. But even so, Tianyun didn't really appreciate the second Express Boost card as he wanted something else instead. This is not good, another Express card. It seems the lucky aura failed to impress me this time. Should I level it up again? Tianyun said as he shook his head disappointedly. He thought he could get some other stuff that might benefit him in the future, but he only got another Express card. Calm down, it is still another Express card, Tianyun said to himself as he shook his head. He kept it in the back of his mind to level up the lucky aura later. He didn't level it up earlier as he didn't see the need to, but now, he realized that it was essential for his bad luck. Now that he got lottery roulette out of the way, he has arrived at the ceiling heaven divine nations area. The journey was smooth as no one blocked his path. It was probably because the sight of a phoenix alone terrified most people. Besides, most people wouldn't be able to catch up with the phoenix. Tianyun decided to fly directly towards the ceiling heaven divine nation's capital, which was located inside the ceiling heaven continent. Since Shi Shuiyan said that his father was the genius of ceiling heaven divine nation, he thought that his father had to be inside the capital. Besides, even if he didn't find his father in the capital, he could inquire about his father's information easily inside the capital. It seemed the ceiling heaven divine nation had made a regulation about flying in their territory because once he entered the ceiling heaven's continent, he noticed that it was harder to fly. They could do this as they had a divine king as their leader. The blue phoenix squawked and landed on the ground as it couldn't overcome the pressure on the air. They are still quite far away from the capital, but Tianyun knew that he couldn't impose the phoenix any further. It was no wonder that ceiling heaven divine nation wasn't destroyed by any stronger faction just yet as it had the flying regulation around their continent. Other factions' power would be cut in half if they tried to invade this area. Furthermore, they couldn't invade quick enough to catch ceiling heaven divine nation off guard as it was much slower to walk than to fly. We have to walk from here on out, Aunt, Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He had the information that ceiling heaven divine nation's leader was God King Ceiling Heaven, and he was also the one who imposed this regulation. Considering even Tianyun, who was as strong as a divine king himself, couldn't force his way out of the regulation, God King Ceiling Heaven must be a powerful individual. Is this the ceiling heaven divine nation that elder sister went to? Shi Shuiyan said curiously. She could see the magnificent landscape around her and a pillar of light from the capital shining throughout the area. This was the site of a divine king, so it went without saying that it had such a majestic atmosphere. It seems the divine king inheritance continues to persist, but I didn't feel any divine king aura from the imperial city. Tianyun shook his head disappointedly. It was either the Divine King was hiding while cultivating somewhere, or they were already dead. Nevertheless, the divine nation itself wouldn't be easily destroyed as long as the Divine King's inheritance was still in effect. As Yi Tianyun and Shi Shuiyan walked towards the capital, Yi Tianyun noticed that there was no pressure at all. Apparently, the regulation didn't prevent any stranger from entering and simply preventing them from flying. Yi Tianyun also saw many Divine King altars on their way towards the capital, along with some cultivators coming in to worship the Divine King. God King Sealing Heaven's name was well known throughout the heaven world, and he was admired by everyone. In fact, Yi Tianyun knew that he couldn't just nonchalantly talk about God King Sealing Heaven in public. But the one thing that Yi Tianyun was curious about was his own lineage. If his father were the descendant of God King Sealing Heaven, that meant he had the same direct lineage with the Divine King. If this were true, he hoped that he could learn the soul cultivation, which was the God King Sealing Heaven's signature technique. But for now, Yi Tianyun didn't see any special trait that may be caused by the Sealing Heaven lineage. It was strange indeed, considering that Sealing Heaven lineage was one of the most powerful lineages out there, so there was no way he didn't get anything from it. Am I really the descendant of God King Sealing Heaven, or has my lineage been deteriorated so bad that I didn't get the attributes inheritances? Yi Tianyun laughed at himself. Chapter 694. Sealing Heaven Divine King might be his ancestor, but Yi Tianyun didn't feel anything at all. He never felt connected emotionally to Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, so he didn't care whether it was his ancestors' land or not. Plus, now that his cultivation base was already impressive for someone his age, he didn't need Sealing Heaven Divine Nation at all. Therefore, getting the inheritance of Sealing Heaven Divine King didn't mean much for him. However, he still respected the Sealing Heaven Divine King as he was one of the main three Divine Kings that contributed significantly to creating the three realms. But Yi Tianyun couldn't deny the fact that the imperial city of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation really had this formidable atmosphere to it. Even the Heaven Ascending Divine Altar wasn't as magnificent as this city. This imperial city also had a state-of-the-art defensive mechanism. No one would be able to break through unless they destroy the divine runes that constituted almost all of the defensive mechanisms there, and that alone was almost impossible to do too. At the top of the city gate, Yi Tianyun saw a huge plaque that had Sealed Heaven written on it. Normal people would bow as they saw it, but that didn't apply to Yi Tianyun. People were actually surprised that a random stranger could look at the plaque for so long without even bowing their head down to the ground. The energy that the plaque discharged was enough to sting people's eyes, but it seemed Yi Tianyun didn't feel anything. This is Sealing Heaven Divine King's divine tool. The plaque discharges a strong Divine King's power that forced people to bow down unless they wanted to risk their eyes. Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head as he didn't like the idea of the plaque at all. That plaque is a divine tool, Shi Shuiyan said as she was shocked to hear Yi Tianyun's word. She didn't expect something so casually displayed like that to be a divine tool. Yes, in fact, I think the entire city gate is a divine tool. Although it's not particularly high grade, it's a divine tool nonetheless. Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head once again. He wanted to forge his own divine tool, but he was still a blacksmith master right now. It was a long way before he could become a blacksmith divine master. Let's get inside, Yi Tianyun said as he walked in with Shi Shuiyan. The guards neither stopped nor asked them any questions at all. Entering the city was also free of charge. It seemed relatively peaceful unless you are there to cause trouble. After coming in, the scene was no different than other imperial cities, bustling streets of people minding their own business. The cultivator's level wasn't low either. Occasionally, Yi Tianyun could see a Spirit King stage cultivation strolling on the street. However, that was not what impressed Yi Tianyun. The thing that caught Yi Tianyun's attention was the Tianyun mountains behind the imperial city. The towering 5 mountains were majestic, in addition to a pile of houses there. Yi Tianyun knew that the mountains were the real main hall for Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, which was probably above the imperial palace in the city. Yi Tianyun noticed that the mountain was covered with fairy fog. It was mainly used to lock the spiritual energy inside the site to enhance the cultivation speed inside. Yi Tianyun could also see that the mountain was full of spirit grass. It was safe to say that the real Sealing Heaven Divine Nation territory was the 5 mountains, but as they grew in number, their territory also expanded from the mountain. I don't think anyone could live there without a high enough status, Yi Tianyun said to Shi Shuiyan as he pointed his finger towards the mountain. Yes, elder sister was probably there too. Shi Shuiyan said as she felt excited to see her respectful sister once more. Without further ado, they went straight ahead towards the mountain. The closer they got, the more guards were patrolling around the foot of the mountain. These were Void Spirit stage expert guards, checking the surrounding, preventing anyone from entering without the proper procedure. Who are you, and what are the two of you doing here? A guard asked as Tianyun and Shi Shuiyan approached the gate. It was obvious that the guards were vigilant as the place that Tianyun and Shi Shuiyan were about to enter was considered sacred for sealing heaven-defying nation. We are here to visit xianxia, but I didn't know where he is. May I know if he is inside? Shi Shuiyan asked politely. Xianxia is Tianyun's birth father's name. Xianxia, I've never heard of that name. The guard said while shaking his head. You've never heard of him? How about Zhaoling? Shi Shuiyan asked once more. Zhaoling was Tianyun's mother, so if the guard didn't know about Tianyun's father, she wanted to know if the guard knew his mother. I've never heard of that name either. Please stay away from this place. You can't go in without a token or being dragged in with a handcuff. The guard said impatiently as he motioned for Tianyun and Shi Shuiyan to walk away. Shi Shuiyan frowned as she was confused. The guard didn't know about the name she mentioned. She felt that something was off here. She came here excitedly, but no one knew anything about her sister. You really don't know either of that name. Xianxia is supposed to be sealing heaven-defying nation #1 genius. Shi Shuiyan said frustratedly. Sealing heaven-defying nation's #1 genius isn't Xianxia. His name is Yi Feilong. I think you are looking at the wrong place here. This is sealing heaven-defying nation's imperial city. Stop wasting our time and walk away. Don't blame us if we have to take extreme measures against you too. The guard said coldly. Shi Shuiyan looked a little bit sad, but she nodded anyway and walked away from the guards. She knew that there was no point in asking another question to those guards. Chapter 695. Shi Shuiyan was surprised that she couldn't meet with her elder sister even after coming all the way to sealing heaven-defying nation. The guard didn't seem to be lying, and there was no reason for them to lie either. Either the guard actually didn't know about her elder sister, or the sealing heaven-defying nation deliberately kept the public in the dark regarding her existence. But one thing that Tianyun knew was all of this smelled like trouble. Shi Shuiyan's face was full of disappointment as her reason to come to Heaven World was to find Zhaoling. Now that her only lead proved to be useless, she didn't know what else to do. If Tianyun didn't come, she wouldn't know about this devastating news because she planned to find Zhaoling once she reached Spirit King stage. Don't worry, Aunt, maybe they just concealed their real name from other people. We can't know for sure. Tianyun said as he tried to cheer Shi Shuiyan. There were indeed many possibilities of what happened here, but Tianyun now realized that his parent was still alive. They may be held in custody or trapped somewhere. Well, I will trust you on this. Shi Shuiyan said as she nodded her head with a smile on her face, although it seemed kind of forced. Tianyun then observed the area with the appraisal eye as he knew that it could even see through a concealed area. It was probably hard for normal people to look into the distance, but for Tianyun, it was really easy. It seems that we have to go in and see it for ourselves. Tianyun said as he noticed that there were still so many areas that he couldn't see as the mountain range was vast. But, how do we get in? Shi Shuiyan asked curiously. There were so many guards around, and she knew that it was unwise to cause a commotion here. Don't worry, I will take care of it. Tianyun said as he held her arm and took her to a dead-end corner where the guard couldn't see them very well. What are we doing here? Shi Shuiyan asked worriedly. Well, we have to conceal ourselves first, Aunt. Can you suppress your aura first? Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Shi Shuiyan was puzzled by Tianyun's demand, but she did as she was told. Suddenly, their surrounding changed, and once Shi Shuiyan looked around, she realized that she was inside one of the mountains. Are we already in? Shi Shuiyan asked with a shock on her face. She has never experienced a teleport like this before. She has always stayed in the palace for Tianyun's sake. Because of that, she didn't know very much about what Tianyun was capable of. Yes, we are already in. That is why I asked you to suppress your aura. That way, we can look around safely. Tianyun smiled calmly at Shi Shuiyan. Shi Shuiyan nodded her head and followed Tianyun as he started moving. The two of them observed the surrounding, and the view wasn't bad. The place was littered with so many spirit flower grass. Although it may not be a high-level spirit grass, it was still outstanding. The 5 mountains were connected together and formed a strong defensive great array. The spiritual energy would be really strong once it was activated, Tianyun said as he slowly looked around. At the same time, he knew that the Great Array was a superweapon. He knew that not even a Saint King expert could withstand the power of this Great Array. But that was not what Tianyun was concerned about now. All he wanted now was to find his parent, so he kept observing both people and houses. Some places looked majestic. He wanted to check out what was inside those houses, but he knew that it would just waste his time. Besides, he didn't want to alarm anyone right now. Soon, Tianyun circled around and found something interesting. There are a lot of experts in there. It seems this place is a cultivation place, Tianyun said interestedly. Tianyun noticed that the cultivator inside was fairly strong compared to heavenly netherworld divine nation. Unless heaven world's power was far more powerful than ghost world, these experts had to be high-ranking officers. But, Tianyun still couldn't find any useful information about Xianxia and Zhao Ling. We have to find someone to ask, Tianyun said as he shook his head. He knew that it was really hard to find his parent if he just wandered around aimlessly. Who would we ask? Shi Shuiyan wondered. Tianyun didn't say anything and held Shi Shuiyan's arms instead and teleported into a forest where somebody was meditating. The person in front of them was at the 4th layer Spirit King stage, and he seemed to be surprised to see them too. Who are you? The Spirit King expert said cautiously. Obey me, Tianyun said as he fixed his gaze towards the Spirit King expert's eye. The Spirit King expert suddenly stiffened and kneeled down like a dog. Yes, master, the expert said indifferently. Shi Shuiyan was shocked by what happened. This was a Spirit King expert they were talking to, but he was easily dominated by Tianyun. Chapter 696. Tianyun used his Eye of Charm on the Spirit King expert and immediately asked him a bunch of questions. Tianyun thought that the Spirit King expert was somewhere around the elder rank, so he should have known more things than an average person. Do you know anyone called Xianxia and Zhao Ling? Tianyun asked indifferently. I know them. Xianxia violated Second Elder's order and ran with Zhao Ling. The Spirit King expert said emotionlessly. Did you know where they go? Tianyun asked again as he saw a glimmer of hope. It would be truly pathetic if he left Zhao Ling, but it seemed that he at least kept her with him. I don't know. Second Elder has ordered several groups to find him, but ended up finding nothing. The Spirit King expert said while shaking his head. How long has it been since they left? Tianyun asked again. It was already over a decade now, because this is an embarrassment for sealing heaven divine nation, so the Lord has told everyone to keep their mouth shut. Xianxia was also banished and disowned from the Second Elder's family. Tianyun nodded his head as he has understood the situation now. Xianxia has refused to obey his family's order, leading to him being banished along with Zhao Ling and thus forgotten across the year. Well, it seems my father is someone who would never abandon his woman. Tianyun sounded a little proud when he said that. Well, your mother isn't any ordinary woman, she is beautiful and strong. There is no way he would look for another woman, Shi Shuiyan said confidently. Tianyun nodded his head, but now he had to search for a place that his father might possibly seclude himself at and he didn't really have a clue where to start. Thus, Tianyun asked the Spirit King expert a few more questions about the sealing heaven divine nation as he wanted to meet the Second Elder, his grandfather, for more information. It seems that we still couldn't find an accurate information about Elder Sister's whereabout. Shi Shuiyan sighed with a frown on her face. Don't worry, Aunt, there is no one I couldn't find, Tianyun said while smiling reassuringly towards Shi Shuiyan. Shi Shuiyan was a little bit surprised by Tianyun's confidence as she didn't know what else Tianyun could do. At the same time, Tianyun has already had enough and planned to buy the soul guide to find them for sure, but the price was a little bit pricey. Then again, he didn't really have any other option if he wanted to save time. So, he immediately bought the soul guide, and once again his crazy points vanished into thin air. He didn't have much crazy points when he came to Heaven World, and now, although he has already completed one main quest, he still didn't have that many crazy points due to buying the soul guide. Activate, soul guide, Tianyun murmured. The soul guide was attached to the main quest automatically, so he didn't have to say any specific order, and once he activates it, the soul guide immediately pointed towards a certain direction. Come on, Aunt, let's go, Tianyun said as he took Shi Shuiyan's hands and teleported outside the city. The Spirit King expert then regained his senses and couldn't seem to remember what had happened. At the same time, Yi Tianyun walked towards a certain direction once they were out of Imperial City. Do you know where we are going? Shi Shuiyan asked curiously. Somewhat. I didn't really know where we are going, but I have a little clue where to start. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. But how? We didn't ask something that specific earlier. Shi Shuiyan asked confusedly. Don't worry, Aunt, everything will fall into places. Yi Tianyun said awkwardly as he couldn't explain his power to Shi Shuiyan. She just nodded her head and followed Yi Tianyun, but she was confused nonetheless. After a while, the flying regulation was no longer an issue and Yi Tianyun summoned the Ice Phoenix once again to reach his destination faster. The farther they went, Yi Tianyun realized that the place was getting more remote and completely shrouded with wilderness. This place was likely to be a dangerous area. Mortal world had so many dangerous area, and heaven world had even more than that. Some dangerous area in heaven world even posed a threat to Saint King experts. The area that Yi Tianyun was visiting now was one of those places too. It was desolate bone forest, and as the name suggested, Yi Tianyun could see a pile of bones at the gate of the dangerous area. The spiritual energy inside this place was gloomy. This is desolate bone forest. Why would he choose here out of all other places? Yi Tianyun frowned as he stopped before the gate. Did his father hide here to elude his pursuer? But the elder earlier has stated that sealing heaven-defying nation was no longer after him now. Yi Tianyun frowned once again as he smelled trouble in the air. Chapter 697. Desolate Bone Forest, one of the most dangerous zones in heaven world where anyone that entered the place without a proper guidance would surely be killed. As its name suggested, this place was covered in bones, several of them even come from a rare race such as the dragons, phoenixes, or even giants. If any cultivators found such bones, they could sell it for a large sum of gold or even absorbed it for themselves to gain the power. But this place also had many demon beasts that were strong enough to fight Saint King expert or even kill them. Therefore, one couldn't just carelessly enter this place. The reason this place had so many bones in the first place was the result of a war that involved every race in the past, and thus this place was created as a result of the casualties of that war. Besides getting some spirit medicine and the bones itself, there was nothing else to this place. Because of the blood that seeped into the ground, this place also produced many tree demons. Unlike the Ghost World Passage, this tree demon was more aggressive and stronger. The best course of action if anyone encountered them was to escape, as they couldn't move that fast. Otherwise, the tree demons would attack relentlessly. Tianyun, what do we do now? This is desolate bone forest. Shi Shuiyan said as she knew this place after reading about it when she was at Heavenly Plum God Clan. She knew desolate bone forest's characteristic and the fact that this place was also one that shouldn't be visited. But they are here, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Soul Guide couldn't be wrong. If it were wrong, his crazy points would go down the drain. They are here. No way. Why would they come into a dangerous place like this? Shi Shuiyan said as she was worried of her elder sister's safety. I too didn't know the answer to that question, Aunt. But I know for sure that they are here somewhere. Maybe they decided to come here after they were chased by the sealing heaven-defying nation. Yi Tianyun said while wondering about his parents' reasons too. But suddenly, 3 Spirit King experts surrounded Yi Tianyun and Shi Shuiyan with greedy eyes. I don't know why there's a brat with a beautiful woman and a phoenix in a place like this, but I sure don't mind. It seems this young brat comes from a rich family. I really envy you. Hey, we are really in luck today. The 3 of them snickered, definitely planning on robbing Yi Tianyun and probably even kidnap them. It is a dangerous zone, but this is too easy. Yi Tianyun said disinterestedly. Yi Tianyun, we have to find elder sister quickly. They're definitely in danger, Shi Shuiyan said as she didn't really care about the bandit. Hey boss, it seems that they are ignoring us, one of the bandits said as he smirked at Shi Shuiyan. A young boy who comes from a rich family would definitely be arrogant, but this is fine. We have to kill the boy first and then we get to have fun with the woman. The boss of the bandit said with a smirk on his face. Be gone. A cold light appeared and impaled the boss of the bandit directly to the ground. Then suddenly a fierce immortal fire immediately swallowed his body, burning him to ashes before he could even scream. Successfully killed a 3rd layer Spirit King stage expert. Reward: 250 million express, 25.000 CPs, 15.000 SPs, Poisonous Dragon Palm, Sacred Soul, Poisonous Dragon Armor, Poisonous Dragon Boots, Poisonous Dragon Pill, 1 million express pill. Yi Tianyun could kill Spirit King expert with ease now. He didn't have to use any weapon as he could just use the immortal fire to deal with them. This was the reason why he didn't really want to upgrade his blacksmithing technique, as he rarely used any weapon in the first place. "Boss," the bandits said as they couldn't comprehend what just happened when they saw their boss was killed in one fell swoop. The attack was ridiculous as none of them could even react to it. But Tianyun wasn't done just yet. He immediately impaled the rest of the bandits to the ground and the tree and also ignited them with the immortal fire, leaving nothing behind. But this was no doubt thanks to the full set of desolate ancient suit that he got earlier. It further amplified his power and even caused almost all of his attack to be a critical hit. "It seems that I have to let the Blue Phoenix in charge, this is way too easy," Tianyun said as he nodded his head towards the Blue Phoenix. He just wanted to find his parent, but it seemed this place was also a bandit den too. Xuan nodded as she was still surprised by Tianyun's power. She realized that Tianyun was more powerful than what she saw previously. She wondered just how much Tianyun could grow in such a little amount of time. "Well, let's go in," Tianyun said as he held Xuan's hands and marched in with the phoenix in tow. Flying wasn't safe here and thus he resorted to walking as he could detect danger more efficiently that way. At the same time, Xuan didn't have a fear in her heart as she knew that as long as she was with Tianyun, she wouldn't be in any danger. "Wait for me, elder sister," Xuan said determinedly. She hoped that Zhao Lingyun was really there, so that she could see her elder sister again. She didn't know how Tianyun could know that his parent was there, but she decided to trust Tianyun and not question his method. Chapter 698. Tianyun now knew that the most dangerous part of this desolate bone forest was the bandit. They would cause more harm than the demon beasts as demon beasts weren't exactly intelligent creatures. These bandits would definitely target lone cultivators or small groups as they had the advantage in number. Furthermore, their cultivation level wasn't that bad either. It was fortunate for Tianyun that he could easily kill these bandits without so much effort. It was no good showing mercy to any of these bandits as they would just attack again the next chance they got. The yin spiritual energy in here is strong. Any ordinary cultivator would be poisoned in no time for sure, Tianyun said as he observed his surroundings. The place was covered with the fog of yin spiritual energy that could be lethal for any ordinary cultivator. The best case to avoid this fog was by flying, but anyone below the core transformation stage didn't have that ability, meaning that they would die if they came there. As Tianyun and Xuan delved deeper into the forest, the environment gradually got even more hazardous. It was still daytime, but the surrounding was so dark due to the black fog covering the sky, making the ambiance very gloomy. "Fall back," Tianyun said as he noticed countless vines traversed on the ground and covered the exits. Tianyun immediately burned them with immortal fire as he was very annoyed by the sudden attack. As always, the immortal fire easily burned the creeping vines to ashes. The vines let out a scream-like sound, which was very chilling as it was just a tree demon. These tree demons are above the void spirit stage. "This place is really dangerous," Tianyun said as he watched the tree demon burn. He had no doubt that desolate bone forest was really a dangerous place. There was no doubt that any cultivator below void spirit stage would be killed there, as they would become a plaything for these monsters. Not only that, but Tianyun also noticed many other demon beasts in his surroundings stalking him, waiting for a chance to ambush. But as they saw the fire that burned brightly, they decided not to reveal themselves. The other demon beasts were no pushover either, as the lowest was at the core transformation stage, and the strongest was at void spirit peak stage. "It is dangerous here, I hope that elder sister is safe," Xuan said with a frown on her face as she was getting worried. Hadn't she come here with Tianyun, she would have been trapped here and unable to escape. She also noticed that there was no point in asking the cultivators in the area as well. "Don't worry, I feel like we are almost there, so let's pick up the pace," Tianyun said as he lifted Xuan up and picked up the pace. At the same time, in a dismal mountain forest in the distance, a beautiful woman hid on the edge while staring at the abyss in the distance. She didn't know how long exactly she has been there, but she had a feeling that she has been there for a really long time, suppressing her aura so that no one could notice her presence. "Why hasn't it come out yet? It's been 2 weeks, the woman said with a sharp glare. But suddenly, a blood-red light flashed in front of her, and at the same time, blood-red grasses moved on the ground. The woman's expression lit up as this was what she has been waiting for. Nevertheless, she knew that she must stay patient, so she waited. The blood-red grasses began to absorb the yin spiritual energy from its surrounding, drawing more and more yin spiritual fog towards it. The woman has spent her entire time in this place absorbing the yin spiritual energy so that she could become stronger over time. So, after the blood-red grass finished absorbing the yin spiritual energy, the woman trapped it inside a blood-red cage. These grasses could move, and the woman obviously didn't want to let them get away as she needed them for her cultivation. The grass struggled to break free from the cage, it even discharged some of its yin spiritual energy to corrode the cage, but it was all a wasted effort. The woman immediately snatched all the grass, bundling them into one before tying them up firmly. The grass stopped struggling at once as they couldn't move anymore. The woman smiled as she was pleased by the amount of blood-red grass that she managed to get her hands on. She immediately pulled a jade box and put all the blood-red grasses inside it before sealing the box. Great, I got a bunch of blood-drinking grass this time. That should save me years of hard work, the woman said excitedly as she was prepared to indulge in her profits. But as she started to walk away from the scene, 4 beams of light burst out from the ground and formed a cage that trapped her inside. Zhao Ling, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for catching those blood-drinking grasses for us. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be able to catch it so easily. We didn't have the knowledge to build the necessary great array to capture it. A man said as he landed on the ground with 3 others. They were all Spirit King stage experts, and they all smirked at the beautiful woman in front of them. The beautiful woman is Zhao Ling, Yi Tianyun's mother. Chapter 699. I was wondering who would do such a thing to me, turns out it was just the Blood 4 bandits. Zhao Ling said challengingly. She was racking her brain, searching for a way to escape despite her calm demeanor. She knew that she couldn't run up the mountain as she would be slowed down by gravity and eventually be captured again. Furthermore, these 4 bandits were no pushovers. The strongest of them was at the 7th layer Spirit King stage, while the weakest was at the 4th layer Spirit King stage. Their names are Heaven Fiend, Heaven Water, Heaven Imperial, and Heaven Splendor. Although it was more like a title than a name, that was how they were addressed, and no one really knew their real name. Don't bother trying to escape. Do you think you can escape us now? You have slipped under our grasp so many times, but this time, you won't be so lucky. Heaven Fiend said with a smirk on his face. Yeah, do you think you can escape our technique now? We trapped 9th layer Spirit King Cultivator just the other day, and he is still helpless right now. But damn, look at that body. I never knew I really longed for a woman's body before I met you. Heaven Water said as he looked at Zhao Linghei's body from top to bottom. Stop it, old water. You are disgusting the woman in front of us. Heaven Imperial said as he snickered at Zhao Ling. But then again, he knew that Heaven Water's favorite meal was a human body. Well, in any case, this woman will satisfy us all. Heaven Splendor said as he licked his lips greedily. They all knew that Zhao Ling wasn't a normal woman as soon as they first met her, and now that she has fallen under their grasp, they wouldn't let her escape again. Wow, I never expected that you all would desire me this much, but what else can you do besides robbery anyway? Zhao Ling said tauntingly. Well, you just have to wait to see what we will do besides robbery to you later. Heaven Splendor said while snickering once again. You all have no shame. Now, I am willing to give up these blood-drinking grasses, but you'll have to let me go. Zhao Ling said coldly. Wow, now you are willing to compromise. Why wouldn't you do it before? Heaven Imperial said teasingly. They were confident in their ability to prevent Zhao Ling from escaping. At the same time, they knew that Zhao Ling must be desperate right now as she couldn't escape on her own. Here, I will give up the blood-drinking grass. Just let me go, Zhao Ling said coldly once more. Hey, you just said that earlier. See it from our perspective, little chick. In other words, your life in those blood-drinking grasses is ours. Heaven Fiend said coldly. Little beauty, I am going to eat you today. Why would I let you go now? Furthermore, we know that if we let you go now, you will just come back to haunt us later. You think we didn't know that you are also called the Vengeful Lady? Heaven Water said with an evil grin on his face. The Vengeful Lady was Zhao Linghei's title, which sounded cold but completely matched her style. She had stories of her cornering people into their demise before. We already heard of what you can do before, and none of it was good. But the look of resentment on your face is totally flavorful. I don't mind seeing it every day. Heaven Splendor said coldly. It turns out you really didn't want me to leave. If that's the case, I will destroy these blood-drinking grasses and commit suicide. Let us see who is faster. You or my blade, Zhao Ling said as she pointed her swords to her neck. The bandits' expression immediately changed. They could care less about Zhao Linghei's life, but the blood-drinking grasses were far too precious. Blood-drinking grass was a 6th-grade spirit medicine. It was priceless for these 4 bandits as it could improve one's blood essence to last over decades to hundreds of years. You want to destroy the blood-drinking grass? You won't be able to do that quickly, and we will still be able to collect the shards. Even though the effect is greatly reduced, we can still absorb it. Heaven Fiend said coldly. He began to attack Zhao Ling by sending a powerful spiritual energy to the chain that was holding Zhao Ling down. The other 3 followed suit as they saw that their boss was attacking. At the same time, Zhao Ling quickly threw the jade box in her hands towards the bandit and shot it with her spiritual arrow. Heaven Water then grabbed it as he was startled by the box thrown at him all of a sudden. The sudden move weakened the chain that captured Zhao Ling, providing her enough time window to escape. Heavenly Water immediately opened the box and saw that inside the box were radishes, not the blood-drinking grass. She swapped the content. Heaven Water shouted at his comrades. They immediately sent a powerful spiritual energy to their chains as it could move faster than them. Zhao Ling, at the time, was trying her best to get away by flying, but before she could get away to safety, the chains captured her once again. What is this? How could you recover so fast? Zhao Ling said in surprise. Well, we know you wouldn't sit back without attempting to escape. Therefore, we let our boss stay behind in case we need his help to capture you faster once you attempt your escape. There are 5 of us, not 4. Heaven Blood is our boss. Heaven Fiend said with an evil grin on his face. Well, that is a pity on my part, but I know when I am defeated. I never thought that the day that I have to say goodbye to this world would come this fast. In any case, goodbye world. And goodbye to Tianyun too, even though I never saw you growing up, I've always thought about you. Zhao Ling said, shedding her tears as she thought about Yi Tianyun one last time as she was prepared to take her own life. That is the best course of action for her as she didn't have any means left to get away from those bandits. It was way better than letting herself get captured by these bandits. Elder sister, a voice she never expected was heard from above. She looked up and saw a familiar face that she never thought would see ever again. Chapter 700. The word, sister, reminded Zhao Ling of the good old times when she was still in the mortal world. Only one person in this world called him sister, but the girl was still very young at that time. What she saw now is not a little girl anymore, but a beautiful woman. Nonetheless, Zhao Ling was still quite familiar with that face. Xuan, Zhao Ling asked for confirmation as she wasn't quite sure. More than 10 years had passed. In that amount of time, many things could happen, and that made her a little bit unsure. Yes, it is me, Xuan shouted excitedly, but when she saw that Zhao Ling was getting captured, she felt a little worried. Tianyun, save her, she said to Yi Tianyun with a frown on her face. Yi Tianyun nodded and flew over to Zhao Ling. He stared at her for a while as she was the mother that he didn't have any memories of. However, judging from her appearance, there was a slight resemblance to Yi Tianyun. Are you really Tianyun? Zhao Ling asked while trembling as she got all emotional. This was the baby that she left behind in mortal world. She could definitely feel the connection to him as she was confident that the man in front of her was really her child. Don't come near me, just run, Zhao Ling shouted as she didn't think Yi Tianyun would be able to help her. After all, the 4 bandits wouldn't care even if there were 2 more enemies in their way. They would just kill anyone that tried to block their path, especially when the blood-drinking grass was on the line. But her warning was too late. The 4 bandits appeared behind her, snickering as they successfully captured Zhao Ling once more. Wow, I never expected she has an acquaintance here. If you want to save her, why don't you stay here and give us all the treasure in your possession? Just make sure those treasures don't disappoint me, Heaven Blood said while looking at Yi Tianyun from top to bottom. Hey boss, that girl is definitely a virgin. She would definitely be a great snack later, Heaven Water said excitedly as he was eager to taste the flesh of a virgin girl. You brat, can you think of other things besides your stomach every once in a while? Heaven Fiend said while slapping the back of Heaven Water's head before he smirked greedily. Even if you want her, I have to taste her first. He said evilly. Did you suddenly become the boss of this group? I am the boss, and I have to be the first. Heaven Blood said coldly. After hearing Heaven Blood's word, Heaven Water and Heaven Fiend just nodded and took a step back. They know that they couldn't argue with Heaven Blood, so they just smiled and gave up. All of them laughed their hearts out as they know that they had something to look forward to tonight. On the other hand, Zhao Linghei's eyes were filled with sadness and despair. She didn't expect to meet her son again under these circumstances, but now, she had to die while knowing that her son wouldn't be far behind. She wanted the struggle from the chain that captured her, but she couldn't do anything. Why did God treat me like this? Zhao Ling cried as she was really desperate. It wasn't 4 bandits anymore. It was 5 as their leader joined the fray. Everything was beyond her expectation and thus led to her demise. Little beauty, don't be so sad. We all will get along, and you aren't alone. Heaven Blood said to Zhao Ling with an evil smirk on his face. Capture the girl, kill the man. He ordered his lackeys. They wanted to keep the girl as she was a virgin, but there was no reason for them to keep the man too. And so, Tianyun was faced against 3 powerful Spirit King experts that immediately surrounded him. Even so, he wasn't scared at all. In fact, he felt nothing but disgust towards them. He would kill people like them just for the sake of getting rid of filth in this world. It no longer mattered whether they picked a fight against him or not. Boy, you have fierce eyes. I'm looking forward to poking it out later. Heaven Water said as he smirked at Tianyun. He then immediately rushed over towards Tianyun without hesitation while letting his 5th layer Spirit King aura free. His aura immediately created water out of thin air, and he immediately pounced on Tianyun like a fish out of water. He was a water cultivator, so he had a set of water manipulating techniques. In other words, his techniques were stronger when he fought near water. No, stop it, Zhao Ling shouted at the side as she begged them to stop. But clearly, Heaven Water didn't care about it. Zhao Ling was already trapped, so he didn't need to be concerned about her anymore. In fact, all of them enjoyed seeing their prey begged, struggling to break free, and finally lost all hopes when they were about to be killed. Zhao Ling looked up at Shi Shuiyan as she thought that Shi Shuiyan might help Tianyun, but she was confused when she saw that Shi Shuiyan was completely calm and didn't bother to help Tianyun at all. But as Heaven Water came close to Tianyun, a spiritual hand suddenly appeared, trapping Heaven Water in its grasp. You are trash. It is a waste of spiritual energy to leave you alive in this world. Tianyun said coldly as he pressed his hands against each other, and the spiritual hand immediately copied. Heaven Water was squeezed to death and exploded into a bloody mist. The blood slowly dripped into the ground, staining it for a small amount of time before it was completely absorbed to the ground. That was the characteristic of desolate bone forest. Anyone who walked on the ground had a chance to die from blood loss as the ground would drain their blood dry. The bandits were shocked to see what Tianyun was capable of. Although Heaven Water wasn't the strongest, he was in the middle in terms of power in their group. But it was clear that the boy didn't show any effort to kill him. A slight sense of fear began to creep out on their minds as they thought that they might have made a mistake. Zhao Ling was also surprised as she never expected her son to be this powerful. Chapter 701, Heaven Water. Heaven Fiend shouted, but it was already too late. The rest of the bandits immediately surrounded Tianyun with the chain on their hand. These chains weren't any regular chains. It was a high-grade sacred tool made specially to restrict others' movement. It would require an immense power to break from its grasp. They immediately hurled the chains towards Tianyun, and at the same time, a dazzling light shone, creating many light nets that were ready to capture Tianyun. These light nets were spiritual energy that was weaved together, forming a sturdy net to capture anything. Get away from that net! Zhao Ling shouted as she knew that the light net was difficult to break. However, she didn't have to remind Tianyun of the power of the net as Tianyun already realized it himself. Tianyun immediately pulled out the heavenly netherworld divine sword and swung it towards the incoming net. A yellow wave of light immediately cut through the light nets, destroying them in the process. The yellow wave of light even cut the bandits in two with ease. The two of them being Heaven Imperial and Heaven Splendor. They couldn't block the yellow wave as they didn't have enough strength to do so. Heavenly Netherworld Divine Sword plus the power from Desolate Ancient Set simply had immense destructive power. Unless Tianyun's opponent was using a divine tool, it was impossible to block his attack. The additional effect of Desolate Ancient Set also corroded the two's bodies, making it impossible for them to regenerate or stick themselves up together again. Boss, save us! Heaven Splendor asked Heaven Blood for help as the fear of dying was clearly seen in his eyes. However, It was already too late as his body was starting to corrode and turn into sands because of desolate ancient set's effect. Heaven Splendor and Heaven Imperial completely turned into sand, falling all over the ground, but now, the ground didn't absorb them as there was no blood left behind. The rest of the bandits wanted to save Heaven Splendor and Heaven Imperial, but they couldn't as they were driven away by Tianyun's attack themselves. Furthermore, they didn't know how to stop Heaven Splendor and Heaven Imperial's body from corroding into sands. Furthermore, their body also showed the effect of corroding as they tried to block Tianyun's yellow wave earlier. It was clearly a bad move as they were now at the risk of becoming sand themselves. They released all of their aura to resist the corroding effect as their body slowly turned yellow from the corroding effect. It seems that you can still resist my power somehow, Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He didn't need to try excessively to defeat these bandits as they were far weaker than what he was capable of. He didn't even need to use any technique as Desolate Ancient Set's passive effect was enough to overpower these bandits. No matter what they did, they would never be able to win against Tianyun. This boy's power is too terrifying, Heaven Blood said as he trembled on the spot as he was at his limit from just resisting the corrosion effect. He now realized how naive his thought was. He didn't have any chance to kill Tianyun from the beginning. Boss, we have to run away, Heavenly Fiend shouted while pulling out a jade pendant. Heavenly Blood nodded and did the same thing as he destroyed the jade pendant. Suddenly, a ray of light illuminated their body, and they immediately flew away with an enhanced speed. It was escaping Heavenly God Talisman, and it had the capability to enhance the user's speed by several times to escape the battle. But sadly, it wasn't enough to get away from Tianyun. He flashed in front of the two of them and immediately kicked them to the ground. Blood spurted from their mouth as they hit the ground hard, but that was not the end of it. Tianyun quickly descended and let himself fall on top of Heaven Blood's chest, dealing tremendous damage to his battered body. What is this power? Who are you? Heavenly Fiend asked with a terrified expression. He never expected a teenager would be able to defeat them all like this, but that wasn't all. The teenager completely overpowered them without any effort. What good would that be to a dying person like you? Tianyun said as he flew towards Zhao Ling and freed her from the chain. Elder sister, are you okay? Shi Shuiyan said as she flew towards Zhao Ling worriedly. I am fine, but are you really Shuiyan? Zhao Ling said unsurely. She hadn't seen Shi Shuiyan for a very long time, so she wasn't quite sure as Shi Shuiyan has grown. Yeah, I am Shi Shuiyan. Shi Shuiyan said excitedly as she could meet her elder sister once again. She has always respected her, and that feeling hasn't changed although she has already left for a long time. Is he? Zhao Ling said doubtfully as she looked over to Tianyun. Yes, he is your son. Tianyun, Shi Shuiyan said with a smile on his face. Really, he is really Tianyun. Zhao Ling said as the look of amazement could be seen on her face. Seeing his mother's face was full of wonder and amazement, Tianyun sighed. He didn't feel the emotion that a normal person would feel once they saw their mother after a long time, and that was also the reason he didn't understand why people would fall into tears in this kind of situation. However, he had a new problem that he needed to figure out. He didn't know how to react to his own parent, considering he never had one to begin with. Chapter 702, Tianyun. Zhao Ling walked towards Tianyun with a slight hesitation, but she eventually came around and held him firmly in her arms. She was a crying mess right now as she never expected to see her son again. Tianyun himself was embarrassed by this turn of events, but he couldn't say that he wasn't touched by the motherly affection he received. But then again, he didn't really feel anything as he didn't have a strong emotional connection with his mother. A moment later, Zhao Ling let go of Tianyun, and her expression wasn't as stiff as it was earlier. She wanted to shout because of how happy she was as she could see her son again, but she refrained from doing so as she realized that this wasn't the time. She also knew that Tianyun wasn't ready for her yet. Tianyun, she is your mother. Shi Shuiyan said carefully as she saw Tianyun barely showed any reaction. She was anxious that Tianyun would break Zhao Linghei's heart by rejecting her or suddenly get mad as he was abandoned in his childhood. I understand if you found our encounter awkward. We haven't really met each other before. It would be too much for you. Zhao Ling said as she sighed disappointedly. She knew that Tianyun never met her before, so she realized that Tianyun wouldn't be able to feel the emotional connection like her. Immediately, Zhao Ling turned her attention towards Heaven Fiend, who was struggling helplessly on the ground. It was clear that the end was close for this man as his body started to fall apart into sands. This is your own karma. You still want me dead even after getting your hands on my blood-drinking grasses? Zhao Ling said coldly. Heaven Fiend just stared at her with despair in his eyes. He never expected their situation would be reversed like this. Just kill me and get it over with. Heaven Fiend said indifferently as he wouldn't ask for mercy. He was prepared to die every day, so he wasn't afraid of dying. He knew that he wouldn't show mercy to anyone, so he wouldn't expect anyone to show mercy to him either. Don't worry, I will, but it wouldn't be fast. Zhao Ling took out the blood-drinking grass and let a small drop of blood drip into her hand. Heaven Fiend and Heaven Blood immediately trembled as they smelled the strong metallic smells from the blood. What the hell are you trying to do? Heaven Fiend shouted as he looked terrified. Why would you want to know? Zhao Ling said coldly before placing a drop of blood on Heaven Fiend's chest. A root suddenly emerged from the ground and punctured Heaven Fiend's body before slowly draining his blood. Zhao Ling also did the same thing to Heaven Blood before they screamed in pain. But it wasn't long before they were sucked dry. Tianyun didn't say anything as this was the characteristic of blood-drinking grass. It had to absorb blood before it could grow, and it didn't matter whose blood it was. After a while, a blood-drinking grass grew from the speck of blood that Zhao Ling dropped on their body, and their blood essence was completely dried up, but they weren't dead just yet. Although they have run out of gas, it would take a while for them to finally succumb to their fate. Zhao Ling immediately plucked the blood-drinking grass from their chest and sealed them before they could absorb anyone else's blood. Let's go. We don't have anything else to do here. Zhao Ling said to Tianyun and Xuan, who nodded immediately and left with Zhao Ling. Elder sister, why would you come to a dangerous place like this? Is it for those blood-drinking grasses? Xuan asked curiously. Does it have something to do with xianxia? Xuan asked further. Just come with me for now. You will find out eventually. Zhao Ling said as she glanced at Tianyun before flying forward. Xuan nodded and remained silent as Tianyun never talked from the beginning. He kept thinking about what was on his mother's mind. Soon, they went from the forest to a somewhat safe location. Zhao Ling directed them to a cave, and once Zhao Ling removed the hidden grate array that protected the place, they all got in. Inside the cave, they all saw a water crystal coffin, and inside lied a handsome man that surprised Xuan immediately. Is that xianxia? Xuan asked surprisedly. Tianyun was surprised after hearing Xuan's question. He didn't expect to see his own father inside a coffin like this. Furthermore, this man was supposed to be sealing heaven-defying nation's #1 genius, so what was with this sorry state he was in? He immediately felt the aura around the coffin and realized that his father wasn't dead, but it was obvious that his blood essence has been drained. Why would his blood essence dry up like this? What happened? Tianyun asked Zhao Ling as he observed xianxia's condition. I don't really know who sent those people, but your father and I were attacked. We successfully got away, but we found out that your father was poisoned not long after. It was bloodthirsty poison that will drain the target's blood essence, causing them to fall into a long deprived sleep. I can only supplement him with a blood essence medicinal pill. I've been preserving his condition for more than 10 years now. It happened just before we wanted to go back to mortal world to find you. But as you can see, the situation doesn't allow us to do that. Zhao Ling said with a saddened look on her face. You have to know that it wasn't our intention to abandon you. The situation never allowed us to do that. Zhao Ling said as she shed her tears. As she looked over to Tianyun, she couldn't drag her husband to mortal world in this condition as the blood-drinking grass only grew properly around there and no medicine could help xianxia in the long run on mortal world. I never expected the situation to turn out like this. Do you have any idea who the perpetrator might be? You may have suffered, but so am I. Tianyun said coldly. He could guess who had done such a thing, but he hoped that wasn't the case. Chapter 703. Xianxia was in a deep sleep, but he was clearly uncomfortable judging from his expression. I can relate to this as I also have a blood essence deficit in my early years. Tianyun said as he frowned while looking at his unconscious father. When you were little, you also have a blood essence problem. Zhao Ling was surprised to hear what Tianyun said and thus looked over to Xuan to further confirm Tianyun's word. Yeah, Tianyun's blood essence was in a bad state in the past. It was very difficult for me to provide him the necessary blood medicine to help him recover. It wasn't until an expert come and help him sort it out that he began to grow strongly. Shi Shuiyan said with a little bit of guilt on her face. A help from an expert? Zhao Ling asked curiously. Yes, isn't elder sister the one who sent the expert? Shi Shuiyan asked as she always thought that Zhao Ling was the one who sent help for Yi Tianyun in the past. Why would you think I am the one who sent help? After I handed Yi Tianyun to you that day, I immediately left for Heaven World. Although we didn't want to stay at Sealing Heaven-Divine Nation, we couldn't come back to mortal world as the path has been blocked. Zhao Ling said confusedly. When we know that Yi Xianxia had been poisoned, I couldn't find any solution to detoxify him, so I put him in this state to give me time to find a solution. We really want to go to mortal world to get you, but we didn't have such a time in our hands. So, who is this expert? Was it one of Sealing Heaven-Divine Nation's experts? She began to wonder. Yi Tianyun felt awkward by the current situation as he basically lied to Shi Shuiyan about the expert that helped him. He did it to prevent Shi Shuiyan from asking further questions regarding why he could become so strong in such a short amount of time. I don't really know who he is, but he really unraveled everything. I felt like a completely different person after that, Yi Tianyun said awkwardly, but from the looks of it, it may be the same poison. Yi Tianyun said solemnly, you were born in Sealing Heaven-Divine Nation, but you weren't born under their influences. After you were born, a maid took you to clean you up while I was resting. Could it happen at that time? Zhao Ling began to wonder while her complexion started to change. If that was the case, who would do such a thing? Is it Sealing Heaven-Divine Nation? Yi Tianyun said coldly. It is possible. The first elder of Sealing Heaven-Divine Nation rejected me completely. He wasn't willing to let Yi Xianxia marry me by saying that I might dilute his bloodline or something. He is your grandfather, actually, but I didn't expect him to be that cold. He was the one who told me to leave you in mortal world as he disliked your presence too. Over the year, I have been looking for a variety of spirit medicine to supplement Yi Xianxia's blood essence, but it was tough to get one. Zhao Ling said with a saddened look on her face. She looked at Yi Xianxia, who was lying on the crystal coffin, and her eyes became teary with sadness. However, she could find strength as he looked at Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun walked towards Yi Xianxia and began to observe him closely. This was his father, and he had to say that his father was a handsome man, but now his hair was completely white, and his face was also pale, as if he didn't have any blood circulating around his body anymore. Yi Tianyun immediately used his appraisal eye to check Yi Xianxia's situation. Did you ever think of asking Sealing Heaven-Divine Nation for help, elder sister? His father wouldn't want this kind of fate to befall his son, wouldn't he? Shi Shuiyan asked curiously as everything was so strange for her right now. Yi Xianxia said that he'd rather die than going back there. So, I want to respect his wishes and dared not to return there. His father was worried about him when Yi Xianxia told him that he would be marrying me, but he was mad at the fact that Yi Xianxia wouldn't listen to what he said. It was all because of their bloodline, so I don't want to go back there, either. Zhao Ling said solemnly. Bloodline was extremely important, and some bloodlines could only give birth to the same bloodline on the firstborn, while the secondborn wouldn't inherit it completely. Sealing Heaven-Divine Nation definitely didn't want to lose their bloodline, so it wasn't like she didn't understand the first elder's anger. It was hard to get the person that was suitable to pass on the bloodline, and he didn't want Yi Xianxia to lose his opportunity. Not everyone was suited to pass on the bloodline. Otherwise, the bloodline would be everywhere. For the greater good of the family, they wanted Yi Xianxia to leave Zhao Ling. But they didn't expect Yi Xianxia to be stubborn as he ignored them completely and left with Zhao Ling. Is blood-drinking grass one of the herbs you used in the remedy? Yi Tianyun asked. Yes, blood-drinking grass is one of them, but it was very difficult to find it. Fortunately, after some time, I found a clue to find it, and that makes it a little bit easier to find it. Zhao Ling said as her eyes were full of hope. Well, now you don't have to search for it anymore. Let's take a look at Sealing Heaven-Divine Nation. They may have the cure. Yi Tianyun said confidently. It won't work. They wouldn't want anything to do with us. Zhao Ling said worriedly. Well, that would be the case, but I suspect that the poison is made by Sealing Heaven-Divine Nation from the beginning. I don't know whether my guess is right or not. For father's sake and myself, if they were really the one who poisoned us both, I will drag their lord in front of their nation and shove the same poison into his throat, so that he could feel what I feel in my childhood. Yi Tianyun said coldly. Zhao Ling saw the terrifying look on her son's expression and look over to Shi Shuiyan, but she noticed that Shi Shuiyan didn't seem to be bothered at all. But it is still Sealing Heaven-Divine Nation. They are formidable, and you might get killed. Zhao Ling said worriedly. Don't worry, they won't be able to do anything to me. But if I found out they were really the ones behind it all, I will eradicate them all. I don't care who they are, as I always destroy my enemies to their root. Yi Tianyun said coldly. Zhao Ling stared at her son with a slight worry, but she knew that the baby he left back then was already a man with a lot of responsibility on his shoulder. Chapter 704. Yi Tianyun has already made up his mind, leaving Zhao Ling speechless. At the end of the day, they were up against sealing heaven-defying nation. Even though Yi Tianyun demonstrated an exceptional strength earlier, she didn't think he could fight them all off. They would have a number of Divine King experts, which was on a whole different level compared to the 4 bandits that Yi Tianyun fought earlier. If you want to go there, I will come with you. Zhao Ling said confidently. Fine by me. Yi Tianyun nodded. He didn't mind his mother coming with him, as he could make sure that she is safe. It was better than staying here. Zhao Ling then used Ring of Living Creatures so she could bring the sleeping Yi Xingqian along safely. She really hoped Yi Xingqian could be saved and wake up to see his own son has become a strong man. Yi Tianyun then summoned the Blue Phoenix and quickly flew towards sealing heaven-defying nation. Successfully completed the main quest, Find the Parent. Reward: 500 million Express, 100.000 CPs, 2x Super Lottery Roulette Ticket. Successfully taken new main quest, Cure Father's Illness. Reward on completion: 500 million Express, 100.000 CPs, 2x Super Lottery Roulette Ticket. The soul guidance immediately disappeared, but it was worth it even though he had to lose 3 million CPs in exchange. Hadn't he rushed to Zhao Linghei's aid, she would have been dead. Now that he got another main quest, and he was already on his way to complete it without the guidance of the quest, Yi Tianyun couldn't help but think that everything was already in order. At the same time, Zhao Ling was shocked once again as she saw that her son had summoned a strikingly beautiful blue phoenix. Her mind kept thinking that her son has already achieved so much that even surpassed both his parent. She wanted to ask Yi Tianyun how he got all this power, but she didn't know where to start. She knew that she owed Yi Tianyun so much for abandoning him on mortal world. Shi Shuiyan, who sat next to her on the phoenix, sensed her frustration and immediately held her hands. Sister, what are you thinking right now? Do you want to know what Yi Tianyun has been doing over these years? Shi Shuiyan asked curiously. Yi Tianyun heard what Shi Shuiyan was saying and felt a little bit awkward, as he couldn't help it if his mother was still unsure how to approach him. Nevertheless, he wouldn't say anything for now. And thus, Shi Shuiyan began talking about what she knew about Yi Tianyun. She told Zhao Ling about the feat that Yi Tianyun accomplished in mortal world that shocked Zhao Ling once more. She didn't know that Heavenly Jade Palace has changed so much that it even become an empire now. My son has established his own empire. Zhao Ling asked surprisedly. She was crying out of relief when she heard that her son wasn't struggling hard these days, nor did he have to beg for others' help to live his life. Yes, Yi Tianyun is very powerful. He is talented, indeed. Just like you, Shi Shuiyan said with a smile on her face. Zhao Ling wiped the tears from her eyes before she looked towards her son. My son, you have worked hard over the years, Zhao Ling said with a proud look on her face. She didn't care about the enemy that Yi Tianyun had to destroy to build his own empire, but she knew that it wouldn't be easy. It was all right, I have Aunt with me at all times, Yi Tianyun said with a big smile on his face as he looked over to Shi Shuiyan. Shi Shuiyan was flustered slightly, but she didn't break away from Yi Tianyun's contact. She didn't know if it meant that they were officially together, but it was surely a big leap, seeing that her sister could become her in-laws in a near time. Seeing the exchange between Shi Shuiyan and Yi Tianyun, Zhao Ling couldn't help but giggle happily. From the very beginning, I've already wanted my son to marry someone like you in the future, but I don't really think that it would become the truth. Zhao Ling said with a happy smile on her face as she looked at Shi Shuiyan. Sister, did you really think it that way at the time? Shi Shuiyan asked surprisedly. Yi Tianyun was also curious, as his parent already tried to find him a wife even though he was just born. Yes, you're talented, kind, and have a sense of responsibility. Otherwise, I wouldn't trust you to guard Yi Tianyun. I already know that you will take good care of him, Zhao Ling said with a warm smile on her face. Shi Shuiyan was stunned that Zhao Ling already thought that far ahead. She thought that Zhao Ling might not want her son to pick someone older than him, but it turned out that Zhao Ling was supporting their relationship. However, She knew that age wasn't a real problem. After all, a cultivator could live for 1,000 years as long as they could cultivate their power and technique to a certain degree. Since you are together, just know that I support it to the fullest. I don't have anything I can gift to you right now, but maybe this necklace would suffice for now. Zhao Ling said as she handed over a necklace to Shi Shuiyan. It wasn't an ordinary necklace at all. It would be around mid-grade sacred tools level. Son, I hope you would take care of Shi Shuiyan from now on. Protect her from any danger through thick and thin. Zhao Ling said solemnly with a warm smile on her face. Thank you, mother, I will. Yi Tianyun smiled as he really appreciates his mother's support. Son, we owe you a lot, and we know that you don't really need our skill now, but I hope we can make it up for you in the future. Zhao Ling said hopefully. Yi Tianyun nodded his head as he was lost for words. He couldn't describe the feeling that he felt right now, but he was really grateful that he could get along with his parent. Chapter 705. With Shi Shuiyan's help mending the bridge between Yi Tianyun and Zhao Ling, the atmosphere wasn't as awkward as before. Zhao Ling really loved Yi Tianyun as her son, and she was also proud of him, who has become such a dependable man. Although Yi Tianyun didn't quite love his mother just yet, he respected her for being loyal to her husband, or should he say, his father for this matter. We are almost at sealing heaven-defying nation. Yi Tianyun said casually. Tianyun, when we got there, don't act impulsively. We will see grandfather first. We should be able to see him if he knows I'm coming. Zhao Ling said worriedly. I will do what I can, but I will do it my own way if they do something insincere. If anyone acts rudely to me, or we found out that the sealing heaven-defying nation was really the one behind the poisoning, I will not hold back. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Zhao Ling nodded her head as she knew how annoying it would be when they found out that the sealing heaven-defying nation was really the one behind all this misery. You don't have to worry about it. If they were really the ones behind all this, I would join you as well. People referred to me as the vengeful lady, and I will prove what it means towards my enemy. Zhao Ling said with a smile on her face. But even though Zhao Ling acted confident like this, she was still worried and nervous inside as sealing heaven-defying nation was a powerful faction. Yi Tianyun smiled as he didn't have any emotional attachment to his ancestors' land either. Mother, do you have any idea who would do this to us in the first place? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Yes, I have a faint idea who it was, but I'm not quite sure just yet. Zhao Ling said unsurely. Who would it be? Yi Tianyun asked once again. It is the third elder. Even if the great elder doesn't want anything to do with me, he won't do such a cruel thing to his own son, but the third elder has been against me from the very beginning. He even tried to attack your father and me when I told the great elder that I was pregnant at that time. Zhao Ling said worriedly. I was afraid at that time that they would take you away from me. That was the reason that I immediately escaped from sealing heaven-defying nation's imperial city and gave birth to you in a small town nearby. Zhao Ling said with a sad expression. But, the great elder, your grandfather was the one who let me and your father escape in the first place. I don't know if he had anything to do with anything that happened to us, but I hope he didn't. Zhao Ling said with a frown on her face. Yi Tianyun nodded as he understood what Zhao Ling was trying to say. After all, the great elder was still the father of her husband and the grandfather of her son. Even though we know that the great elder would still accept us at sealing heaven-defying nation, your father didn't want to return as he was really sick of hearing people telling him to pass on a strong bloodline for the sake of the faction. They wouldn't want me alive. If they saw you, they wouldn't want you alive either as they would think that you would affect their power struggle later. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Yes, it was one of the possibilities. When you were born, we measured your bloodline, but it was faint. You have a little to none heaven-defying king's bloodline in you, but it was enough to create chaos as the third elder's grandson was in the same position as you since both of you were the rightful candidate for the next lord. Zhao Ling said solemnly. I knew it. In the end, the reason was a power struggle. Yi Tianyun shook his head as he already suspected as much. But it was regrettable that Yi Xianxia, who was said to be the genius of sealing heaven-defying nation, ended up being targeted as well. I also have a rough idea who poisoned you earlier. It was the maid who bathed you right after you were born. Besides her, no one else came close to you without me knowing what they were doing. Well, she might be under someone else's intimidation. After all, a normal person wouldn't stand a chance against an expert. Yi Tianyun said casually. Even if that's the case, we couldn't accuse anyone just yet. We don't have any evidence to begin with. It was all just a speculation without a body. Zhao Ling said with a frown on her face. That's all right, we are bound to get the evidence later. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. He had various ways to collect evidence later. For example, he could use the Eye of Charm's power to get it from someone with lower cultivation than himself later. We have finally arrived, Yi Tianyun said as he landed outside of the city wall. The guard immediately stopped them as they started to walk towards the gate. You two again, what do you want this time? The guard asked curiously. We are Yi family, Zhao Ling said as she pulled out a token that emitted unique energy. Second Elder's token, please walk inside, the guard said immediately. Zhao Ling nodded and started to walk inside again before she was stopped once again. Zhao Ling, an old man's voice was heard from the side. She recognized that voice and immediately turned her attention towards the old man with a frown on her face. I didn't expect you to come back here. Where is Yi Xingchen? Did he finally cast you aside? Deacon Xiao said with a smirk on his face. I don't have time to hear your gibberish, Deacon Xiao. I have an urgent matter to attend to. Zhao Ling said coldly. Urgent matter? Our sealing heaven number 1 genius ran away with you. How dare you return here after what you've done? Did you want to ask for more resources now that you've been cast aside by your husband? Did you finally become a beggar who wants some pocket change here? Deacon Xiao said condescendingly. Yi Tianyun sighed, flashed forward, and slapped Deacon Xiao's mouth. Deacon Xiao was thrown to the side, and his lips were bleeding. Zhao Ling was smiling, but she couldn't help but think how powerful her son was. Pay attention to your word. If she was a beggar, then you are a trash that's not even worth a dime, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Yi Tianyun couldn't just brush it off when someone humiliate his loved ones like this. Chapter 706. Zhao Ling, to think that you dared to step foot in this place again just to attack me. This is a rebellion. Deacon Xiao stood up angrily while caressing his face. Yi Tianyun sighed as he was kind enough to let the man live, but he was starting to regret it now. You still have the guts to say that. Now I give you two choices, either you take us to Second Elder, or I will slap you once again. Yi Tianyun said coldly. Deacon Xiao was furious after hearing Yi Tianyun's words. Huh. You wish. If you want me to take you to the Second Elder, apologize to me now. Deacon Xiao said with a smirk on his face, but he made a wrong decision here. Yi Tianyun slapped him in the face once again, and it was so fast that Deacon Xiao didn't have the time to react. What did you just say? Go on, spit those words once again, Yi Tianyun said coldly while Deacon Xiao was lying on the ground with blood dripping from his mouth and broken teeth. But the look on Deacon Xiao's face was still furious as his pride was getting trampled. I will not take you there, he said between his broken teeth. Yi Tianyun slapped him once again, further injuring Deacon Xiao's face. Are you sure you wanted this? Yi Tianyun said calmly. Zhao Ling and Shi Shuiyan silently watched the scene from the side as they thought that Yi Tianyun was ruthless, but the deacon was to blame as well. I will bring you there, Deacon Xiao said weakly as he couldn't stand the pain anymore. Thus Yi Tianyun stopped and dragged Deacon Xiao to stand back up and pushed him to start walking. The deacon immediately walked towards the Second Elder's place with a bitter look in his eyes. Many disciples of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation who saw Deacon Xiao were confused when they saw Deacon Xiao's swollen face. However, they couldn't bring themselves to ask as Deacon Xiao seemed to be with a guest. Most people there didn't know Zhao Ling, unless they've been staying there for a long time like Deacon Xiao. With Deacon Xiao's guidance, they walked deeper into the mountain. This mountain was called Fengxian Mountain, and it was guarded by two Spirit King experts as it was the most important sacred mountain for Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. If anyone wanted to hike up the mountain, they had to show a secret order or notify the elders to enter. And thus, after Deacon Xiao was close enough to the guards, he immediately ran over and shouted nonsense. These people are trying to break into Fengxian Mountain. They even hurt me and threatened me to get their way, Deacon Xiao shouted as he ran to the guards. Yi Tianyun sighed and immediately rushed over and slapped Deacon Xiao once more. This time, Deacon Xiao was left unconscious from the attack, but Yi Tianyun still didn't kill him. The expression of the guards quickly changed. When they noticed Zhao Ling in the midst of strangers who came with Deacon Xiao, they immediately realized that Deacon Xiao was making a false accusation. But still, they didn't approve of Zhao Ling coming back after running away with their young master in the past. I want to see the Second Elder, Zhao Ling said solemnly. The two guards looked at each other and closed their eyes as they found the situation bothersome. All right, I will report this situation to the elders and ask if they allow you to enter Fengxian Mountain. In the meantime, you all stay here. One of the guards said with a solemn face. The guard immediately left towards the mountain to report, leaving the other guards to treat Deacon Xiao's injuries. But after a while, a new voice boomed from the side, startling Zhao Ling and the guards. You again, the old man shouted. Long time no see, third elder. Zhao Ling greeted coldly. She didn't show any respect for the old man as she looked at him disinterestedly. The third elder was surprised by Zhao Linghei's attitude, but when he saw the young man beside her, he finally noticed that the face was familiar. Is that young man Yi Xingqian's son? The third elder said solemnly. Yes, I want him to meet the second elder. But, what is it to you? Zhao Ling said calmly. Capture them, the third elder said calmly as he pointed his finger towards Zhao Ling and Yi Tianyun. The disciples who came with the third elder immediately surrounded them as they followed the third elder's order. What is the meaning of this, third elder? We just wanted to see the second elder, and you want to capture us? Did you want to kill me now? Zhao Ling said coldly. Why wouldn't I do this? Yi Xingqian has betrayed the family to be with you. It was a give that I'd capture and interrogate you regarding that matter. It was a shame for sealing heaven-defying kingdom to lose Yi Xingqian, but we have to uphold the law. The third elder said calmly. Really, I wonder if you have anything to do with us being hunted down on the past. Zhao Ling said calmly. The third elder's expression changed a little bit, but it didn't show much for others. What are you saying? You didn't even bother keeping contact with us for so long, and now you accused me of hunting you down. We are searching for you, but we didn't want to kill you. The third elder said calmly. The third elder was back to his poker face after that, but Yi Tianyun knew better. The slight change of expression in the third elder's expression earlier showed that he knew something about the hunt for Zhao Ling and Yi Xingqian. Chapter 707. Zhao Ling wasn't that innocent to think that these people never traced his mother's whereabouts. They clearly knew something about what happened. She knew that there was no evidence to prove her accusation, but she was confident about her own judgment. The third elder also showed his best poker face. His expression didn't change despite Zhao Ling accusing him of a crime. But it was a given, as why would a high-ranking elder admit to such a thing anyway? Mother, you don't have to say anything else. I have my own little way to make them talk. Yi Tianyun said casually. He was too bored to hear this back and forth between his mother and the third elder, as no one would relent. He has his eye of charm, and once he controlled someone with it, there would be no secret left unturned. What is your solution? Zhao Ling asked curiously. Meanwhile, Shi Shuiyan just smiled but didn't say anything else. Just watch, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face without explaining anything. He used his eyes of charm on the third elder. The third elder, who was setting his gaze on the boy, felt cold suddenly, and his eyes lighted up a little bit. I advise you to be obedient. Otherwise, don't blame us if something bad happened, the third elder said as he started to rush towards Yi Tianyun. The rest of the disciples beside him followed suit and rushed towards Shi Shuiyan and Zhao Ling. Yi Tianyun just smiled and let the third elder get closer. The third elder was about to attack, but Yi Tianyun quickly grabbed his hands. They were in a stalemate, was locked, as none of them could attack at this position. Are you really sure about this? I wouldn't mind destroying your hands, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Yi Tianyun didn't show any sign of fear as he didn't feel like he was in danger at all. You are quite arrogant, kid. It's starting to get annoying, the third elder said coldly, but he felt someone coming from behind, and when he looked up, he froze after seeing that. An old man was coming down towards them. Zhao Ling, you are back, the old man said with an indescribable tone on his voice. This old man was the second elder, Yi Yuanlong, Yi Tianyun's grandfather. Yi Yuanlong shifted his gaze to the boy in front of the third elder and trembled as he realized who it is. Yi Tianyun had an uncanny resemblance to his son, Yi Xingqian, with a touch of Zhao Linghei's beauty, making him a more handsome and delicate version of his father. Second elder, you are here. I am trying to capture these people by myself. You don't have to come here, the third elder said with a smile on his face before he let go of Yi Tianyun's hands and walked towards the second elder. This is my problem. You should have stayed away, Yi Yuanlong said solemnly. Second elder, this is no longer your own business. This is shaming our sealing heaven-defying nation. This scandal already involved all of us. I think even the great elder would be glad to deal with this matter too, the third elder said solemnly. The third elder wasn't convinced that the second elder would deal with Zhao Ling on his own. After all, she was his daughter-in-law, and now even his grandson was here. Well, deal with them then, Yi Yuanlong said indifferently. He knew that it was the problem for sealing heaven-divine nation as a whole, and he couldn't say no to that. If that's the case, we will bring them to the main hall and let everyone witness when we judge them of their sin. The third elder said to Yi Yuanlong before he turned his attention to Yi Tianyun once again. I hope you will not play any tricks here, boy, he said coldly. Wow, why would I have to do any of that when we also want to come in? Are you stupid or something? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. You're really pushing it, aren't you? The third elder said coldly. Alright, that's it, start moving, Yi Yuanlong said urgently. He wanted to help Yi Tianyun as he looks over to Yi Tianyun with a kind eye, but he must stop the third elder from attacking anyone before that. The third elder clicked his tongue and walked up the mountain. He knew that he couldn't do anything while the second elder was there, so he had to wait for the trial and let the other elders judge them first. Where is Yi Xingqian? Yi Yuanlong asked Zhao Ling. It was a long story. You will know about him later, Zhao Ling said with a sigh. Yi Yuanlong frowned a little as he knew that the news that he would hear from Zhao Ling later wouldn't be good, but he was also curious about the boy in front of them. Is that your son with Yi Xingqian? He asked Zhao Ling once again. Yes, Zhao Ling replied shortly as she didn't have to hide anything. He's already that big, Yi Yuanlong said as he sighed deeply. His serious expression earlier was appeased as he looked at Yi Tianyun. They soon arrived at the main hall, where there were already deacons and elders waiting for them. Their eyes were immediately fixed on Zhao Ling and Yi Tianyun as they recognized their face. They blamed Zhao Ling for dragging sealing heaven-divine nation's reputation into the mud in the past. Although it was such a long time ago, they clearly couldn't forget about it. Wow, she is back. One of the elders was shocked as he saw Zhao Ling. Nobody expected Zhao Ling to come back again. After all, she wouldn't get anything here other than imprisonment for embarrassing the faction. I didn't expect a fox like you dared to come showing your face again, an old man said coldly as he looked at Zhao Ling, but he was surprised to see the boy who came beside Zhao Ling because that face seemed so familiar. What did you say? Say it again, I dare you, Yi Tianyun said coldly as his killing intent raged intensely. You are quite arrogant, boy, do you know who you are talking to? The old man said with a smirk on his face. He was the great elder, the person with a rank just below the Holy King. His cultivation level was high too, at Spirit King stage peak, ready to step into Saint King level. I don't care who you are. You should apologize for what you just said, Yi Tianyun said confidently without any shred of fear. Chapter 708. Yi Tianyun wasn't too arrogant, but when you have power, you wouldn't want your pride to be trampled on by others. Even if he didn't have any power, it was a given to fight for one's family and friend. The most important thing for the cultivators should be the well-being of their loved ones. Tianyun, Zhao Ling called worriedly. She was trying to tell Yi Tianyun that he should keep his calm as they were in an away game here. Yi Tianyun looked at Zhao Ling and said nothing. Since his mother told him to stay calm, he would abide by it for now. You are definitely the son of Yi Xingqian. You have the same stubbornness. But this is a pickle. Is that the reason your mother couldn't teach you anything? The great elder said coldly. What is it to you? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. How dare you? Great elder said furiously as he had enough of Yi Tianyun's rudeness. That is enough, Yi Yuanlong shouted boomingly. So, why are you here, Ling? You have been hiding for years. Why did you show up again today of all times? Yi Yuanlong asked coldly. Yi Yuanlong didn't think much for now, but as he didn't see his son anywhere, he didn't care much about Zhao Ling. I demand justification for my situation, Zhao Ling said as she pulled out the water crystal coffin from her ring, and everyone was shocked as they saw Yi Xingqian lying inside. My son, Yi Yuanlong shouted as he rushed towards the water crystal coffin. He hadn't seen his son for so long, but he never expected it would be this bad. He saw that his son was pale and sensed that his blood essence was diminishing. Great Elder and Third Elder looked at each other with a smirk on their face, but it was so fast that no one realized it. The others were in shock as they never expected Yi Xingqian to be in such a condition. How can this happen? What happened? Yi Yuanlong shouted in anger towards Zhao Ling. She immediately explained what happened in the past and reached the conclusion that sealing heaven-divine nation had something to do with it. What good thing is it for us to do such thing to you and Yi Xingqian? He was once the genius of sealing heaven-divine nation and will become the Holy King in the future. Why would we send people to kill such a man? The great elder said angrily. That is true. It has to be your own doing that something like this happened to xianxia. You are probably making enemies left and right without you realizing it. The third elder said coldly. It was such a waste that he had to spend his days inside water crystal coffin like this after he escaped with you, but to entertain you of such idea, what is your evidence accusing us? The third elder said coldly. The people started to nod their head as they agreed with the third elder. It was common sense to show evidence first before accusing someone. They were clearly disappointed to see xianxia in this state. They knew that xianxia was a genius and could easily become the next holy king in the future, but it was just a dream now as xianxia has already weakened to the state of needing the water crystal coffin to survive. Enough, Yi Yuanlong whispered sadly. The most important thing is to save him. He couldn't stand seeing his son lying inside the coffin like this, so he wanted to save him quickly. This is a very strong bloodthirsty poison. Who is vicious enough to poison someone with it? Yi Yuanlong shouted angrily. I have blood-drinking grass, royal phoenix blood essence, and heavenly fragrant god grass with me. It was all the ingredient needed to make the potion, but I couldn't create the potion on my own. Zhao Ling said to Yi Yuanlong. No wonder you choose to return. It is just to trouble us with something you have caused. Now we will help you, but I want to see you gone once we're done. The third elder said coldly. To tell you the truth, we don't need your help. You clearly misunderstand something here. We are not here to ask for your help, but we are here to ask for compensation for the damage that the poison has done to us. I am convinced that sealing heaven-defying nation was the one behind all this. Yi Tianyun said confidently. One proof that I have is your son there. His bloodline is average, his cultivation base is average. Everything about him screamed mediocre. In order to compete for power to become the next holy king, he had to take out my father from the picture. Does my theory hit the mark? Yi Tianyun said coldly towards the third elder. Yi Tianyun knew that it was taboo to discuss the power struggle on the faction, but he didn't care. Damn you, why would we ruin the entire sealing heaven-defying nation over our own lust for power? Xianxia is the strongest genius of his era. He would definitely become the best holy king for our faction, so why would we do something that would harm our faction? Don't you ever doubt our loyalty again, kid. The great elder said coldly. What the great elder said was the best answer to rally everyone behind him. Yes, our son is indeed mediocre, but that is all right compared to you. Your bloodline is clearly worse, and what is better than that fox behind you? She is all looks and no content. She was only a normal human from mortal world, no more. You told us you don't need our help now. You are delusional, the third elder said with a sneer. They were clearly winning the statement as it was enough reason not to harm Xianxia, but there was no real proof of what Yi Tianyun accused. They sneered at Yi Tianyun's face without any fear because they knew that there was no trace to their deeds in the past. Chapter 709. The faction's stand was clear. They already said that they would never hurt Xianxia and would be willing to help him as long as Zhao Lingye left him alone. Everyone was convinced that the two elders' words were true, so they didn't really question anything else despite the issues Yi Tianyun brought to light. Yi Yuanlong stood still with a gloomy face. Give me the royal phoenix blood essence and heavenly fragrant god grass. Name your price, he said solemnly. His expression was complicated as no one really knew what he was really thinking. Second elder, I know that you are hasty to save Xianxia, but think about it for a second. Heavenly fragrant god grass will be difficult to obtain, but royal phoenix blood essence is impossible unless you go to the ghost world. The third elder said worriedly. Then we have to go to the ghost world. Yi Yuanlong said solemnly. You are being unreasonable right now, second elder. It's not that easy to go to the ghost world. The channel between heaven world and ghost world has long been disconnected. The only way now is to go through the mortal world, and it was no easy task. The third elder said carefully. The third elder's word was correct, but even if they could go to the ghost world, the Phoenix clan would demand a sky-high price for royal phoenix blood essence as it was such a rare resource. Furthermore, it was hard to trust any Spirit King cultivator as the royal phoenix blood essence was really that powerful. So you are saying that it was impossible to save my son? Yi Yuanlong glared at the third elder coldly. I am saying we should look for another alternative. We have a lot of things to consider in order to solve this problem. The third elder said worriedly. Now, listen to my word. You don't have to think of the ingredient right now. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. We don't need to listen to you. You are here just to cause trouble, and even your accusation is baseless. You don't even have the qualification to talk with me, the third elder said coldly as he was furious at Yi Tianyun's attitude. Shut up, how dare you talk like that to my son? Zhao Ling shouted angrily. You sly fox, the third elder shouted, but he couldn't say another word as he was slapped by the second elder. Third elder, I warn you to stop causing commotion. Now, let me find a way to get the royal phoenix blood essence and the heavenly fragrant god grass. Yi Yuanlong said solemnly. Okay, you have gone too far, second elder. Do you think I didn't know what you have done in the past? Yi Xingqian could leave the sealing heaven-divine nation because of your own doing. He was originally a bird in a cage because of his talent. But you let him go, and now you reap what you sow. You keep saying that you care about sealing heaven-divine nation's future, but in reality, you are just a selfish old man. The third elder shouted furiously. This was the truth. Yi Xingqian was prohibited from leaving the faction because sealing heaven-divine nation was afraid of losing him. It was impossible for him to leave on his own accord unless someone higher-ups let him go. Second elder, you are asking for too much right now. You even helped the outsider. Isn't she the one who seduced Yi Xingqian in the first place? If it weren't for her, we would have many descendants from Yi Xingqian, powerful descendants. The great elder said, backing up the third elder's argument. So you are saying that you aren't willing to help my son? Yi Yuanlong said in anger. It's not that we don't want to save him, but he had made a big mistake. We can save him, but his blood essence already deteriorated. He wouldn't have a great future ahead of him, anyway. The great elder said calmly. We understand that you don't want to give up your son, but it's not worth the resource. You have to get them on your own if you insist. The third elder said indifferently. Okay, I understand that the third elder wants my divine tool. I have known it for a long time now. Yi Yuanlong said coldly. It's not my desire, but you can't just use that many resources for nothing. It is impossible to give that just to get nothing in return. You know damn well that it would be a waste to use it on your son now. The third elder said casually. Third elder is right, it was a rule of the faction to use resources efficiently. You are the one who imposes that rule yourselves, aren't you? Great elder said solemnly. Great, I understand now. I will trade my divine tool for those royal phoenix blood essence and heavenly fragrant god grass. Yi Yuanlong said coldly. No, you have misunderstood our point, second elder. The resources are worth equal to a divine tool. Therefore if you want both of them, you have to give us 2 divine tools. The third elder smirked mischievously. That is enough, Yi Tianyun shouted with a booming voice, attracting everyone's attention. How dare you interrupt our talk, you ungrateful brat? The third elder said furiously. But the next moment, he noticed a light coming out of Yi Tianyun's eyes, and he gradually lost control over his own body. The others were surprised as they saw that the third elder suddenly shut up and didn't move from his spot. It is time to end this stupid facade. It is utter nonsense, prancing around while the objective was clearly extortion. Now, let us all see the truth, Yi Tianyun said coldly to the third elder as he controlled him with his eyes of charm. Chapter 710. Yi Tianyun already noticed that the third elder was a scum who tried to fool the entire faction. He wasn't afraid of him as he had an unusually low cultivation base despite being an elder. But surely, it was on the highest bar of Eye of Charms criteria at 5th layer Spirit King stage. If he had a higher cultivation level, Yi Tianyun would have no other way to prove his point, but luckily that wasn't the case. Hadn't Zhao Ling told him to stand down, he would have humiliated the third elder effortlessly. Are you the one who sent someone to ambush my parent in the past? Yi Tianyun asked coldly to the third elder. Yes, it was me and the great elder's order. I sent a few more experts to assist at that time. The third elder said with a dull look on his face. Everyone was shocked to hear the third elder's confession. None of them could say anything as everything happened so fast. So, why did you want to kill my parents? Yi Tianyun asked again. Because Yi Xingqian is a threat to our position and our power in the future. The power of Holy King will escape our grasp, and thus we sought to eliminate Yi Xingqian and his child. The third elder said, still expressionlessly. Third elder, what are you talking about? Snap out of it, great elder said furiously as he rushed towards the third elder. However, Yi Yuanlong stopped him before he could reach the third elder. Let him finish what he wants to say first. Yi Yuanlong said coldly. His eyes were full of killing intent, but he was not surprised. Yi Yuanlong didn't seem to be surprised by what the third elder said. It seemed he had suspected that was the case for a long time, but he couldn't prove it, so he had no choice but to stay quiet. He knew that it was impossible for Zhao Ling to make enemies at that time, as she only arrived at the heaven world shortly. If it were indeed Zhao Linghei's enemies who chase after them, it would be in mortal world, not the heaven world. As for Yi Xingqian, he had quite a lot of enemy, but no one dared to attack him as he was under the protection of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. Attacking him meant declaring war with Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. However, what would happen if the one who attacked him were from the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation itself? No one would be able to declare war with anyone, as the truth could be buried easily. The Great Elder was still furious, but now it was clear that he was anxious too. He wanted to stop the Third Elder from spilling the beans any further, but he couldn't go through Yi Yuanlong. They were more or less evenly matched, and if he chose to attack Yi Yuanlong, everyone would be suspicious, and the truth might be uncovered faster. Now, tell everyone what happened in the past, Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. The Third Elder then started to speak out. He explained the detailed story of what happened in the past and what he and the Great Elder had planned. On the other side, Zhao Ling was losing her patience as she heard the truth coming out of the Third Elder's mouth. But even so, she was still confused why the Third Elder would tell the truth. She realized that the Third Elder only responded to what Yi Tianyun asked and ignored everyone else. She now knew that her son had something to do with all this. She recalled that Yi Tianyun already told her not to worry about anything. Not long after that, the Third Elder finished his story, and everyone was speechless after hearing the truth behind what happened in the past. It was clear how they felt from the disgust on everyone's face. As Yi Tianyun snapped his fingers, the Third Elder was startled immediately and looked around with a horrified expression. "What did you do to me?" The Third Elder shouted to Yi Tianyun. "Everything that I said earlier is all lie. This man has put me under his spell to tell everyone anything that he wants." The Third Elder shouted to make sure that everyone wouldn't take what he just said to heart. The Third Elder started screaming to defend himself. Everyone turned their attention to Yi Tianyun. Was the Third Elder telling the truth? Or Yi Tianyun did manipulate the Third Elder to say everything? Do you think I'm making it up? In that case, why don't we use soul search on the Third Elder to confirm the truth? If it truly was misleading information, I am willing to give my life here and be punished in any means necessary. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Soul search? Why would someone be willing to accept that kind of thing? The Grand Elder said worriedly. Well, I agree with my son. Soul search could find any piece of memories that happened in the past. If Sealing Heaven Divine Nation really wants to find out the truth, I suggest that we have to soul search the Third Elder's memories. Zhao Ling said adamantly. Great Elder and the Third Elder were pale because they knew that everything would be uncovered if someone used soul search on him. What did you say, you whore? Soul searching, everything happened because of you, and now you want to damage my soul too. You are a stinking greedy whore. The Third Elder shouted furiously at Zhao Ling. He would do anything to eliminate the soul search option here. Well, you have another option if you want, Yi Tianyun said as he pulled out the evil spirit divine sword on the ground. The black energy surged from the sword to the ground, and everyone could see that it was a divine tool that could damage the soul. A divine tool, the Third Elder shouted as he realized that Yi Tianyun would beat him to death to uncover the truth. Chapter 711. Having a divine tool was really something else. Divine Nation had a lot of divine tools, but only some people had the privilege to wield them. Even if they were a high-ranking elder, they wouldn't instantly have this privilege. A divine tool, Yi Yuanlong said with surprise evident on his face. He didn't expect his grandson to have a divine tool. Zhao Ling herself was surprised too, but she chose to stay silent for the moment. The Third Elder's eyes shone as he knew that he would get that divine tool if he agreed to the soul search, but it wasn't worth it as everyone would know what he had done in the past. Is one divine tool not enough? Yi Tianyun sarcastically asked before he pulled out the evil spirit armor, which was another divine tool. Everyone was baffled, not because Yi Tianyun has another divine tool, but because it was an armor divine tool. Armor divine tools were rare as the materials to forge one was way more valuable than the materials to forge a weapon. Everyone realized that the Third Elder had to accept the deal. 2 divine tools for a little damage after the soul search was worth it. But the Third Elder was still silent, and the look of uncertainty covered his face. Is that still not enough? Yi Tianyun said with a frown on his face before he pulled out evil spirit boots, another divine tool. With these boots, it was a complete set of evil spirit divine tool. A full set of divine tools were extremely rare. It was a whole divine nation's worth of gold just to buy it on the auction. The look of greed filled the room. It was clear everyone wanted to have it for themselves. No one knew that it was worthless for Tianyun, as he often got a full set of equipment from his enemies thanks to his lucky aura. The evil spirit set was the divine tools that he got after killing the imperial preceptor of heavenly netherworld divine nation. He didn't have any use for this set as it had an extremely evil aura, and most people wouldn't be able to control it. Of course, Tianyun wouldn't have any problem wielding the set, but the evil god suit was much more powerful than the effect he got from the evil spirit set. Everyone was brimming with anticipation as they knew that the third elder might become the strongest elder if he accepted the deal. Who in their right mind would refuse a whole set of divine tool in exchange for some knowledge in their possession and slight damage from the soul search? No one said anything as they were waiting for the third elder to make his own decision. Everyone began to think that maybe the third elder deliberately remained silent to tip the negotiation to his favor even more. Surely, the third elder wouldn't be that dumb. But everyone began to grow impatient as the third elder stayed quiet for too long. Third elder, you are clearly making a profit here. It is a divine tool set. It's worth the little damage you will receive. One of the elders shouted as he grew impatient, waiting for the third elder's answer. Yeah, this is my first time seeing a set of divine tools myself. It's too good to be true, but here we are. Another elder shouted, pressuring the third elder to accept. It is truly a sight for sore eyes, but it's also confusing at the same time. If he has this amount of divine tools, wouldn't he be able to cure xianxia by himself? Why didn't he save them then? Another elder said with a confused expression. His confusion was to be expected, as it was incredible to see a young teenager of Tianyun's age having such amount of divine tools. Where did you get that many divine tools? Third elder asked solemnly. Why does that even matter? As long as you agreed to the soul search and your memories match what you said earlier, it would be yours. Tianyun said indifferently. Xuan was holding her smile on the side. Although it was a little bit surprising that Tianyun would give that much, it was a given for Tianyun to have that much. After all, Tianyun was a man that brought about miracles. You didn't steal these divine tools from someone else, did you? I don't want someone coming here searching for those divine tools later. The third elder said solemnly. Stolen items. Then the one I steal it from deserved it. How can someone with these divine tools be stupid enough to let it got stolen? Tianyun said coldly. Everyone nodded as what Tianyun said did make sense. After all, there was no way anyone would part with such a divine tool easily. Either they died or sold the divine tools themselves for such a thing to be possible. This set was probably an inheritance or something else entirely. No, I wouldn't accept such questionable equipment. I refuse your offer. I have always hated something with zero credibility. The third elder said righteously. He knew that he wouldn't look bad with this excuse, but Tianyun knew that he was just scared everyone would find out the cruel thing he had done in the past. Unfortunately, everyone else thought that the third elder was a righteous person, and thus the look of admiration was clear on everyone else's face. Can I take this set of equipment instead? An old man came from the inside door. He looked very old, like he could just drop dead at any second. However, he still walked in with confidence instead of walking in feebly as he was supposed to based on his age. His eyes still reflected confidence that wasn't inferior to the youngsters. Family Lord, the third elder shouted respectfully. Although they were a divine nation, their leader wasn't the Holy King, but a family lord instead. This was because sealing heaven divine nation derived from a faction created inside a family. Thus they maintained the title even though they've already become a divine nation. Tianyun observed the current lord from top to bottom and was quite surprised that the lord only achieved 7th layer Saint King stage cultivation base. Although it was a strong cultivation level, it was a little bit too weak for someone his age. Did his cultivation regress due to his old age? Tianyun didn't know for certain, but it was clear that the old man didn't have many years left to live. Chapter 712. The current lord came with his cane in one hand. The people in the room immediately showed their respect to the utmost limit, but the lord was already old. It was due time for him to retire from the faction duty. The 3 highest-ranking elders were the candidates for the next lord. The requirement to be a candidate was to have personal prestige, talented children, and of course, their own strength. I didn't expect Xianxia's child turns out to be such an amazing cultivator. It really is quite a sight to see such a great cultivation base and foundation at such a young age. Suo Kaifeng, the Lord, said with a smile on his face. He realized that Yi Tianyun was much stronger than himself, and with the sealing heaven-divine king's pure bloodline flowing in his body, he knew that Yi Tianyun would become much stronger in the future. He didn't have the appraisal eye, so there was no way he knew that Yi Tianyun was currently equipping the desolate ancient set and had the crazy mode with him, but that was not the issue. Thank you very much for your compliment, Lord, Yi Tianyun said respectfully. Although the third elder and the great elder gave him a bad impression, it didn't mean that he should behave rudely to the Lord, who didn't seem to do him any harm earlier. What are you saying, my lord? The third elder said nervously. The family lord said that he would take this set of divine tools instead of the third elder, meaning that he would be fine if the soul search was used on him. I will help you get this set of equipment is what I'm saying here. It's such amazing divine tools, and the generation to come would be greatly benefited from it in the future. You don't have to worry about the source. Since you said that you are innocent, there is nothing you should worry about. Suo Kaifeng said indifferently. Rest assured, as I will be conducting your soul search myself. As long as you don't resist, your soul wouldn't be damaged. Suo Kaifeng said confidently, which was the truth as he was already an old man, and the third elder's martial arts memories wouldn't do him any good, so he didn't have any reason to steal it. Cultivators could live for a long time, but they couldn't live forever. Suo Kaifeng has lived his life for a long time, meaning that he had sufficient strength and good people around him, making it possible to live out his life. Yes, you are right, my lord. But, the third elder was nervous. He seemed to be racking his brain to find a plausible excuse to refuse the family lord's order, but he knew that he couldn't do that. If he refused, he would be rebelling against the family lord, and it would be equal to rebellion against the sealing heaven-divine nation itself. The great elder frowned, and his expression turned sour. He knew that if the family lord insisted, his action in the past would be exposed. I don't know what else are you waiting for. I don't know what makes you so reluctant to accept this offer, but if you keep this up, I can't help but think that you're not telling the truth. Suo Kaifeng said coldly. No, that is not the case. The third elder said with a pale complexion as he couldn't come up with another excuse to refuse the family lord. Then let's conduct soul search on you immediately. You want me to do it, or do you have any other preferences? Suo Kaifeng said coldly. I am so sorry, family lord. What I did was wrong. I shouldn't have done any of it. Please, I beg you to have mercy. The third elder relented under pressure and kneeled down in front of the family lord, begging for mercy. He couldn't find any other excuses, and he didn't want to be soul searched as it was just going to make him lose even more after everyone knew that he was really the one behind all of it. Everyone was angered after the third elder confessed. He had the audacity to blame it all on Yi Tianyun earlier, but now he admitted that he was really the one behind it all. I don't expect third elder and the grand elder to be the one to cause such havoc. They insisted that they weren't the one behind it at first, but it all turns out to be one big lie. An elder said with a disgusted expression. Does it mean we are blaming the wrong person this entire time? Another elder said with a guilty expression. This is too much. They really did everything for power. What a disgusting creature they have become. Another elder said with a bewildered and disgusted expression. They knew that Yi Xingqian was their future hope, but now the elders that they've been looking up to destroyed that hope. Now, the future of sealing heaven-divine nation looked bleak. They were really disgusted by what the third elder and the great elder had done. Family lord, we are at wrong. We are fascinated by the possibility of attaining more power than what we already have. We have made a huge mistake, but give us another chance. We will never make another mistake in the future. Great elder kneeled down beside the third elder as he knew that everything was already exposed. He knew that it was no longer possible to deny anything at this moment. How dare you? Yi Yuanlong angrily shouted before he kicked the third elder with all his might, sending the third elder flying while vomiting blood from the attack. He then glared at the great elder. I had a feeling that you have something to do with my son's disappearance, but I didn't expect you to go to such a length. We are from the same family, and I never expected you to be this cruel. Does everything has a meaning for you? Did you see anything was worth it now? Yi Yuanlong said coldly. My son has become a victim of your search for power. What did you get from becoming the family lord anyway? More resources and power. Is it really worth it to destroy my son for it? Yi Yuanlong furiously shouted as he pulled out his sword, but he knew that he couldn't kill these two as it was the family lord's decision to deal with their punishment. Great Elder remained silent as he had no intention to justify any of his deeds. It wouldn't matter anyway as everyone knew that what he did was something terrible. Well, it seems I don't have to give up any of my divine tool this time. Tianyun said indifferently on the side. The truth was already out, so there's no need for him to give up any of his divine tool as compensation. Chapter 713. You attacked us when all we want is to leave. How dare you, you coward! Zhao Ling furiously shouted as she knew that she would be living happily with Xianxia in mortal world had it not for these two elders. She couldn't contain her anger as she was the victim of the elders' heinous act. I'm shocked. I never expected that you would try to kill your family over this position. You thought what you did was beneficial for you. Did you know what happened to a faction if no one is actually qualified to run the faction? This sealing heaven-defying nation would fall apart overnight. Suo Kaifeng said coldly. You are pathetic. All you want is to cultivate a stronger secret art, and what? Did you think you could attain more power than any master out there? Suo Kaifeng coldly said as he let loose his aura, pressuring everyone in the room. At this moment, no one thought that Suo Kaifeng was just an ordinary old man as the pressure was intense. Everyone began to tremble from Suo Kaifeng's aura. The Great Elder and the Third Elder were nervous and worried as they knew that the family lord's wrath wasn't something they were keen to see. What would you do if neither of you becomes the family lord? Did you know that you can still cultivate like the family lord if you want? Suo Kaifeng shouted furiously. What? The Great Elder and the Third Elder stared wide-eyed at the family lord as they were surprised by his word. They wanted to become the family lord to covet the cultivation technique and martial arts that the family lord would have. However, if they could still get them without becoming the family lord, that meant everything they've done in the past was a waste. It has always been okay in sealing heaven-defying nation to use whatever cultivation technique and martial arts that the faction had as long as you have contributed enough and have compatibility with said technique. You know why I never mentioned cultivation using any of the more advanced techniques that our faction had to you too. It is because you weren't compatible to use any of them. Suo Kaifeng said coldly. Family lord, we were in the wrong. We are obsessed with the more advanced technique, and we even harm Xianxia for it. We swear that we will find the cure, no matter what. The Great Elder said nervously. It is true, family lord. We don't want to be abolished of our cultivation base. We don't want to die. The Third Elder said nervously. It was clear to everyone that these two were scared beyond their wits. If the family lord decided to abolish their cultivation, they would have nothing left. Their sons were useless, and therefore wouldn't be able to take care of them. There is no reason left for you to beg. You have harmed your family, and therefore the only punishment left is to abolish your cultivation base or lay you to rest forever. There would be no mercy as you have to pay for what you have done. Suo Kaifeng said coldly. No, please, family lord. You should consider that Xianxia would have run away no matter what. It was equal to betraying the family. We punish those who betrayed us just as we did to others, so he should expect this much. Great Elder argued worriedly. Everyone sort of sympathized with the Great Elder this time. Xianxia did elope with Zhao Ling, so he essentially has betrayed the sealing heaven-defying nation and would be eradicated on sight anyway. Suo Kaifeng was also silenced as the Great Elder's words were truly sound. Did you think he would never come back? If you didn't pressure him in the first place, he would never leave. If you think he is a traitor for sealing heaven-defying nation, then I will avenge him myself. Yi Yuanlong said coldly. But we are family. If you harm us, that means you violate the faction rules and laws. Whatever his reason may be, Xianxia is a traitor. There is no question about it. The Third Elder said with a smirk on his face. It was unfortunate for Yi Yuanlong and Zhao Ling, but the Great Elder and the Third Elder have found a loophole that even the family lord couldn't argue against. Yi Yuanlong's complexion changed as he knew that he couldn't touch the Great Elder and the Third Elder to avenge his son anymore. This is the rule set by sealing heaven-defying king himself. No one could violate it, not even the family lord. Great Elder and the Third Elder stood up again as they were pleased by the turn of events. It was common practice to punish the deserter, even in mortal world. Everyone was dumbfounded as they never thought that the Great Elder and the Third Elder could escape capital punishment. Well, if that was the case, then I will be the one to avenge my father. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. He reached out to Evil Spirit Divine Sword, and his body was immediately covered with the evil aura coming out of the sword. I am not the member of sealing heaven-defying nation. Therefore, I won't be punished if I harm or even kill you. Yi Tianyun said with a slight smirk on his face. You are a joke. Even if you aren't part of our sealing heaven divine nation, you will become the enemy of sealing heaven divine nation if you attack us. Can you afford to become our enemy? The third elder said coldly to Yi Tianyun. Honestly, I am not sure even sealing heaven divine king himself would be able to stop me. Compared to him, the current sealing heaven divine nation is a walk in the park. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Everyone was shocked by Yi Tianyun's words. No one expected a young man would have the guts to belittle sealing heaven divine nation in front of the family lord. Zhao Ling herself was stunned hearing her son's word. She knew that Yi Tianyun was impulsive, but he was not suicidal. But whatever happened, she would always stand beside her son. But hear me out, I don't want to involve the entire sealing heaven divine nation as my father was originated from here. On top of that, my grandfather is also here. So I could show a little self-restraint with all that is consideration. With that said, I propose a duel. If you two win against me, all of these divine tools would be yours. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Chapter 714. A death duel. Most people couldn't believe what they were hearing. There was no way Yi Tianyun, who was practically a child, could win against the Great Elder and the Third Elder. Absolutely not, Yi Yuanlong shouted as he didn't want this duel to happen. Yi Tianyun was his grandson, the remnant of what was left of his son, and he would never forgive himself if he lost him. Great, make sure you don't go back on your word, you arrogant brat. Let alone both of us, you will never win against me alone. The third elder said while laughing maniacally. Well, I meant every word. I am taking you both down at the same time. No need to go line up. Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. Everyone was still surprised as Yi Tianyun's words were truly delusional. Both elders were at high Spirit King rank cultivation base. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun was still in his teens. There was no way he could best two Spirit King experts. Zhao Ling also shared the same opinion. She might believe that Yi Tianyun could take them one by one, but not two at the same time. Son, that is not wise. Those two's cultivation base is among the best at sealing heaven divine nation. Zhao Ling said as he tried to change Yi Tianyun change his mind. Mother, it is fine. I already decided what I want to do. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Elder sister, I think it would be the best to leave it to Yi Tianyun. Shi Shuiyan said as she walked towards Zhao Ling and tried to comfort her. She never doubted Yi Tianyun, and she knew that he wouldn't have any problem defeating the elders if he put his mind to it. But this is two high-ranking elders. Zhao Ling said as she was still worried about Yi Tianyun's safety, but she also felt a little bit guilty that she couldn't bring herself to trust her son a little more. But these two elders had divine king martial arts in their arsenal, meaning they would be stronger than most cultivators with the same level of cultivation as them out there. As a comparison, the great elder was at the Spirit King peak stage cultivation base, and with his divine king martial arts, he could overpower up to a third layer. Saint King stage expert. Then what if the great elder had the third elder's help? There was no question that their power would be much higher than that. Kid, don't let anger control you. I know that you are angry about what happened to your father, but it's not wise to propose a death duel like this. If you insist, I will accompany you in this duel, just so that you have a better chance of survival. Even if I'm punished for sinning against the faction, I will take that chance over losing my descendant yet again. Yi Yuanlong said frustratedly. In the end, Yi Yuanlong went against the sealing heaven divine nation to punish these two elders. Don't worry, grandfather, I can deal with them on my own. You just have to trust me. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Yi Yuanlong looked at his grandson's unwavering gaze and immediately backed out from the duel. After all, he didn't believe in Zhao Ling back then, so he didn't have the right to lecture his grandson this time. Family Lord, do you approve this death duel? Yi Tianyun asked solemnly. Sealing heaven divine nation doesn't prohibit death duel. Therefore, if everyone agrees to this duel, I shall be the witness. Suo Kaifeng said after a moment of silence. Thank you very much, Family Lord. Yi Tianyun nodded respectfully. He never wished to involve himself with sealing heaven divine nation in the first place, but he knew that his father wouldn't be so happy knowing his faction was razed to the ground when he woke up. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake here, brat? If we win, all of those divine tools is ours, right? Regardless if you are alive or not. The third elder said with a greedy look on his face. He continued to ask Yi Tianyun for more questions regarding the divine tool as if it was a given that he would win the duel. Your questions annoy me. Yes, It would all be yours if you can win against me. I will only be using the divine sword, Yi Tianyun said annoyedly. Great, then we agree to death duel. Great Elder and the third elder said at the same time. It was clear to everyone that these two elders were already blinded by greed. The divine tools that Yi Tianyun showed were too precious for them to pass on. So, where will the duel take place? Yi Tianyun asked indifferently. Here, there is no need to change venue. If you can break this hall, that makes you an amazing cultivator. Suo Kaifeng said sullenly. Well, I don't mind. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. We don't mind as well. Although this brat has already given up his life, I will deal with you alone. There is no need to gang up on a single brat. The third elder said with a smirk on his face. You are free to do anything you want. You will die anyway, Yi Tianyun said with a light shrug. At the same time, everyone has cleared up some space for the duel as they didn't want to get caught in the crossfire between the attack. Your arrogance has no bounds, brat. I will teach you in your final moment that you need to respect your elder. The third elder said as he pulled out a long stick. It was a divine tool rank weapon, which meant that he had a weapon that rivaled Yi Tianyun's. Although it was a death duel, they didn't feel the suspense as everyone thought the third elder would win no matter what. Chapter 715. Yi Tianyun had a divine tool and that was indeed amazing for his age, but the third elder also had one. Some people thought that Yi Tianyun was delusional enough to propose a duel against the third elder and the great elder, and they thought it was foolish not to use all his divine tools. This kid might think that the third elder didn't have any divine tool with him. An elder said with a frown on his face. Yeah, that is one of the possibilities. He may be too confident, and it's not necessarily a good thing. Another elder commented. Well, if it were me, I would regret proposing the duel as I wouldn't only lose my life but also a divine tool set. Another elder commented with a sigh. Everyone began to talk about Yi Tianyun's impulsive behavior as they thought it was an unwise move. Yi Yuanlong looked at the third elder coldly. He made up his mind that he would interfere with the duel as soon as he deemed that Yi Tianyun was in danger. Let's go already. Stop wasting everyone's time, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. He stood with the evil spirit divine sword still stuck on the floor. His action was so reckless that everyone began to sigh that it would be a short fight. I don't know which part of you resembles Yi Xianxia. You are too arrogant for your own good, the third elder said coldly. He then released his fifth layer Spirit King stage aura and immediately rushed towards Yi Tianyun. He used all his power at once as he was annoyed by Yi Tianyun's arrogance. In an instant, the third elder was already in front of Yi Tianyun, and he immediately attacked Yi Tianyun with a terrifying power. His power augmented a divine thunder, causing his attack to be lightning fast. Everyone was sure that once the third elder's attack landed, the kid would die instantly. Yi Yuanlong was ready to cover Yi Tianyun, but he was too late. He didn't expect the third elder would go all out right from the start. Thus he was caught off guard and couldn't reach Yi Tianyun in time. Get away from there, Yi Yuanlong shouted nervously, but Yi Tianyun was unfazed. One wave from the evil spirit divine sword caused a horde of spirits to roar and surround the third elder in an instant. Diving evil spirit, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. The third elder's thunder and lightning were instantly swallowed by the evil spirit. Even his whole body was covered by the evil spirit. The third elder couldn't see anything in his vicinity due to the sheer amount of evil spirits covering his whole body. The evil spirit also bit his body and soul as the third elder couldn't defend himself against the evil spirit. He screamed in pain as the damage to his soul and the damage on his body was excruciating. He couldn't attack due to the evil spirit's attack and fell to the ground. He tried to cover his head needlessly as blood started to drip from his ears, eyes, and nose. The third elder obviously couldn't defend against the evil spirit from Yi Tianyun's attack. Everyone was shocked by this scene as it was clear that the third elder was easily overpowered without Yi Tianyun really doing anything. It was surprising, especially since the third elder had the power of thunder on his side. You will fall under the evil spirit that will keep devouring your soul until it's all gone, Yi Tianyun said coldly to the third elder before turning his attention towards the great elder. You can start whenever, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. The third elder has already lost. There was no way he could turn around the tide after taking serious damage to his soul like that. Everyone sighed in relief because they truly thought that what they did in the past was abominable. Yi Yuanlong, who initially wanted to help Yi Tianyun, was dumbfounded as he didn't even lift a hand. It was clear that his grandson was more powerful than the third elder and the great elder. Yi Tianyun overpowered the third elder with just one move. He even let him suffer as long as he could without finishing off the third elder. Like I told you, grandfather, just trust me, Yi Tianyun said with a light smile on his face. Alright, I will calm down now, Yi Yuanlong said as he felt excited to see his grandson was this strong. Everyone has told him that his grandson would be weak due to Yi Xingqian marrying some outsider, but clearly, everyone was wrong. Yi Tianyun was still young, but he easily overpowered the third elder like it was nothing. Elder sister, I told you not to worry about him, Shi Shuiyan said with a smile on her face. This is surprising. The third elder was supposed to be more powerful than the bandits from the forest. Zhao Ling said with surprise clear on her face. Even so, she wasn't completely relieved either as she knew that Yi Tianyun still had to fight against the great elder, and he was supposed to be much stronger than the third elder. Suo Kaifeng's eyes lit up with excitement. He didn't care about the third elder who was lying on the ground as his eyes were focused on Yi Tianyun. He had lived a long life, but he has never seen anything like this. He never saw a genius with a cultivation at this level despite his young age. He was reluctant to agree with the death duel at the start as he knew that it was such a waste to lose such a young man, but he couldn't do anything about it as Yi Tianyun himself was the one who proposed the duel. Although the third elder and the great elder was his faction member, he couldn't say he agreed with the way they think. It was clear that the third elder and the great elder were blinded by power. He knew that it would affect the faction significantly if he lost two elders at the same time, but as he saw Yi Tianyun's power, he didn't care that much anymore. It was clear that Yi Tianyun was worth more than the two elders combined. I have to admit that you're not bad at all. No wonder you were that confident earlier, provided your cultivation level. Too bad for you it wouldn't work on me. I have the Divine King bloodline on me. All your effort is futile, the great elder said with a smirk on his face. Chapter 716. When the great elder saw Yi Tianyun's power, he wasn't really impressed. He thought that it was normal for someone that has so many divine tools to be this capable. He pulled out a giant axe and activated his defense divine rune on the axe. Everyone could feel boundless energy from the axe that they could barely move due to the pressure. That is the Star Divine Axe. The great elder is finally going to use his ultimate weapon. He has killed so many well-known cultivators with that axe. An elder said excitedly. Yeah, I haven't seen the great elder use that axe for a long time. He could definitely change the whole venue with that axe's power. Another elder said with the same excitement. The kid is indeed strong, but the great elder is definitely stronger. There is no way the great elder of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation would lose against a little boy. What would Sealing Heaven Divine Nation be if we can't even defeat that teenager? Another elder said with a frown on his face. All the elders seemed to be intrigued by the great elder's Star's divine axe, and no one bothered to look at Yi Tianyun's weapon anymore. They knew that it was a divine tool, but based on their divine tool's appearance, they were convinced that great elder's divine tool must be more powerful than Yi Tianyun's. Yi Tianyun was also aware that the great elder's weapon was more powerful than his. However, Yi Tianyun wasn't afraid. He knew that he was far more powerful than the great elder, and there was no way he would lose the fight. Didn't you say that you have the Divine King bloodline in you? Why don't you show it to me and let me know how strong the Divine King bloodline you respected really is? Yi Tianyun said indifferently, but in fact, he was curious of this Divine King bloodline's power. Sealing Heaven Divine Nation was extremely cautious of their bloodline transfer. They understood that their descendant would have to inherit the bloodline to some extent even though they know that the bloodline would be diluted at a later generation. Therefore, they had to slow down the dilution to find a potential partner to have a child with. Kid, don't let him release his bloodline's power, Yi Yuanlong shouted on the side to remind Yi Tianyun. Grandfather, relax, as long as it wasn't the Sealing Heaven Divine King himself, I wouldn't lose. I just want to know how powerful this bloodline that you respected really is. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. He sounded arrogant right now, and everyone judged him for it. This brat is too arrogant for his own good. He thought it would be easy to defeat the great elder after defeating the third elder. I would be willing to bet the kid would regret it later. Another elder said with an annoyed expression. It's probably because he is still too young to understand what is happening in front of him right now. Another elder said with a frown on his face. The elder immediately acted neutral. They knew that the great elder had done something terrible, but seeing that Yi Tianyun was too arrogant, they didn't want to cheer him on as they did earlier. You are really arrogant, kid. I know that you would be powerful in the future, but you won't be able to deal with me in your current state. I will do you a favor and cut your life short," Great Elder said as he immediately released his bloodline power. His aura immediately shone brightly while his axe emitting a similar bright light. It was like seeing a star in the night sky, terrifyingly bright. Star's energy, the Great Elder shouted as his aura was immediately enhanced, raising his power significantly. This is the power of the Divine King bloodline. It was connected to the power of the star, and once it was used, the user's power would be significantly enhanced. The evil spirit bloodline's power came from within, while the Divine King bloodline's power came from the star above. The name sealing Heaven Divine King wasn't just to intimidate the enemy, but because it was truly connected to the source of power that he used. The sealing Heaven Divine King used the power of the star for his cultivation, which made him one of the strongest cultivators in the past. Due to this surging star energy, the Great Elder's combat power rose to 4 billion. That combat power was far beyond the Spirit King peak stage cultivator. It was something that the 4th layer Saint King cultivator should have. Clearly, Tianyun wasn't expecting something like this either. The Great Elder's combat power after using the Divine King bloodline rose beyond his expectation. Interesting, no wonder you respected the Divine King bloodline that much. This bloodline would be able to control the world if used properly. Tianyun said with a nod as he was impressed by the Great Elder's power. But even so, the Great Elder's power still too weak compared to Tianyun's power. Even so, Tianyun knew if the opponent had a pure bloodline, they could cultivate so much easier as they would undeniably be able to use a stronger star energy. "It's over," Yuanlong said with a sad expression as he thought that the Great Elder would definitely win. Even he couldn't stop the Great Elder once he used the Divine King bloodline's power. Zhaolong also felt the same thing, but Shi Shuiyan kept comforting her as she knew that Zhao Ling would found it hard to accept the truth that Tianyun really was a powerful cultivator. "Believe in Tianyun," Shi Shuiyan said with a smile on her face. Zhao Ling just nodded his head as she knew it was the best she could do at the moment. "I wonder if you can withstand the Great Elder's power now, kid," Suo Kaifeng said to Tianyun expectantly. He was looking forward to Tianyun's victory than the Great Elder's victory because Tianyun would have a great potential to surpass the Great Elder in the future. But Tianyun's expression was somewhat bored. The Great Elder's power was too weak for Tianyun that he walked towards the Great Elder and whispered, "Can you raise your power even further?" Tianyun said indifferently. The Great Elder was shocked to hear Tianyun's word. Everyone was also dumbfounded after they heard what Tianyun was saying. Was Tianyun really stronger than the Great Elder, or was he just stupid all along? Chapter 717. You are merely a cat in front of a tiger. I admire your bravery, but that's it. Those divine tools will be mine, the Great Elder said coldly. He then aimed his axe at Tianyun and swung it with all his might. A line of dazzling starlight manifested, heading towards Tianyun's direction at an extreme speed. It was clear to everyone that the Great Elder was serious and no longer wanted to waste his time on Tianyun. Everyone knew that was just the Great Elder's attitude towards his enemy. He always got serious right off the start so that the enemy didn't have any chance of surviving. The earth shook due to the Great Elder's powerful attack, but fortunately, the room was already coated with divine rune, so the Great Elder's attack didn't damage the palace. Star God, the Great Elder shouted as he swung his great axe once more. A god, let me teach you the meaning of God here, Tianyun coldly said as he slammed the evil spirit divine sword to the ground. Suddenly, the Great Elder was surrounded by the evil spirits, and Tianyun began to smirk as the effect he was waiting for finally occurred. Successfully triggers the critical attack, all damage amplified 3 times. The Great Elder was torn apart by the evil spirit that Tianyun summoned. Even the dazzling light that came from the Great Elder's axe was swallowed without a trace. Everyone could sense the terrifying evil aura that came from Tianyun's attack, but fortunately, they immediately stepped back before they got swallowed by the evil spirit too. Everyone was clearly shocked by the power behind Tianyun's attack. The evil spirit that Tianyun has summoned could cover the entire palace with ease. This was the most terrifying attack they have ever seen. It was clearly above the Great Elder's league. Get off of me, the Great Elder screamed as he struggled to get away from the evil spirit. He swung his star's divine axe repeatedly, but the attack was immediately swallowed by the endless darkness that came in the form of evil spirit. The Great Elder even bombarded the evil spirit with the strongest attack that he could muster, but it just opened a little path from the evil spirit that surrounded him, and it quickly surrounded him again. In the meantime, Tianyun's attack has even swallowed the entire room and even began to shroud the sky above them as if the evil spirit was trying to swallow the earth itself. Good Lord, even the sky was being swallowed. The elder shouted, full of surprise as they evacuated themselves from the room. They were dazzled by the great elder's power just a moment ago, but now they were cowering from Tianyun's power. However, Tianyun's attack didn't last long as the evil spirits were absorbed back to evil spirit divine sword. The light returned to the hall, and everything seems normal, as if nothing happened in the hall to begin with. Only the great elder seemed different as he slumped on the ground with his face pale after taking on Tianyun's attack. He was still alive, but it was clear to everyone that he could no longer fight as the great elder groaned in pain, just like the third elder on the side. People kept thinking that Tianyun wouldn't be able to defeat the great elder even though he might be stronger than the third elder, but that wasn't the case at all. Tianyun's attack just now was clearly more powerful than the attack he launched toward the third elder. It was too much different than the last attack, but the thing that left the entire hall speechless was the fact that the great elder was defeated so easily. The great elder and Tianyun attacked at the same time, but the great elder's attack never reached Tianyun at all. It was clear that Tianyun's attack was much stronger than the great elder's attack. But even so, everyone knew that Tianyun didn't attack the great elder with the intention to kill, as the great elder should be dead if Tianyun wanted him to. Your so-called star power is good, but it wasn't enough to reach me. You too would be swallowed by the evil spirit slowly, and your soul would be corroded over time. I hope you would repent your sin in your next life. Tianyun said coldly. He then put away the evil spirit divine sword and looked at everyone else indifferently. He wasn't just arrogant as he had the power to back it up. Everyone realized that Tianyun never considered any of them as a threat as he was just toying with them in the first place. Tianyun easily defeated the great elder. Did that mean he was stronger than the great elder? If that was the case, then does it mean that Tianyun already reached the Saint King stage? If that was also true, then that meant xianxia had a son who already reached the Saint King stage at such a young age. Everyone was dumbfounded by these facts alone, and Zhao Ling was no exception. Yuanlong was even more dumbfounded by the fact that his grandson was even stronger than himself. It was clear that both Yuanlong and Zhao Ling didn't trust Tianyun enough in the first place. But everyone's attention shifted back to the third elder and the great elder, who kept on screaming horrifiedly, unable to withstand the pain from having their soul devoured by the evil spirit. The evil spirit took its time devouring their soul. Clearly, Tianyun controlled the evil spirit to do so, as everyone knew that the evil spirit could just devour their soul in one go. Family Lord, save us! The third elder shouted as he struggled to get up, as his face was already petrified from the pain. Cold sweat already covered the floor below him as he kept trying to defend his soul from the evil spirit. He tried to crawl towards Suo Kaifeng as he couldn't withstand the pain any longer. Earlier, he only would do anything to stay alive, but now, even death would be a mercy. You agreed to a death duel. Thus I have no authority to decide what happens to you, Suo Kaifeng indifferently said as he concealed his emotion to the third elder. From the moment that the truth was out, Suo Kaifeng no longer cared about the third elder and the great elder, as what they have done in the past was really abhorrent. Surely, if Yuanlong attacked these two, Yuanlong would have to be punished as he attacked his own family, but as Tianyun wasn't part of the faction, he could ask for a death duel to pursue justice. Tianyun looked at Suo Kaifeng and nodded at him. If Suo Kaifeng wanted these two to be killed instantly, Tianyun would have done so, but as he realized Suo Kaifeng didn't care, Tianyun wanted to torture these two a little more. Tianyun wasn't a dreadful person, but for these two who justified poisoning a man and even that man's child, Tianyun didn't want to show any mercy. Chapter 718. Suo Kaifeng's indifference startled everyone else, as it was questionable for the family lord to let his two best elders die. But then again, it was done in a fair death match. At the same time, people began to wonder whether the sealing heaven-defying nation would take another hit now that two of their strongest elders were in this state. The great elder had the potential to break through into the Saint King stage, and now that he couldn't do that anymore, the sealing heaven-defying nation would have to wait for a long time to have someone with the same potential. Family Lord, please save my father. The son of the great elder rushed towards Suo Kaifeng as he couldn't stand to watch his father anymore. Family Lord, please save the great elder. We are willing to pay the price for that. Numerous people from the Great Elder's family stepped forward to ask for mercy to the Great Elder. They kneeled in front of the family lord to beg for his mercy. It's not for me to decide. If you seriously want to ask for mercy for the Great Elder, ask Yi Xingqian's son. Suo Kaifeng said with a frown on his face. He was not a fool. He knew that Yi Tianyun wasn't even serious yet. Thus he knew that he wouldn't be able to survive the confrontation either. The best he could do was show his utmost respect to Yi Tianyun so that the sealing heaven-defying nation didn't become the teenager's enemy. The death match has been approved by both sides. Thus everything that happened in the battle was up to the winning side to decide. Thus the Great Elder's family was surprised once again by the family lord's decision and immediately rushed towards Yi Tianyun and bowed their head for Yi Tianyun to spare the Great Elder. I wonder what they were thinking when they poisoned my father and me. They knew full well what kind of poison it was, and they had it in them to proceed with their wicked scheme. Thankfully, my father is strong enough to withstand the effect of the poison for this long. As for me, I was lucky that I managed to cure the poisoning. Now, if I poisoned the Great Elder, would you give me mercy? Yi Tianyun asked indifferently. The Great Elder's family was startled by Yi Tianyun's words as they knew that it meant the Great Elder wouldn't be given any mercy. The weight of the Great Elder's sin towards Yi Tianyun's family didn't earn him Yi Tianyun's mercy today. Please, have it in you to let the Great Elder go. We will be forever indebted to you, and we will give you all of our family treasures too. You can even make us your subordinate for the rest of our life. The people from the Great Elder's family kept pleading for Yi Tianyun's mercy despite what Yi Tianyun has said earlier. But for Yi Tianyun, their pleading means nothing. It was such a shame. I didn't have any intention to make any of you my subordinates. Maybe it was too late, but I never said that I was a good person either. Ever since their misdeed was out of the bag, they had no intention to repent for their sin. Worse, they tried to scam my grandfather for the resources to heal my father back to health. People like them are a waste of space and thus better to rid them from this world. I am doing the world a favor by doing this, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Yi Tianyun turned his attention back to the two elders who were writhing on the floor, screaming in pain as the evil spirit kept gnawing on their soul. Their plea was too boring for Yi Tianyun to hear, and he didn't want to listen to any of them any longer. The same could be said to Zhao Ling and Yi Yuanlong. They had no intention to persuade Yi Tianyun to show mercy for these two elders as they knew that what these two elders did in the past was unforgivable. It was a normal occurrence in this world to reap what you sow. Thus if the others were kind enough to bring a gift, it was a courtesy to repay them somehow. But if the others gave you hatred, it was a great fulfillment to exact your revenge against them. Now, I will give you two a chance to kill yourself if you couldn't endure any longer. That way, you will be able to preserve your last dignity and also gave the sealing heaven-divine nation a little bit of respect that it needed. Yi Tianyun said indifferently to Great Elder and the Third Elder. They thought Yi Tianyun would be giving them mercy, but it turned out that he just offered them to commit suicide. It was either that or suffered until death by having their soul gnawed by the evil spirit. You are a cruel and wicked monster. May you never be reborn in this world, the Great Elder said as he gritted his teeth and stood up. He pulled out a sword and ready to take his own life, but Yi Tianyun got to him before he could do it. There are too many people who already cursed me and died before they could see it happen. I wanted to let you die in dignity, but it seems even that was too good for you. I despise people like you, Yi Tianyun said as he grabbed the Great Elder's soul and pulled it out of the Great Elder's body before he burned the soul with the immortal fire. The Great Elder screamed horrifiedly as the pain intensified countless times than when his soul was gnawed by the evil spirit. The Great Elder screamed and tried to curse Yi Tianyun even more, but he couldn't say anything but gibberish as he couldn't withstand the pain. The scene was terrifying as burning one's soul meant that the person wouldn't be able to enter the soul cycle. In other words, they would never be reborn again. The Third Elder, who wanted to do the same thing as the Great Elder, was discouraged. He immediately pulled out a long sword and stabbed himself right on the heart, killing himself immediately. The Third Elder's aura disappeared from the hall as his body slumped on the ground, unmoving. Suicide was terrifying, but it was better for him as the pain from having his soul gnawed by the evil spirit was unbearable. Yi Tianyun himself didn't care at all as the look of indifference was still evident on his face. It was his principle to kill all of his enemies, especially those who tried to take his life. Chapter 719. The Third Elder's suicide pained many people, but they couldn't voice their complaint. The Third Elder has agreed to a death match, so his death was justified. They saw Yi Tianyun as an outsider whose life didn't matter for sealing heaven-divine nation, but the third elder has done so much for them in the past, so they couldn't help but felt a little discontent. Yi Tianyun didn't care about any of these people's feelings, as it was normal to feel anger towards someone who killed their loved ones. If they wanted to take revenge towards Yi Tianyun, he would welcome them anytime. If you want to take revenge on what took place here, I will always welcome you anytime. But if you took this revenge towards my family, it wouldn't end well for your entire faction. If you want to see what will happen to you in collective masses, try me. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Although he showed no interest in the sealing heaven and his tone was indifferent, it still sent chill down people's spine. I beg you, please give our master a rest. Several disciples said as they bowed their head in front of Yi Tianyun as the great elder was still burning painfully on the side. They knew that they wouldn't be able to change the outcome of their master, but they couldn't want to see their master tortured like this. Give your master a rest. Didn't I already give him the opportunity to do so earlier? Not only did he reject the offer, he even had the audacity to curse me. Well, now he can freely curse me while I am standing here, listening. Yi Tianyun said coldly. Yi Tianyun then walked towards Zhao Ling and Shi Shuiyan with a smile on his face. Mother, aunt, did I disappoint you with my choice? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Why did you still call me aunt? Shi Shuiyan said with a frown on her face. Oh yeah, it was a force of habit. I will pronounce you as my woman properly later. Yi Tianyun said with a warm smile on his face. Please, stop embarrassing me. Shi Shuiyan said as her face became bright red. Zhao Ling on the side was smiling as she looked at her son. His power really surprised her. Still, she could see her own and Yi Xingqian's reflection on Yi Tianyun's personality. She was worried when Yi Tianyun had to fight against the Great Elder earlier, but it was just a false alarm as Yi Tianyun defeated the Great Elder with ease. There was no doubt on her mind that Yi Tianyun was at least at Saint King's stage cultivation level. The elders and disciples of sealing heaven-divine nation couldn't help but feel anger and embarrassment at the same time as their great elder was still tortured while the one responsible for such a thing was talking and laughing with his family. But their emotion was meaningless as they knew that they couldn't beat Yi Tianyun even if they all ganged up on him. Yi Yuanlong sighed and approached Yi Tianyun. Child, let the great elder rest now. It is enough, he said with a sad smile on his face. He was still part of sealing heaven-divine nation, so he knew that everyone wouldn't like it to see the great elder being tortured like this. Since grandfather was the one who asked, I will do as you say. Yi Tianyun said as he snapped his fingers, and the great elder was instantly burned, leaving no trace. The entire hall became quiet as soon as the great elder died. The great elder's body also started to burn and only left a pile of ashes after a while. His soul was gone, and his body was burned to ashes. The great elder had nothing to leave behind. Yi Tianyun didn't blame his grandfather as he understood that Yi Yuanlong couldn't help Yi Xingqian nor Zhao Ling in the past due to the pressure from the faction. Furthermore, Yi Xingqian could get away from sealing heaven-divine nation in the first place was due to Yi Yuanlong's interference. Family Lord, thank you very much for your support. Yi Tianyun said calmly. He knew that if Suo Kaifeng interfered with the deathmatch earlier, Yi Tianyun would have a difficult choice to make. There is a reason for everything, and their action in the past was something unforgivable. The choice to conduct a death match was also a justified reason, thus, agreeing with one means that both sides are willing to give up their lives. Suo Kaifeng said calmly. Everyone was startled by Family Lord's word. They thought Suo Kaifeng wouldn't agree with Yi Tianyun's way of doing things as he tortured the Great Elder and the Third Elder, but to their surprise, he didn't seem to mind. As a result, everyone began to rethink their feelings about all this. Clearly, they couldn't take the Family Lord's word immediately, as it really pained them seeing their Great Elder being tortured earlier. Yi Tianyun nodded his head. He understood what Suo Kaifeng was thinking here. It would be better to give up the two elders if Yi Tianyun were willing to join the sealing heaven-divine nation, or at least willing to fill in the gap. My family, you all have worked hard so far, and now we are hurting ourselves out of stubbornness to preserve our bloodline. The power within our family is already weakened. Thus it no longer has a valid value. This is our mistake, and we should correct it for the future generation, so they didn't make the same mistake that we did. Suo Kaifeng said solemnly to all of his faction members. As for Yi Tianyun, you still have the blood of sealing heaven divine king within you. If you are willing to come back to sealing heaven divine nation, I would be forever grateful, and I am sure your father would be happy too. To compensate for the past mistake that our elder had done to you, I am willing to provide the royal phoenix blood essence and the heavenly fragrant god grass. Suo Kaifeng said solemnly to Yi Tianyun. Everyone was surprised as the family lord was willing to compensate such valuable resources just in real Yi Tianyun into sealing heaven-divine nation. Yi Tianyun has already expected as much, for he already demonstrated his strength earlier that Suo Kaifeng knew that he must never let Yi Tianyun go. Sealing heaven-divine nation has fallen. They no longer had the prodigy who could propel the faction's reputation back to compete with other factions. Yi Yuanlong on the side also looked at Yi Tianyun as he hoped that Yi Tianyun and Yi Xingqian could return to sealing heaven-divine nation. After all, this was their home. Although they've gone through a horrible experience in the past, the fact that sealing heaven-divine nation was their home would never change. Chapter 720. Suo Kaifeng's offer for Yi Tianyun raised dissatisfaction among the faction, but they knew that sealing heaven-divine nation would gain more glory and recognition if Yi Tianyun joined them. He already possessed a terrifying power that easily surpassed two of their best elders, so he would easily become the great elder once he joined. But it was frustrating for some part of them as Yi Tianyun was still a teenager. He wasn't even 20 years old yet appearance-wise, but he had already reached Saint King stage. I can't decide anything until my father wakes up, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. He didn't want to join sealing heaven-divine nation as he didn't have a good impression of them. Moreover, he already had his hands full with Heavenly Cloud Empire, so he didn't think he could afford the time to join another faction. But still, Yi Tianyun needed to know what his father would think about all this before he decided. For sure, we must wake him up no matter what, Suo Kaifeng said as he walked towards the coffin and inspected Yi Xiangqian on his own. This is indeed the bloodthirsty poison. In addition to its dreadful effect, it was also hard to detect. He said with a frown on his face. He couldn't believe the great elder and the third elder could find such poison on their own and even had it in them to use it on Yi Xiangqian. This poison will burn the blood essence inside the victim body so rapidly that they would be dead in a matter of days once the bloodthirsty poison circulated in their body, and a small drop of this poison would be enough to do the trick. The poison has been ingrained inside his body. I believe it was from the attacker's blade at that time. We don't even know about the poisoning until we safely reach the desolate bone forest. The common antidote for blood essence ailments didn't work. I want to find a better antidote, but I couldn't as Yi Xingqian was no longer safe to be left behind alone. Zhao Ling said coldly. She still hated the third elder and the great elder so much that their death wasn't quite enough for her. They left sealing heaven-divine nation to start a family, but they never thought the sealing heaven-divine nation would treat them like a criminal and hunt them down. They even resorted to using such a vile poison against their own kin. They're not content with only poisoning Yi Xingqian that they even laid their hands on the newly born Yi Tianyun at that time. We are doing nothing wrong, and even we have done something wrong, we didn't deserve something like this. Zhao Ling said coldly. Everyone was silent as everything Zhao Ling had said wasn't wrong. The two elders were definitely too blinded by greed that their conscience allowed them to do that. This is my fault for my inability to manage my elders. But no matter, they are dead now. And it is time to heal Yi Xingqian back to health. But it was unfortunate that we didn't have any blood-drinking grass and royal phoenix blood essence with us. We only have the heavenly fragrant god grass. Suo Kaifeng said solemnly. I have got my hands on blood-drinking grass recently. Zhao Ling said as she took out the blood-drinking grass from her storage ring. We are in a predicament. Royal phoenix blood essence is hard to get. In the underworld, it's worth 3 high-grade sacred tool, but I don't think we can get it soon. The only other option is to trade with the Phoenix clan themselves, but the royal phoenix blood essence is so precious to them, and I don't know how much they would ask for that. Suo Kaifeng said with a frown on his face. If it's a royal phoenix blood essence, I have it on me. Yi Tianyun said casually while pulling out the royal phoenix blood essence from his storage ring. He used one before and saved another drop in case he needed it later, but he never expected to use it on his own father. It really is royal phoenix blood essence. How did you get it? Suo Kaifeng asked curiously with a surprised look on his face. Everyone else also showed the same expression as it really was valuable. I helped the Phoenix clan in the past, and they give me the royal phoenix blood essence as a reward. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Everyone was confused as there was no way the Phoenix clan would reward anyone with royal phoenix blood essence simply for helping them. Even if it were the truth, the Phoenix clan must be in quite a situation to reward such a thing. Everyone began to think that Yi Tianyun must have a good relationship with the Phoenix clan. Zhao Ling remembered the blue phoenix that Yi Tianyun summoned earlier and smiled to herself. The blue phoenix was the sign that her son had a good relationship with the Phoenix clan, but she didn't need to tell anyone about it. Great, so we can start pill refining right away, Yi Yuanlong said excitedly. He was surprised by his grandson's achievement, but Yi Xingqian still came first in his mind right now. Well, that is another problem. In order to refine the detoxification pill for bloodthirsty poison, we need an advanced level alchemist. However, considering we don't have any reserved resources, we need a master level alchemist to make sure that the refining process is successful. Suo Kaifeng said with a frown on his face. The refining process couldn't fail now as they only had one each of the material needed for the detoxification pill. If they fail, one of the material would be lost, and their chance to get their hands on the next one is slim. Hand all of the material to me. I will take it to Medicine Divine Valley and ask one of the pill refining masters there to refine it for me. Any of you can come to make sure everything is done right. Suo Kaifeng said solemnly. Wait a minute, Sealing Heaven Divine Nation didn't have pill refining Grand Master or a master? Yi Tianyun asked dumbfoundedly. The question embarrassed everyone in the hall as they really didn't have any pill refining master. Honestly, pill refining master is hard to come by. They didn't have a good cultivation level as they aren't very strong. If you are so troubled about it, why don't you refine it on your own? Someone said in the midst of people without revealing themselves. These people were the family of Great Elder. Obviously, they still bore some grudge against Yi Tianyun for torturing the Great Elder earlier. Yi Tianyun was annoyed and flashed towards the man's voice and slapped the man across the hall. If you have a problem with me, stand up and step forward. Stop talking behind my back, you coward. But all right, I'll refine it on my own. I am a pill refining grandmaster. After all, Yi Tianyun said annoyedly. Chapter 721. Yi Tianyun wasn't the pill refining grandmaster yet and still an advanced level alchemist. However, that was not a problem for Yi Tianyun, as he could just level it up right now. Increase mastery of pill refinement, Yi Tianyun said, and immediately the crazy leveling system responded. Successfully leveled up pill refining mastery. Pill refining mastery is at grandmaster level. Next rank requires 10 million mastery point. The level up process was easy as he had so many mastery point lying around. Yi Tianyun got it every time he leveled up, but he didn't want to use it instantly as he wanted to see what he needed first in the future. Since he needed it for pill refining, he spent it to increase his pill refining mastery. Yi Tianyun smiled a little as he was now a pill refining grandmaster and divine rune grandmaster, but pill refining grandmaster is a little bit different as it was divided into 3 stages. It was Qi refinement stage, spirit refinement stage, soul refinement stage. These 3 levels made it hard to cultivate pill refinement mastery for ordinary people, but it wasn't a problem for Yi Tianyun. You are a pill refining grandmaster. An elder shouted as he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Yi Tianyun was too young to be a grandmaster. Was it even possible for someone this young to achieve such a thing? Yes, is there a problem? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. I don't like people to interrupt as I speak. I am talking to the family lord now, not you. Yi Tianyun said to the elder, who was clearly on the side of Great Elder earlier. Yi Tianyun's arrogance made everyone else furious, but there was nothing they could do about it. Suo Kaifeng was ignoring his people as he was too ashamed of their rudeness. He could justify Yi Tianyun's arrogance as his men were being rude. Those who don't like what they see here is free to walk out. Suo Kaifeng said to the rest of the people in the room before he turned his attention to Yi Tianyun once again. Are you really a pill refining grandmaster? He asked curiously. Suo Kaifeng wasn't the only curious one as Zhao Ling were also curious about it. She thought Yi Tianyun was too young to achieve that. Did you think I would endanger my father's life? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Everyone was startled by Yi Tianyun's answer as it was simple and effective to shut everyone up. Yi Xingqian here was Yi Tianyun's father, and there was no way Yi Tianyun would lie about being a pill refining grandmaster when his own father's life was on the line. Still, how was that even possible? Has Yi Tianyun begun cultivating inside his mother's womb? Shi Shuiyan was the only one who was still smiling as she has already seen Yi Tianyun's pill refining technique in the past. She also knew that Yi Tianyun had the right tools to do it, but she didn't know how Yi Tianyun achieved it even though she knew about it. She didn't want to ask too much as she trusted Yi Tianyun would tell her when he wanted to. I originally planned to observe the pill refinement process myself, but I didn't expect that sealing Heaven Divine Nation didn't have any pill refinement Grandmaster here. If we go to Medicine Divine Valley, it would take a long time and surely spent too much effort. It'd be better if I do it on my own now, as it would be more credible and safer. Yi Tianyun said casually. Mother will always believe what you said. Zhao Ling nodded as she decided to trust her son. Even if it was questionable, as Yi Tianyun was too young, she would always believe her son. Yi Yuanlong also nodded as he decided to do the same. Suo Kaifeng stared at Yi Tianyun for a moment and then immediately ordered the fourth elder to take the heavenly god grass from the faction warehouse. Fourth elder, fetch the heavenly god grass and bring it here. Yes, family lord, the fourth elder said immediately and left to fetch the heavenly god grass. He returned shortly and gave it to Yi Tianyun. Zhao Ling also handed her blood-drinking grass to Yi Tianyun. Thus, all the material needed to refine the antidote for bloodthirsty poison is already in Yi Tianyun's hand. Yi Tianyun then pulled out the furnace to refine the pill, which surprised Suo Kaifeng. Alchemy furnace of sacred tool rank, Suo Kaifeng said as he knew how precious a furnace like that was. Other people also looked at Yi Tianyun in disbelief, as they didn't understand how Yi Tianyun got his hands on so many precious treasures that was worth more than a divine nation. The sacred tool furnace itself was more precious than a divine tool rank weapon. I don't believe that kid like that can refine a 6th grade medicinal pill. If he turns out to be only a 5th grade alchemist, the ingredient would be wasted. An elder frowned on the side. Yes, if he actually fails, how does he plan to take responsibility? Another elder said mockingly, shut it, he will erase you if he hears you. Another person reprimanded them from badmouthing Yi Tianyun. These elders saw the alchemy furnace, but they still didn't believe Yi Tianyun would succeed. They never heard anyone who could become a pill refining grandmaster at such a young age. Thus they believe Yi Tianyun might be just a 5th grade alchemist. A 5th grade alchemist could be considered pill refining grandmaster, but it was still not enough to create the antidote for bloodthirsty poison, as it was a 6th grade medicinal pill. Yi Tianyun ignored those elders even though he could hear them. He was just focused on the task at hand, which was to refine the antidote for his father. He immediately threw the immortal fire inside the furnace to start it off, and once again, Suo Kaifeng was surprised by the fire that Yi Tianyun used to refine the pill. Immortal fire, Suo Kaifeng said surprisedly. I didn't know the fire you used earlier on the Great Elder was the immortal fire. I know I have seen it somewhere, but this is remarkable. Suo Kaifeng said excitedly. He was so focused on the Great Elder's pained expression earlier that he failed to notice that the fire itself was the immortal fire. Now that Yi Tianyun used it to refine the antidote, he noticed it immediately. Immortal fire was a super rare fire that was stronger than Phoenix fire. The alchemist who had this fire was said to become the best alchemist in the world. Chapter 722. There are many alchemists with heavenly flame among their ranks, but one with immortal fire was hard to find. Even Suo Kaifeng, who has lived for so long now, never truly saw any alchemist with said fire. With this new revelation from the family lord, others began to believe that Yi Tianyun really was a pill-refining grandmaster, capable of refining the antidote for bloodthirsty poison. With such amazing tools in Yi Tianyun's arsenal, no one in the hall was dumb enough to question Yi Tianyun anymore. But then again, Yi Tianyun didn't really care about what they thought of him. He immediately threw all ingredients inside the furnace to see what happened. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene as Yi Tianyun just threw everything at the same time. They believed that to make such a complicated and complex antidote, the alchemist should have done the refining process slowly and carefully. Everyone started to believe that the refining process has failed and the ingredients were wasted, thanks to Yi Tianyun's carelessness. All the ingredients were high-grade ingredients, too, meaning that they wouldn't be able to procure another one anytime soon. Even Zhao Ling herself was dumbfounded, as she never saw an alchemist did anything like this. This is awkward, Shi Shuiyan said, since she didn't understand how Yi Tianyun worked, but she believed it was the best for the situation. Everyone thought the furnace would explode soon and immediately got away from the hall, as high-grade ingredients would definitely create a huge and powerful explosion. Idiot, what pill refining grandmaster is this? If we only lose spirit grass, everyone would be fine, but this is too much. An elder said with a frown on his face. Well, we gotta get away from here as soon as possible. The explosion wouldn't be pretty, another said as he was trying to get out of the hall. What a damn bullshit. He is surely not an alchemist, let alone a grandmaster. I am sure I will do a better job than him. Another elder said, clearly in contempt. Everyone thought that Tianyun's pill refining technique was horrendous. Every advanced alchemist would do a better job than Tianyun. Most alchemists would use a spirit medicine to stabilize the refining process, but instead of doing something to ease the refining process, Tianyun just threw everything in without any consideration. But Tianyun wasn't bothered at all. He paid no mind to those who doubted him. It'd be better for him to focus on finishing the refining process, as the immortal fire could be fickle if not controlled carefully. Nonetheless, immortal fire would decrease the refining process by a lot. Although his skill was considered odd compared to other alchemists, he didn't make any mistake yet. The sizzling sound that everyone was hearing wasn't the sign that the ingredient would explode. Instead, it was the sign that the ingredient condensed into one, extracting the essence and removing the impurities. Everything was stable, and Tianyun knew that he would succeed. Suo Kaifeng himself was standing beside Tianyun with a frown on his face. He thought that everything would fail, but as he witnessed the refining process closely, he knew that the refining process was stable and everything was going perfectly smooth. But then again, he never saw any refining technique like this. Suo Kaifeng finally saw the condensation of the ingredient, meaning that the antidote would be done soon. He couldn't believe what he saw, as he has never seen anything like this before. He expected the process would take quite a while, as that was how it normally went when it came to refining such a difficult medicinal pill, but Tianyun did it in a mere couple of hours. Impossible. How can you refine it so quickly? Suo Kaifeng said with astonishment in his voice. Everyone else was shocked by the family lord's word and began observing a little bit closer. They, too, were surprised upon realizing that Tianyun was almost done. There is no way he would succeed, right? It's gotta be because the initial process was fairly easy, and it all comes down to the end process, right? An elder said with uncertainty in his voice. That might be the case. It's always difficult to assimilate the spiritual energy at the end. If the assimilation failed, everything would go down the drain. Another elder said unsurely. Most of them still weren't convinced by Tianyun's skill and still talked like Tianyun would fail soon. It was a pity that their assumption was way off. With a slight movement of his fingers, the immortal fire on the furnace suddenly intensified, speeding the condensation process quickly. It is done, Tianyun confidently said as he waved his hands and opened the lid of the furnace. He then took 2 medicinal pills inside the furnace, meaning he successfully refined the antidote. The pill was glowing red in color and kind of looked like a dragonfly. It was obviously stunning. 6th grade medicinal. Pills with 5 refinement ranks. Suo Kaifeng gasped as the pill's quality was beyond his wildest imagination. Everyone was shocked by this revelation, too, as they doubted Tianyun's skill, but it turned out that he was really the genius alchemist all along. With 5 refinement ranks on the antidote, it meant that the effect would increase dramatically. At the very least, it would enhance the effect of the antidote by 8 times. But the most shocking thing was that Tianyun managed to create 2 of them. Suo Kaifeng himself was excited to see this and saw Tianyun with respect. He had been surprised by how strong Tianyun was earlier, but now that he knew that Tianyun also a pill refining grandmaster, he couldn't help but think that Tianyun had to be the most genius person in the whole world. This is all I can do for now. So, is there anyone who still thinks these medicinal pills have no effect? Tianyun said coldly. He heard everything that everyone said earlier, but he decided to ignore it as he was concentrating on refining the medicinal pills. Now that he was done, he could see anyone eye to eye. If anyone wanted to complain about his ability and technique, they could complain straight to his face. Everyone was still too shocked to say anything, but surely, they now believed that Tianyun was truly the pill refining grandmaster. Chapter 723. You don't have to worry about my alchemy. Tianyun said indifferently. Suo Kaifeng looked at the 2 medicinal pills and confirmed that it was the right antidote as they expected. It really was hard for him to believe that such a young man was able to refine such a high-grade antidote. Not only that, but he refined it way faster than it was supposed to be. For those who have no business here, please make way. My father has been waiting for too long, and I don't plan to make him wait any longer. Tianyun said as he walked towards the water crystal coffin where his father lied await. Pill refining has always been a little bit too easy for him as it only demanded control over the fire. As he already had the perfect control over the immortal fire, he didn't have to worry about failing. I have to say that your alchemy level is way higher than the people on Medicine Divine Valley. Suo Kaifeng said as he shook his head. He really wanted Yi Tianyun to join Sealing Heaven Divine Nation right now, as Yi Tianyun alone would be worth more than all of their elders combined. Mother, give the antidote to father now. If it doesn't work, we still have another one. Yi Tianyun said as he handed over one antidote to Zhao Ling. She nodded and excitedly walked towards the water crystal coffin and pushed it open. The coffin's aura immediately seeped out as its cold aura started to freeze the air in the hall. It was to preserve whoever was put inside the coffin, as the cold aura would slow down any type of aura inside. This coffin was also commonly used for the old ancestor, as it could extend their life indefinitely until they could use their last breath to defend their faction. There were so many old ancestors who did that and even set up the coffin seal to open only on their command. Zhao Ling immediately gave Yi Xingqian the antidote and used her spiritual energy to guide him to swallow the pill and assist him in absorbing the antidote. Soon enough, the antidote was absorbed successfully, and Zhao Ling was waiting worriedly for the antidote to kick in. Not long after, Yi Xingqian's pale complexion returned rosy, indicating that the antidote was starting to work, and the process was quite fast, as Yi Tianyun could feel that the blood essence on his father's body was accumulating. This was the effect of his 5 refinement ranks antidote. It was way more potent than the normal rank antidote that Suo Kaifeng would get in Medicine Divine Valley. Zhao Ling helped Yi Xingqian stabilize his blood essence, as he still couldn't do so at the moment. Yi Yuanlong, on the side, looked nervous as he wanted to help his son, but he knew that the fewer people involved with the stabilization process, the better it was for Yi Xingqian. Moreover, Zhao Ling could do it herself, as her cultivation level was good. She was at 4th layer Spirit King stage, and she also knew him the best at the moment. For Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, Zhao Ling was strong, but not enough, as their goal was to have the elders reach the San King stage rank. But as of now, most of the elders were stuck in Spirit King stage, as it was hard for them to cultivate in this stage. Most of them were too busy minding their bloodline so much that they didn't even care about their cultivation level. As long as they had the powerful Sealing Heaven bloodline, they felt like they could win against anything. The Great Elder was the best example of this misleading idea that the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation adhered to right now. This type of corruption was hard to punish, as it didn't break any rule at all. It was just a habit that became an outspoken rule that every family member had to follow. Even the evil spirit race had the same kind of rules for their blood kin, but maybe, Sealing Heaven Divine Nation took it to another level. Yi Xingqian's condition immediately improved thanks to the antidote, and he eventually woke up as his eyelids started to move. Zhao Ling and Yi Yuanlong were worried that there might be some change in Yi Xingqian's personality once he woke up, but there was no way to know until later. Father, Yi Xingqian hurriedly said, as the first one he saw was Yi Yuanlong. He tried to sit back up immediately, but the dizziness was still there due to prolonged rest inside the water crystal coffin. He started to look around and realized that he was inside the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation and that the Family Lord was present. Family Lord, he said surprisedly. He didn't know what to say to such a respectful man, as he knew that he once escaped from the faction with Zhao Ling. You just woke up, take your time, Suo Kaifeng said with a kind smile on his face that took Yi Xingqian aback a little. Ling, just how long did I sleep? Did I miss anything? Yi Xingqian worriedly asked Zhao Ling with a whisper. He was afraid that too much had changed, but he was most afraid of losing Zhao Ling. Nothing is wrong, everything has been dealt with single-handedly by our son, and you have to rest and recover your strength back. Zhao Ling said as she looked at Yi Tianyun with happiness and excitement on her face. Our son, Yi Xingqian said confusedly and looked at the young man that Zhao Ling looked at. He was dumbfounded as he saw that the son that Zhao Ling mentioned was already a young adult. You are my son, he asked Yi Tianyun curiously. Yes, this is your son, Yi Tianyun. He has grown up handsomely and helped us with our previous predicament. Zhao Ling said with a prideful look on her face. She wanted to say that they didn't need the Sealing Heaven Divine King's bloodline to become a super genius, as her son was the proof of it. Welcome back, father, Yi Tianyun said as he walked towards Yi Xingqian's water crystal coffin. Yi Tianyun felt a little bit complicated and awkward about this whole situation, as he didn't know what kind of man his father was and what his father would think of him. I am so sorry, my son, Yi Xingqian said as he reached for Yi Tianyun and patted him on his shoulder. Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised, as he didn't understand why his father's first word was an apology like this. The truth was, Yi Xianxia realized that he must have owed a lot of things to Tianyun, as he already missed the entirety of his son's life. That was why the only thing that he could say to his son right away was an apology. Tianyun immediately realized what his father meant by that apology and smiled kindly. "It was nothing, father. It's all in the past, and I didn't blame you for what happened." Tianyun warmly said. Despite how he felt in the past, after knowing the whole ordeal his parents were facing, he realized it wasn't their fault. "Son, it must be hard for you too," Yuanlong said as he saddened by his son's expression as soon as he woke up. "Father," Xianxia wanted to say something, but he was stopped by his guilt. He blamed himself for not being there for his son, and he also blamed himself for disappointing his father. As neither of them said anything, Zhao Ling then explained everything that happened earlier, all the way to Xianxia's antidote. Xianxia was shocked and stared at Tianyun disbelievingly. He couldn't believe what his wife just told him, as he didn't expect his son to become the super genius of the century. "My son is that powerful," Xianxia said, still with disbelief in his eyes. Chapter 724. Xianxia was saved and therefore proved that Tianyun's antidote was a top-notch medicinal pill. Xianxia gradually recovered beyond anyone's expectation, as he looked so weak earlier, but now, he was brimming with life. Tianyun's antidote was equal to a divine tool weapons, so this level of effect was bound to happen. The blood essence contained within the antidote would dissolve into the patient's body steadily. It even boasted its effect to amplify the patient's blood essence in a blink of an eye. All the patient had to do now was cultivate, since Xianxia's cultivation should be regressing after spending such a long time inside the water crystal coffin. But Tianyun predicted his father would be able to achieve his peak condition once again in just a year. Suo Kaifeng immediately rearranged Tianyun and his family's accommodation in sealing heaven-defying nation. Although there might be so many people who still felt bitter towards Tianyun, Suo Kaifeng didn't care at all. It was not like those people could do anything against Tianyun now that they have realized how powerful he was. After a few days of rest, Suo Kaifeng invited Tianyun to the hall once again. This time, Xianxia already knew everything that happened to him and his son in the past, but he still had a hard time believing that his son was a powerful cultivator now and have exceeded even his power before all this happened. And of course, in these few days, Xianxia has talked and shared moments of his life and asked for the same thing about his son's life, that they have developed quite a father and son bond that they never had before. "Family Lord," Xianxia said as he arrived at the hall. "You are finally here," Suo Kaifeng said as he looked at Xianxia and his family with a smile on his face. "I believe that you can already guess what I wanted to say. That reason is to ask you wholeheartedly to return to sealing heaven-defying nation. I know that we have made a lot of mistakes, but this is how our ancestors had drilled it in our heads in the form of custom. Then again, I believe we could change. With that said, I ask your help to claim a better future for our faction." Suo Kaifeng said respectfully to Xianxia's family. "With all of our joint effort, I assure you that sealing heaven-defying nation would change for the better. The future will be bright, and sealing heaven-defying nation would definitely depend on you in the future as their next family lord." Suo Kaifeng said hopefully. "Family lord, what do you mean?" Yuanlong said as he was surprised by Suo Kaifeng's word. "I will pass the family lord title to you. That's what I've intended from the beginning. Great Elder and Third Elder are indeed great cultivators and ambitious, but you are clearly stronger than them. The only thing that holds you back is the lack of motivation to do better." Suo Kaifeng said with a smile on his face. "I wished all of you have it in you to forgive sealing heaven-defying nation and help improve the faction in the future. It's undeniable that I already saw what Tianyun was capable of, and he can easily fill the empty elder's position with himself. This is an important factor, as sealing heaven-defying nation was clearly weak right now, and other factions may take a chance at us in the near future." Suo Kaifeng said with a solemn face. It was a very honest approach, as Suo Kaifeng didn't want to go through a roundabout way to the people that he would trust the sealing heaven-defying nation's future on. "I am very sorry, family lord, but it all depends on my father's decision," Tianyun said as he looked at his father. "Thank you, son, and family lord, I think I will return and do my best for sealing heaven-defying nation in the future. Although I know that there are so many people inside sealing heaven-defying nation who still opposed my return, I want Zhao Ling to come with me too. I understand that I already owe sealing heaven-defying nation so much, and I have to make up for it. I believe that those who opposed us would gradually change their mind in the future." Yi Xingqian said respectfully, but there is another dilemma that makes me hesitate. My son, Yi Tianyun, has his own faction on mortal world, and it's hard for him to give up on it. Thus, I will not force my decision on him and let him choose what is best for him. Yi Xingqian said with a smile to his son. Yi Tianyun smiled and looked at his father with pride. He already discussed this with his father earlier and came up with a decision. I am very sorry, but I can't join Sealing Heaven Divine Nation at the moment, but I will definitely help Sealing Heaven Divine Nation in the future if they are in any form of trouble. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Although the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation left a bad impression on him, his blood-related family is all here, so he couldn't ignore them. Suo Kaifeng looked a bit disappointed, but he was a bit relieved when he heard that Yi Tianyun would definitely help. He didn't have any power to pressure Yi Tianyun to join, so he let Yi Tianyun did whatever he wants. But I want to inform you about a predicament that would definitely happen in the future that needs our joint effort to take care of. Yi Tianyun said before he began explaining about the demon he encountered on mortal world before he entered heaven world. He also told them his prediction that the demon would definitely be able to break free in about 100 years' time. I've already read this before. The ancestor has a record about this demonic creature that they fought on mortal world and successfully sealed it 1,000 years ago, but I didn't think it would survive that long. Suo Kaifeng said with a surprised look on his face. The ancestor grasped victory thanks to the presence of Divine King in the past, but now that they didn't have any Divine King, it would be hard to do the same thing. Yes, it was quite a peculiar case as the demon itself wasn't weakened by the passage of time. In act, it actually got stronger. That is one of the reasons that I can't disband my faction in mortal world, as I have to make sure that it properly connected the three realms, and when the time comes, I hope that it would become the heart that would unify the three realms to fight against that demon. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Suo Kaifeng pondered about it a little bit and finally made his decision. I didn't think I would last 100 years with my current power, but I will surely preserve myself by any means necessary to that day. I will rise and fight the demon with all of the cultivators later with all other old ancestors. Suo Kaifeng said confidently. Sealing Heaven Divine Nation still had their old ancestor, although all of them were being preserved inside the water crystal coffin. But when the time came, Suo Kaifeng was determined to wake them all up. Our current situation is a little bleak as there is no Divine King cultivator in this world right now. Suo Kaifeng said as he realized the main difference between the past and the present. I will try my best to dig out any information about the Divine King later. Yi Tianyun said confidently. No, that's not the problem right now. I didn't think they still existed in the three realms. No one ever heard anything from them for hundreds of years. Suo Kaifeng said as he shakes his head. Well, if that was the only problem, it would be solved as soon as I become the next Divine King. Yi Tianyun said with a shrug on his shoulder. Once I become a Divine King, I would smash this demon once and for all. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Chapter 725. Yi Tianyun's words shocked everyone in the hall. Suo Kaifeng laughed in response as he looked at Yi Tianyun. Youth is really something. Well, all I can say is I am looking forward to the day you become a Divine King. Suo Kaifeng said with a smile on his face. I know it's difficult to attain Divine King level, but I believe that you would achieve it in the future. Yi Xingqian said, encouraging Yi Tianyun. Everyone else also followed suit, but they were not 100% sure that Yi Tianyun could achieve such a feat. It surely wasn't impossible as Yi Tianyun's cultivation was high enough. Still, Divine King was a demanding rank, and Yi Tianyun would have to achieve many requirements before he could attain it. Yi Tianyun knew what everyone else was thinking, and he didn't care. He already knew that Divine King was a difficult rank to attain from the beginning, but he knew that he could do it thanks to crazy leveling system. Now, he had to think of where the Divine King disappeared as he never heard any information regarding their whereabouts. There were some cultivators who were stuck at Saint King Peak stage without any way to break through to the Divine King realm. They said that their cultivation was at a bottleneck for some reason, and they couldn't break through with their own power. Don't worry, Tianyun, I will always believe in you. Shi Shuiyan said as she walked towards Yi Tianyun and held his hands with a smile on her face. Yi Tianyun smiled, and all unnecessary thoughts that crossed his mind earlier disappeared. He knew that he need not concern himself with all that as of now. He needed to do whatever he could. 100 years is not a long time. With that in mind, I will go back to Ghost World and check another faction that another Divine King created. I have to find a good amount of people to work together to defeat the demon when the time comes. Maybe I can win against the demon that has been sealed, but I have a hunch that it wouldn't be the only demon in this world. Tianyun said solemnly. They looked at each other with anxiety in their eyes. When you think about a demon that even divine kings have a hard time dealing with, they knew that they wouldn't be able to hold a candle against them in the future. Son, you are taking a heavy responsibility here. Since you didn't want to stay in our faction, I suggest you take control over the mortal world faction first, but before you leave, I would like you to come with me to ancestors. Inheritance, Suo Kaifeng said with a sigh. Family Lord, Yi Yuanlong was shocked to hear Suo Kaifeng's words. He knew about the ancestors' inheritance, and it was supposed to be the family lord's treasure and no one else. Would he really give it to Yi Tianyun, who had no intention to stay in sealing heaven-divine nation? I know what you are thinking, but Yi Tianyun is the descendant of the ancestor, and he has the right to the inheritance as any of us. I know that the divine king bloodline was getting scarcer over the year, but it was still better than nothing. As for others, we will not shackle them, and they were free to stay with whomever they want. Suo Kaifeng said with a smile as he looked at Yi Tianyun. I understand, family lord. Besides, I know so many people would oppose me taking the elder's seat. Yi Tianyun said as he smiled at Suo Kaifeng's generosity. Well, if that is your reason to reject my offer, you don't have to worry. I will make sure that your position can't be questioned forever. But as I already know that you have many other things to do, why don't we go to the ancestors' inheritance right away? Suo Kaifeng said casually. Sure, if that's okay. Yi Tianyun smiled. He didn't have any intention to reject the offer as the family lord didn't have any demands for it. He was also curious about the sealing heaven bloodline as his own bloodline was thin to begin with. Maybe he could awaken the bloodline by accepting this inheritance. With Suo Kaifeng leading the way, they went straight to the summit of Sealed Heaven God Mountain. There were guards all around the corner of this mountain, which showed that this place was a sacred place for sealing heaven divine nation. These guards ranged around Void Spirit Stage Cultivation Base, and once they saw the family lord coming, they made way for him and showed their utmost respect. Family lord, a shout was heard from behind, and Yi Tianyun saw that it was a group of elite disciples. These people were the backbone of sealing heaven divine nation for the future. What happened? Suo Kaifeng asked as he looked at them with curious eyes. Family lord, are you going to the sealed heaven god monument on top? Fifth elder asked as he walked towards Suo Kaifeng since he was the one leading the elite disciple group. Yes, is there a problem? Suo Kaifeng asked curiously. None, family lord, I am heading there myself to give an inheritance to our elite disciple. So, who are you going to give an inheritance for, family lord? The fifth elder asked curiously. I will give one to him. Suo Kaifeng said as he pointed his finger at Yi Tianyun. What? That is impossible, family lord. He didn't even join the sealing heaven divine nation yet. You know that only an elder or above deserved to receive it. Fifth elder said as he frowned at the family lord. The elite disciple was confused by the family lord's choice, but they said nothing as it wasn't their place to say anything about it. I want to officially announce that he would become the second elder later, replacing the previous second elder that would take the family lord's position and Yi Xianxia as the great elder. Since you are asking right now, well, there you go. Suo Kaifeng said with a frown on his face. Family lord's word shocked everyone at the scene. Not only the second elder's position, even the family lord and great elder's seat would be given to Yi Tianyun and his family. It could be said that sealing heaven divine nation would fall under the rule of Yi Tianyun's family. Thus no one inside the faction would be able to question anything their family's authority in the future. They were a little bit worried about what would happen to the faction in the future. Chapter 726. Suo Kaifeng made a huge uproar. No one expected something like this to happen. If Yi family controlled the sealing heaven divine nation, would there still be a place for them here? Yi Tianyun was also surprised by Suo Kaifeng's word. He was bold enough to name Yi Yuanlong to become the next family lord and Yi Xianxia and Yi Tianyun as the next highest position elder. Yi Xianxia might be once a sealing heaven divine nation disciple, but escaping the faction with his wife was something questionable nonetheless. Family lord, this is absolute madness. I'd agree if the second elder becomes the next family lord, but Yi Xianxia and his son is nobody here. They contributed nothing, and they have no prestige in this faction. It will create chaos among the disciples and elders. The fifth elder said confidently. He really thought that the family lords wasn't on his right mind to suggest something like this. Tianyun already expected that the fifth elder wouldn't like the idea. Even xianxia also knew this would happen, as he himself thought that he shouldn't become an elder. He still would stay in sealing heaven-divine nation, but he expected to work his way up the ranking. It has been decided that xianxia would serve as an elder a long time ago. We've made this decision, and everyone agreed to it. This is only a change of circumstance. Had it not because of the former great elder and third elder's misdeeds, he would have become an elder by now, am I wrong? The former great elder and third elder only got to their position because of their deceit. Suo Kaifeng said coldly. The fifth elder immediately fell silent, as he had no words to argue with that. Based on what Suo Kaifeng said, even if the former great elder and third elder were still alive, Yi Yuanlong would still become the next family lord, and xianxia would become an elder without any question. And provided Tianyun's strength, it would be no problem for him to become an elder. Tianyun looked at the fifth elder and Suo Kaifeng. He knew what Suo Kaifeng was thinking and how frustrating it would be for the fifth elder, but at the end of the day, it was all about strength. Some people would spin the situation to achieve their goals, but no one would be stupid enough to reject a chance that was already right in front of them. Everyone looked at each other, and they seemed to think that they had to make things right. Although they know that they weren't responsible for what the great elder and third elder did, their great elder and third elder's misdeed did make everything complicated. Even if that's the case, it still won't work, a young man said as he stood in front of Tianyun. His cultivation might be strong, but you must have a good amount of bloodline for you to receive the inheritance. The young man said coldly. This young man is Yi Feilong, the one with the title of sealing heaven-divine nation #1 genius after xianxia's disappearance. He seemed extremely furious to find out that his position was easily given to other people. From that look alone, Tianyun knew that this young man should have a good relationship with the great elder and the third elder in the past. Tianyun observed Yi Feilong with his appraisal eye and noticed that his cultivation base was at the 7th layer void spirit stage. It clearly wasn't bad for a young man at his age, but compared to Tianyun, he wasn't even worth mentioning. Tianyun walked forward and slapped Yi Feilong in the face. Do you see the difference between us now? Tianyun said coldly. Hadn't his grandfather become the next family lord, he would have killed Yi Feilong, but he refrained from doing so. How dare you hit me? This is why I didn't support you to become an elder in our faction. You are clearly too cruel and likes to pressure people unnecessarily, Yi Feilong said coldly. Tianyun took another step and slapped Yi Feilong once more. Yi Feilong fell to the ground with his mouth full of blood. You still didn't understand anything, did you? Are you going to talk to your enemy about cruelty? In this world full of martial artists, does anybody care about your reason? In this world, the one with power and strength would win, and the winner would always become the hero. Tianyun said coldly. I have power and strength, but I still have mercy and reasons behind my action. If I want to, I can kill anyone I want. Now, I don't mind showing mercy to those who submit to me. It is simple mercy, as I wouldn't think of them as a threat. But all my enemies will be destroyed to dust, Tianyun said threateningly. Many people think they are great and all, but they've never really been on the real battlefield. How many places have you visited in your life? Did you ever enter a dangerous zone before? How many life and death situation have you been in before? But I guess you've never been in one, huh? I mean, why would you even go to such a place when you can cultivate freely without any intrusion here? But hear me out, if the enemy ever attacked sealing heaven-divine nation, people like you won't last long. Hadn't my grandfather become the next family lord, I would do the faction a favor and kill you right here and now. Tianyun said menacingly. Tianyun's word resonated powerfully among the rest of the disciples. They knew that they didn't have any real enemies right now because the name sealing heaven-divine nation protected them, but once the enemy learned their current power, there was no doubt that they would easily take sealing heaven-divine nation down. Many of these disciples didn't have any royal blood like Yi Feilong, so they have been into a dangerous zone and enter a real battlefield to hone their cultivation and take a chance to get better equipment. They were silent as they began to contemplate Tianyun's every word. They understood that they were complacent, and now they were like flowers inside a greenhouse that couldn't withstand the wind and rain outside of their comfortable little house of protection. Once they ventured outside, the enemy would easily claim their life. Chapter 727. Almost everyone agreed with Tianyun's word, especially Suo Kaifeng. The most important thing in this world was power and cultivation. With power, you could just do whatever you want. The disciples knew that Tianyun's word was the basic rules of how the world worked, but they never truly thought about it up until now. Now, with that in mind, why am I not qualified to get the inheritance myself? Even if my bloodline is lacking or non-existent at all, I can do whatever I want because I am much stronger than you. Tianyun said coldly to Yi Feilong. If the enemy comes attacking your rear and started to pillage the inheritance, would you still able to hold them off by saying they didn't have an ample bloodline? Stop being stupid and get out of my way, weakling. Tianyun said coldly once again. Yi Feilong fell silent as he didn't have anything else to say in this matter. Sealing heaven-defying nation surely was weaker than they were in the past. There you go, that is my reason to make him an elder. After all, even if his bloodline is lacking, he still has sealing heaven-defying king's bloodline on his blood. It's better to give him the inheritance than giving it to any outsider. We ought to keep the image of our divine nation strong. Otherwise, the enemy would start noticing that we aren't as strong as we boasted and start attacking. If that ever happens, I doubt that we will be able to defend ourselves against a stronger divine nation. Suo Kaifeng said in a confident and calculated manner. Family Lord, the disciples shouted as they were shocked to hear Suo Kaifeng's word. They didn't know what to say as they realized that it was their own shortcoming in their lifestyle up until now where they were too comfortable that made them too lazy to cultivate harder. Now, I would like to clarify. The truth is, I have my own empire, and I believe that my empire would turn into divine nation soon. I don't really care about sealing heaven divine nation, for I didn't see any need to get any resources or power from this faction. I don't really have any interest with the sealing heaven divine king's inheritance either, for I already got the inheritance of heaven creating divine king. Tianyun said indifferently. Everyone was clearly surprised as they knew who heaven creating divine king was. He was a powerful divine king in the past, in fact, more powerful than sealing heaven divine king. If Tianyun had heaven creating divine king's inheritance, he wouldn't need sealing heaven divine king's inheritance at all. Furthermore, they were shocked to hear that Tianyun already had his own empire. Although an empire couldn't be compared to a divine nation, it was still an amazing feat to have an empire at such a young age. They were beginning to feel ashamed of what they previously thought. It was even more frustrating for them as they knew that their age gap with Tianyun wasn't that big, but it seemed Tianyun had achieved way more, dwarfing any of their own achievement. It was clear that all of Tianyun's previous action was intended for the sake of Yuanlong and Xianxia. The inheritance that I am about to receive is more like a compensation here. As for what kind of compensation it was is for you to think on your own. Tianyun said indifferently. Tianyun and his father had to go through so much because of the previous great elder and third elder. Although sealing heaven divine nation has given him heavenly fragrant god grass to heal his father, it wasn't enough. Everyone there understood what Tianyun was talking about and therefore couldn't say anything else. Even the fifth elder was silent as he knew that there is nothing wrong with Tianyun's claim. The fifth elder now understood that it would benefit sealing heaven divine nation in the long run if they gave Tianyun an inheritance. Staying on good terms with such a strong cultivator was important, after all. Tianyun could help them in the future, but he obviously wouldn't do that if he were treated poorly. Suo Kaifeng resumed walking, and no one complained this time, but surely, some of them still felt animosity towards Tianyun for he easily got the inheritance while his bloodline was so lacking. They knew that with a lackluster bloodline, the inheritance wouldn't be absorbed efficiently. Thus it would be such a waste to give to Tianyun. Soon enough, all of them arrived at the top of the mountain. There was a stone tablet on the side, engraved with a lot of divine rune. Bloodline divine tablet, Tianyun said as he immediately knew what the stone tablet was for. It was to detect the concentration of bloodline power. Wait a minute, a voice came from behind, stopping them from walking towards the stone tablet. It was another group of disciples and a few elders. Family Lord, what happened? Why are you up here? The sixth elder said curiously. I am here to give the second elder his inheritance. Is there any problem with that? Suo Kaifeng said indifferently. As a matter of fact, yes, my lord. I do have a problem with that. His bloodline is lacking. Even if he received the inheritance, it wouldn't be efficient on him as the inheritance wouldn't be effective. You will waste the inheritance. At this rate, sixth elder said with a frown on his face. Did you think that slipped through my mind? It doesn't matter whether or not it would be effective or not, it would always be worth it in the end. Now stop complaining as I am still the family lord. Everything is up to my decision. Suo Kaifeng said coldly. It was clear that family lord was the one who had a say in every matter here. Therefore, it was useless to complain. Chapter 728. No, family lord, we can't do that. The inheritance is already scarce right now. We can't keep this up for long. We have to save up and give the inheritance when it was absolutely necessary. The sixth elder said nervously. Everyone else nodded as they shared the same opinion as the sixth elder. But the people from fifth elder's group didn't say anything as they were already on Yi Tianyun's side. Yi Tianyun smirked as he noticed that there was no need to do anything special to earn the loyalty of the people in sealing heaven-defying nation, as apparently his word alone could do the trick. But of course, there would be some people who were against the idea of Yi Tianyun staying there. It seems that you didn't respect my decision as a family lord. Suo Kaifeng menacingly said as he released his aura. No, that's not what I mean, family lord. I just want you to reconsider it, as the inheritance isn't something that we could replenish. Once it's exhausted, that's it. I am just asking you to think about the future. The sixth elder said while slamming his head on the ground. You don't have to worry about such a thing. Just follow my word without question. Suo Kaifeng said annoyedly. All he could give Yi Tianyun to persuade him to stay and help sealing heaven-divine nation was only this inheritance stone tablet. This inheritance was uncertain, as somebody could get something as high as a divine tool worth of martial arts, or it could be as useless as earth-level martial arts. Let me test my bloodline concentration first. I am considering sixth elder's thoughtfulness right now, and if my bloodline was really lacking and unqualified, I don't mind giving up this inheritance. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. He agreed with the sixth elder, as the inheritance itself wasn't really necessary for him right now. If the stone tablet were destroyed because it has lost all of the inheritance, it would be such a waste. Everyone was surprised by Yi Tianyun's word. They didn't expect Yi Tianyun was such a thoughtful guy. He was willing to give up the sealing heaven-divine king's inheritance if he wasn't qualified. With that word alone, sealing heaven-divine nation's disciples' favorability towards him rose exponentially. He didn't really care about favorability points for so long as he didn't have any intention to conquer sealing heaven-divine nation, but it seems it still increased even though he didn't really try these days. Thank you for the understanding, second elder. Sixth elder said with a smile on his face. He didn't bear any ill intent towards Yi Tianyun. He simply wanted to preserve what was left of sealing heaven-divine king's past glory as long as he could, and that was not wrong either. He didn't have any problem with Yi Tianyun or even his father and grandfather leading sealing heaven-divine nation, as it was for the best right now. Alright, I understand your concern. Thus let the test begin. Suo Kaifeng said with a slight frown on his face. Those who still bore some kind of animosity towards Yi Tianyun shook their head as they thought that Yi Tianyun would fail to qualify and embarrass himself. They all knew that Yi Tianyun's bloodline would be lacking, as he was a victim of bloodthirsty poison in the past. Therefore, no matter how many times Yi Tianyun took the test, the result would always be the same. However, there was still a trace of uneasiness in their heart as Yi Tianyun walked towards the stone tablet with a confident stride. Yi Tianyun himself smirked as soon as he arrived at the stone tablet. Who said that his bloodline was lacking? He already developed his bloodline significantly in the past years. He got Dragon God bloodline, Royal Phoenix bloodline, and other bloodlines that he rarely used. As for sealing heaven-divine king's bloodline, he might have it before he got crazy leveling system, but it didn't really matter now. Just how bad would it be even if he didn't have a shred of the sealing heaven-divine king's bloodline? Immediately, Yi Tianyun put his hands on bloodline stone tablet, and the stone tablet began to glow in a dazzling color that towered to the sky. As the light towered into the sky, a star appeared in the air, and these stars were the measurement to see whether Yi Tianyun would be credible to have the inheritance or not. As one star appeared, another came, then the third one. Everyone gasped as they saw that 3 stars light up. Everyone knew that you only needed to light up 1 star in order to receive the inheritance, but not only did Yi Tianyun pass the minimum requirement, he even went the extra mile and lit up 3 stars. He lit up 3 stars. Our son's bloodline isn't weak at all. Zhao Ling excitedly shouted as she cried along with her excitement. Yeah, he is surely potent. Yi Xingqian said with a nod of his head. He knew that the stone tablet couldn't be tempered as it purely reacted to one's bloodline. Others were even more surprised as they saw the 4th stars now lit up after the 3rd one. There was a total of 9 stars in the air, and it seemed Yi Tianyun would light up half of it. There is no way he would light up more than 5, right? The fifth elder said with awe on his face. In the past, the geniuses of sealing heaven divine nation has lit up to 5 stars, as that was the case for Yi Xingqian and Yi Yuanlong. No one could light up more than that in more than 100 years. After a moment, the 5th stars light up. Now everyone realized that Yi Tianyun's bloodline was comparable to his father and grandfather. The sky shone brightly, but everyone still seemed to be too shocked to say anything. However, it was far from over. After the 5th star light up, the 6th star followed suit. At this point, some of them even began to wipe their eyes and pinch their own cheek to see if this was a dream, but it wasn't the case at all. Everyone began looking at Yi Tianyun with prideful eyes as if seeing the return of a god. Chapter 729. Yi Tianyun got 6 stars. It has been so many years since anyone got that much star. The only one who got 6 stars in the past and still alive now was barely breathing, as it was the old ancestor that was now sleeping until he was needed again. This isn't a dream, is it? No, I saw the same thing. Who said his bloodline was lacking? He totally has the best bloodline in the entire faction. The Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's disciples immediately blew out the story about Yi Tianyun's 6 stars bloodline. They finally knew that Yi Tianyun really was a genius and a powerful cultivator too. Most disciples couldn't go to the summit of Sealing Heaven Mountain, but they still got the news thanks to the disciples who witnessed the phenomenal event. Suo Kaifeng himself was shocked as he wanted to cover Yi Tianyun in case his bloodline really was lacking, but seeing what happened, it surely wouldn't be necessary. Most people now believed that Yi Tianyun was an absolute cultivator that couldn't be compared to anyone. He is 1 star away from perfection. Suo Kaifeng said amazedly. That must be the effect of bloodthirsty poison. If he wasn't poisoned, he might attain the 7-star bloodline right now. Zhao Ling said with a frown on his face. He was poisoned. Suo Kaifeng said with shock on his face. Is that why the previous great elder poisoned him? Because they know Yi Tianyun would definitely threaten their status. Suo Kaifeng said coldly. Now he felt hatred towards the previous great elder and third elder for what they have done. It's possible. They might not be able to kill at that time, but poisoning is much easier. Yi Yuanlong said coldly. He partly blamed himself for what happened in the past, as he didn't notice anything that the great elder and third elder had done to his son's family. If only he caught on to their scheme, the situation wouldn't be like this. The feeling of guilt and disappointment would lead nowhere, as the great elder and third elder have been eliminated. Yi Tianyun himself had lived for 20 years this year, so it was already too late to do anything significant to earn his favor. Yi Xingqian and Zhao Ling proved themselves to be superior matrimony, as their offspring was such a genius. Looking back at Sealing Heaven's delusion to preserve the bloodline was all clearly a waste of effort. From now on, nobody is allowed to bring up our past mistake. It was an embarrassment and stupid. I thought the rest of you would have a hard time accepting Yi Tianyun, but that doesn't seem to be a problem anymore. Suo Kaifeng said while laughing out loud. He now knew that it didn't really matter to preserve the bloodline, as it would always be there. But the crucial thing that everyone had to think of was their partner's innate ability. If their partner had a strong innate ability, it might amplify the bloodline's power. Yi Tianyun himself smirked as he liked how things turned out. He knew that Royal Phoenix bloodline and Dragon God bloodline was the reason that his bloodline reading became this high. Although the bloodline stone didn't detect the Royal Phoenix and Dragon God bloodline, it served as the foundation of the Sealing Heaven bloodline hidden within him. Yi Tianyun knew that he didn't gain anything from his Sealing Heaven bloodline yet, as it hasn't shown any effect, but he hoped that with the inheritance that he was about to receive, the bloodline could awaken and shows its worth. But not long after, the 7th star lit up like a neon light. Everyone was out of their mind this time. The realization that such genius almost got killed by 2 of their past elders were baffling, and they didn't know what to say. But that was not where it ended. People thought that 7 star was the reading limit, but an 8th star that people didn't know even existed before lit up. This has never happened in 1,000 years before. Yi Tianyun might just be the person whose bloodline closely resembled that of the Sealing Heaven Divine Kings. People from another faction that happened to be at Sealing Heaven Divine Nation were surprised too. It was akin to a miracle, and that was not a good sign for the other factions. If a genius like this were allowed to develop, other divine nations could lose their position in the faction ranking. If Yi Tianyun really were a genius like Sealing Heaven said he was, then Sealing Heaven Divine Nation would likely re-enter the race to the summit. This person has to be killed before he becomes stronger. The people from other divine nations said coldly. They have been spying inside Sealing Heaven Divine Nation for a long time, and now that they obtained the information that Sealing Heaven Divine Nation had such a genius, they couldn't stand still any longer. But they didn't know that Tianyun was already powerful to begin with. Originally, they only wanted to keep an eye on Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, but Sealing Heaven Divine Nation kept falling off the rank, and now that it has already fallen far, they didn't want to see Sealing Heaven Divine Nation rose back in power. Chapter 730. When the 8th star lit up, everyone was shocked as it was completely beyond everyone's expectation that something so otherworldly would happen today. That was not the end as the 9th star started to light up as well. If the Great Elder and the 3rd Elder were still alive, they would be terrified by this situation as showed how inferior they really were. Great Elder, may you never be born again, the disciple said in awe as they looked at the 8th star that shone on the sky. The person before them was truly blessed by God. They genuinely hoped that Sealing Heaven Divine Nation would be reformed and step forward to become the strongest divine nation in Heaven World later. Almost instantly, Tianyun's favorability point skyrocketed. Instead of harboring hatred toward Tianyun, most people from Sealing Heaven Divine Nation now worshipped him. Even though some of them were the Great Elder's direct disciples, after seeing something this spectacular, they know that the Great Elder was truly diabolical. Nevertheless, some of them still didn't want to admit Tianyun's greatness. Regardless of that, Tianyun successfully became the only one alive who could light up the most number of stars. Shi Shuiyan stared at Tianyun's back with a smile on her face. She would be lying if she said that the scene didn't surprise her, but compared to other things that Tianyun had done before, this was a mild one. He actually lights up the 9th star. This is impossible. This is not the descendant of the bloodline. It might be fair to say that he is the reincarnation of Sealing Heaven Divine King himself. A disciple said in awe as the 9th star lit up in the sky. You might be right. Is there any story about reincarnation in the past? This might be one of the so-called reincarnations, right? Another said with a gaze full of awe. Everyone was shocked by the scene unfolding in front of their eyes. The stars brightly shone as if mocking everyone else's bloodline, but none of them felt hatred or any negative emotion towards Tianyun right now. They knew that the divine nation in Heaven World might have caught wind of this event as spying another faction wasn't something uncommon in Heaven World, but they knew that not all faction in Heaven World would know about this immediately. Even so, the thought of other divine nation knowing what was happening right now arose some worry. Everyone was excited as Tianyun seemed to be the second coming of Sealing Heaven Divine King himself. But when they thought that everything was over, the 9 stars exploded, and a huge star appeared behind all of them. This star was so different from the other 9 that it was apparent to a naked eye even from the foot of the mountain itself. It was the 10th star. This scene had never happened before as no one ever saw the outline of the 10th star. Tianyun himself was excited as well. He has been building up his bloodline's strength with the power within his body to reap the best result of this test. With every power he drew from within his body, the bloodline stone tablet shone more dazzlingly, resulting in another star lighting up in the sky. But as the 10th star light up in the sky, Tianyun himself was shrouded with a dazzling light and disappeared from everyone's sight. The people who have been watching the whole scene was left stunned as they saw Tianyun disappeared. The light that shrouded the bloodline stone tablet disappeared, and the 10 stars that shone brightly in the sky immediately dimmed and covered by the cloud once again. Hey, what just happened? Where did he go? Why did he disappear all of a sudden? The disciples were confused by what just happened. This was the first time they ever saw the 10th star. Therefore this was their first time seeing somebody disappeared from the sight. Suo Kaifeng, Yi Xingqian, and Yi Yuanlong began to panic as they didn't know what happened themselves. Tianyun was the ray of hope that Sealing Heaven Divine Nation needed in such a long time. Moreover, Tianyun was a family that they never had the chance to bond with either. Everything happened so suddenly that they really panicked beyond their mind. I am taking him here to gift him an inheritance, but it seems the ancestor might have something else in mind, but I really hope that he would pass any trial that they gave him. Now, we have to pray for his safety as we can't afford to lose him. He was our beacon of hope, our guide to the future. Suo Kaifeng said worriedly. The elders and disciples on the site bowed their heads to show their utmost respect. They understood why Suo Kaifeng seemed to be worried and panicked as Tianyun never even cultivated inside Sealing Heaven Divine Nation at all, so the ancestor might treat Tianyun as an invader or worse. At the same time, the divine nations across the heaven world was in an uproar. The 10th star, are you sure? Are you sure you're not seeing things? Quick, we need to have the information about the person that successfully lit up the 10th star. We have to know everything about that person. We have to know everything about that child. We can't let this child live any longer. Otherwise, our future may be in danger. All the leader of each divine nation was in a panic as they started to demand information about Tianyun. They thought that the bloodline stone tablet would end after the 6th or 7th star, but it lit up further into the 10th star. Now, all divine nations were trying to come up with a way to get rid of Tianyun from the world. Chapter 731. The people from other factions immediately speculated on who was the rising genius of sealing heaven divine tool would be. However, they couldn't seem to figure it out as Tianyun was never on their radar. At the same time, at the peak of Sealing Heaven Mountain, Suo Kaifeng and the rest of the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's disciples were wondering where the bloodline stone tablet took Tianyun. Where was he teleported? Suo Kaifeng said gloomily while looking at the sky. He was as curious as he was nervous. He wouldn't be able to stand it if Tianyun was hurt or, even in the worst case, died after receiving such a blessing. He is incredible. He lights up all the stars. Xianxia said as he hugged Zhao Ling excitedly. Yes, he's truly remarkable. Zhao Ling said as she tried to hide her excitement. She was afraid that she would burst into tears of joy if she let her emotion take over. She still felt a little bit guilty for taking Xianxia away from Sealing Heaven Divine Nation in the past. She knew that if it were not for her, Xianxia wouldn't leave Sealing Heaven Divine Nation behind, but after her son made everything right, she could breathe more easily. She felt terrible guilt when Tianyun was born as she couldn't sense the Sealing Heaven Divine King's bloodline in him, but now, that was surely not the case. At the same time, Tianyun arrived in a unique room in an instant. He saw the vast expanse of space in front of him with nothing on it. When he looked up into the sky, he found that the continents were floating around him. When he looked back, he saw a cliff behind him, stopping him from going backwards. What is this place? Is this the place to receive the 10 stars inheritance? Tianyun said curiously, but alas, he wasn't surprised by all this. When he lighted up the 10th star, he was immediately teleported by the light from the bloodline stone tablet. He looked under the cliff and immediately knew that he was indeed on the 10th star that lighted up earlier as he could saw the 5 holy mountains of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation from where he stood. This area clearly wasn't easy to reach, and it seemed the only premise to enter this place is to light up the 10th star itself. But everyone was wrong. This is not a star at all. This is the 10 treasure divine tool. Tianyun said with a slight surprise in his tone. He really thought the shining stars above the bloodline stone tablet were actual stars, but it was divine tools all along. The divine runes on the bloodline stone tablet earlier were peculiar, so Tianyun realized that it was the heaven-creating divine king's doing. But even though it was the stone tablet used by Sealing Heaven Divine King, it was completely fine for heaven-creating divine king to create it for him. It was really unfortunate that the Sealing Heaven Divine King left the 10 divine tool here unattended after losing his descendant that he loved so much. The inheritance of Sealing Heaven Divine King was unique as the power that the cultivator received was influenced by these divine tools. Now Tianyun understood why the Great Elder's power exponentially increased when he fought against him earlier. It was all due to the power from these divine tools. The power that the divine tools granted varied according to the number of stars that the inheritor lighted up. Because the Great Elder lighted up 5 stars when he received his inheritance, he gained the power of 5 divine tools. Tianyun had to admit that he was impressed by Sealing Heaven Divine King's cunningness. With these divine tools that he left behind, it could be said that the whole heaven world was his playground. In order to make sure that the future generation could further develop their power well, he left behind these inheritance shenanigans. Well, these divine tools only work in heaven world, it seems. Tianyun said as he looked around the flat plain. He started to walk forward to see what he could do there. But as Tianyun moved several steps forward, a spirit suddenly appeared, giving him respect. "Welcome, new owner," the spirit said respectfully. "Did I become the new master by lighting up the 10th star?" Tianyun asked amusedly. "Yes, the old master has stated that the cultivator who could ignite the 10th star shall become the new owner." The tool spirit that looked like a young boy said gracefully to Tianyun. As the other 9 would also show themselves as a tool spirit. Tianyun asked curiously. "No, the other 9 stars are also my own. The old owner wanted to create a high-grade divine tool, but he failed, and thus the 10 of us were born, but in the end, the 10 of us are one. The tool spirit said gracefully. Tianyun was surprised. Sealing Heaven Divine King failed to create high-grade divine tools, but instead of losing all of his materials and ingredient, he salvaged the project and created 9 low-grade divine tools and 1 middle-grade divine tool. Tianyun knew that Sealing Heaven Divine King was a powerful blacksmith who could even create divine tools to assist him in his works. The 10 divine tools was actually 1. That fact alone made Tianyun sigh as he now realized just how powerful Sealing Heaven Divine King in the past was. So, what else did my ancestor left behind? Tianyun asked curiously. He was a direct descendant of Sealing Heaven Divine King. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to come up here as he needed the trace of Sealing Heaven Divine King's bloodline to activate the bloodline stone tablet. For the start, in addition to becoming the new owner of this place, you have me to guide you if you need any kind of help, and that you have the responsibility to protect the entire heaven world. The tool spirit said honestly. Protecting the heaven world? What do you mean? Tianyun asked with a startled expression. Heaven world was a big place, and he already had his hands full with the obligation to protect Sealing Heaven Divine Nation as it was. Chapter 732. Tianyun was extremely confused as he thought he only had to protect Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, but why did Sealing Heaven Divine King want him to protect the heaven world instead? Did it mean Tianyun had to protect other divine nations in heaven world as well? Does it mean I have to protect the heaven world from the demon invasion? Tianyun asked as he remembered that Sealing Heaven Divine King was another divine king who helped Heaven Creating Divine King to seal the demon. It seems the new master has already known about the demon monster, which saves us the time for the explanation. The old master has left the 10 divine tools largely to protect the heaven world from being invaded by the demon, but he also knew that it wouldn't suffice without any master to wield it. Thus he created the system where the person that could light up all the stars would immediately become the new master. The tool spirit said emotionlessly. So, in order to give you a perfect understanding of this place, I shall teach you everything you need to control 10 divine tools to protect the entire heaven world from the demon invasion. Tool spirit said excitedly. A question, can I use these divine tools for other things? Tianyun asked curiously. Yes, although its main purpose is to halt the demon invasion, as long as the invasion doesn't take place just yet, you are free to use it as you wish. The tool spirit said indifferently. That's great. So, does the mortal world and ghost world also has the same defensive mechanism from the demon invasion? Tianyun asked once again. Yes, mortal world has the heaven ascending divine altar, and it would probably be the best divine tool to defend against the demon. However, heaven ascending divine altar is also present in ghost world and heaven world. The tool spirit said indifferently. Heaven ascending divine altar on mortal world? Why have I never heard of it? Tianyun wondered. Heaven ascending divine altar that he saw in ghost world and heaven world was such a huge monastery-like place that would attract a huge number of cultivators. Heaven ascending divine altar in mortal world is underwater on Devil Cloud Island. A huge battle once took place there that resulted in heaven ascending divine altar sinking into the bottom of the sea. It was a battle right before the 3 divine kings successfully sealed the demon. In addition to being so powerful, heaven creating divine king was also a charming leader. The tool spirit said with adoring expression as it described the heaven creating divine king. Ah, so that is why I had mixed feelings when I was there. Tianyun said as he remembered the weird vibes he got during his time on the island. If he could excavate the heaven ascending divine altar in mortal world, he would be able to teleport between the world as he liked it. He thought the heaven ascending divine altar only connected heaven world and ghost world, but as he remembered that heaven creating divine king was the protector of mortal world, he should have known that mortal world should have heaven ascending divine altar as well. Is there any other divine tool that I need to know about? Tianyun asked. Yes, mortal world has the heavenly rock suppressing ancient tablet that suppresses the strongest demon. The strongest demon's cultivation is at 8th layer divine king stage. The tool spirit answered indifferently. Tianyun immediately frowned as he heard that the strongest demon in the past was at the 8th layer divine king stage. He knew that he wouldn't be able to fight such a powerhouse in his current state, but as he knew that the seal on the demon would at least last another 100 years before it broke slightly put him at ease as he had the leeway to level up further in the meantime. What else did you know? Tianyun asked the tool spirit once more. That is basically all the mortal world has for the defense against the demon world. Heaven World has 10 divine tools and Heaven Ascending Divine Altar, while Ghost World should have something under the Heavenly Netherworld area and also another Heaven Ascending Divine Altar. However, all I know is that you have to find the descendant of ancient Netherworld Divine King. The Tool Spirit said as he tried to remember everything about the other divine tools to defend against the demon. I see. I understand what I need to do later. Tianyun said as he nodded his head. His next step would be finding the descendant of the ancient Netherworld Divine King. So, what else do I need to do over here in the meantime? Tianyun asked. For now, all you need is to do one little favor for the 10 divine tools. You just have to hold this jade pendant and repair the inheritance stone tablet that everyone calls Bloodstone Stone Tablet now. As of now, the inheritance stone tablet is on the verge of breaking, and it couldn't give the intended inheritance for you. The Tool Spirit said as it placed a small jade pendant on Tianyun's hand. Tianyun nodded as he realized that he could gain more prestige points as he repaired the inheritance stone tablet. He now realized the real reason why the 6th Elder was so adamant about not wasting the inheritance on Tianyun. The 6th Elder didn't know that it wasn't that the inheritance was almost depleted, but the inheritance stone tablet itself was on the verge of breaking. So, I have to use the stone tablet if I want to come here again. Tianyun asked further. No, you have become the new owner of this place. Thus you are free to come here as long as you will it. The Tool Spirit said casually. Would it be that easy? Tianyun asked surprisedly. Yes, the Tool Spirit said indifferently. Tianyun nodded before he flew down towards Sealing Heaven Mountain Peak. From now on, he had another base in Heaven World, and he could freely use it to control anyone. By controlling the 10 divine tools, Tianyun basically controlled Heaven World. At the same time, everyone on Sealing Heaven Mountain Peak was still shocked by the event and wondered where Tianyun might be. But they eventually noticed a figure was flying in the sky, slowly descending towards them. Look, someone is heading this way. Someone shouted loudly, directing everyone else's attention towards the flying figure. Everyone slowly realized that the figure was Tianyun, and they fell silent as they didn't know what to say to that. Especially those who opposed Tianyun in the past now realized how amazing Tianyun is, so much they planned to serve under him. Tianyun looked over to everyone as he landed steadily on the mountain peak, and he saw that the favorability of those who stood increased by more than 100. Tianyun didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. Chapter 733. Tianyun felt awkward as it wasn't like he was trying to build a friendly relationship with Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, but it wasn't so bad. Sealing Heaven Divine Nation did give him a bad impression, but he knew that it shouldn't stay that way as his father and grandfather would be staying there. You have returned. What happened? Suo Kaifeng asked curiously. I will tell you about it later. For now, I have to see the inheritance stone tablet. Tianyun said with a smile. Of course. Suo Kaifeng nodded. The disciples on Sealing Heaven Mountain Peak was disappointed by Tianyun's response as they were also curious to hear Tianyun's experience after he got teleported, but clearly, they wouldn't be able to hear it firsthand. Suo Kaifeng led Tianyun towards the inheritance stone tablet, and Tianyun felt a majestic aura coming off from it. Divine rune was engraved around the stone tablet that Tianyun started to notice as he came closer. There was so much crack on the stone tablet that it looked like it was already broken. The damage of this inheritance stone tablet is quite severe, Tianyun said as he observed the inheritance stone tablet from up close. It wasn't a damage from an attack and more like a crack caused by erosion as the stone itself was slowly breaking apart. At this rate, the amount of the inheritance would get less and less in the near future and probably destroyed before the demon even broke free. The inheritance of Sealing Heaven Divine King was one of the strongest inheritance anyone could get. Still, Tianyun knew that with the current state of inheritance stone tablet, it wouldn't be able to give any proper inheritance. The inheritance is almost depleted, and we think that the most it can give now are just 10 inheritances. Suo Kaifeng said as he sighed disappointedly. Sealing Heaven Divine Nation has given out the inheritance like water in the past as anyone with exceptional innate ability would receive one. When they realized that the inheritance stone tablet had its own limit, it was already too late. The people that questioned Tianyun's right to receive the inheritance earlier didn't say anything now as Tianyun had lighted up 10 stars. If there were anyone who deserved the inheritance, that would be none other than Tianyun. 10 times. Tianyun was surprised that the amount of inheritance was far lower than what he expected, but he nodded and threw a jade pendant into the air. The pendant suddenly turned into a green light that started to fix the inheritance stone tablet. Everyone was startled by what Tianyun did. They thought it was impossible to repair the inheritance stone tablet, but that was no longer the case now. How could he repair that? Suo Kaifeng said in shock. Yi Yuanlong beside him was also shocked to see what Tianyun was doing, but he chose to stay quiet for now. The inheritance stone tablet was restored to its original state in no time. Inheritance stone tablet has been fixed. Now, you can give inheritance to those who deserve it, but keep it in moderation unless you want it to be damaged like earlier. Tianyun said casually. It seems sealing heaven-defying King has predicted that the inheritance stone tablet would be exhausted and had prepared a countermeasure to rejuvenate it. Thank you very much for your help. If you didn't fix it, the inheritance stone tablet would be destroyed. Suo Kaifeng said gratefully. He always felt constrained about the inheritance stone tablet, but now that it was fixed, he could be more relaxed every time he gave an inheritance to the new disciple. Thank you very much for your generosity, second elder. We are very sorry for our rude behavior in the past, a disciple said before bowing down to Tianyun. He recognized Tianyun's capability and kindness. He has never seen such a man who was willing to help even after being treated improperly. That was why Tianyun's favorability in sealing heaven-defying nation rose through the roof. Stand up, you didn't have to bow down over such a trivial matter. Tianyun casually said as he waved his hands to the disciple. Thank you very much, second elder. The disciple stood up and bowed a little bit out of respect. Yi Yuanlong felt relieved as he thought that Tianyun would have a long time to be acknowledged as one of the elders in sealing heaven-defying nation, as he didn't have any prestige inside sealing heaven-defying nation. Thankfully, that wasn't the case. Now, I will get my own inheritance, Tianyun said as he reached out and touched the inheritance stone tablet. The stone suddenly glowed in golden light, and he was once again teleported to somewhere else. What, is he going inside the inheritance stone tablet now? Did inheritance stone tablet have such mechanism to begin with? The people on the scene were once again surprised by the turn of events involving Tianyun. They had never seen anything like this for as long as they joined sealing heaven-defying nation. Finally, someone worthy, a heavy voice was heard as Tianyun opened his eyes and found himself in an unfamiliar place. He saw a kind-hearted middle-aged man in front of him. Tianyun was confused and looked around as he realized that he was inside a hut. The middle-aged man smiled and slowly sat down on a chair while kindly gestured for Tianyun to sit down in front of him. Ancestor, Tianyun said as he realized who this middle-aged man really was. He immediately kneeled down as to show his respect for the man. It was no doubt that the middle-aged man in front of him right now was the sealing heaven-defying King himself. Chapter 734. Your cultivation level is amazing. Such a young man, yet already reached first layer Saint King stage. How did you cultivate so fast? When I am about your age, I think I've only reached Spirit Core at best, but you already reached Saint King stage. This is enchanting, sealing heaven-defying King said in awe. Many experts could be called a genius, but almost none could reach a Saint King level at Tianyun's age. The ancestor praised me too much. I am just a little bit lucky, that's all. Tianyun said modestly. Luck is also one strength needed to cultivate. No one could succeed if they didn't have luck on their side. Then again, without hard work, you wouldn't be able to achieve success. Sealing heaven-defying King said with a smile on his face. His words struck home as he relied only on his strength to overcome everything. Undeniably, he had done that with the help of the system, but it was all his effort to finish all those quests and gained all these crazy points to level up his cultivations in martial arts. With that in mind, Tianyun only smiled at sealing heaven-defying King without saying anything. Ancestor, may I ask why you brought me here? Tianyun asked curiously. Yes, there is something that I need to tell you. I know that the war has not yet begun. Otherwise, I won't be able to summon you here. Sealing heaven-defying King said solemnly. War, is the war that the ancestor talking about have something to do with the sealed demon on mortal world? Tianyun asked curiously. He thought about what war would be other than that, but he didn't see anything else that mattered. It seems that you're already informed about the demons. Yes, the problem started with the sealing of that demon. A long time ago, the demon suddenly popped out of nowhere and began killing people. Nobody knew the details about that creature, and we don't have any means to communicate with it as it relentlessly attacked any living creature in its sight. Sealing Heaven Divine King said as he waved his hands to create a phantom shadow. Evil spirit race, Tianyun said in surprise as he remembered the feature of evil spirit race, which resembled the phantom shadow that Sealing Heaven Divine King created. Did you already know about the evil spirit race? Sealing Heaven Divine King asked surprisedly. Yes, they are a race that I have dealt with once in the past. Tianyun said honestly. Did the demon's appearance resemble the evil spirit race? Tianyun asked curiously. It was a possible scenario that the evil spirit race itself was the descendant of the demon. I am afraid that the demon race has been quietly biding their time to dominate the three worlds. When we learn about them, the three of us divine kings searched every nook and cranny in the three worlds but never found anything about the demon. Sealing Heaven Divine King said disappointedly. Ancestor, is there anything that you didn't tell me about? Tianyun asked curiously. Do you mean their possible descendants? Sealing Heaven Divine King asked with a hint of fear and worry on his face. Yes, I mean, there must be a reason why you show me the evil spirit race earlier. Does the phantom shadow you show me earlier resemble the demon? Tianyun asked curiously. I am afraid so. After the demon was sealed, the evil spirit race's power suddenly manifested in several races. I am afraid the number has multiplied, but it shouldn't be that many. Sealing Heaven Divine King said with a worried expression. Tianyun now understood why the evil spirit race was constantly searching for treasures. Their real objective was to find and free their ancestor from the seal, not the treasure. I didn't expect the demon to have such a trick up their sleeve. The evil spirit race has many appearances as they often blend with other races. Therefore it was not that unusual to see one in human appearance. We overlooked this information in the past, and now, they had clearly taken their roots in the three worlds. Sealing Heaven Divine King said with a sad expression on his face. So, what is your plan, ancestor? Tianyun asked. For now, the best move is to obtain all the inheritance and collect lots of divine runes. There must be a way to weaken them somehow, and you have to find that way to win the war. Sealing Heaven Divine King said with a solemn expression. But their influence isn't particularly strong, and I already killed one of them. I don't know if there are other evil spirit races out there, but I don't think they would pose a problem for me right now. Tianyun said as he tried to recall whether he has ever seen any other evil spirit race out there. But more importantly, where had the three divine kings of the past gone to? There seemed to be no record about the whereabouts of you three. Tianyun asked curiously. The three of us left to find a way to break through to a stronger cultivation level or to find a better cultivation site. With the resources in these worlds, it is impossible for us to break through. It was impossible for us to defeat the demon without sealing it. Therefore our only choice is to find a way to break through and kill it once we build you enough strength. Sealing Heaven Divine King said solemnly. But it was already taking too long. There is no record saying any of you has returned. Tianyun said with a frown on his face. I don't really know what happened after that. I am just a trace of Sealing Heaven Divine King's divine sense. I only have the memory of Sealing Heaven Divine King before he left Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. There is a possibility that the Divine Kings has died outside as the world outside the three worlds is uncharted, and nobody knows the danger it possesses. Sealing Heaven Divine King said solemnly. Is there any other world other than the three realms? Tianyun curiously asked as this was his first time hearing kind of information. Of course, if your cultivation base is too low, there is no way for you to go out there. But once you reach the Divine King level, you will able to leave anytime you want. That is why the three of us choose to leave and find a better place to break through. Sealing Heaven Divine King said solemnly. Tianyun nodded as he understood what was going on with the Divine Kings. There was another world waiting outside the three realms for those who have reached the Divine Kings, and that was where the Divine Kings had gone to. They were not dead somewhere in the three realms but instead seeking prospects in the other world. But it seemed they were stuck in some kind of problem that prevented them from coming back and dealt with the demon. Chapter 735. Since you let me in, you must have something else to say. Tianyun said as he changed the topic. Yes, the demon has to break the seal to escape, but it wouldn't go the way it wants. Our power resides in the three realms, and as long as you use our power, the demon can be sealed once again. Now, in Heaven World, you have the 10 divine tools, or star circle, which stores my power. Once you used up all the power stored inside the star circle, my power would materialize and unleash the strongest attack towards the demon. Sealing heaven-defying King said carefully. Wouldn't the divine tools break after such an extreme use? Tianyun asked with a frown on his face. Yes, you are correct, but it has to be done in order to get the most out of it. Sealing heaven-defying King said solemnly. Tianyun nodded as he understood what Sealing heaven-defying King was saying, but he planned to use it as a last resort. At the very least, he wouldn't want such amazing divine tools to be destroyed. What about the other realms? Tianyun asked curiously. Heaven-creating divine king's power was stored in heaven-ascending divine altar, and you can use it once you have become its master. But that doesn't have to be the case. As long as you have a friendly term with the inheritor, I am sure that they would help you as it was the will of their ancestor too. Sealing heaven-defying King said solemnly. Well, that shouldn't be a problem. I already become the inheritor of heaven-creating divine king. Tianyun said honestly. Well, if that's the case, you have to maintain the heavenly ascending divine altar cautiously. Heaven-creating divine king didn't leave behind as much resource as we did. If you didn't maintain it to your earnest, it could be depleted without any means to restore it. Now, for the last part is the power of ancient netherworld divine king that rests under heavenly netherworld. Sealing heaven-defying King said solemnly. Power of ancient netherworld divine king. The tool spirit earlier said that I have to find his descendant. Is that still the case? Tianyun asked curiously. Yes, the power that I said earlier would have to be granted by the ancient netherworld divine king's descendant that may still rest under heavenly netherworld. If our power was used simultaneously, the entire three realms would be covered by divine barrier, which will pressure the demon and prevent it from escaping. Sealing heaven-defying King said solemnly. It's so powerful. Last time I checked, I think the demon's power was at the divine king peak stage. Are you sure the resources left behind by the three divine kings would be sufficient? Tianyun asked curiously. It's fine. As long as it's still on divine king cultivation level, we should be able to handle it. The first time we sealed the demon, its cultivation was higher than that. Sealing heaven-defying King said solemnly. So, all I need to do now is collect the resources that the three of you left behind and activate it when the demon successfully escapes and seal it back. Tianyun asked to confirm things. It was not that he wasn't sure about the mission right now, but their line of thoughts matched. Sealing heaven-defying King nodded to confirm Tianyun's word and sighed in relief. He knew that killing the demon was an impossible task. Therefore it was reassuring knowing that someone would seal the demon once again in the future. I know this is hard for you, ancestor. Most people don't even know the price you are paying to do all this. Tianyun said as he shook his head to the obliviousness of other cultivators. We don't really care about it. We never really pay attention to our own reputation. After all, that is not what important for us. Can reputation shield us from the demon? No, I don't think they would care either. Sealing heaven-defying King said indifferently. Now, I think that is enough chit-chat for today as my energy is starting to deplete. Instead, I will give you my memory, detailing things that you need to do. Sealing heaven-defying King said as he reached out and pulled out a strand of memory and implanted it to Tianyun's head. Tianyun absorbed the memory without resisting and got far more detailed information compared to the memory given by Heavenly Rock suppressing ancient tablet. In addition, Sealing heaven-defying King's inheritance was also mixed in with the memory, which made it complete. I will leave everything in your hands, young man. I know you'll have to walk a thorny path, but I hope you find courage and willpower to pass it all. Sealing heaven-defying King said with a smile on his face. Tianyun nodded. He knew that he had to deal with the demon one way or another as he must protect his loved ones from the demon. Thank you, ancestor. I will do the best I can. Tianyun said as he felt motivation swirling his body. He wouldn't stop at just sealing the demon as he wanted to kill it to get rid of its influences once and for all. Well said, now use the knowledge that I gave earlier to find what you need. I suggest you find people to aid you. Sealing heaven-defying King said solemnly. Tianyun nodded and immediately returned to sealing heaven mountain peak once again. As the inheritance finished, Suo Kaifeng asked curiously. Yes, and now it is time for me to leave. Tianyun said solemnly. Everyone's expression suddenly changed as they heard that Tianyun wanted to leave. Second Elder, can't you stay? We know that we have done a lot of wrongdoings in the past, but we sincerely beg for your forgiveness and stay here to lead sealing heaven divine nation. The disciple said with a sad expression on their face. They begged for Tianyun to stay as Tianyun's presence was so needed that they couldn't easily let Tianyun go. Chapter 736. When Yi Tianyun was about to leave, everyone begged him to stay. They have seen what Yi Tianyun was capable of, and they couldn't just let him go if they wanted sealing heaven-defying nation to prosper. The world has always respected the strong, and now that they have seen Yi Tianyun's power, their favorability increased exponentially. They all hope you can stay, Suo Kaifeng said calmly, but in his mind, he was cheering for his disciple to beg Yi Tianyun to stay. Although he wanted Yi Tianyun to stay, it wasn't for preparing war against another divine nation to expand sealing heaven divine nation's territory. It was more about defense, as sealing heaven divine nation was often attacked by others. Yi Yuanlong also wanted to say something, but Zhao Ling stopped him from doing so. She knew that if Yi Yuanlong persuaded Yi Tianyun to stay, Yi Tianyun would relent and decide to stay. Although it was a shame that her family just reunited, she knew that Yi Tianyun had another responsibility to take care of. Shi Shuiyan stood by and said nothing while smiling towards Yi Tianyun. She knew what Yi Tianyun was thinking and therefore felt no need to say anything to change it. I appreciate your feelings, but I still have a lot of things that I need to take care of. Not only do I have my own faction, but we still have an impending crisis that I need to solve. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Everyone felt dejected, and they realized that there was nothing they could say that could change Yi Tianyun's mind. They blamed themselves as they thought that the impression they gave earlier made it hard for Yi Tianyun to stay. But don't you worry, I will rush here whenever danger is approaching, Yi Tianyun said assuringly. Yi Tianyun's words were said sincerely. He still has his parents and his grandfather here. Therefore he still had an obligation to return here to look after them. The people nodded as it was the best thing that they could have right now. Suo Kaifeng immediately took Yi Tianyun back to the Great Hall while the rest of the disciples had no choice but to return to their post. After Yi Tianyun arrived at the Great Hall, he explained what happened after he lighted up the 10th star. Everyone was surprised to hear that the stars in the sky that they thought was the grade for their bloodline level turned out to be divine tools all along. But there was nothing they could do about it as the 10 divine tools was already set in place. Unless someone with a cultivation base above sealing heaven divine king came, it wouldn't change. I thought it was only the power of the stone tablet, but it turns out to be the power of divine tools. Suo Kaifeng said as he never realized that the stars that lighted up every time someone tried to test out their bloodline level were divine tools. Yes, unfortunately, the situation isn't so good right now. I have to check on the situation of other divine tools that the 3 divine kings left behind in the past. Otherwise, we might not have the means to fight against the demon later. Yi Tianyun said worriedly, which was followed by everyone nodding in understanding. They didn't understand how important Yi Tianyun's task before was, but now they know that the task he was handling wasn't something that a teenager should shoulder. My son, you have such a difficult task ahead of you. Zhao Ling said worriedly, if you can't stand it anymore, come here and take a rest. Mother would always comfort you and take care of you, for I don't want you to be hurt out there. Zhao Ling said as she hugged Yi Tianyun lovingly. Don't worry, mother, I am not only protecting the 3 realms but also my loved ones. Yi Tianyun said as he smiled warmly towards Zhao Ling and the rest of his family and took Shi Shuiyan's hands. His goal from the beginning was to protect his loved ones, not the 3 realms. Hey, as a father, I am very sorry for unable to help you even after everything that happened, my son. Yi Xingqian said with a sad expression on his face. He felt very upset that he wasn't there for his son in his early life, and now, he didn't even have what it took to help his son complete his task. It was all because their cultivation was too far apart right now. The best help that you can give me right now is to help sealing heaven divine nation and unite the power of heaven world together. In the end, I won't be able to fight against the demon on my own. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. In the memory that he got from sealing heaven divine king, he knew that the demons would be pouring in after the sealed demon in mortal world escaped. No problem, we will do everything we can. When the demons strike, we will help you fight them with everything we got. Yi Xingqian said confidently. Thank you very much, father. I am sure you can do it. Now, it is time that I return to mortal world. Yi Tianyun said with a warm smile on his face. But when he said it, a guard rushed inside the great hall. Family Lord, there is an army coming. It seems that up to 7 or 8 divine nations have banded together and prepared to attack us. They're right in front of our door. The guard said nervously. What? Suo Kaifeng's complexion changed. He didn't expect this many divine nation would come and attack them this sudden. Why would they do something like this? Are they out of their mind? Suo Kaifeng said worriedly. I guess the news about Yi Tianyun's bloodline test shocked them and hastened their plan. They clearly have no intention to let a genius like Yi Tianyun being with us even though they didn't know who the genius is. Yi Yuanlong said solemnly. Well, it wasn't something uncommon. They clearly have forgotten who it was that used to protect Heaven World in the past. With that said, I will be the one to destroy them. I will let them know the power and intention of our ancestor. I will let them know who the Heaven World originally belongs to. Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. He wasn't upset by this sudden attack. In fact, he was happy as he could develop further thanks to this attack. The opportunity to level up wasn't something that Yi Tianyun would ever be upset about. I haven't leveled up in a long time. It is time for me to take care of myself. Yi Tianyun said to himself with a gaze full of killing intent. Chapter 737. The one thing that Yi Tianyun hated the most is a swarm of locusts that tried to take what they weren't supposed to. There went his trust towards the old ancestor of any divine nation as they weren't as old as they said they were. Most of them didn't even know about the demon invasion in the past. Now, Sealing Heaven Divine Nation was surrounded by the top divine nations in Heaven World. Yi Tianyun knew that they should have a good inheritance of old ancestors since they could surpass Sealing Heaven Divine Nation in the past. It was clearly ironic seeing that their ancestors were able to build a divine nation in the first place thanks to Sealing Heaven Divine King and the other two divine kings that managed to seal the demon before it could cause irreparable damage, but now, they were trying to attack Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. This was a disgusting crime that had to be eradicated. There were 7 to 8 divine nations that made their way toward him, which made Yi Tianyun happy as he would receive so many express and CPs. However, at the same time, he was a little bit upset that such divine nations failed to realize that they managed to last this long thanks to Sealing Heaven Divine King. Yi Tianyun and Suo Kaifeng, along with a few other elders, flew towards the gate to defend the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, while the rest at the mountain peak immediately rushed towards the gate through the ground because they couldn't fly just yet. The cultivators that could fly were only the elders' rank and above. None of them has reached the cultivation base that allowed them to fly aside from the elder ranks or above. When Yi Tianyun and the others reached the gate, they were greeted by a large number of cultivators with a high cultivation base. Thankfully, Sealing Heaven Divine Nation had a great array that prevented everyone aside from the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's elder rank and above from flying inside Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's territory. Unless they were a cultivator of Divine King ranks, they wouldn't be able to override the great array's effect. However, a cultivator at Saint King's stage could force their way to fly for a short distance under the great array's effect, but it would cause a considerable amount of pressure on themselves. It seems that the divine nations that want to crop Sealing Heaven Divine King's growth have gathered here today. I am a little bit disappointed there was this many of you. Yi Tianyun said as he observed the horde of cultivators outside Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's gate. Yi Tianyun realized that the divine nations that gathered there today have allied themselves and dispatched more than half of their men to destroy Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. It seems that they realized that they couldn't attack Sealing Heaven Divine Nation half-assedly. Well, no matter how much of you there is, you will become my express. Yi Tianyun smirked to himself. He was frustrated earlier that he couldn't get rid of the scum, who stood behind the Great Elder and Third Elder after he killed both of them. This divine nation was where his parents and grandfather would live from now on, so he couldn't weaken the divine nation like that, but now, it was an opportunity to gain a level. He placed Shi Shuiyan on the edge of the city wall, where the city guards were standing by, while he immediately advanced forward to hold off the invasion. The guard was shocked to see Yi Tianyun suddenly showed up, but they knew that only the elder rank or above could fly inside Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's territory. When they saw that Suo Kaifeng was following Yi Tianyun, they immediately returned to their post. Divine Nation's people, if you come to us as a guest, I will be very happy to welcome you all, but if you come here with this many people, I couldn't help but feel a little bit agitated. So, what do you come here for? Suo Kaifeng asked in front of so many enemy cultivators. Suo Kaifeng might sound calm, but he was actually worried as there were so many cultivators with a high cultivation base here that he doubted Sealing Heaven Divine Nation could fend off. Moreover, 8 divine nations joined forces in this attack, so Suo Kaifeng knew that Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's relationship with them was over. The case where someone provoked so many divine nation at the same time didn't happen that often, but now, they marched willingly towards Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's gate. Oh, Family Lord Suo. We came here with a simple goal in mind. We know that you have a peerless genius among you who could light up 10 stars on your bloodline stone tablet. We are here to celebrate with you and congratulate you for giving birth to such talent. Is it better for us to sit down together? Turbid Divine Nation's Holy King, Xuan Tian, said emotionlessly. Yes, we came here just to see such genius up close. We thought that it would be such a disrespectful act not to congratulate you personally on such occasion. Heaven Buddha Divine Nation's Holy King, Heavenly Silkworm, said with a smile on his face. Their face and words were really harmless, but once you believed what they were saying, that'd be the time that you would be brought to hell. If they really came here to congratulate sealing Heaven Divine Nation, they wouldn't have to bring so many cultivators with them. If sealing Heaven Divine Nation wasn't protected by a greater array, they would have been destroyed by now. Well, if that being the case, we would have to ask the respective Divine Nation's Lord to come in alone. I am sorry, but we don't have enough accommodation for so many cultivators here. Suo Kaifeng said indifferently. He didn't really care about what they thought as he just wanted them to leave sealing Heaven Divine Nation alone. But Yi Tianyun shook his head as Suo Kaifeng's word sounded weak. If it were the sealing Heaven Divine King himself, he wouldn't waste his time on words and attacked all of these people mercilessly. Chapter 738. The Divine Nation's leaders smiled, but their smiles quickly turned into a sneer. Okay, now that you aren't so easy to fool, we will give you two choices. Either we destroy your nation, or you give up all the inheritances and the genius earlier. Heavenly Silkworm Holy King said with a sly look on his face. Other Divine Nations leaders also had the same expression on their faces. It was clear that they have been blinded by greed. They couldn't allow the birth of the second sealing Heaven Divine King, who might suppress their growth, and with that in mind, they had to put off the genius as soon as possible. How dare you? Suo Kaifeng said furiously. Yi Tianyun, on the side, was still observing the enemies apathetically as he already expected as much from them. Don't test our patience here, Lord Suo. You need to hurry up and make a choice. Don't you ever think that your gate would be able to hold us here? Even if it was difficult to break, with these many cultivators, it would be eventually broken down. Xuan Tian said with a smirk on his face. Xuan Tian and Heavenly Silkworm Holy King spoke on behalf of the Divine Nation Alliance because they had the strongest cultivation base out of all the Alliance members. Nevertheless, the people from Sealing Heaven Divine Nation were trembling, fearing what would happen to them. It seems that you have been spying on us for quite some time. You have to know that we still have our hidden trump card. Suo Kaifeng said coldly. Don't you know that you have become a weak old man? We are here not to kill you but to take your inheritance away. What good does the inheritance for you anyway? But afraid not, we will exchange some spirit medicine and martial arts for them. Heavenly Silkworm Holy King said with a smirk on his face. Well, all he said was true, but he wouldn't exchange the inheritance fairly. He would just give Sealing Heaven Divine Nation low-level martial arts and ordinary medicinal pills. But already anticipated Yi Tianyun that much as he understood if the other Divine Nation just wanted to trade, they wouldn't bring such a massive army with them. A group of leechers wants to take advantage of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. I don't know how many of you are here, but if you're not planning to join the defense against the demon with Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, then you can die here right now. Yi Tianyun said as he stood up. You damn brat, silence yourself when your elder is speaking. Family Lord Suo, it seems you didn't teach manners to your disciples. How can a brat interrupt us like that? Xuan Tian said coldly. Suo Kaifeng remained silent as he didn't know what Yi Tianyun wanted to do here. I am asking you on behalf of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation here. Otherwise, you are already dead. Now, you can either return to wherever you come from or die here. You must know that your Divine Nation stands tall right now is all because of Sealing Heaven Divine King's mercy. You are clearly unable to repay his kindness. Moreover, you tried to bite the hands that offered you help in the past. This is not a tolerable behavior. Yi Tianyun said coldly. It was clear that his word would affect them somehow. Everyone looked at each other and started to laugh at Yi Tianyun. They clearly didn't take him seriously. Kid, you are still too young to understand this world. What happens in the past stays in the past. We have no business with what happened in the past. All that matters is the thing we had right now. Xuan Tian said while laughing out loud. Yes, you are clearly delusional, kid. If Sealing Heaven Divine King was here, sure, we will respect him and leave Sealing Heaven Divine Nation alone, but he wasn't here right now. You guys have already fallen in rank, and we hate to say it, but you guys are the weakest divine nation around. And you are quite arrogant for your age. Well, if sealing heaven divine nation wants to survive here today, your life would be included on the pact. Heavenly Silkworm Holy King said coldly. Well, it is no wonder sealing heaven divine king said that asking to repay one's debts wasn't a good thing. It's proven to be such a waste of time. Well, this is great. So, on behalf of sealing heaven divine nation, I will kill all of you without leaving anyone behind. Tianyun coldly said while starting to fly forward towards the enemy line. Hey, no wonder you can talk arrogantly. Apparently, you hold one of the flying tokens. Well, you're doing us a favor as you will be killed first. Heavenly Silkworm Holy King said as he pointed his fingers, and a cold light suddenly burst out towards Tianyun. Die, you bastard, Heavenly Silkworm Holy King shouted excitedly. Tianyun pulled out the evil spirit divine sword as he saw the attack aimed at him and swung it towards Heavenly Silkworm Holy King, which summoned a dark light that clashed with the cold light that Heavenly Silkworm Holy King fired and overpowered it instantly, forcing its way towards Heavenly Silkworm Holy King himself. The dark light hit him head-on, and he was cut in half, but that is not all. The dark light immediately started burning his body. Heavenly Silkworm Holy King didn't have the time to dodge the dark light, and now, he was screaming out of pain as his body was cut in half and started burning at a terrifying speed. Everyone was shocked as Heavenly Silkworm Holy King, who was at 6th layer Saint King stage, was overpowered in a second. What? How can a kid be so powerful? Xuan said with shock evident on his face. He might believe it if Tianyun was an old man, as there was a possibility that such an old cultivator was hiding his power, but for a really young kid to do such a thing, he just couldn't believe it. I forgot to tell you that I am the genius that you all wanted to kill. Well, good for you that the killing is already started. So, let the killing begin. Tianyun said while setting loose a powerful killing intent. Chapter 739. Numerous divine nation leaders had speculated what role Tianyun played in sealing heaven divine nation, and Tianyun's word himself already confirmed it. Now, the genius of sealing heaven divine nation that was able to light up 10 stars was there in front of them. Not only that, but the boy was capable of killing Heavenly Silk Holy King with only a sword aura. How could this be possible? Didn't you only test out your bloodline power recently? How can you already have such monstrous cultivation? Xuan said surprisedly. In fact, all other people were also surprised, as it didn't make any sense for some boy to be able to kill Heavenly Silkworm Holy King. But suddenly, a shriek was heard from someone asking for help. Everyone looked toward the direction of the sound, and it turned out, the Heavenly Silkworm Holy King wasn't dead just yet. He was still burning, and the shriek turned out to be him screaming out of terror and asking for help. Several Spirit King cultivators immediately came to the rescue, but as soon as they came close to Heavenly Silkworm Holy King's burning body, the fire immediately jumped at them. Ah, get it off of me! The Spirit King cultivators shouted in horror as the fire started to burn their clothes. But the fire wasn't something easy to get rid of. The cultivators tried putting off the fire by rolling on the ground, quenching it with water, and any other method, but it was all useless. Eventually, they came up with the answer that the best way to get rid of the fire was to cut off the burning part itself. But they realized this too late, as their body was already burning, and now, there was no way to cut off their body to get rid of the flame. Not too long after, several Spirit King cultivators that tried to help Heavenly Silkworm Holy King was burned alive. On the other hand, the Heavenly Silkworm Holy King was still burning but still very much alive. It was not because of his high cultivation level, but because Tianyun deliberately let him suffer. The other cultivators that saw the scene with their own eyes were shocked beyond belief. Several Spirit King cultivators who almost reached the Saint King expert were killed without the enemy lifting a hand. Xuan began to worry as Heavenly Silkworm Holy King was defeated in an instant with so little effort, making him shudder at the fact of what would happen to others that were clearly weaker than Heavenly Silkworm Holy King. Was his idea to get rid of sealing heaven divine nation only an illusion right now? You are too full of yourself, kid. How can you defeat so many people at once? You may be powerful, but you wouldn't be able to handle all of us at once. Xuan said coldly at Tianyun. Now, charge forward, my men. Kill them all without leaving anyone behind. Xuan shouted his war cry. The Divine Nations Alliance immediately roared in excitement and rushed forward while pulling out their best weapon to attack the wall and breached sealing heaven divine nation. Starting the defensive Great Array, Suo Kaifeng said with a cold expression. He was already determined to fight the invading enemies, and this was what he could do for now. The Great Array immediately activated, and a thick shield immediately pushed out cultivators that tried to climb up the walls. The shield exuded a powerful aura that pressured the enemies. We're prepared for the shield, Xuan Tian coldly said as he gathered the remaining divine nation leaders and a few dozen Saint King cultivators and started to combine their power into one. Spiritual power burst out on the air, and a terrifying sword aura floated on the air that rushed forward and slammed against the shield. The hard shield immediately cracked after taking the attack of Xuan Tian's combined force. The ceiling heaven divine nation's guards were even sent off the wall and received a couple of injuries from the impact of the attack. Suo Kaifeng gritted his teeth as he knew that at this rate, the shield would be shattered in no time. You indeed came prepared. It seems you have planned this for quite a while. You even have a martial art specifically to destroy our shield, Suo Kaifeng said with a frown on his face. Now, you still think that you would be safe there. Our sword would destroy your defenses in a moment, and you would be killed along with your entire divine nation. Xuan Tian said with a smirk on his face. His army of Spirit King cultivators was also trying their best to attack the shield, causing a lot of pressure towards sealing heaven divine nation's people. Many people started to panic as they saw the shield starting to crack. If the shield was broken, there was no way they could fend off the horde of enemies in front of them. Is this the extent of your abilities? Tianyun coldly said as he threw his looks at Xuan Tian's attack with a bored expression. Look here, kid, I know that you are quite a powerful person, but in the face of so many enemies, do you think you have sealing heaven divine king's power? You might survive our attack, but sealing heaven divine nation is done for. Xuan Tian said furiously. All the other enemies smirked and nodded to Xuan Tian's word. The reason they joined hands with the Divine Nation Alliance was that their own divine nation stopped growing. They wanted to attack sealing heaven divine nation to receive new treasures for their divine nation to grow. I may not be the sealing heaven divine king, but I am his descendant. Tianyun coldly said as he reached out his hands to the sky, and suddenly the 10 stars shone in the sky, and a terrifying beam of light immediately engulfed the Divine Nation Alliance forces. Tianyun deliberately let Xuan Tian live for now as he wanted to deal with him with his own power. The light that shrouded the Divine Nation Alliance forces immediately dissipated and left a huge hollow land with no corpse left. In the blink of an eye, Tianyun has decimated more than half of the enemy forces. Chapter 740. There was no trace left behind. Not even a scream could be heard when the light hit the ground. Successfully killed first layer Spirit King stage intruder. Reward: 600 million express, 25.000 CPs. Successfully killed 5th layer Spirit King stage intruder. Reward: 900 million express, 33.000 CPs. A large number of Spirit King stage cultivators were killed instantly. The remaining Spirit King stage cultivators on the battleground turned pale as they realized that they didn't stand a chance against Tianyun. Congratulations to player Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to 2nd layer Saint King stage. He finally leveled up. It was partly thanks to the 810X Express card that he got from the roulette in the past. After stacking so many Express amplifiers, he got a total of 112X Express for this battle. The Express he got from killing a Spirit King cultivator wasn't much, but as it was multiplied by 112 times, the amount of Express he got was ridiculous. Tianyun used all of his Express cards as he saw the number of opponents this time was too many. Fit to go all in to grow his power once more. A lot of opponent meant a large number of Express. With the attack from the 10 divine tools, he could cover a wide area and decimate them cleanly, thus increasing the effectiveness of the Express card. Unfortunately, the crazy point that he got was abysmal to Express as he didn't have any crazy point card for now. While he got hundreds of millions of experience points, his crazy points only increased by thousands. Well, I had to live with what I got. Killing these scums alone gave me quite a lot of Express already. Tianyun said to himself. He hated a group of greedy opportunists the most. The war against the demon hasn't even started just yet, but these scums were already keen on killing each other like a fool. Especially the word from Heavenly Silkworm Holy King earlier when he stated that he didn't care about the demon. Was he really alright in the head by saying that? If sealing heaven divine king were here, he would instantly kill these people without even batting an eye. Everyone was scared of what just unfolded in front of them. A large number of Spirit King cultivators was gone, like a vapor. The divine nation leaders that were still standing looked at Yi Tianyun dreadfully, and they started to look up and saw that the 10 stars were shining in the sky. What is this power? Is this the inheritance that sealing heaven-defying king left behind? One of the divine nation leaders said in horror. It must be. This power is too amazing to be his own. Another divine nation leader said anxiously. That's it, I surrender. There is no way I can win against such an overbearing power. Another said while holding his hands up. They didn't want to die just yet, so they left behind their banners and stopped their attacks. Suo Kaifeng was also shocked as he never saw such monstrous power. Although he had the great array to use the star power himself, it was never to this extent. Surrender. Did you think it would be that easy? Yi Tianyun said coldly to the divine nation's leaders. They wanted to surrender to keep their lives as soon as Yi Tianyun demonstrated such an extraordinary power before them, but why would Yi Tianyun give them such mercy? No, stop saying nonsense. I believe that he can only launch an attack of that scale once. He is definitely scaring us to surrender. We have to stay strong and fight back. Shi Wodian said desperately. Moreover, he already killed many of our elders. It wasn't something that could be forgiven. We have to avenge them as the king of a divine nation. Shi Wodian's words were true. As a king of divine nation, he couldn't just retreat like that as it would show weakness and at the same time shaming their respective divine nations. But most of the divine nations' leaders gave up partly because they didn't think that they could destroy sealing heaven divine nation's shield anymore with their current number. Are you certain that I can only do it once? Did you really think I would use my one-time chance just to kill a bunch of Spirit King cultivators instead of the leader? I wonder why something like that didn't even cross your mind. Yi Tianyun said coldly. He didn't care what they wanted to do as he felt like he was observing a group of ants trying to climb up into his house. He didn't use the full potential of the 10 divine tools as just a small portion of its power was enough to kill the Spirit King cultivators. This was the power of Divine King. Those at Saint King level or below wouldn't be able to defend against this power. The divine nation's leaders, who were swayed by Shi Wodian's word earlier, began to surrender once again as they believed that Yi Tianyun's word was more believable. No, don't listen to his gibberish. We have to continue attacking. Shi Wodian tried to sway the leaders once again. He was frustrated to keep the morale of the joined forces as he was so eager to destroy sealing heaven divine nation. Don't worry, it doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. You all will die here today. Yi Tianyun coldly said as he reached up to the sky once more, and the 10 stars that shone in the sky began to flicker once again. A terrifying spiritual power began to condense, and this time, it was more powerful than the one before. The joined forces army began to scatter, trying to get away from the attack. Shi Wodian was no exception, as he was the first to run with everything he got. He ran faster than anyone else despite his plea to keep attacking earlier. Well, you won't be able to escape this. Yi Tianyun said coldly. This attack that he was about to unleash covered a huge amount of ground that no matter how far Shi Wodian ran, he would still be inside the attack range. Finally, Yi Tianyun released his attack. The light blasted the ground once more, covering the entire Saint King cultivators and the divine nation's leaders. Chapter 741. Yi Tianyun's attack this time was far more powerful than the previous one. The only thing different this time was Yi Tianyun directed the attack towards the Saint King cultivators on the scene. The light covered everyone from the enemy alliances, and everything just disappeared, leaving not even a scream behind. Everyone was surprised as they realized this time, Yi Tianyun's light of death was stronger than before. They were trembling on their feet as they realized that they wouldn't survive if they were the target. The power of the stars is too strong, an elder said from above the wall as he witnessed Yi Tianyun's strength. Yeah, I have never seen the stars being used for something like this before. Another elder said with a frown on his face. Thank God he isn't our enemy now. It's really fortunate for us to be able to ally ourselves with such a powerhouse. Another said excitedly. The look from sealing heaven divine nation's cultivators was filled with awe. Some people already knew that Yi Tianyun was the one who lighted up all 10 stars, but some of them still didn't know about this information. But most of them definitely didn't know that the 10 stars lighting up in the sky were divine tools. Successfully killed Yudian Holy King. Reward: 8.3 billion express, 250.000 CPs, 30.000 SPs. Successfully killed Yudian Imperial Preceptor. Reward: 8 billion express, 240.000 CPs, 28.000 SPs. Congratulations to player Tianyun for breaking through to 3rd layer Saint King stage. Holy Kings and Imperial Preceptor were being killed without a chance of resisting. Not only the people watching, but even Tianyun himself was also shocked by the scene in front of him. His combat power rose and reached 40 billion points. Even a Saint King peak cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand Tianyun's power. But as the light faded, a few Holy Kings were still left standing. They had divine tools that shielded them from the light, but unfortunately, their divine tools were completely useless now as they broke after taking the attack head-on. Xuan was one of the survivors this time, and his eyes were full of horror. Even with the strongest treasure in their possession, they couldn't even defend themselves completely as they still sustained injuries here and there. "Well, I'm surprised that you can survive my attack," Tianyun indifferently said as he shook his head. He could have leveled up once more if these people died. Too bad they could defend themselves earlier. It was no wonder that the world didn't have any divine kings since the disappearance of the 3 divine kings of the past. It was thought to raise even one level of Saint King stage. Without the help of the express card that he got from the roulette, he wouldn't even be able to level up once even after dealing with so many enemies. "You are clearly cheating here. You are using the divine tools left by sealing heaven divine kings, aren't you? I bet that you can't deal with us with your own power," Xuan said tauntingly. He taunted Tianyun as he thought that Tianyun wouldn't be able to do anything without sealing heaven divine king's power. "Yes, come down here and fight us yourself. You are just a coward that hides behind the ancestors' treasures, aren't you?" Another divine nation's leader shouted as he realized what Xuan was trying to do. "Don't listen to what they said. They're just afraid of the star's power," Suo Kaifeng said worriedly to Tianyun. Suo Kaifeng himself didn't think that Tianyun would be able to deal with several Saint King experts at the same time, so he didn't want Tianyun to respond to their provocation. Yuanlong also looked at Tianyun with worry. He knew how easy it was to provoke a young man like Tianyun as a young man his age often bit into the provocation without really thinking of the consequences. But Xuan didn't say anything as she knew that there was no way Tianyun would lose. Tianyun just smiled and jumped onto the battlefield, while the stars in the sky were immediately covered by the clouds. It was clear to everyone that Tianyun was provoked and sealed the star's power. Great, he is just another idiot. Albeit his ability is good, he's still too green to think rationally. We have to join forces and kill him quickly, Xuan said to the rest of the divine nation's leaders as he smirked triumphantly. Second Elder, stop, don't fall for their provocation. Suo Kaifeng tried to persuade Tianyun to listen to his word. He also jumped forward, preventing Tianyun from advancing any further. "I understand that you are worried, family lord, but I am stronger than them, that fact I can assure you. So, please, don't worry about me," Tianyun said with confidence. Tianyun wasn't a fool. He already assessed the power of each divine nation's leader on the battlefield and reached the conclusion that he would be able to win. He had to prove himself in front of everyone that he was a force to be reckoned with, whether with or without sealing heaven divine king's inheritance. Chapter 742. Suo Kaifeng was nervous as he failed to dissuade Tianyun from going down to the battlefield. If Tianyun died here today, sealing heaven divine nation would be as good as finished, and that's not just of speech as the sealing heaven divine nation would be immediately destroyed by the other divine nation as soon as Tianyun was killed. The scene earlier still shocked everyone as it was possibly the strongest attack that anyone on Heaven World has ever seen. Even if sealing heaven divine king's successor never appeared, no one would dare to stand against sealing heaven divine nation as the star's power was enough to destroy a divine nation by itself. Although some hidden faction somewhere in Heaven World might have a stronger divine weapon or cultivators, it doesn't matter as no one would really want to make an enemy out of Tianyun. "Listen to me, Tianyun. Don't go over there. They're not the people we can take lightly, and you should have known this. If you get overpowered, you will die," Suo Kaifeng shouted desperately. "That's a fact, kid. You better come down here and come at us with your own power instead of hiding behind sealing heaven divine king's power. Be a man for once," Xuan said with a smirk on his face. He planned to provoke Tianyun until the end as he thought it would be easier to deal with Tianyun once he lost his cool. "Family lord, don't worry. I have my own plan," Tianyun said confidently. Suo Kaifeng saw the determination in Yi Tianyun's eyes and fell silent for a while as he started to believe Yi Tianyun might just be able to deal with the allied forces alone. Suo Kaifeng then nodded his head and returned to the top of the wall, but once he got to the top of the wall, he felt a little bit disappointed at himself for letting Yi Tianyun go. Yi Tianyun's word really got to him, and he ended up letting him go. This is all because of Yi Tianyun's high command point, which made his word turned into a command for those who believed in him. That was also why many disciples obeyed Yi Tianyun's word without any question. What happened, family lord? Why did you let him go alone? An elder asked Suo Kaifeng in astonishment. He is our genius. If you let him die, how can we survive in the future? Another elder said surprisedly. Stop him, damn it. If I can fly, I will rush there and stop him myself. A disciple said nervously. Many disciples and elders felt that Yi Tianyun was clearly powerful but not powerful enough to deal with so many enemies at once. But the enemy, especially Shi Wodian, was very excited as he saw a ray of hope to win this battle. Good, kid, act like a real man and come here, Shi Wodian said to Yi Tianyun provocatively. The allied forces almost cheered up as they saw how easy it was to provoke Yi Tianyun. A moment after, Yi Tianyun landed on the ground with the evil spirit divine sword in his hand. Yi Tianyun walked in with a calm demeanor without any concern showing. With a step forward, the allied forces were preparing themselves to attack Yi Tianyun. It seems that you are really confident in your power. But don't worry, you will not be the first cultivator I know who was so confident, only to die the next moment. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. In my opinion, cultivators tend to act around several circumstances. It is either their unwavering belief that they are a genius and surely can destroy everything on their path, a belief that they can do anything once they break through in cultivation, or the belief that they were so strong that they could kill anyone. And obviously, you are the last type, Yi Tianyun said while shaking his head. Nonsense. It is as simple as to see who is right and wrong through a head-on battle. Shi Wodian said coldly. Well, if that the case, good for you. Although it doesn't matter what belief that you have once you stood in front of me. Yi Tianyun said as he walked towards the edge of the barrier that was created to protect the wall earlier. What? Shi Wodian was perplexed as he didn't understand where Yi Tianyun's confidence was coming from, but he suddenly felt extreme pressure coming out from Yi Tianyun. It is already too late, Yi Tianyun said indifferently as he suddenly disappeared from his spot and appeared behind the enemy line. Yi Tianyun slashed the enemy gently, but the evil spirit divine sword still cut the enemy like butter. His first victim was the imperial preceptor of some divine nation and cut him in two with a single slash. Successfully killed Lu Yun's imperial preceptor. Reward: 8.3 billion express, 200.000 CPs, 13.000 SPs. He continued his assault, killing one cultivator or more with a single slash of his sword. His speed was so fast that the allied forces couldn't react. He killed Saint King cultivators with ease that it was absurd. In the end, only 3 people left standing. Wah, is this his real strength? The people on top of the wall started to wonder. He is too strong. Even without the ancestors' power, he would easily annihilate anyone. Another elder said with awe on his face. They are just observers of this battle, but they felt immense joy to witness Yi Tianyun's real power. Yi Tianyun's reputation raised through the roof in an instant as everyone from Sealing Heaven-Divine Nation immediately revered him. Well, look at that. I become popular because of you, Yi Tianyun said with a smirk towards Shi Wodian. He knew that it was best for him to deal with the enemies by himself. If he relied on Sealing Heaven-Divine Nation to deal with them and wait, it would take a long time with a risk of losing. In the end, his choice to deal with the enemies himself was the best. Chapter 743. Yi Tianyun's power shocked everyone. It was obvious that everyone realized that Yi Tianyun was already a force to be reckoned with even without Sealing Heaven-Divine King's inheritance. Yi Tianyun's reputation rose once again. He had proved himself to be a capable cultivator. In fact, he was far stronger than any of the elders right now. Everyone saw Yi Tianyun as the second elder without questioning that decision anymore. In fact, people wouldn't mind if he got the position of the great elder for himself. In this cultivation world, strength equaled respect. Thus a person with stronger cultivation would be more respected. But Yi Tianyun didn't mind the second elder status. He wanted his father and grandfather to establish their position as the great elder and the family lord. Everyone who knew that Yi Tianyun was related by blood to the great elder and the new family lord felt a sense of awe. They now realized that the sealing heaven-divine nation was in good hands, as no one would dare to turn hostile against Tianyun. Escape, Tianyun shouted as he realized that it was meaningless to attack sealing heaven-divine nation with Tianyun present. But he felt desperate right now as he couldn't see Tianyun's movement, meaning that Tianyun was so much faster than himself. The three remaining cultivators, including Tianyun, began to flee in a different direction. They fled as fast as they could, but for Tianyun, their speed was all useless. Tianyun swung the evil spirit divine sword towards the fleeing cultivators, and a wave of sword auras slashed through the air. Tianyun's expression was still filled with indifference, as he really didn't care about these people. If a cultivator were slashed in two by a normal weapon, they might live for a short while, but those who fell victim to the evil spirit divine sword would have their soul consumed. The black fire would burn their bodies away while the soul was being absorbed into the sword. Because of this effect, it was impossible to completely resist it. Even if the sword failed to consume the victim's soul, the fire would still scorch the designated area. 1. Tianyun said indifferently as the first one fell to the ground. Then, he quickly flashed towards the next cultivators that tried to escape. Please don't kill me, I surrender and willing to become sealing heaven divine nation's vassal. The cultivator said nervously. Nah, there is no need, Tianyun coldly said as he slashed down the cultivator without showing any expression. He didn't care about those who already gave up, as there was no point trusting one who easily defected to enemy when their life was in danger. That's two, Tianyun said indifferently. Tianyun disappeared again and reappeared in front of Tianyun. He was the only one left as everyone else was already dead. Where did you want to go to? Tianyun indifferently asked as he blocked Tianyun's path. Damn you, Tianyun said as he was startled and fell to the ground. He didn't expect Tianyun's power to exceed their combined power. When he saw Tianyun killed Heavenly Silkworm Holy King so easily, he thought it was because of sealing Heaven Divine King's inheritance. He taunted Tianyun to get out of sealing Heaven Divine Nation's great array's range, as he thought that Tianyun wouldn't be as strong as he was inside sealing Heaven Divine Nation. What are you going to say now? Tianyun asked indifferently. No, it shouldn't be this way. How can you be this powerful? Are you the incarnation of sealing Heaven Divine King? Tianyun asked in panic and fear. He couldn't believe such a young cultivator would be this overwhelmingly strong. Incarnation of sealing Heaven Divine King. How can I become his incarnation when he wasn't even dead? Tianyun said indifferently. Sealing Heaven Divine King isn't dead. How is that possible? Tianyun said surprisedly. He knew that the three great divine kings had disappeared for a long time, so it couldn't be helped if he thought that they must have died somewhere. In honesty, Tianyun didn't really know if the three divine kings were still alive or not, but he believed that such powerful cultivators wouldn't die that easily. Well, it doesn't matter if you believe me or not, but I want to thank you. Tianyun said as he raised his evil spirit divine sword. What are you thanking me for? Tianyun curiously asked as he hoped that Tianyun would let him go. Well, I thank you for bringing me so much food for my growth. Tianyun smiled coldly towards Tianyun. Tianyun immediately shuddered from the killing intent that Tianyun let out. He immediately stood back up and burned his blood essence to enhance his strength. Numerous silver light from Tianyun surrounded Tianyun, leaving him with no path to escape. The silver light condensed into the heaven-holding giant sword that Tianyun was holding, and he immediately slashed Tianyun with it. Die, you bastard, Tianyun shouted gloriously. He knew that he would be alive as long as Tianyun was dead. Thus killing Tianyun was his only chance to survive. But for Tianyun, Tianyun's attack was still not enough to worry him. He blocked the attack with his evil spirit divine sword. Once the heaven-holding divine sword collided with the evil spirit divine sword, the silver light was devoured, and a black light rose to the sky, covering the area with it. The day has turned into the night from the intensity of the black light. Everyone was shocked by what was happening, but the black light gradually dissipated, turning the night back into day. Everyone saw Tianyun was still standing where he stood last time, but Tianyun was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 744. Successfully killed Tianyun. Reward: 10 billion express, 500.000 CPs, 50.000 SPs, Heavenly Stone Secret Art, Crystal Body Divine Art, Stone Heavenly Axe, Tianyun Stone, 20x Express Card. Congratulations to player Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to 4th layer Saint King stage. Yi Tianyun successfully breakthrough after killing Shi Wodian. Yi Tianyun was very well satisfied as he managed to level up 3 times from this battle alone. It was unfortunate that he only got a little crazy points as he didn't have the crazy points card. The price of the crazy points card in Crazy Shop was far already too expensive that it'd be inefficient if he purchased it. Is it over? Someone said on top of the wall. Everyone saw that Yi Tianyun was the only one standing on the battlefield. Shi Wodian was nowhere to be seen. Everyone was surprised that Yi Tianyun was really able to kill all of his enemies without leaving anyone behind. Everyone's heart beat so fast out of excitement as they thought of the future where Yi Tianyun would lead them to, since Yi Tianyun had light 10 stars during his bloodline test and so powerful that he easily mowed down several divine nations alone. He is too strong. His power is that of the old ancestors' rank. One elder said with awe in his eyes. It doesn't matter. What matters right now is that our sealing heaven divine nation has conquered these divine nations, and we stand even stronger than before. Another elder said excitedly. As expected of Family Lord, it was obvious the second elder is our secret weapon now. He actually hid such a cultivator from us all and successfully beat down the enemy's effort to trample us. A disciple said proudly. Most of the disciples still didn't know the truth about Yi Tianyun. As far as they knew, Yi Tianyun has always been one of sealing heaven divine nation's cultivators. The ones who knew Yi Tianyun's story were ashamed of themselves as they realized now that Yi Tianyun was the strongest person in the entire faction. People began to chant, "Hero." As not everyone knew Yi Tianyun's name, but surely, they still could praise Yi Tianyun for what he was, a hero. Yi Tianyun immediately looked up and frowned as he heard people started chanting the word hero. He inspected his status and realized that his reputation skyrocketed, and sealing heaven divine nation's favorability toward him was close to maximum. Successfully acquired a title. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-floor pagoda. Prestige point increased by 3.000. After hearing the notification, Yi Tianyun was startled. He didn't think what he did was considered as saving them as he was keen to do it for himself. But after he gave it another thought, he did end up saving these people as the enemy would surely slaughter them all if Yi Tianyun weren't here. But still, the enemy attacked sealing heaven divine nation because he lighted up 10 stars in the first place. Nevertheless, it wouldn't change anything. The enemy would attack sealing heaven divine nation in the end, whether or not Yi Tianyun was there. The only difference would be the great elder and the third elder would still be there, munching down on sealing heaven divine nation's resources. Well, it was a huge amount of prestige points from this battle alone. Yi Tianyun said with surprise in his eyes. Yi Tianyun then flew to the top of the wall and observed the people that worshipped him. It was clear to him that almost all sealing heaven divine nation's disciples considered him as a hero. But Suo Kaifeng just helplessly sighed as he knew that no matter how much the disciples worshipped Yi Tianyun, he said on leaving. Can you perhaps consider staying a bit longer? Suo Kaifeng asked curiously while still hoping that Yi Tianyun would really stay. Thank you very much for your consideration, Family Lord. I do consider staying, but I believe sealing heaven divine nation should be out of the wood now. Now, I wasn't needed here. But if any of the divine nation still comes here to exact their revenge, I will return and help. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. If you say so, Suo Kaifeng said with a sad frown on his face. Suo Kaifeng didn't persuade Yi Tianyun any further as he knew that Yi Tianyun has his own mission to do. Family Lord, we shouldn't ask Yi Tianyun to do things for us. After all, it is us that owed him, Yi Yuanlong said as he looked at Yi Tianyun with a smile. But, this will always be your home, so you are welcome to come back anytime you want. Yi Yuanlong said to Yi Tianyun with a big smile on his face. Don't worry, grandfather, I will be back, Yi Tianyun said with a smile. Then he turned his attention to Yi Xingqian and Zhao Ling. I will be gone for a while, but if there is anything I can help you with, I will come back anytime. Yi Tianyun said as he hugged his mother and shook his father's hands. Zhao Linghei's eyes were red as she tried her best to contain her emotion. She wanted to help Yi Tianyun on his mission, but she knew that she would just become dead weight to him. So, she let Yi Tianyun go. After that, Yi Tianyun immediately left with Shi Shuiyan. The disciples that were in a festive mood became puzzled as they saw Yi Tianyun, the one they hailed, was leaving. Our child has grown into a responsible young man. We don't have to worry about anything. What we need to do now is to strengthen sealing heaven divine nation so that no one dares to threaten us in the future. Yi Xingqian said confidently. Yes, you are right. Zhao Ling said with a sad frown on her face. She was still sad that Yi Tianyun had to leave before they could catch up with each other, but she knew that she had to show Yi Tianyun that she would do her best. Chapter 745. Yi Tianyun had killed 8 divine nations' lords and their imperial preceptors without any difficulties. This news quickly spread throughout the heavenly world and shocked everyone. The rest of the divine nations in heaven world immediately made sure that they didn't become Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's enemy. Although the 8 divine nations that attacked Sealing Heaven Divine Nation wasn't the best divine nations in heaven world, but the thought of having that many people attack without any solid reason would catch any divine nation off guard. For Yi Tianyun himself, he didn't want to prolong this matter anymore. He knew that he could thoroughly purge the divine nations that tried to attack Sealing Heaven Divine Nation for extra treasures and experience, but he didn't see the need to do that. He knew that after killing the divine nations' lords and imperial preceptors, the alliance of divine nations was practically over. If he attacked the shaken-up divine nations further, he would be seen as a villain and would negatively affect Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. They were teaming up against Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, which wasn't something to be proud of. However, if Sealing Heaven Divine Nation thoroughly destroyed these divine nations, everyone else would think that the alliance might be right. I can finally relax a little now, Yi Tianyun said as he relaxed on top of the blue phoenix. Aren't you glad to finally see your parent after such a long time? Shi Shuiyan said, comforting Yi Tianyun as she thought that Yi Tianyun was having a hard time leaving his parent. Yes, it won't be easy to get used to the fact that I have my parent now, but I think time would change it in the future. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He had never met his parent before this, so it was normal if it took some time to mend their relationship. Well, if anyone started to tell you're wrong, believe in yourself. Because I will always believe in you, I will always stand by your side no matter what your choice is. Shi Shuiyan said as she leaned her head to Yi Tianyun's shoulder. Yi Tianyun was moved by Shi Shuiyan's words. He leaned closer and kissed her gently. Successfully completed the main quest, Healing the Father. Reward: 500 million Express, 100.000 CPs, X2 roulette tickets. Successfully took a new main quest, Find Mortal World's Heaven Creating Divine King's Palace and took control. Reward on completion: 20 billion Express, 150.000 CPs. The new main quest presented itself, and now he knew what he needed to do first. It was in line with his intention to return to Mortal World too. He wanted to find the Heaven Ascending Divine Altar on Mortal World to make travel between worlds easier. Logically speaking, Yi Tianyun should level himself up quickly to reach the Divine King stage so that he could prepare himself for the battle against the demon. However, there was no enemy that he could take advantage of for the moment, and it'd be hard to find another source of express aside from killing other cultivators. Yi Tianyun wouldn't make a new enemy for his own good. He was set on not making new enemies on purpose. He would only kill a cultivator if they wronged him. Otherwise, Yi Tianyun couldn't consider them an enemy. Another way to gain express was to kill demon beasts, but finding a powerful demon beast would also take a lot of effort. The best way for now was to complete the quest that he had, and now, his main quest was the only quest he had and could complete. We are about to enter Mortal World now, Yi Tianyun said as he looked at Shi Shuiyan at his side. Aren't you too strong to return to Mortal World now? Are you going to be okay? Shi Shuiyan asked worriedly. As far as she knew, a cultivator with high cultivation would be impossible to pass through the channel of world as the passage would give them a more difficult test to pass. Now, the passage from Heaven World to Mortal World was a waterfall. The passage was simple. The cultivation current of the waterfall would be stronger according to the level of one's cultivation. No, it would be like everyone else. Yi Tianyun smiled and took Shi Shuiyan directly to the bottom of the waterfall. Some cultivators were surprised as soon as they saw a giant phoenix flying down with a young man and a beautiful woman on top of it. That brat is asking for trouble. He has the gall to fly here and try to cross over. A cultivator that was standing near the waterfall said with a frown on his face. Yeah, that brat is too brave for his own good. That beautiful woman is there just for show, right? Another cultivator said while shaking his head. Well, it would be fun to see them drown. So, let's keep watching them from afar. Another cultivator smirked, but complete to their surprise, Yi Tianyun just flew while holding Shi Shuiyan in his hands through the waterfall. The water opened up and let him in without any obstruction. What the hell? What just happened? The cultivator shouted as he couldn't believe what he just saw. He immediately tried to fly, following Yi Tianyun's action, but to his dismay, the pressure on the air brought him down immediately. Everyone looked at each other and shrugged as they really couldn't think of how the young man flew through the waterfall like that. The guardian of the passage title that Yi Tianyun had allowed him to freely use any passage created by the divine kings without any obstruction. In a short moment, Yi Tianyun has arrived at mortal world with Shi Shuiyan and immediately returned to Heavenly Cloud's empire. Everyone immediately welcomed Yi Tianyun and Shi Shuiyan especially, as everyone was worried that she wouldn't return. Shuiyan, Heavenly Cloud's empire couldn't live without you. You are everyone's empress, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Tianyun, I swear I won't leave again. This place is my home. Wherever you are will be my real home, Shi Shuiyan said with a tear on her face. When everyone saw that Yi Tianyun and Shi Shuiyan were holding hands together, they were quite surprised. Great Emperor, when will the wedding date be? Someone asked curiously. Not until we unified all three realms, Yi Tianyun answered with confidence and a slick smirk on his face. Chapter 746. Yi Tianyun's word shocked everyone as it was such a far-fetched goal for them. Unifying the mortal world itself was already a big goal for them, let alone unifying the three realms. Furthermore, they knew that there were so many divine nations in the heaven world and ghost world that it would be foolish for the people here in mortal world to fight against them. There was another hurdle, which was the way to go to the other realms itself. Did you think it would be hard? Yi Tianyun said as he looked at everyone's expression. We don't doubt the Emperor's strength, but we are certain that the preparation would take a lot of time, and wouldn't Palace Lord Shi have to wait for a long time for that? One elder said meekly. She felt that it would take at the very least 10 years for Heavenly Cloud's empire to achieve the Emperor's goal, if not hundreds of years. In the past, not even the great divine kings were able to unify the three realms, so Yi Tianyun's goal seemed to be almost impossible to do right now. Don't you worry about it. I just want to use the unification of the three realms as my betrothal gift to my empress. The thought of gifting her the unification of mortal world seems to be lacking for me, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Shi Shuiyan was moved by Yi Tianyun's word. She didn't really want any betrothal gift from Yi Tianyun, as she would be happy as long as she was with Yi Tianyun. The feeling of Yi Tianyun claiming her to be his empress alone made her happier than she could be at this moment. The thought of claiming someone in front of a large group meant the importance of that person in his heart. But the thought of gifting the unification of the three realms as the betrothal gift to become the empress of the three realms obviously came off as a shock. It wouldn't matter whether Yi Tianyun succeeded or not, as the thought was the only thing that counted for Shi Shuiyan. Nevertheless, Shi Shuiyan believed that Yi Tianyun would succeed without a hiccup. Yi Yue and the other girls were envious of Shi Shuiyan as they wanted to be in her position too. But sadly, they could only watch from the side, as it wasn't up to them to decide who would stand beside Yi Tianyun. Even so, they were happy for Shi Shuiyan and cheered for her to be able to always make Yi Tianyun happy. They already felt grateful that Yi Tianyun had given them a role on this faction. I know that many of you think that my goal is too far-fetched, but that is understandable. From today onward, I will create an alliance that would spread around the mortal world's empires, and of course, with our Heavenly Cloud's empire will be holding the helm of this alliance, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Yi Tianyun didn't pace himself too quick. He knew that to realize his goal, he must conquer the mortal world first before planning on taking other realms. An alliance? We aren't going to destroy the faction like before? One of the disciples asked curiously. They've already witnessed Yi Tianyun destroying empires in the past, that the thought of conquering the mortal world peacefully didn't cross their mind. No, while the past may seem to beg to differ, I am not a mass murderer. Unification of the mortal world doesn't require any extreme measures. We only have to prove that we are the strongest, and they will follow our instructions without any discomfort. If I try to rule by fear, they would only retaliate against me in the end, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. That is a great plan, Master. But what would you do if they don't want to listen to your idea? Some factions can be pretty stubborn. Should we destroy them if they don't want to cooperate with us? Yi Yue asked curiously. No, we only have to persuade them by negotiation. We need an alliance that's ruled by hope and trust. We don't need to brew any vile mood from anyone. If push comes to shove, the only thing that we can do is offer them a lot of martial arts and weapons to persuade them to agree to our terms, Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Yi Tianyun threw out a few rings to the disciple on the front. Use this to tempt them to join the alliance. Is this really enough to tempt them to join our cause? A disciple frowned. Mortal world had so many factions that they must persuade to join alliances with Heavenly Cloud's empire, but the emperor only handed out several storage rings. You just have to take a look at the content of those rings. Just make sure that you negotiate accordingly. For example, is it normal to persuade a second-grade faction with heaven-level martial arts? This is certainly unheard of. Tianyun said calmly. Of course, my liege. We will do everything you said to perfection. But I have to ask, what do we have to do if that faction bears hostility toward us and attacks out of nowhere? Yi Yue asked again calmly. If they return our negotiation with violence, then we have no choice but to subdue their faction with power too. Tell them that I don't need their power constantly. They don't have to obey my words, as long as they lend me their power when it matters. An alliance isn't slavery. They can do as they please until the time comes where their power was needed to save the realms. Yi Tianyun said commandingly. Yi Tianyun's goal to unify the three realms wasn't for his own benefit. It was all for the sake of defeating the demon that was sealed once it broke its seal. He only needed their power in a battle against the demon. From the memory that Yi Tianyun received from sealing Heaven-Divine King, he knew that the demon wasn't alone. He would need all capable cultivators to join in and repel the demon's invasion as best as they could. Yi Tianyun wasn't still quite sure that the demon would truly invade the three realms, but there was no harm in preparing for the worst in advance. Defeating the sealed demon wasn't what really mattered right now, as the most dreadful thing was to stop and repel the possible demon race invasion. I know that some of you are still struggling to understand the concept of alliance that I developed, but don't worry, I don't mind explaining it to you in private later. Yi Tianyun said confidently. All of this was necessary for Yi Tianyun to create an alliance that could stand against hardship in the future. Chapter 747. Yi Tianyun then explained about the demon that would break out in 100 years to his men. They were startled that such a major event was happening under their noses, but there was no record about it. Great Emperor, we should announce this information to the rest of the mortal world, an elder said worriedly. Others nodded along as they agreed to the elder's suggestion. How many people would believe us when we told them that such a dangerous creature lived in mortal world? Yi Tianyun asked with a frown on his face. Everyone was startled once again as they never thought of it that way. They believed in Yi Tianyun's word as he was their leader, but they realized now that Yi Tianyun's word was a little bit unbelievable from a stranger's perspective. The problem for this matter was no record about this demon had been passed down. Furthermore, how could mortal world factions deal with something that the divine kings had a hard time dealing with? Mortal world faction might be huge in quantity but lack quality, as many Spirit King stage cultivators chose to go to Heaven World or Ghost World to find a better environment for them to cultivate. Heaven's top mansion was the best example. In the past, Xuan Tian Spirit King was the backbone of this mansion, and once he died, Heaven's top mansion had a hard time recovering. Meanwhile, Heaven World and Ghost World were a little bit different as they had a good environment to cultivate and good resources for their faction. Most factions in Heaven World and Ghost World still had their old ancestor, meaning that they could actually do something. In that case, what could Mortal World faction do against such an overwhelmingly strong monster? Heavenly Cloud's Empire's people started to think about it, and they certainly don't like their odds. That is why I gave you so many resources to persuade them to join the alliance. Once they joined the alliance, everything would be easy from then on. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Everyone began to nod as they understood what their emperor was saying. They didn't need to tell other factions about the demon as it would be pointless anyway. Tianyun, I want to help the best I can too, Xuan said as she looked Yi Tianyun in the eyes. No, I have said that you don't have to do anything. You are the empress, you already have so many things to worry about, and this is not something that you should do. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He really meant it, as Xuan would be busy managing the faction as a whole when Yi Tianyun wasn't there. Okay, I understand. I promise you I will help you manage the faction, Xuan said as she immediately went inside the palace to see what she could do to help. A group of Xuan's close attendants in the past immediately followed her after bowing their heads to Yi Tianyun. They didn't know their status now, but they surely would help Xuan if they could. Now that Heavenly Cloud's Empire was the most famous faction in the mortal world, building an alliance with Heavenly Cloud's Empire at the top should be no problem at all. No faction would question Heavenly Cloud's Empire's authority as they would be scared to upset Yi Tianyun. After trampling so many empires in mortal world, Tianyun have made a name for himself. There was a reason why Tianyun wanted to create this alliance so bad, as he wanted to use it to make sure that the three realms, especially mortal world, could prepare for the invasion of the demon to come. Great Emperor, don't you know that you are literally paying for the safety of the entire mortal world? In the end, the people in mortal world might even abandon you when the time is near. Zhu Lingyun said worriedly, "It is fine by me. I just want to have the possibility of unity when the enemy comes. I don't mind if they choose to run away by then. It is better than getting killed foolishly by the demon," Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He intended to benefit everyone with the alliance, not just himself. He didn't need their gratitude as he only wanted his loved ones to be safe. He wanted everyone to be able to live without the possibility of dying at the hands of the demon. Being able to do anything for the Emperor's sake was the greatest blessing for this little Jew. Zhu Lingyun said as she bowed out of respect for Tianyun. "Well, go get busy now. Do your business like usual and increase your cultivation level. I want you to be able to protect yourself if by any chance I didn't get the chance to do so," Tianyun said as he smiled towards Zhu Lingyun. Tianyun then quickly headed towards Devil Cloud Island after bidding farewell to Shi Shuiyan. It is quite unfortunate that an island like this was the first place that caught my eye in the past. Tianyun shook his head as he remembered when he had to deal with Xiaowu and Hirankun. He arrived at the island, and he saw that there was no longer magic clouds gathering on top of the island. It was completely normal right now, but the only difference now was that the island was civilized. Tianyun was quite surprised to see that the island had a small city and people running around doing their business here. "It seems someone come over and choose to live here after I cleared the demon beast's nest," Tianyun said as he observed the small city. Tianyun began to wonder, where could the heaven-creating divine palace be? Was it under the seabed? Chapter 748. Tianyun immediately plunged into the sea around Devil Cloud Island. Although he was surprised to see a striving city on Devil Cloud Island, that was not what he was here for. He immediately used his appraisal eye to see inside the water clearly and explored the seabed thoroughly. Tianyun was quite surprised that a lot of caves could be seen on the seabed that wasn't formed naturally. If he had to guess, it was the mark of the battle from 1,000 years ago. Many wreckages could be seen too, but Tianyun doubted it was from 1,000 years ago as it should be buried by now. "I think it should be around here. The trace of battle was so clear around here," Tianyun said to himself as he continued to explore the seabed. Heaven-creating Divine King's heaven-ascending divine altar was built with a concentration of spiritual energy. As mortal world was located in the middle of the three realms, heaven-ascending divine altar in mortal world should be concentrated with spiritual energy. That might be the reason why the demon attacked the heaven-ascending divine altar in mortal world, as it would sever the connection between the other two heaven-ascending divine altars to some degree. That was probably why the heaven-ascending divine altar on both demon world and heaven world had been deactivated for so long. Heaven-creating Divine King was the one who set up the heaven-ascending divine altar like this. Certainly, he had his reasons. There was no way he would create something out of a whim. But heaven-creating Divine King was a quick thinker. He might be building the altar specifically to counter the demon as he could teleport through the realm with ease and summoned reinforcements very quickly. "I don't know what happened to heaven-ascending divine altar here, but can I re-establish the connection once again?" Tianyun frowned as that doesn't seem to be the case. Could it be because the altar was underwater that it lost its ability to connect with the other two altars? He wondered. After thinking for a while, Tianyun didn't seem to reach any conclusion. It was unlikely that the altar was that weak. Why would heaven-creating Divine King build an altar that was weak to seawater in the middle of the sea? But that might not be the case in the past too. These parts of the sea might be formed after a huge attack destroyed the land and dropped the altar under the sea. Tianyun looked again and noticed a big cave that apparently had the same size as heaven-ascending divine altar. Tianyun knew that the altar had the same size from observing the heaven-ascending divine altar on heaven world and ghost world. Thus, the one on mortal world should be the same size as well. Tianyun immediately knew that the cave was where the heaven-ascending divine altar should have been in the past, but as he looked inside, he couldn't see the heaven-ascending divine altar anywhere. What happened here? Where is heaven-ascending divine altar? I don't see it anywhere, Tianyun said with a shock on his face. The only thing he saw there was a huge pitfall roughly the same size as the heaven-ascending divine altar. Tianyun immediately swam around at an incredible speed. His appraisal eye covered a large amount of ground now, and he planned to utilize it to its utmost limit. But no matter how far he went, he failed to see anything out of place aside from the lurking demon beast. He couldn't even find any trace of the heaven-ascending divine altar anywhere. What is going on? Is it possible that the heaven-ascending divine altar to be up and disappear just like that? Tianyun said with a frown on his face. He knew that there was still a possibility of the heaven-ascending divine altar on this place being transferred elsewhere instead of completely destroyed without a trace. But what baffled Tianyun was because he knew that there is no such structure on mortal world. If such a structure existed, the faction that controlled it would have reigned on top of the mortal world, as heaven-ascending divine altar had a powerful spiritual energy that could haste the speed of cultivation better than anywhere else on mortal world. This is a problem. No wonder that the quest gave quite a heavy amount of rewards. Finding the heaven-ascending divine altar itself was already a massive hurdle. Tianyun said annoyedly. The reward that he got from the quest corresponded with the quest's difficulty. With that said, the harder the quest would be, the better the reward from that quest. But now, the quest simply ordered Tianyun to find heaven-ascending divine altar, meaning that the difficulty of the quest depended solely on the possibility of Tianyun finding the heaven-ascending divine altar itself. The amount of express that Tianyun would get as he completed this quest was 30 billion points. The amount of express that he got from killing a Saint King expert was roughly 10 million points, and at best around 100 million points. In other words, the quest would have the same amount of difficulty as killing 300 Saint King expert. It seems that heaven-ascending divine altar is no longer around here. Now, I have two options to complete this quest. Either I spend my hard-earned crazy points to buy a soul guide or explore the area until I find some clues. Tianyun said as he frowned upon the thought of having to buy another soul guide. He had bought it before, which meant that the price would increase. It would be such a waste to buy a soul guide when he didn't have that many crazy points to begin with. Well, I have to calm down for a moment. It'd be best to return to the city on Devil Cloud Island first. I may be able to find a clue about heaven-ascending divine altar up there too. Tianyun said hopefully. He could ask the people in the city for any kind of information. Who knew if they had some kind of information about any places with similar characteristics as heaven-ascending divine altar? Tianyun decided to save his points for now, as it was best to search thoroughly before using an item hastily. He then quickly swam and resurfaced while trying to think of any place with the same characteristic as heaven-ascending divine altar. But suddenly, Tianyun heard a shout from the side. Hey, look, there is someone floating on the water there. Hurry, we have to save him. A voice said worriedly. He immediately told his friend to steer the boat towards Tianyun that floated on the surface while thinking. Tianyun just watched them silently and let the man approach him without doing anything. Tianyun knew at that moment that a hunter like these guys might know something that he didn't know about. It was especially true for a demon beast hunter like them. A demon hunter must learn any information about the demon beast on the area, as they knew that a simple slip-up could cost them their life. Chapter 749. Tianyun was quickly hauled onto a boat. The cultivator who thought they were saving someone wasn't strong per se. His cultivation was only at core condensation stage, and several others' cultivator on the boat was also around the same stage if not lower. But one big man was clearly stronger than the other, at first layer spirit core stage. But it was normal on mortal world, as having someone stronger than void spirit stage was very rare. And these cultivators at Devil Cloud's Island were rogue cultivators. They belonged to core condensation stage and didn't fear the demon beast that lurked around the island. Thus they could make a city on the island. Furthermore, hunting demon beast was a good source of income, as demon beast material always sold. But then again, Tianyun was intrigued to infiltrate the city without revealing himself, which was why he let the cultivator save him. Thank you very much, Tianyun said gratefully. He wasn't really in danger, but it didn't matter right now. He was quite relieved that there were some good-natured people living on the island. He knew that not everyone would be nice. Nevertheless, it was good to see one. What are you doing there in the water? Is your ship attacked? Lin Shang asked while observing Tianyun. They were quite far away from the Devil Cloud Island that it was really curious-inducing to find someone floating on these waters. I swim, but thank you for rescuing me. Tianyun said honestly. He was swimming in the sea to search for heaven-ascending divine altar. The people in the boat clearly didn't believe Tianyun's story, as they knew that they were so far from the mainland that it was a death wish to swim here. Boss, Why did you save someone so suspicious? This brat is not right in the head. How can anyone swim to such a dangerous place? One of the crews said worriedly. Yeah, a likely scenario is that he was abandoned by whoever it is that he was with. I am sure that they were up to something unspeakable. Another crew said worriedly. Although they were trying to talk among themselves, Tianyun could hear them clearly. He only smirked and sat idly without saying anything. This was a normal reaction and behavior as they were in the demon beast's territory. The boat that Tianyun rode was quite special as it was made with a special material that could avoid the attention of the demon beast in the water, allowing them to travel safely. There is nothing to worry about. We are already done and ready to return. Saving a life is always a good thing anyway. Lin Shang said solemnly. Boss, have you forgotten the bad thing that happened in the past? The brat you saved the last time stole our hard-earned demon beast materials. Just remembering that brat drives me crazy every time. The crew said angrily. Okay, but not everyone is that bad. I have been saved before, and if they didn't save me that time, I wouldn't be here. Saving people doesn't always lead to bad things. Lin Shang said solemnly. I am sorry for what my brothers are saying. I hope you can turn a blind eye to their rudeness. Lin Shang said as he walks towards Tianyun. It is fine, I can understand your feelings. Tianyun smiled lightly. Well, if that's the case, we are about to return to Devil Cloud Island. Get a rest, I will wake you up when we are there. Lin Shang said with a smile on his face. Despite the word of assurance from Lin Shang, the other two crews who were against saving Tianyun earlier still watched him vigilantly. I don't know what is going on here recently, but I haven't been here for a long time. So, can you tell me what happened around here? Tianyun asked Lin Shang. What do you want to know? I've been here for a long time and involved with the establishment of Devil Cloud City myself. Lin Shang asked curiously. I want to know what happened below the water around the island recently. Tianyun asked curiously. If Lin Shang were here from the day the city was established, he should have known what happened. Below the water. I remember that roughly a year ago, a sudden surge happened in the water. We thought it was just a simple rainstorm, but we saw a palace was slowly moving inside the water towards the north. We were shocked by what we saw, but there is nothing we can do. Lin Shang said with a surprised tone. Some of our people tried to see whether we can use that palace for cultivation, but they were killed by the sea monster. So we have to abandon it and let it go. Lin Shang said solemnly. The sea monster that protected that underwater palace was half man and half fish. We had never seen such demon beast before, but it was clearly more intelligent than normal demon beasts. Lin Shang said solemnly. Tianyun was quite surprised. He didn't expect a group of monsters would make the heaven-ascending divine altar their home. But more importantly, this was a new type of demon beast that was clearly different from the usual demon beast. Nevertheless, the sea is a vast place, and people were bound to see something that they had never seen before. Any other noticeable things happened aside from that? Tianyun asked. Yeah, after that palace is gone, the magic clouds that surrounded Devil Cloud Island disappeared. But even when I first got here, that magic cloud was already so thin that it seemed like it was about to disappear anyway. Lin Shang said while shaking his head. Chapter 750. A group of sea monsters came out of the palace and protected the palace as it was their own. I should have looked carefully for a nest. But I think they have gone far away from the island. Tianyun said to himself as he wondered where to find the heaven-ascending divine palace. He wasn't concerned about the demon beast as even they were no match for him, but it was a little bit unfortunate that he wasn't at divine king rank. Otherwise, he could search for the palace a lot faster and more efficient. He wondered about what the three divine kings had gone in the past in order to find the demon's remains. They searched the three realms up and down, and it still took them a few months to do so. In the end, they finally knew that it was impossible for them to thoroughly destroy the demon's descendants as they realized there was no practical way to differentiate them from the normal cultivator. They knew that the evil spirit race was the descendant of the demon, but there were too many of them, and they closely resembled a normal human. Many of them stayed at Ghost World as they realized that it was the best place for them to survive. Brother, are you a first-timer here on the island? Lin Shang said, snapping Tianyun from his thought. I have been here before, but it was before the city was established. Tianyun said honestly, he indeed was here long ago to hunt demon beasts, and his word wasn't a lie. Sure it was. This place has changed so much since then. The most important change is that the black cloud that surrounded the island was gone. Although the island no longer looked like a devil nest, it's hard to change the name that was inseparable to this place. Lin Shang said while nodding his head. Yi Tianyun asked a few more questions, and Lin Shang answered all of them honestly as he didn't think Yi Tianyun was a bad guy. This saved Yi Tianyun a lot of time as he didn't have to waste his time in the city trying to find the information he needed. Big brother, this brat actually comes here without knowing anything, one of the crews said while shaking his head. They were a little less suspicious of Yi Tianyun, but they remained vigilant. Brat, I want to ask you something. How did you come here? Did your companion abandon you? Another crew asked. I told you already that I swam here and then got saved by your boss. Yi Tianyun said indifferently before walking away. Yi Tianyun wanted to search for the palace now as he thought there was no need to go to the city anymore. We didn't expect that you would lie to us even after we went through the trouble to save you. Well, once we are in the city, you're no longer our trouble. So don't expect us to babysit you. One of the crews said with a frown on his face. He was slightly on guard because he didn't believe Yi Tianyun's words. Qian Liang. Lin Shang reprimanded the crew named Qian Liang while frowning. Qian Liang immediately shut his mouth as he knew that Lin Shang didn't like his tone. I apologize for my brother's word. We were once tricked, so pardon me if they can't trust a stranger. Lin Shang said as he shook his head. It is fine, it is time for me to leave anyway. Yi Tianyun said as he walked towards the side of the boat. But suddenly, the tide swept, followed by several demon beasts popping out of the sea. The demon beasts rammed the side of the boat, and one cultivator fell into the sea. Unfortunately, his cultivation was too low to fly, so he was helpless when he fell into the sea. Heaven water beast, Lin Shang shouted. He was startled by the sudden emergence of the demon beast. Quick, we have to get out of here. Lin Shang shouted hurriedly. The three of them immediately tried to drive the boat away from the demon beast. Little friend, can you help us mend the sail? We will die here if we dawdle around for too long. Lin Shang said to Yi Tianyun. Heaven water beast, that's an advanced level demon beast. Apparently, this place indeed went through drastic change. Yi Tianyun said as he observed the demon beast. They soon saw another boat in their peripheral vision. However, they noticed that boat was turning around, probably because its passenger noticed the heaven water beast that attacked Lin Zhang's boat. Heaven water beast roared and rammed the boat continuously. Their attack was fast, and they clearly tried to throw off everyone into the sea. We are doomed, Lin Shang shouted in horror as he noticed an attack directed to the deck. Quick, into the water. We can still fight them, and if we're lucky, we may be able to catch them off guard. Lin Shang ordered his crews as he realized that it was no use trying to get away when they were already surrounded. You don't have to do that. Just stay here and let me deal with them. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Needless to say, everyone was surprised that a young man said that he'd deal with the heaven water beast on his own. Qian Liang and other crews thought that Yi Tianyun was stupid and out of his mind. But as soon as he said that, Yi Tianyun waved his hand, and a sound wave appeared, shocking the heaven water beast and forced them to retreat underwater. At the same time, the sound wave spread to affected everything around and below the boat. After a while, a bunch of demon beasts floated to the surface. They were all dead, including the heaven water beast that the people on the boat were so afraid of. Everyone was clearly shocked by what happened as they couldn't tell what Yi Tianyun has done. Moreover, in their mind, the heaven water beast was not a demon beast that they could handle. Lin Shang was the most surprised one out of the three of them. He saw Yi Tianyun flicked his hands, and a giant palm appeared, shaking the sea. He began to wonder what kind of power that Yi Tianyun used. Chapter 751. With just one attack from Yi Tianyun, the demon beasts were dead, including the feared heaven water beast. They looked at the dead demon beasts and noticed that none of them had any external injuries. But because they were still unsure of what they have seen, they thought that the demon beasts were still alive because the demon beasts floated towards the boat. Hey, I appreciate your kindness as it was hard to see some in this kind of time, so consider this my way to pay you back for your kindness. This many demon beasts should at least cover your expenses for a couple of months. Yi Tianyun said with a smile before he flew away towards the north. After a while, the other boat that Lin Shang saw earlier seemed jealous as they saw so many demon beasts' corpses floating around Lin Zhang's boat. Lin Shang himself was shocked by what just happened, but he slowly regained his senses as he realized that the heaven water beast was at least at 4th layer core transformation, and the young man that he saved earlier was obviously far more powerful than that. He must be a core transformation expert. Qian Lang worriedly said as he looked at Lin Shang. I think he's even stronger than that. It won't be surprised if he turns out to be a void spirit expert. Lian Shang said in awe. It couldn't be helped if none of them knew that Yi Tianyun was at Saint King stage, because such level of cultivation was unheard of in mortal world. Void spirit stage cultivation, Qian Lang said while sweating profusely. I am just suspecting him as he was really suspicious, you know. Qian Lang said worriedly. He was afraid that Yi Tianyun would pay him back for his rude attitude earlier. It was common to find someone dead after disrespecting someone a lot stronger than themselves. It's a mistake on your part indeed, but don't worry. If you really angered him earlier, you would have died by now. Lin Shang said while shaking his head. He was honest all this time, but you are just too paranoid to believe his story. Use this opportunity to learn that not everyone is as bad as you think. Lin Shang said confidently. We are lucky that the person earlier didn't mind your attitude and still rewards us over something that was common knowledge in the island now. But that aside, we have to haul these demon beasts' bodies and preserve them however we can. The body wasn't damaged, so it should fetch a high price later. Lin Shang said as he quickly ordered the last two of his crewmates to work. At the same time, Yi Tianyun already flew towards the north at a very fast speed. He searched the seabed with his appraisal eye at the same time, not overlooking any detail. Even after knowing that the heaven-ascending divine palace was being dragged towards the north, he couldn't seem to find it. There was a high chance that he had to buy another soul guide to finish this quest if he couldn't find it around the vicinity. But after searching this way for more than a day, he still couldn't find any trace about the palace, which made him really confused. He has flown hundreds of miles away from Devil Cloud's island and still couldn't find any sign of the palace. He began to wonder just how far the demon beast could drag the huge palace. This is so weird. Where is it? Yi Tianyun frowned and activated his lucky aura as he thought that luck might allow him to find any clue. He immediately pulled out a sword from his inventory and threw it to the sea to see where it would point to. Sure enough, the sword fell and pointed towards the north, which proved that he was going the right way. It seems that I have to keep going. Yi Tianyun shook his head and continued his flight towards the north. As he was about to turn off the lucky aura, suddenly a figure appeared from the water and splashed down right in front of Yi Tianyun. At first, he was startled that a beautiful woman appeared out of nowhere in front of him, but as he looked closely, he noticed that the woman was half fish. She might have the most attractive appearance out of the woman Yi Tianyun has met before, but she had a fish tail as a leg. Sea monster. Yi Tianyun frowned. He didn't expect to encounter them, but it seemed the lucky aura made the unlikely encounter possible. You are a man. Human race's man, the mermaid said as she twisted her body to make herself more intimidating. But right after, a huge demon beast suddenly rushed out from below, trying to swallow her whole. Now, Yi Tianyun realized that the mermaid's sudden appearance earlier was her trying to escape this huge demon beast. Die, Yi Tianyun said as he waved his hands towards the demon beast, and it suddenly floated lifeless in the surface of the sea. The mermaid was shocked to see the huge demon beast was easily killed by the young human in front of her. She even forgot that she was still too close to that human. It's dead, the mermaid said in shock. She turned towards Yi Tianyun and smiled, but from Yi Tianyun's perspective, this mermaid's smile was like that of a predator, and he didn't like it. I already saved you, shouldn't you repay me for that? Yi Tianyun said as he stepped back a little bit from the mermaid. You can't do that to me, human. The mermaid said as she covered her breast from Yi Tianyun's view. Yi Tianyun frowned as he only wanted some information, but the mermaid seemed to get the wrong idea. Chapter 752. Yi Tianyun couldn't lie and said that the mermaid wasn't tempting at all, but honestly, the fish part is a little bit off-putting. Besides, he still had Shi Shuiyan that loved him with all her heart. He could say that Shi Shuiyan was more beautiful than the mermaid as he truly felt that way. You think too much about the situation. Do you think I am that kind of person? Yi Tianyun said as he lowered himself to the sea. You are all the same. You took us and sell us to play around later. The mermaid lady said with vigilance. I will never trust a human. She said coldly. Well, but I saved you earlier. Is it not a courtesy to thank your savior? Yi Tianyun said casually. It shouldn't be like this. The mermaid frowned as she looked down in shame. Yi Tianyun laughed as he was amused by the mermaid's reaction. He thought that the mermaid would be stubborn, but that didn't seem to be the case. Well, let's forget about it for now. I just want some information from you and let's call it even. There is no need to feel indebted to me after that, Tianyun said honestly. Really, what is it, human? You didn't look like a bad guy, so I will let it slide for now. The mermaid said excitedly. Tianyun's happy smiley face made her a little bit comfortable as she didn't see the need to be on guard in front of Tianyun. Start asking your question, human. The mermaid said excitedly as her debt to Tianyun for saving her life would disappear after answering some questions. For starters, did you know where the sea monster dragged a palace around here? Tianyun asked. Sea monster with a huge palace? You mean Scarlet Monster Clan? They are a very ferocious clan. They will assault you if you wander around them, the mermaid said solemnly. Great, so you really know about them. Tianyun was in high spirits and asked her many questions immediately. It seemed the mermaid race wasn't the same as this Scarlet Monster Clan. But they are very dangerous. You shouldn't approach them carelessly. They have a sea monster king protecting their palace, and it is a powerful creature. Any other creature that tried to get close to their palace was caught and killed almost immediately. The mermaid said worriedly, It's fine, I only want to find them. But did you know how did they move the palace in the first place? Tianyun asked curiously. I am not sure, but I heard that a group of red demons moved that palace. The mermaid said honestly. Tianyun nodded his head thoughtfully. Tianyun now knew that the Scarlet Monster Clan was the strongest clan in the sea, and no one dared to lay a hand on them. Do you know around which parts did they live in? Tianyun asked curiously. Are you serious? Are you seriously going? It's too dangerous, I tell you. You can die there, you know. The mermaid said with a frown on her face. You don't have to worry about it. I want to get something back that I need from them. Tianyun said with a light smile on his face to reassure the mermaid that he'd be fine. No, if you are harmed in any way, I won't be able to repay you. The mermaid determinedly said as she refused to tell Tianyun where the Scarlet Demon lived. Well, one way or another, I will find them as I really need something from them. You won't be able to stop me in either way, Tianyun said as he frowned at the mermaid's stubbornness. Are you serious right now? The mermaid wondered. Yes, I am being serious right now. They took something that doesn't belong to them, and I am here to get it back. Tianyun said confidently. Tianyun has never seen Scarlet Monster Clan before. However, if they really took Heaven Ascending Divine Altar from its former location, that meant they had become Tianyun's enemy. After all, he needed the palace to fight against the demon. Well, if you really insist, I will guide you there myself. The mermaid said confidently. Are you sure? The direction alone is fine since you are convinced that it would be dangerous to come close to their palace. Tianyun wondered as he was a little bit surprised that the mermaid would help him. Yes, if you are strong enough to fight them, I want to see it with my own eyes. They killed my parents. Therefore, they are my enemies too. They also took my sister away. I haven't heard from them for a long time now. The mermaid said coldly. If that being the case, I would help you get your revenge. Tianyun said casually with a smile on his face. Then come with me. I will absolutely take you to their nest. Without a proper guide, it would be impossible for you to get there by yourself. The mermaid said confidently. Let's go. We don't have to waste our time any longer. Tianyun said excitedly. The mermaid immediately swam under the sea while Tianyun followed her closely behind, but the mermaid turned around and put a bubble on Tianyun's head before they could go far. This is to help you breathe underwater. I know that the human race has trouble breathing underwater. Now, take my hand. I should be faster than you underwater. Here, take my hand. The mermaid said as she stretched her hand for Tianyun to take. Tianyun smiled as he realized that the mermaid was actually a considerate person. However, she failed to notice that Tianyun didn't really have any trouble breathing underwater, and it was not like he became slower underwater either. But he didn't need to tell her that now. Chapter 753. What's wrong? The mermaid asked Tianyun. It's nothing, I just think of something funny. But are you from Mermaid Clan? Tianyun asked curiously. Yes, I am from Mermaid Clan. People from my clan are very kind and often helped each other. The mermaid smiled beautifully. Her long blue hair was swept beautifully by the water. Clearly, she was the flower of the sea. Lead the way, but don't worry about me. I won't lose you no matter how fast you are. Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Are you sure? I don't believe you. Your speed underwater should be slower than ours. the mermaid said with a pout on her face. Trust me, I can keep up, Tianyun said playfully. Well, let's make a bet. If you can keep up with me, I will treat you to a delicious meal. The mermaid said with eyes full of confidence. You're on. Then the rules are yours to set. No matter how far it is, I won't lose to you. Tianyun said confidently. It's supposed to be around 10 miles from here. You will lose if you're apart 10 feet or more from me. How about that? The mermaid asked challengingly. 10 miles. It's that far. I thought it would just be a mile away. But you don't have to mind me that much. If it's that far, I can possibly outswim you. Tianyun said playfully. Are you a powerful cultivator? I have heard that human was quite powerful. If you are really that powerful, I may be in trouble. But if you win, the delicious food is yours. I hope you are really able to keep up. Now, let's go. The mermaid said with a smile on her face. She immediately turned around and started to swim like a bullet. The water didn't seem to cause so much of a resistance as she swam. In the blink of an eye, the mermaid has swum 100 feet away. No wonder she was so confident that she would come out on top. Her cultivation was at the 5th layer core condensation stage, but her swimming speed was far faster than that. Even then, she wasn't serious just yet. Tianyun knew that she was really fast at the very beginning of the race. Nonetheless, Tianyun still kept up with her. You sure are fast, the mermaid said as she looked behind her. She thought that she would leave the human in the dust, but that didn't seem to be the case. I am quite fast, but I know that you are holding back. You know that I won't fall behind in speed now, so why don't we go a little bit faster? Tianyun said playfully. Well, you said it now. Don't blame me if you get lost out here. But remember, if you lose sight of me, don't move. I will come back for you, the mermaid said while winking her eyes playfully before she sped off in a straight line. This time, she was far faster than before. Her speed was so fast that a spirit core cultivator would have a hard time catching up to her. Again, Tianyun knew why she was so confident before. It was clear that a normal human cultivator wouldn't be able to catch up to her. This time, she didn't look back as she kept getting faster and faster. She rushed out towards the distance without a care. It looks like that she really wanted to win. It's over now, isn't it? I swam too fast. I must have shaken him off for sure now, the mermaid said to herself as she turned around to look for Tianyun, but to her surprise, Tianyun was right behind her. You're pretty fast, Tianyun said casually. Wah. How? The mermaid asked confusedly. How can you keep up with me? That is my ultimate speed. Even if you are human race's expert, you shouldn't be able to keep up with me. The mermaid said confusedly, but she knew that it was her loss. You are talking about an average expert, but I am not an average expert, Tianyun said casually. It was quite good to exercise like this once in a while as it would distract him from the problem in the future, but he was fine now as they could arrive at his target location quicker. Well, I lost for now, the mermaid said in frustration. She didn't expect Tianyun would be so fast that he could easily keep up with her. Stop thinking about it. It wasn't the end of the world, but is it the end of the trip now? Tianyun asked curiously. It is the end of the trip now. We would continue tomorrow. I have a place to stay around here for tonight, the mermaid said with a pout on her face. Tianyun smiled. Since she was lost, she didn't say much and quickly returned to her house. The next day, she quickly led Tianyun to Scarlet Monster Clan's area. They were talking the entire way casually. He learned that the mermaid's name was Lan Qingdaling. She used to live in the sea area near Devil Cloud Island, but because of Scarlet Monster Clan, she and her people had no choice but to change location. Scarlet Monster Clan recently caught a lot of sea monsters or any other race that they could lay their hands on. And that was the biggest reason that Lan Qingdaling and her people tried to get away from Scarlet Monster Clan, as they didn't want to be taken away. Chapter 754. This place was my home once, so there are quite a lot of us that remain here. Be sure not to let anyone see you, or they will definitely attack you on the spot, Lan Qingdaling said worriedly. Don't worry, as long as I hide, no one would be able to find me, Tianyun said casually. Well, if that's the case, I will go ahead and fetch something. Just stay here for a while, Lan Qingdaling said before she swam forward, leaving Tianyun behind. Tianyun was very surprised at first after knowing that the mermaid clan lived inside a huge sea whale. It was a mutual symbiosis, too, as he learned from Lan Qingdaling that the sea whale would provide a place for them to live and shelter, and in exchange, the mermaid clan would provide security for the whale in case some demon beast threatened its life. This could be achieved as the huge sea whale could easily provide enough space to accommodate thousands of people. The area also provided a good cover as it was full of seaweed that kept them hidden from the scarlet monster clan that hunt them down. Mermaid clan is certainly interesting, Tianyun said as he observed his surrounding. He saw that several male mermaids were holding weapons and patrolling along the ridges. When Lan Qingling went past them, they just nodded towards her and continued their patrol without uttering even a single word. Tianyun tried to observe the whale and noticed that the whale was at core transformation stage peak. Obviously, if the whale were only a shelter, it would become a powerful meat shield against any intruders. But as he observed closely, he noticed that there was no void spirit expert among the mermaid clan. Meaning if someone at void spirit stage or higher attacked this place, they wouldn't be able to defend themselves since the whale wouldn't be able to become a meat shield against a void spirit expert. I don't know what she was taking, but I guess I will just wait here for a while, Tianyun said as he lay on the seaweed. After an hour, Tianyun was getting bored as he thought that taking something wouldn't be this long. Nevertheless, Tianyun trusted Lan Qingling, and as he noticed that the mermaid clan's base was quite hidden, it wouldn't be a wonder if the Scarlet Monster clan would be more hidden than this. But suddenly, Tianyun noticed a movement in front of him, and when he looked at it, he noticed that many mermaids immediately goes inside the whale and that the whale was beginning to move. It was obvious that something that Tianyun wasn't aware of was happening. Were they startled by something? Tianyun wondered, but at the same time, he saw Lan Qingling swam out towards him. Big brother Yi, she shouted nearby, I am here, what is the situation over there? Tianyun said as he emerged from the seaweed and asked Lan Qingling curiously. Just come over, Scarlet Monster clan is nearby, and they're chasing several mermaids. We have to evacuate from this place, Lan Qingling worriedly said before grabbing Tianyun's hand and dragged him towards the huge sea whale. Wait, aren't you worried about me being discovered by your race earlier? Tianyun asked curiously. It is better than letting you out there. You will be discovered by the Scarlet Monster clan and died out there, Lan Qingling worriedly said as she took Tianyun inside the huge sea whale. Soon they entered a place where there was no water before a voice appeared near them. Princess, where have you been? You know that Scarlet Monster clan was hunting us, right? Yet you still go out there. Wait, is that a human race? The voice said curiously. Several guards suddenly appeared and brandished their weapons towards Tianyun with a vigilant look on their faces. Tianyun observed these guards and noticed that they were around the 5th layer core transformation stage. If they were in a normal faction, these guards should be around elder rank. However, Tianyun was quite surprised that Lan Qingling turned out to be the princess of the mermaid clan. Grandpa Bo, don't worry. He is not a bad person. He has saved me from demon beast earlier, Lan Qingling said as she got in between Tianyun and the guards that pointed their weapons toward him. Saved you? It doesn't matter. He still shouldn't be here, Grandpa Bo said with a frown on his face. While Lan Qingling might trust Tianyun, the same couldn't be said for the rest of the mermaid clan. Obviously, this was their first time meeting Tianyun, and it would be a stretch for him to be trusted that fast. No, don't you hear me? He already saved my life, and this is how you repay him. He isn't a bad person, Lan Qingling angrily said before telling Grandpa Bo what has happened to her earlier and what Tianyun's objective was. Well, if that's the case, then Mermaid Clan is glad to have you here. We will not do you any harm, Grandpa Bo said casually, but it was obvious that he still kept up his guard around him. It wasn't easy to trust a stranger, but he had to relent to Lan Qingling's request as he knew how stubborn Lan Qingling could be. Well, come with me now, big brother Yi, Lan Qingling said with a smile on her face and dragged Tianyun inside. Just as he passed Grandpa Bo and the guards, Tianyun noticed that they kept their vigilant and observed Tianyun from afar. However, it didn't concern Tianyun at all as he knew that it was just a precaution to protect their clan. Chapter 755. Thank you very much for saving the princess, Elder Bo said as he looked Tianyun up and down to observe Tianyun, but he didn't see anything suspicious about him. The one thing that he noticed was that Tianyun's cultivation is so much better than him. It's nothing, I just happened to be around, so I saved her. But I didn't think that she is a princess at that time, Tianyun said as he shook his head with a smile on his face. It couldn't be helped that Yi Tianyun arrived at this conclusion as Lan Changling didn't even have a single bodyguard with her. I went to water jade grass to cure the wound that I got. Lan Changling said flusteredly. You know that the situation is dire, right? Scarlet Monster Clan has been chasing us for a while now. If you are somehow captured, we will be in big trouble, Elder Bo said with a sigh. At the same time, Yi Tianyun could tell that the huge sea whale was going down on the sea, but he didn't know where it would go to shake off the Scarlet Monster Clan that was chasing them. Yi Tianyun squinted his eyes at Elder Bo as it was obvious that Elder Bo didn't know about Lan Chingling's injuries. It should be obvious that someone with status as high as a princess to be well tended, and it went without saying that he should have known about the slightest of injuries she sustained. Yi Tianyun was also aware that Elder Bo was slightly cautious of Yi Tianyun after Lan Chingling told them that she got out to cure her wound. It was clear that he didn't want Yi Tianyun to talk about this matter to anybody. But apparently, Lan Chingling was completely oblivious to all this. I just want to get out and do something. I am hurt, and fortunately, I can help myself. That would get me in trouble probably, but I was bored. Lan Chingling said as she pouted with a sad expression on her face. Elder Bo felt a little uncomfortable as the princess's word was hard to refute. Yi Tianyun couldn't help but smile as he knew that Lan Chingling's words were simple yet effective. Are you hurt in any way? Yi Tianyun asked with a smile on his face to Lan Chingling. At the same time, Elder Bo sighed as he knew that he couldn't do anything now. Yes, I was hurt earlier by the Scarlet Monster Clan. They hurt me pretty bad, and that is why I need the water jade grass, but just my luck, I couldn't find it anywhere out there. Lan Chingling said with a frown on her face. The water jade grass was another medicinal grass with the same effect as spirit grass, but it belonged to 4th grade spiritual medicine, and it only grew on the sea. I am sorry, young man, but I hope that you can keep this between us, Elder Bo said out front as he could no longer be subtle about it. Don't worry, Elder Bo. I wouldn't say it to any soul, Yi Tianyun said with a nod. Now, after we shake off the Scarlet Monster Clan, you should be able to escape easily. I suggest you leave once we do, as the situation here was dangerous for a human. Elder Bo said solemnly. It doesn't really matter. If by any chance you fail to escape, I can deal with the Scarlet Monster Clan on my own. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Elder Bo immediately frowned as he didn't like the arrogant tone coming out of the human's mouth. He couldn't believe the human as a mere human claimed that he could do what the Scarlet Monster race couldn't. Princess, I am afraid you brought a braggart and a liar here with you. His word is full of nonsense, a voice said from the side, startling Lan Chingling and Elder Bo. Yi Tianyun looked at the voice, and it was a young mermaid man. Yi Tianyun noticed that the young man was the one that stared at him earlier when they got inside the whale. Hi Xiaopong, what are you saying? Big brother Yi is not a liar. He really has the power to do so. He saved me from a dragon sea beast with one attack. If he weren't there at that time, I would be badly injured if not killed. Lan Chingling angrily said as she stood in front between Yi Tianyun and the young man. Only defeating a dragon sea beast. You know that the Scarlet Monster race is a lot stronger than that. The queen herself couldn't even deal with the Scarlet Monster race, and there he was, a mere human claiming capable of defeating the Scarlet Monster race. It already sounds like a lie, Hai Xiaopong said in boredom. Yi Tianyun listened as the young man kept going, and it was the same as Elder Bo earlier. Do you like the princess? Yi Tianyun asked an irrelevant question instead of getting mad at the young man's word. The young man was instantly dumbfounded by Yi Tianyun's question, and he couldn't hide his flushed face. Are you messing with me? I don't, Hai Xiaopong shouted as he took a step back while glancing towards Lan Chingling. Elder Bo and Lan Chingling noticed Hai Xiaopong's gesture and sighed profusely. I am sorry, Hai Xiaopong. You may like me, but I don't see you that way. Lan Chingling said with a look full of pity. Hai Xiaopong's turned glum, and his complexion suddenly turned pale. He was rejected before he could even confess properly. Yi Tianyun himself felt pity for the guy as he knew how badly hurt the young man must be. I am leaving, Hai Xiaopong said as he turned towards the exit abruptly and ran away. Poor guy, you're being too blunt, princess, Yi Tianyun said with disapproval clear on his face. If I can't even say what's on my mind, how can I stand against my enemy in the future? Lan Chingling said confidently. Well, back to the matter at hand. Where are you injured? I can help heal you. Since none of your people believe that I can deal with Scarlet Monster race, why don't I heal you instead? Yi Tianyun said casually. Chapter 756. Big Brother Yi, how do you plan to heal me? There is no water jade grass here. Lan Qingling said confusedly. Water jade grass isn't always necessary. Yi Tianyun said confidently. He didn't need water jade grass to heal, as he could just rely on his spiritual power to heal Lan Qingling. Really? Then I'll take you up on your offer. Lan Qingling said excitedly. Princess, wait, Elder Bo said as he stepped in front of Lan Qingling. He was worried that Yi Tianyun was going to harm her instead of healing her. Moreover, Lan Qingling's trusting nature was a little bit worrisome. What's wrong, Elder Bo? Big Brother Yi has the ability to heal, so why can't he? Lan Qingling said curiously. We have to know for sure that he can do it. Elder Bo said to Lan Qingling before shifting his attention towards Yi Tianyun. Are you sure you can heal anything? You don't even know what her injuries might be. Elder Bo said with a frown on his face. He still felt that Yi Tianyun was all talk. He might be a spy that Scarlet Monster clan sent to monitor their movement and whereabout too. No problem, normally water jade grass was used on an injury that cut deep into the bone that easily shattered them. In the Mermaid clan's case, I think the injury is right around your tail, is it not? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. How do you know all that? Elder Bo said in shock. It's not that difficult to figure out. That is just the kind of injury that needs water jade grass treatment. But for me, I don't need water jade grass. Yi Tianyun said confidently. He was telling the truth. Guessing the injury wasn't that hard when you know the medicine they wanted to use, but that wasn't all. Yi Tianyun knew that this type of injury could make it hard to move, so the one having this injury may not be Lan Qingling, but probably the queen or the king of Mermaid clan. Elder Bo still frowned silently. He didn't know whether to believe Yi Tianyun or not. Grandpa Bo, Big Brother Yi said that he could heal the injury. What else are you worried about now? Lan Qingling said curiously. Princess, why do you believe him? He is a human race. You know that human has kidnapped our people in the past. We'll be in trouble if he does something awful to the queen later. You have to think carefully about this. A guard beside Elder Bo suddenly said, as they too felt the same about Yi Tianyun. They couldn't bring themselves to trust Yi Tianyun just yet, but Yi Tianyun now knew for sure that it was the queen instead of Lan Qingling. If you ask me why I believe in him, then the answer is simple. Because Big Brother Yi is an honest person. He never told any lie, Lan Qingling said almost immediately. The people in the room were a little bit startled by Lan Qingling's answer that they couldn't say back a word. But Yi Tianyun himself was surprised, as Lan Qingling sounded like she could see through lies. Princess Lan, thank you for believing me, Yi Tianyun said as he held Lan Qingling's hand and kissed it. Princess, don't be ridiculous. Even if we have the water jade grass, it's still hard to heal the injury. Elder Bo said worriedly. Grandpa Bo, as the next empress, I order you to let him heal the queen. I believe he can heal the queen, and he won't lie about it. Lan Qingling said as she squinted her eyes towards Elder Bo. Her demeanor changed almost immediately. Now her attitude was that of a queen, instead of a playful girl. Elder Bo and the guard's expression turned stiff, as they didn't expect Lan Qingling to exert such pressure. Alright, but if he does anything funny, the Mermaid clan would kill him. Elder Bo said coldly. That's big words coming from you, but do you think your queen can wait any longer? To be honest, I don't care that much about the queen's health, but it is the least I can do for your princess. Otherwise, I won't do a thing. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Elder Bo was startled by Yi Tianyun's word, but there was nothing he could say to that, so he gave up and led the way towards the royal domain. They soon arrived there, and Yi Tianyun looked around, but the room didn't scream royalty at all. It was probably because they were inside the huge sea whale. Come on, Lan Qingling said as she opened the crystal curtain and walked before Yi Tianyun and Elder Bo. When Yi Tianyun entered the room, he felt a chilling cold shrouding the area. I brought someone to heal you, Lan Qingling said as she stood in front of a huge shell. Yi Tianyun used his appraisal eye and saw that lying inside the shell was a beautiful woman, no older than 30, with cultivation at 8th layer void spirit stage. He also noticed that the woman was weak now, as her tail looked frozen as the ice seemed to cover up the injuries. A human, the queen said as she saw Yi Tianyun. Her killing intent suddenly spiked as she glared at Yi Tianyun. It was clear that even if she were weak right now, it wouldn't deter her will to fight. He is not a bad person. He saved me earlier, Lan Qingling said confidently. Her words eased the queen's killing intent, but her eyes were still full of doubts. So, Where is the water jade grass? Or did he plan to heal me without it? The queen wondered. Yes, I don't need it to heal you. I don't even need to touch you to heal you, Tianyun said casually. Chapter 757. What, you don't need to touch me to heal me? The queen asked confusedly. Human, do you really understand what kind of injury did I suffer? How can you heal me without touching me? Not to mention you didn't even have the water jade grass. The queen said, bewildered by Tianyun's remark. I know that your tail was injured and continuously damaged by some flame, so you used the mysterious ice to wrap your legs so that the flames wouldn't spread. From that alone, I know that the flame has to be evil fire. Tianyun said casually. That is certainly accurate, but how do you plan to heal me without even touching me? The queen asked curiously. I won't have to touch you, but yes. It'd be more effective if I make contact. But I believe that mermaid clan wouldn't be fond of me touching their queen. In fact, your guard wasn't keen on letting me in either. Tianyun casually said while glancing at the group of guards that still had their hands on their weapons and as they closely observed what Tianyun planned to do. Big brother Yi won't harm you. I believe his words, Lan Qingling said confidently at the side. Qingling, you are too easy to trust. Others, the queen said as she flicked Lan Qingling's forehead. No, I know when someone is telling the truth or lying. Did you ever see me being deceived in the past? Lan Qingling said with a grin on her face. That's true, but you always interact with our people, and since you're a princess, they had no choice but to tell you the truth. The queen said to Lan Qingling before turning her attention back to Tianyun. If you can really heal me, our clan will be indebted to you in the future. I apologize in my men's place for our attitude this far, and we will consider you a friend of the mermaid clan forever. The queen said casually. Tianyun nodded as he already understood the fear that the mermaid clan harbored towards humans. Thanks for the suggestion, but I don't need any of that as I just want to go to the Scarlet Monster clan's palace to get what was stolen from me. So just leading the way towards their palace will do. With that being said, when should I start? Tianyun said casually. Scarlet Monster clan's palace. Well, I won't pry now, and you can start now if you want. The queen said as she realized something but refrained from asking Tianyun about it. Alright, Tianyun said as he immediately equipped the longevity necklace. This necklace would increase the recovery rate and granted him the ability to heal without needing any spirit medicine. This necklace was one of the eternal sets. Once Tianyun equipped this item, he would be able to heal everyone as long as the injury wasn't too severe. Immediately after wearing the necklace, Tianyun released a strong wave of life energy that surprised everyone in the room. It has begun, Tianyun said as he reached his arm towards the queen and a green spiritual energy flowed towards her slowly. Once the green spiritual energy wrapped her slowly, her recovery speed immediately sped up, and her tail was healing on its own. The recovery speed was incredible as the power of a Saint King stage cultivator hastened the recovery process. The queen herself could tell that her body was starting to recover, but that was not the only thing that happened. The evil fire that infected her body was extinguished without any trace. You may come over and touch me to heal me more efficiently. The queen said as she grew confident that Tianyun would be able to speed up the healing process. Elder Bo was shocked to see that the queen really began to recover from her wounds. Told you big brother Yi would definitely heal her like he said he would. Lan Qingling said towards Elder Bo tauntingly. Elder Bo was embarrassed as he already behaved rudely towards the savior of their queen. Pardon me for my rudeness, Tianyun said as he walked towards the queen and held her hands. The ice that wrapped the queen's tail immediately dissolved into powder, revealing the badly injured tail. As soon as she saw her own tail, the queen's smile disappeared, and her eyes became red like she was about to cry. Tianyun just smiled and reached out towards her tail. The queen didn't say anything, but it was evident that she was uncomfortable as she was embarrassed for her badly injured tail, but she knew that she had to leave it to Tianyun if she wanted her tail healed. Tianyun didn't say anything as he began using the power of longevity necklace to heal the injury, and almost immediately, the scale that was in a horrible shape before started to heal and restore themselves to their once shiny state. The recovery speed was really amazing. Everyone couldn't believe what they were witnessing as no medicinal pills could grant such regenerative power. But even then, Tianyun clearly still showed a dissatisfied look on his face as he thought that the recovery speed wasn't fast enough. Lottery roulette, Tianyun whispered as he used the opportunity to use the lottery ticket that he got earlier. He activated his lucky aura before using the ticket. He wanted to get the next set from the eternal set, and for that, the roulette had to stop on jewelry category. But just his luck, the roulette stopped on equipment. Just my luck, Tianyun sighed as he opened the box. But to his surprise, it was Desolate Ancient Divine Armor. He didn't expect to get the Desolate Ancient set now, but with this, he'd be able to complete the set once he got Desolate Ancient boots. Then again, he was still fixated with the Evil God suit. But it wasn't a complete loss. He believed that Desolate Ancient set would be useful in the future, and if he could complete the Eternal Longevity set, his power would grow exponentially. Chapter 758. The second draw was much to Tianyun's liking as it stopped right on the jewelry category. It was all thanks to the lucky aura and his high prestige point. Tianyun wished for longevity set in his mind as it was the one he wanted the most right now. He knew that once he got the set, he would be practically invincible. Tianyun immediately opened the box from the lottery, and a green longevity ring was presented inside. A longevity set, finally, Tianyun said excitedly. He was so excited that he unconsciously stopped healing the queen, which perplexed the queen as she didn't understand what Tianyun was doing. "What's wrong? Did you need to take a break?" the queen asked curiously. Everyone else was staring at Tianyun as they too were curious about what was happening. They saw that the queen was recovering at an unusual rate, but Tianyun suddenly stopped. "We have medicinal pills to help you with spiritual fatigue if you want. We will give it to you no problem," Elder Bo said as he thought that Tianyun might be exhausted. It might not be cheap, but it was definitely cheaper for medicinal pills containing water jade grass. "That is unnecessary, I am just adjusting my aura. Please wait for a moment," Tianyun said as he smiled towards everyone. It couldn't be helped as nobody knew about his system, so there was no way they would know how happy he was after getting another jewel from the Eternal Longevity set. "Big brother Yi, perhaps you would like to take a break for a moment," Lan Qingling said worriedly. "No, it's okay, I can manage," Tianyun said casually. Elder Bo and the rest of the guards that showed animosity towards Tianyun earlier felt guilty as they saw that Tianyun really just want to heal their queen without any ill intent. Tianyun ignored everyone for a moment as he went ahead and wore his new ring, enhancing the longevity effect immediately. Longevity ring. 5x healing power, 20x defense. Wearing 2 of these rings would grant a skill absolute defense. The longevity ring's effect was straightforward yet powerful. It improved Tianyun's healing power and defense, making it worth his while. Tianyun knew if he could get the full set, he would be unkillable, and there was a saying in the gaming community that something you couldn't kill would be able to kill you. Therefore, if he could withstand the attack of a powerful cultivator, he'd be able to defeat his opponent eventually. After wearing the ring, he immediately healed the queen once again. This time, his healing power was enhanced by 5 times, so his healing rate became so fast that everyone was shocked. They could clearly sense the healing energy that Tianyun used to heal the queen, and this time it was quicker and more potent than before. "This is," the queen said as surprise was clear on her face. She could feel that the pain on her tail disappeared almost immediately. The agony that she felt for weeks now was gone in an instant. Based on the recovery rate, she believed that it would take 2 whole days before the healing was concluded. Tianyun's healing power was truly amazing. It was far more potent than high-grade medicinal pills. From Tianyun's perspective, it was certainly faster now, but he was still a little bit disappointed that the healing would take countless hours to finish. But it couldn't be helped. He only had 2 pieces of the Eternal Longevity set, so he couldn't ask for more. But a guard barged in suddenly with a pale face. "This is bad, the situation is getting worse," the guard said nervously. "What about the situation? What happened? Didn't you see that the queen is still in the process of healing?" Elder Bo furiously said as he glared towards the rude guard. "I understand, Elder, but the Scarlet Monster clan has caught up to us and climbed the whale's back. They're attacking the whale as we talk, and it's just a matter of time before they knocked on our door," the guard said nervously. "What? How could that happen? The sea whale is so fast that they shouldn't be able to catch up," Elder Bo said worriedly. "They have Scarlet Monster clan's chasing monster with them. The monster could lock onto our sea whale and catch up eventually," the guard said nervously. "How could they send those monsters after us?" The king that was just sitting on his throne while Tianyun was healing finally spoke. "The chasing monster had hurt our queen before, and it seems this time we have to stop them with all we got," Elder Bo said coldly. "Yes, we have to use all we got," the queen said as she stood up, stopping Yi Tianyun's healing process. Thank you very much, young man. You are a friend of our mermaid clan for as long as you live, but I am afraid the situation is dire. You should leave with our little land to safety before it's too late. The queen said to Yi Tianyun. But, I want to help out too, Lan Qingling said as she clearly refused to leave. Come on, take the water jade pearl and go. Little Lan, you have a bright future ahead of you. The future of Mermaid Clan will depend on you, so you can't stay here. The queen said commandingly. Human, you are very reliable, but it's unfortunate that we can't repay you properly. The queen said as Lan Qingling dragged Yi Tianyun out of the room. Yeah, it's unfortunate that I got to know a human that I can trust, but we have no idea whether we will survive this attack. Elder Bo said as he shook his head disappointedly. At the same time, Lan Qingling dragged Yi Tianyun towards the long hallway and into an empty room where a fist-sized jade floated in the middle of the room. Yi Tianyun immediately realized what it was at first glance. A divine tool. Yi Tianyun stared at wide-eyed as he didn't expect a small race like the Mermaid Clan would have a divine tool in their possession. Chapter 759. Yi Tianyun knew that the Mermaid Clan was desperately trying to get away from the Scarlet Monster Clan, but apparently, it was all to save this middle-grade divine tool from falling into their hands. Because of how rare middle-grade tool in Mortal World was, it really stood out. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun was surprised that the Mermaid Clan had something like this. Water Jade Pearl. Middle-grade divine tool treasure. Grant user the ability to control the ice and water, 5x cultivation speed, can turn into a water shield that could withstand one attack regardless of its power. As expected of a middle-grade divine tool, the effect was very powerful. Especially the effect to improve the cultivation rate for the wielder. However, Yi Tianyun didn't really want it as he already had a divine tool with the same effect. But it was really unexpected for the Mermaid Clan to have something as powerful as this divine tool. There was no way the Scarlet Monster Clan would let them escape while they had something like this. But Yi Tianyun was still wondered why the Mermaid Clan had something this powerful with them. He searched his memory again. There must be something from the sealing heaven-defying king's memory that he received earlier. Heaven-creating divine king wasn't the only one from mortal world that tried to resist the demon's influence. The mermaid queen also participated in the war with Water Jade Pearl on her chest. With Water Jade Pearl, she wreaked havoc on enemies' base with her powerful water-based attack. Yi Tianyun certainly didn't expect that the mermaid queen turned out to be a hero, but the story about the Mermaid Clan must have been eaten away by the passage of time like everything else. Yi Tianyun also saw many other clans that helped heaven-creating divine king from mortal world that Yi Tianyun hasn't seen before. But it was obvious that they had to help heaven-creating divine king as their home was in danger as long as that demon roamed free. Yi Tianyun also found out that the Water Jade Pearl was also created by heaven-creating divine king himself in the memory, but all the materials needed to make it came from the Mermaid Clan themselves. Therefore, heaven-creating divine king couldn't keep it for himself. But Yi Tianyun couldn't help but think that the Water Jade Pearl was wasted on the current Mermaid Clan as the middle-grade divine tools wouldn't be effective on their hands since it took at least a Saint King stage cultivator to draw all of its latent power. But the current mortal world would had a hard time giving birth to a new Saint King cultivator as the rules make it hard to cultivate beyond Void Spirit stage. There was no other way but to go to Heaven World or Ghost World to quickly become a stronger cultivator. It seems that I underestimated the mortal world. I have to think back for a moment and study the memory thoroughly later. Yi Tianyun said to himself excitedly. At the same time, Lan Qingling walked towards the Water Jade Pearl and took it before walking back towards Yi Tianyun to grab his hands. Big brother Yi, this is Water Jade Pearl. Be sure to take it with you as you try to escape. I will go back inside and try to help them defeat the Scarlet Monster Clan. Lan Qingling said determinedly. Yi Tianyun immediately frowned as he didn't think Lan Qingling would go this far. It was clear that the princess trusted him too much despite just knowing him recently. Don't you think that it's risky to entrust a treasure like this to a stranger? If you go back, won't it just make your parent frustrated with you? Yi Tianyun said confusedly. That might be the case, but I already tried to escape on my own in the past. I don't think I want to do it again this time, Lan Qingling said with determination in her eyes. But what about the Water Jade Pearl? Yi Tianyun asked. The Mermaid Clan will not end with us, as we are scattered all over the ocean. Big brother Yi, if you can find any other Mermaid Clan, I hope you would give it to them. Lan Qingling said with a smile on her face. Let's end our chat here for now. Go now, big brother Yi. You may be strong, but the scarlet monster's chasing monster may be too much for you right now. Lan Qingling said solemnly, I know that you would be able to reach safety on your own without anyone slowing you down. Thus, I will rely on you to keep our treasure safe. So, goodbye, for now, big brother Yi. Lan Qingling said as she turned and left Yi Tianyun in a hurry. On the other hand, Yi Tianyun was shaking his head as he thought of Lan Qingling's action. Stupid girl, the mermaid clan seems too fearless that they didn't even care about their lives, Yi Tianyun said with a sigh. From sealing heaven-defying king's memory, it seemed the mermaid queen made a name for herself on the battlefield back in the days. She skilled so many demon minions that she rivaled even the divine king themselves. After knowing that fact from the memory, how could Yi Tianyun just sit idly as mermaid clan risked their lives? At the same time, the queen has already arrived at the door out of the sea whale and set on crushing this chasing monster that was hounding them. But she heard some voice that she didn't want to hear again. My queen, where are you going? The figure said from outside the door. To kill that monster, the queen said with a grim expression on her face. She knew that it was one of the Scarlet Monster clan, and he seemed ready to attack too. They have a scaly body like a fish but lack the characteristics of a human. This was obviously a trait from the evil spirit race. It wasn't only one, but several other Scarlet Monster clan's members appeared before the queen with a weapon in their hand, ready to attack anytime. If anyone saw what was happening, they would lose hope as the huge sea whale that they counted on as protection couldn't do anything at the moment as it was pinned down by a large net that rendered it useless on the seabed. Chapter 760. The cultivation of the beast that attacked the huge sea whale was amazing as it has reached the 8th layer void spirit stage, meaning it was stronger than the mermaid queen. Yi Tianyun immediately realized that it was impossible for the queen to defeat the beast in her current state, especially without the water jade pearl. It was obvious that the power of the Scarlet Monster clan that contained the evil spirit race would be stronger than that. Although the mermaid bloodline was strong and they possessed control over the water around them, it wasn't enough to win against the Scarlet Monster clan. My queen, I didn't expect you to recover this fast. Did you consume the water jade grass? One of the Scarlet Monster clan said sarcastically. Well, it wouldn't hurt to answer my question, would it? You don't have anywhere else to go at the moment anyway. Your whale is trapped now, and there is nothing you can do. He said with a smirk on his face. Now, you have two choices, the first is to die here pathetically, or the second is to come with us bringing the water jade pearl. Please answer it carefully, keep in mind that you have nowhere else to run. One of the Scarlet Monster clan said with a smirk on his face. Did you think I am that stupid? You'll still massacre my people even if I go with you. The queen said while brandishing her weapon bravely. That might be true, but they are a necessary sacrifice if you want to survive. As the queen, you should know that their lives are for your cause. One of the Scarlet Monster clan's men sarcastically said while sheathing his sword. Don't worry about that, I would rather die than doing something so heinous. The queen said as she took her stand. Wow, mermaid clan sure is weird. You guys are always putting up a brave front when you face a life and death situation. If that is what you wanted, then I would be happy to fulfill your wish. One of the Scarlet Monster clan that looked like the leader said with an emotionless face. Take them out, he shouted, and the Scarlet Monster clan's force began to attack. They started to rush towards the mermaid queen with a long spear in their hand. The Scarlet Monster clan, while having a water attribute on their attack, they also had a fire attribute with them. It was a strange combination for a sea dweller, which was strong enough that it could knock out the mermaid queen easily. I will help. Lan Qingling's voice came from inside the whale. The queen looked around and saw Lan Qingling rushing towards her with a long spear in her hand as well. Princess, Hai Xiaopong shouted in shock. Obviously, he didn't expect the princess to come back. In fact, everyone else was also shocked, including the queen. Everyone hoped that the princess escaped with water jade pearl, which would ensure the mermaid clan's survival. Clearly, their plan to distract the Scarlet Monster clan to buy Lan Qingling some time to escape has gone down the drain. Why did you come back? The queen asked with a frown on her face. I can't leave without my parent beside me, Lan Qingling said determinedly. You silly girl, what about your human friend? The queen wondered. I sent him off away with water jade pearl to find another mermaid clan. I believe he will do it, Lan Qingling said firmly as she really believed in Yi Tianyun. Well, since we are already here, we should show them see the true power of our mermaid clan. The queen said as she stepped forward. She knew that it was too late to order Lan Qingling to hide or escape once again, but she would stay in front of her as it was a mother's job to protect their children. Well, this is awkward. That girl looks just like the queen. She has to be the princess of the mermaid clan. Did she come to offer herself as a sacrifice? The Scarlet Monster clan said with a smirk on his face. How dare you? I will kill you myself. Lan Qingling angrily shouted while releasing her killing intent. Not bad, girl, I can see that you want to kill me. The leader of the Scarlet Monster clan said with a smirk on his face. He then turned his attention towards the queen. I let you off the hook with only a wound on the tail before, but now I will completely break you. He said coldly. Then let us see what you can do. The queen coldly said as she brandished her spear forward. The sea whale turned into a battlefield in an instant as the mermaid clan tried hard to defend against the Scarlet Monster clan's attack. Lan Qingling herself also joined the battle, fighting with her companions like never before. While they were all so focused on the battle, they didn't notice a single figure slowly descending towards them with the water jade pearl in his hand. When the figure descended close enough, the Scarlet Monster clan noticed him and frowned. Who are you, and why did you have the water jade pearl? The Scarlet Monster clan asked confusedly. Tianyun just walked towards the Scarlet Monster clan, and once he was close enough, the frown on Scarlet Monster clan's face became clearer. A human? I didn't expect the water jade pearl would be in the hands of a human. Well, that saves us the trouble. Now human boy, throw me that water jade pearl, and you will walk out of here alive with so many treasures. We will even award you with a beautiful mermaid of your choice. The leader of the Scarlet Monster clan said with a grin. They knew that a human was weak to temptation, so they believed Tianyun would cave in and threw them the water jade pearl. Even the queen was staring at Tianyun as she knew that there was no guarantee that a human wouldn't betray them. Chapter 761. It was a good offer, but it wasn't enough to satisfy me. Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Elder Bo and the rest of the mermaid clan was surprised that Tianyun was considering the offer from Scarlet Monster clan. They were clearly afraid that water jade pearl to fall towards their hands. You can't be serious, right? There is no way you are thinking about handing over the water jade pearl. Elder Bo shouted at Tianyun while the queen looked at Tianyun with a disappointed gaze. Although Tianyun has healed her earlier, it seemed the human greed knew no bounds. The princess trusted you, but you throw it so easily. Hai Xiaopong said furiously. Lan Qingling, on the side, was confused as she didn't understand what Tianyun had in mind. Shut up, if you open your damn mouth one more time, I wouldn't be so kind anymore. The leader of Scarlet Monster clan said to Elder Bo before turning his attention back to Tianyun. So, what do you want? As long as we can provide it, we can give it to you. The leader said with a smirk on his face. The other Scarlet Monster clan member laughed as they found it easy to follow the human's greed. I am not a greedy person. With that said, all I want is all your life. So, do you agree to my term? Tianyun said casually. The Scarlet Monster clan was surprised by Tianyun's word, and the entire place was silent for a good while as the Mermaid clan was also surprised by it. How dare you? The Scarlet Monster clan's leader shouted angrily. He didn't expect the human to mock him like this. The human clearly had no intention to give them the water jade pearl from the beginning. I knew it. There is no way Big Brother Yi would betray us. Lan Qingling said with a big smile on her face. The rest of the mermaid clan sighed with relief as they were glad Tianyun wasn't betraying them. Tianyun threw the water jade pearl to Lan Qingling and talked casually. This is yours. Keep it safe and don't give it to others so easily. Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Big Brother Yi, why didn't you escape like I told you? They're gonna kill you, Lan Qingling said as she was still worried about Tianyun's safety. Why would you say that? I can deal with these Scarlet Monster clan, you know. If you listen to me, you don't have to do anything from the beginning. Tianyun said with a sigh as he was annoyed by Lan Qingling. The queen was speechless on the side as she, too, didn't understand what Tianyun's point was. Was it really okay to underestimate the enemies right in front of their nose like what he was doing now? You bastard, how dare you look down on us, human? Let's prove your word now. The Scarlet Monster clan that used magic shouted furiously. He then roared angrily, and many red demon beasts appeared out of nowhere. The mermaid clan's guards that grouped up around the queen turned pale when they saw the amount of demon beast that has been summoned by the Scarlet Monster clan. "This is bad, Your Majesty," the guard said nervously. "This is it. Where are the others?" The summoner of Scarlet Monster clan shouted. "There is nothing left. The other has been killed." One of the demon beast talked nervously. "Killed?" The Scarlet Monster clan were all surprised by this revelation. Did some other clan aid the mermaid clan? How could they retaliate? The Scarlet Monster clan leader said confusedly. "There's no need to brood over it that hard. I am the one that killed the rest of your soldiers. It was clear to me that your clan was a branch of evil spirit race, and you were also the one that moved the heaven-ascending divine altar away before I got the time to claim it." Tianyun said indifferently. "What? You are the one that did all of this?" The Scarlet Monster clan said with shock on their face. "Don't be so surprised. Who else did you think was responsible for that?" Tianyun said before making a gun motion with his hands and pointed it out at the Scarlet Monster clan. Then, a light was concentrated at Tianyun's fingertips and hit the Scarlet Monster clan one by one, turning them into a mist of blood. All of the Scarlet Monster clan surrounding the Whale and Mermaid clan was killed so easily. The Mermaid clan was surprised by what Tianyun was capable of, especially Hai Xiaopong that was convinced that Tianyun was only bragging the whole time. From what they saw, Tianyun was powerful as he could easily kill so many Scarlet Monster clan's men like they were nothing. They thought that Tianyun was lying about his power, but clearly, they were wrong. "Your cultivation is so strong. How did you achieve that?" the queen said curiously. "See, Big Brother Yi is really strong. No wonder I didn't sense any lie in his words earlier. I am sorry, I should have believed your word earlier, Big Brother Yi." Lan Qingling said with an apologetic look on her face. With her ability to sense the truth from people, she never heard Tianyun lying, but she couldn't believe it either. Well, it couldn't be helped since Tianyun's word was too hard to believe without a proof. Now that she already saw the proof, she felt really bad for not believing Tianyun's word earlier. If she listened to Tianyun's words earlier, they could have dealt with the Scarlet Monster clan faster without so much of a hassle as now. "Well, you are the only one I left alive. Now, what would you do?" Tianyun coldly said to the only one Scarlet Monster clan that he spared. Chapter 762. The Mermaid clan didn't see the Scarlet Monster clan that Tianyun has spared. Nonetheless, it was an exceptional achievement. In Tianyun's mind, he could just use this Scarlet Monster clan to lead the way. There was no need for Lan Qingling to do it anymore as it would be too dangerous for her. "Tell me the current situation of the Scarlet Monster clan," Tianyun said coldly towards the sole survivor of the Scarlet Monster clan. He didn't care whether Mermaid clan was here or not at the moment as he didn't exactly hide his intention to go towards the Scarlet Monster clan. Scarlet Monster clan is now teaming up with Evil Spirit race to rule the entire ocean and continuously snatch other races to sacrifice them to the old ancestor to make him stronger. After that, the old ancestor is supposed to unify the mortal world and then unify the other two worlds. The survivor said nervously. Everyone else was confused by this exchange as they didn't expect the survivor to spill out their internal information so easily. Nevertheless, Tianyun kept asking other questions without holding back. In the end, Tianyun was satisfied as he now completely understood the situation inside Scarlet Monster clan. As he suspected, the one behind all this was indeed Evil Spirit race, not the Scarlet Monster clan. Scarlet Monster clan was just an accomplice in all this. The heaven-ascending divine altar was probably moved because of an order from Evil Spirit race. But Tianyun still didn't quite understand what the Evil Spirit race wanted to do with it. He thought there was no Saint King expert left in mortal world. I wondered what are they planning to do with it. Tianyun said with a cold look in his eyes, but Tianyun did expect that there should be a Saint King cultivator among Evil Spirit race. Otherwise, they wouldn't bother to move the heaven-ascending divine altar. Is it possible that the heaven-creating divine king's rules didn't work in the ocean? Tianyun wondered. If Tianyun's concern were proven, then the battle against the Evil Spirit race would be rough. Furthermore, he knew that Evil Spirit race power was different from the other race, meaning that even if they were in the Saint King stage, they were more powerful than most races with the same level of cultivation. Nevertheless, Tianyun couldn't let them do as they please. He had to make sure that he foiled their plan early. Thanks to the survivor that he captured, he knew what he had to do next. Even so, Tianyun knew that he didn't know every single thing on the Evil Spirit race's plan. There was no way they would share all their plans with the Scarlet Monster Clan, evil spirit race in heaven ascending divine altar. Does it have something to do with the demon in the past? The queen asked Yi Tianyun as she listened carefully to the question Yi Tianyun asked the survivor. Yes, they are connected with the demon in some way. It seems the evil spirit race infiltrated all races, and now, they have the heaven ascending divine altar that heaven creating divine king left to his descendant. Yi Tianyun said with a frown on his face. I suspect that the old ancestor that he was talking about was a saint king expert. Otherwise, the heaven ascending divine altar serves no purpose for them. Yi Tianyun said coldly, a saint king stage expert. The mermaid clan said with surprise clear on their face. They were clearly unnerved as they knew that not even their old ancestor had that high cultivation. The best they had was just a void spirit expert, not even a spirit king expert. The mermaid clan used to be a companion of heaven creating divine king. Therefore we are on the same team. I know that you aren't as good as you were in the past, but I will be willing to give you as many resources as you need. With that in mind, I hope that you will find a place to settle down and inform other races regarding the possibility of war against the demon again. Yi Tianyun said solemnly, on the same team, I don't even know your true identity. The queen said with a frown on her face. I am a descendant of heaven creating divine king. Yi Tianyun said straightforwardly. The descendant of heaven creating divine king. I am sorry for my rude behavior, young master. The queen said as she kept her head down in respect. Everyone else immediately followed suit as they knew that Yi Tianyun was someone that they should respect dearly. Yi Tianyun felt awkward as he didn't mention this because he wanted them to treat him with respect, but he set that aside and immediately asked something to ease the situation. Where is your old ancestor? Did they left for ancestral training? Yi Tianyun asked with a smile on his face. Yes, old ancestor had said to us in the past that we have to obey the descendant of heaven creating divine king and become their servant. The queen said with a nod of her head. They were convinced of Yi Tianyun's status as he just saved them from the Scarlet Monster clan, and his power was really amazing. I am amazed that such a story was still passed down here and felt slightly embarrassed of your word. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He really wanted everyone to treat him normally instead of behaving like his servant. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun knew that he needed the mermaid clan's power to manage the ocean. However, he also knew that his relationship with the mermaid clan was still too shallow to expect loyalty from them. Chapter 763. After the matter was resolved, the queen ordered the reorganization of the mermaid clan and ordered the injured mermaid to rest. I didn't expect that you would become the young master of our mermaid clan. Lan Qingling said with excitement in her eyes. I never expected the one that saved me out in the wild would be the young master. Lan Qingling added dreamily. The ancestor of the mermaid clan was really loyal towards heaven creating divine king. Thus they kept passing down the story about the past and foretold about the forthcoming of the divine king's descendant. For some reason, the ancestor of mermaid clan knew that the mighty descendant of heaven creating divine king would come one day. Water jade pearl was a gift from heaven creating divine king, and that alone would justify the mermaid clan's loyalty towards the descendant of heaven creating divine king. A middle-grade divine tool was a treasure that was so rare that they were convinced that the water jade pearl was the only middle-grade divine tool on mortal world. But in reality, heaven creating divine king was only helping create the water jade pearl, and he wasn't its creator. The creator rank of blacksmithing was sealing heaven divine king. Thus, water jade pearl was sealing heaven divine king's treasure. Well, to be fair, I never thought it will end up this way either. Yi Tianyun said as he smiled towards Lan Qingling. So, when will you go to the Scarlet Monster clan's den? Lan Qingling asked curiously. Soon. Yi Tianyun nodded. He knew that the mermaid clan was discussing a plan to join Yi Tianyun even though it wasn't necessary from his perspective. What Yi Tianyun needed from the mermaid clan was just the plan that allowed them to lead all the races in the ocean and how much resources they would need to do so. His plan to unify the heaven world and ghost world could wait since he had to unify the mortal world first. He at first thought that the evil spirit race only infiltrated the races in ghost world and heaven world, but he finally knew that the mortal world was no exception. Young master, do you want me to lead the way towards their base? Lan Qingling asked excitedly. I don't think that's necessary. Yi Tianyun said as he pointed his fingers towards the survivor of the Scarlet Monster clan. Lan Qingling's expectation was shattered as she realized that it was better to have the Scarlet Monster clan themselves guiding him than having the mermaid clan did it. The captured Scarlet Monster clan was terrified as he could hear everything, but he could neither speak nor move no matter how hard he tried. But I want to help you. Scarlet Monster clan caught my parents. I want revenge too, Lan Qingling said determinedly. I understand what you want, but with your current cultivation base, you won't be of any help. Yi Tianyun said honestly. With the Scarlet Monster clan leading the way, Lan Qingling's help was really not needed anymore. Lan Qingling was immediately deflated after hearing Yi Tianyun's words, as she never expected to be rejected so harshly. Your real enemy is not the Scarlet Monster clan, but the evil spirit race. Yi Tianyun said as he reached out and patted Lan Qingling's head. I gave you some memories containing some martial arts. If you really want to get your revenge, you have to become stronger and raise your cultivation to some extent. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. If you manage to pull it off, you will be the ruler of the ocean, and that way, you can find the evil spirit race that lurks in the ocean and deal with them easily. I have given some memories that will teach you how to identify the evil spirit race, and I hope you will share it with the queen too. Yi Tianyun added solemnly. This is Yi Tianyun's true feeling. He'd rather share the power after unifying the realms with other races that were loyal to him instead of hoarding everything for himself. That way, he could rule the realms quite easily as he had eyes in every corner. After absorbing the memory, Lan Qingling lightened up with determination. I will make sure to live up to your expectation and make our mermaid clan the ruler of all ocean. Lan Qingling said excitedly. Successfully placed Lan Qingling as a general. Reward: 5 million express, 100.000 CPs. Yi Tianyun smiled as this was an unexpected yet joyful turn of events, but knowing that Lan Qingling has become one of his generals, he would make sure to train her well in the future. After the situation calmed down, Yi Tianyun immediately left the Mermaid clan and headed to the Scarlet Monster clan's base with the survivor that he spared earlier. You are dead as soon as you come near our base. There is no way you can take back the heaven-ascending divine altar. The survivor shouted nervously. Our old ancestor will definitely kill you and eat you until there is nothing left. Heck, you may die even before we reach the front door, as we have many exceptional individuals there. He continued to shout at Yi Tianyun. Oh, powerful individuals, how about you tell me all about them? Yi Tianyun said with a smile as a light flickered in his eyes. Although he could control the Scarlet Monster clan member as he saw fit, he couldn't tell what they had in mind. The great emperor of Water Dragon Empire was willing to work with us and want to use our power to gain the upper hand against Heavenly Cloud's empire. They sneaked out information while following our instructions, so no one knows what Water Dragon Empire was up to. At the end of the day, we would have to destroy a stupid human faction, and it's not a big deal. The Scarlet Monster clan answered under Yi Tianyun's Eye of Charm's power. After he answered Yi Tianyun's question, Yi Tianyun freed him from his mind control. The Scarlet Monster clan was visibly shaken by the fact that the human could easily obtain information from him like that. Chapter 764. I am not surprised to see a human empire was trying to control the sea and curb another faction too. Yi Tianyun said coldly. He now knew that he had to destroy Water Dragon Empire as soon as possible before they could pose a threat to Heavenly Cloud's empire. Although he knew that they wouldn't be a problem for him, it couldn't be said the same to his men. He has already heard of Water Dragon Empire before, so he knew that they weren't particularly strong, nor were that weak in mortal world standard. They didn't seem ambitious and stayed under the radar for most of the time, which was why Yi Tianyun didn't show any interest in them before. But now that he knew the Water Dragon Empire was working with evil spirit race to destroy his faction, Yi Tianyun wouldn't let it slide. Even though the evil spirit race has taken roots in Water Dragon Empire was another possibility, Yi Tianyun still had to destroy them. You are dead, you hear me? I won't spill anything else to you. I'd rather die than doing so, the survivor said while trembling, visibly shaken by Yi Tianyun's ability to control him. Don't worry, I didn't plan to force any information out of you, anyway. You are obviously just a pawn, irrelevant in the eye of your leader. There is nothing much you can provide me now, Yi Tianyun said coldly. He knew that the survivor only held the common knowledge from their clan, not the vital information that he needed. No wonder this quest gave such amazing rewards. It sure doesn't seem like an easy one, Yi Tianyun said to himself as he glanced at his main quest information. Following the survivor's lead, Yi Tianyun swam towards heaven-ascending divine altar rather quickly. According to the Scarlet Monster clan that he captured, heaven-ascending divine altar was now their base, meaning that the tool spirit that held the control over the heaven-ascending divine altar was being suppressed by the enemy. Otherwise, it wouldn't let anything other than the descendant control the divine altar. They soon arrived at the abyss that Scarlet Monster clan used to hide their base. Tianyun realized that the area was difficult to find. If no one led the way for him, he doubted that he would find this abyss anytime soon. Tiger Imitating Empire has become an ally. Reward: 1 billion Express, 100.000 CPs, 10.000 SPs, 100.000 Mastery Point. Tianyun was surprised as the notification popped out when he was about to enter the abyss. It seemed that Shi Shuiyan was working hard on the surface to persuade other forces across mortal world to join their alliances. I am not alone in this fight. I have my comrades, that I can rely on, supporting me from behind the scene. Tianyun said while smiling to himself. He then immediately swam down the abyss led by the survivor and concealed his aura. As long as it wasn't a high-grade expert, it was impossible to discover his existence. As Tianyun got deeper into the abyss, he finally saw the familiar heaven-ascending divine altar on the ground covered with ice. However, the Scarlet Monster clan didn't seem to be fazed by the cold as they had the water and fire attribute on them. Tianyun saw many Scarlet Monster clan's guards standing vigilantly around every corner of heaven-ascending divine altar. Although their base was located in such a remote area, their security was far from lax. Some of them even patrolled the perimeter of heaven-ascending divine altar itself. "Who is that?" one of the guards shouted as the survivor approached the bottom of the abyss. "You are the soldier that went after the mermaid clan's huge sea whale. Why are you back so soon?" the guard said as the soldier comes near the guard. "I have something to report, and that is why I return immediately," the soldier said, of course, being controlled by Tianyun. "All right," the guard said as he opened the gate that led to the heavenly ascending divine altar. But as soon as the gate opened, the soldier suddenly went crazy and attacked the guard, slashing him mercilessly. "Soldier, what's wrong with you?" one guard said as he was surprised by the soldier's sudden aggression. "You dumbass, he betrayed us. We have to stop him, quick. Ask for backup," another guard said nervously. The guard shouted worriedly as their cultivation was too low to stop the soldier on their own. But soon, someone came to stop the soldier from rampaging any further, and it was Scarlet Monster clan with 4 arms. "Stop him, don't just stand around frightened like that," the 4-armed elder said with a frown on his face. "Please help me, I am not betraying you. Someone is controlling me," the soldier said while still trying to attack the nearest guard. However, his word fell into deaf ears as his word was drowned by the scream of the guard he slashed. Eventually, many Void Spirit stage experts and even Spirit King expert came out of heaven-ascending divine altar to see what the ruckus was all about. Tianyun was slightly surprised as he believed that the Scarlet Monster clan was more skilled than other factions in mortal world. But Tianyun noticed that all the powerful experts that came out of heaven-ascending divine altar had 4 arms. It was obvious to Tianyun that they were connected with the evil spirit race now. They didn't even try to hide it, unlike Tianyun's previous encounter with the evil spirit race when he was dealing with heavenly netherworld divine nation. At the same time, Tianyun disappeared from his spot and reappeared inside heaven-ascending divine altar. When he looked around, it was obvious that the place was controlled by evil spirit race, but everything was still familiar to him as he had already been to the other 2 heaven-ascending divine altars. There was one question that bothered him right now, which was regarding who had the ability to control heaven-ascending divine altar. Tianyun knew that he must take the control away from whoever it was as the controller had the privilege to suppress those inside heaven-ascending divine altar. Chapter 765. Tianyun sneaked inside and immediately headed towards the deeper part of heaven-ascending divine altar as he was familiar with the layout of the place. Furthermore, he was so fast that he could easily walk past the guards that stood guard in various locations inside heaven-ascending divine altar. "I have to find out who is the one controlling this heaven-ascending divine altar," Tianyun said to himself solemnly. He was curious as the person that controlled the place right now was able to seal the tool spirit inside and also controlled the environment inside too. Tianyun immediately rushed towards the control room, and the room wasn't guarded as basically no one would be able to enter without a certain level of cultivation. Once he arrived in front of the control room, Tianyun slowed down and leaned into the wall, trying to overhear the voice inside. "Hey, I think there's someone outside." The Water Dragon Emperor frowned and stood up as soon as he thought he sensed something. Don't worry, it must be your imagination. We have to talk about our plan. An old man that sat across from the emperor said casually. Tianyun noticed that the old man looked like an ordinary old man. But the old man was accompanied by 2 guards that were at Spirit King stage level. It was safe to say that the old man was stronger than those guards. Sir Kang Ming, now Heavenly Cloud's empire has started to expand their influences rapidly. I am in a dire situation right now because if I am not joining his league, my empire would be sanctioned. It was clear that the Heavenly Cloud's empire wanted to rule the entire mortal world. We have to make a move as soon as possible, Water Dragon Emperor said solemnly. They are too arrogant now as they have so many weapons and demon beasts on their side. If we let them gain momentum, there would be no place left for our Water Dragon Empire at this rate. Water Dragon Emperor said angrily. Obviously, joining the League wouldn't be an option for Water Dragon Emperor as it would mean they would submit towards the League's leader, and in this case, Heavenly Cloud's empire. Even though Tianyun gave them resources for their cooperation and had no intention to intervene with their empire at all, his idea to form an alliance seemed to raise resentment among the existing empire in mortal world. If they really want you to join their ranks, why don't you just join them? That way, it would be easier for us to wreak havoc among them later and take away their power. Kang Min, the old man said with a grin on his face. But it would be hard to make a move as they will surely station their men in the palace. They will monitor our every move for sure, Water Dragon Emperor said with a frown on his face. Well, that shouldn't be a problem. Just mix their drink with some sleeping pills, and you can do whatever you want while they were out cold. Kang Min said casually. Is there even such a thing as undetected poison? Why don't you just come up with a poison that can control people instead? Water Dragon Emperor asked curiously. It can be done too. Nothing is impossible for us. Take your time and find the right opportunity to assassinate their emperor during your time there. Heavenly Cloud's empire was a new empire, so if you kill their emperor, the faction will be in chaos. Kang Min said casually. I will do that for sure. The great emperor of Heavenly Cloud's empire was too arrogant for his own good. He might be a little bit stronger than others, and with that knowledge, he goes on a killing spree across the continents. Water Dragon Emperor said as some of his killing intent spilled out. In the past, he wanted to deal with the other empire himself and took over their faction to strengthen Water Dragon Empire, but Heavenly Cloud's empire beat him to it. But still, he is way too strong for mortal world standard. I don't even know how I can kill him. There's a chance that he is at Spirit King Peak Stage 2. Water Dragon Emperor said with a frown back on his face. If you didn't have the ability to do so, it was better for you to contemplate your action. If you can't kill him in the end, I suggest you lure him into the ocean. That way, I can make sure to turn him into fish bait. Kang Min said with a smirk on his face. That's great. With Sir Kang Min's assurance, I could rest easy. I believe that it will be easy to lure him towards the ocean. He has so many trustees, and people often said that Heavenly Cloud's emperor was a kind man that wouldn't abandon his comrades. If we can kidnap one of these trustees and bring them here, Heavenly Cloud's emperor would come charging in, I am sure of it. Water Dragon Emperor said confidently. That's a good plan, but I will leave the land to you. I can't leave the ocean, so I can't help you with anything on the land. That is why, once we drag Heavenly Cloud's empire from their throne, you will control the land while we will control the ocean. Kang Min said with a smirk on his face. Great, that's settled then. Water Dragon Emperor said excitedly. The thought of ruling the entire continent of mortal world elated him. If there is no problem, I hope you can carry on everything we planned here immediately. Furthermore, did you already send people to destroy the passage of Heaven World and Ghost World? Kang Min asked solemnly. I have sent several people, but it wasn't an easy task, especially the passage of Heaven World. There is an expert that guarded that passage. I hadn't received any report about their identity yet, but some of my men that I sent there were already dead. Water Dragon Emperor said annoyedly. You have to understand that we have to destroy both of those passageways, no matter what. Kang Min coldly said while releasing his aura. Water Dragon Emperor immediately felt immense pressure from Kang Min as he almost tripped from the intense aura. Right, I hear you loud and clear. Water Dragon Emperor said with cold sweats on his head. Tianyun that was eavesdropping on their conversation was surprised to hear such shocking news himself. He knew that he had to make a move soon. Otherwise, mortal world would be in a dire. Chapter 766. Tianyun immediately knew that the both of them were already in contact even prior to this. It wasn't an alliance that was made recently, and they seemed to have planned this for quite a while. In particular, Tianyun was surprised about their plan to kidnap Tianyun's close ones in order to lure him out to the ocean. Tianyun was a reasonable person, but he wouldn't be so kind if his loved ones were endangered. Right now, Water Dragon Empire must be destroyed. It was the first thought that crossed Tianyun's mind. Furthermore, Tianyun didn't need a conniving empire like this in his alliance to keep the mortal world safe. I have to be more vigilant with the evil spirit race. I didn't expect them to thrive in mortal world, Tianyun said to himself. Before he arrived here, he never really expected that evil spirit race would thrive in mortal world as they couldn't really develop their cultivation here. However, quite the contrary, they thrived below the surface. Furthermore, Kang Min has reached the 7th layer Saint King stage, which was supposed to be impossible here on the mortal world. Tianyun has already experienced firsthand that the ocean had no pressure limitation, unlike the land. Thanks to the guardian status that Tianyun got earlier, he wasn't affected by this pressure on land, but he was surprised as he realized now that the ocean had no pressure. That was also why Kang Min said that he couldn't leave the ocean, as he would be at the mercy of the pressure, forcing him to leave the mortal world. The pressure was also the reason why he ordered the Water Dragon Empire to destroy the passageways, as it would weaken the pressure here on mortal world. Once the pressure was weakened, the evil spirit race would easily march out of the ocean towards the land, and if that time came, the mortal world would surely fall into a great crisis. Heaven-creating Divine King went through the trouble to create this pressure limitation to make sure that a land with a limited resource like mortal world was safer. Otherwise, mortal world be at the mercy of countless experts that would try to dominate it. Don't worry, Sir Kang Min. I will carry out the task you gave me, Water Dragon Emperor said with a smile on his face before walking out of the room. But as soon as he walked out, he looked up with a surprised look on his face and immediately fell unconscious on the ground. Water Dragon Emperor, what happened to you? A guard said as he was at the Water Dragon Emperor's side as he fell. The guard looked disgusted at Water Dragon Emperor, as even though they were allied with each other, the Scarlet Monster clan's hatred towards humans was undeniable. Nothing happened, I just tripped. Now, excuse me, I have a task I must complete, Water Dragon Emperor said with a smile as he turned around and left. As soon as Water Dragon Emperor left, Kang Min walked out of the room with a frown on his face. I felt someone was here just now, Kang Min said with a frown on his face, but as he saw no one outside, he didn't think much of it and walked away. Tianyun, that used his Eye of Charm to control the Water Dragon Emperor, immediately undid his invisibility after Kang Min left. His attempt at controlling Kang Min failed as the old man's cultivation was stronger than he expected, but that wasn't the case for Water Dragon Emperor. I have to follow this old man, Tianyun said coldly. He then concealed his aura again and followed Kang Min carefully. As Tianyun followed Kang Min closely, he arrived at the core control area of Heaven Ascending Divine Altar. This was the main room where all the divine runes that were supposed to control the Heaven Ascending Divine Altar and where the Tool Spirit was supposed to reside. Open the door, as Kang Min shouted. The thick door that separated the core control room from the rest of the room opened slowly. Tianyun had a serious look on his face as he knew that he would see who controlled Heaven Ascending Divine Altar right now. The door closed again after Kang Min entered the room, but Tianyun didn't follow him inside as he knew that his cover would be blown if he went in. Besides, he could eavesdrop from outside anyway. Tianyun immediately activated his appraisal eye to see what was going on inside the room, as the divine rune inside the room wouldn't be able to stop appraisal eye from peeking in. Tianyun saw Kang Min walk towards another figure in the middle of the room, clearly the one who controlled Heaven Ascending Divine Altar. Kang Yun, how are you doing? Kang Min asked solemnly. Kang Yun, the one that controlled Heaven Ascending Divine Altar, was also an evil spirit race, and it seemed this Kang Yun was one of the original evil spirit race, as he had 4 arms, which were jet black. He was also at 6th layer Saint King stage cultivation, a little bit lower than Kang Min. I almost gained full control. I need to devour more heaven-creating Divine King's descendant to gain full control of this place. You have to fetch me more heaven-creating Divine King's descendant to fool this place into thinking that I am heaven-creating Divine King's descendant. Kang Yun said with a hoarse voice. Of course, but you should understand that it's not easy to find heaven-creating Divine King's descendant. There are only so many of them here in mortal world. It may be another story on Ghost World, but rest assured, after the 2 passages have been destroyed, you wouldn't need heaven-creating divine kings descendant anymore. The control would weaken, and we would be able to leave the ocean. Kang Min said solemnly, "Sure, I will wait for the time to come. Had it not for the ancestors' blood, we would have been discovered by those wretched people. Heaven-creating divine king, sealing heaven divine king, and that damned ancient netherworld divine king, I will make sure that all of their descendants died an excruciating death." Kang Yun said furiously. Yi Tianyun that eavesdropped on their conversation outside was surprised as now all pieces of the puzzle were in place. Chapter 767. Yi Tianyun has been thinking regarding how the evil spirit race could control heaven ascending divine altar without the descendant of heaven creating divine king, and it turned out that the evil spirit race has been killing all heaven creating divine king's descendants that they could find and drink their blood to trick heaven ascending divine altar into thinking that the evil spirit race was heaven creating divine king's descendant. But Yi Tianyun knew that it was possible as the tool spirit only assessed the bloodline of the person that wanted to control heaven ascending divine altar. Although Yi Tianyun has gained the inheritance, he wasn't heaven creating divine king's descendant. Therefore the tool spirit will prioritize the descendant first. After evil spirit race took over the place, they removed the tool spirit, and everything has become so much easier. They could do whatever they want to heaven ascending divine altar as no one would contest them for it, especially here on mortal world where no expert could defeat them if they filled the place with sea monster. Their method to obtain heaven ascending divine altar was so cruel that Yi Tianyun couldn't help but feel disgusted that such a method existed. No wonder heaven creating divine king tried his hardest to get rid of these people from the 3 realms. The worst realm for evil spirit race would probably be heaven world, as sealing heaven divine king's treasure would easily exterminate them once they were discovered. But Yi Tianyun was a little bit curious regarding why the ghost world's heaven ascending divine altar wasn't controlled by evil spirit race when he was there. They must have tried to control it, but their attempt might have failed. "This is good, I got all the information I need," Yi Tianyun said coldly. He just wanted to find heaven ascending divine altar at first, but now, he wanted to destroy this evil spirit race that ravaged this place. However, he wasn't in a hurry to make a move, so he decided to listen to their conversation a little longer. "Yes, we have to exact our revenge against the divine kings for sure. The 3 realms will be ours soon," Kang Min said while laughing maniacally. "Absorb the previous blood essence first. I will bring you 2 heaven-creating divine king's descendants soon," Kang Min said confidently. "Okay, there is almost nothing left from the previous descendant. I am fine if you only manage to find one, but the more, the merrier," Kang Yun said elatedly. "But if you want to bring them to me, then you should hurry up. That way, I can control this place completely," Kang Yun said confidently. "Great, then I will be off," Kang Min said as he waved his hand, and suddenly 2 people were thrown into the ground. One of them was a mermaid clan, and the other was Heavenly Monster Clan, another race in the ocean. Yi Tianyun wanted to know the identity of heaven-creating divine king's descendant in order to find out how to distinguish them, but he had to wait for now. Heaven-creating divine king had a good reputation here in the ocean, so it wasn't unusual to see that he had a descendant here in the ocean. Furthermore, the evil spirit race couldn't leave the ocean, so they had no choice but to search for the descendant down in the ocean. It would be rare to find a highly concentrated heaven-creating divine king's bloodline, so just a minuscule of it would be great for evil spirit race. It was disappointing that the tool spirit could be fooled by this method, but there was nothing Yi Tianyun could do about it. "Don't eat me," the captured heavenly monster clan shouted while crying frightenedly. "I am sure that the queen would avenge us in the future, so do what you want," the mermaid clan said coldly. Just like the rest of her clan, the captured mermaid clan wasn't even the slightest bit afraid even when their life was in danger. No wonder that heaven creating divine king and sealing heaven divine king helped them by creating a middle grade divine tool. It was such a great treasure that could leave the other clan in envy. The queen's revenge, that opportunity is already gone. You see, your queen would be captured soon enough, and she would also become my meal. Her bloodline must be pretty strong, so there is no way we will leave her alone. But I imagine that your queen would be delicious, Kang Yun said while laughing hysterically. "That is impossible. The queen wouldn't be captured by the likes of you," the young mermaid lady said furiously. "You can't possibly see that for yourself since you would have already become my food by then," Kang Yun said with delight. "I will eat you first because I prefer the spunky one," Your scream and rapidly beating heartbeat would be a feast to enjoy. Kang Yun said while licking his lips in ecstasy. You are a coward, the young mermaid lady said while her face paled considerably. Yes, swear at me. Relent to your fear, for your meat would become more delicious that way. Kang Yun said with a horrifying laugh. The queen will definitely avenge me. You all will die at her hands. The mermaid said while tearing up from fear. Don't worry, her turn would come soon. Kang Yun said as he took a step towards the young mermaid, but suddenly, a flash of light was coming from the side, and Kang Yun's arm suddenly got cut off. A figure appeared beside the young mermaid, looking down at Kang Yun with disgust in his eyes. Your time has come too. Tianyun coldly said as he released his suppressed killing intent. Chapter 768. The two men inside the room were shocked as it was so sudden. Kang Yun's arms were cut off from his body in a clean fashion that there was a delay before dark blood spurting out of the wound. The blood was harmful as the ground immediately started to corrode when the blood hit the ground. But the bleeding immediately stopped, and his arms even started to regrow thanks to Kang Yun's regeneration. It was common for Saint King Expert to have the regeneration of that level, but it wasn't as fast as Kang Yun's regeneration. What? Who are you, and how did you get here? Kang Min shouted with a frown on his face. He looked at the door, and it was still locked. Furthermore, that door would only open with Kang Yun's permission. The situation was so strange as there was no other way in. But Tianyun just smirked as he wouldn't reveal his card. In fact, he just teleported in, so there was no trace of trespassing. He knew that Kang Min and Kang Yun wouldn't be able to guess that he came in with teleportation as there was little to none amount of expert that had such an ability. The young mermaid that Tianyun saved was shocked when she realized that she was still alive. She thought that she would be killed and never expected that she would be saved by a human. Although she hated humans, she was truly grateful for being alive right now. You don't need to know how I came in. The dead doesn't have to know about anything other than their own repentance. Tianyun said while holding the evil spirit divine sword in his hand. How dare you? Kang Min said as he summoned a hand on his back, which was the trait of evil spirit race while his face transformed into that of a demon. He also set his aura loose, and the room was filled by the power of 7th layer Saint King stage aura. Kang Yun also did the same thing, but he still lost 2 arms as it was still in the middle of recovery. Nevertheless, he still transformed into a demon. Kang Yun activated a divine rune, and a great array that was right below them lighted up, summoning countless swords that encircled the room. Each sword contained at least 1st layer Saint King stage aura, so it was quite powerful. I don't know how you managed to get in, but you will be dead soon. Kang Yun said furiously. He was really startled by Tianyun's arrival. Furthermore, he lost both of his arms too. We have to be careful here. He probably wasn't some small fry if he comes all the way here without us noticing. We have to kill him quickly. Kang Min said solemnly. He already suspected that Tianyun managed to come in with some kind of special technique, so he had no intention to prolong the fight. I wouldn't kill him so fast. I will eat him and savor every bite of it. Although he might be strong, he was a fool for coming here like this. Kang Yun said with an evil grin on his face. He then pointed his finger towards Tianyun, and countless swords that encircled the room earlier immediately flew towards Tianyun. The mermaid looked pale as she really wanted to help the human, but unfortunately, she couldn't move her body. As for the heavenly monster clan, he has long hidden in the corner due to fear. However, even with countless swords flying towards him, Tianyun didn't budge and even smiled at Kang Yun. The mermaid closed her eyes as she thought that Tianyun would be stabbed countless times by the swords. What is going on? Kang Yun said with a shocked tone, and that was when the mermaid opened her eyes to see what happened. She saw that the countless swords were stopped on their track in the air, completely still. Do you think Heaven Ascending Divine Altar belongs to you? No, this place is mine. Tianyun said as he pointed his fingers towards Kang Yun, and the swords that surrounded Tianyun turned around, setting their path towards Kang Yun. You are the descendant of Heaven Creating Divine King. No, you are the descendant of Heaven Creating Divine King. Kang Yun said confusedly, but it was already too late for him to react as countless swords were coming at him with unbelievable speed. After the swords stopped, Tianyun could see that Kang Yun was still alive, but his legs were blown away because of the attack. Kang Min wasn't in any better shape either, as he also suffered severe wounds that wouldn't be easy to regenerate. He stepped in as he thought that Kang Yun wouldn't be able to handle the swords on his own, and his decision turned out to be right. Had it not for Kang Min, Kang Yun would have been dead by now. Each of the swords that the Great Array summoned was deadly, so it would be impossible for a Saint King expert to hold it alone. Heaven-creating Divine King was definitely a monster in terms of divine rune usage. Now, Tianyun has taken over the control of Heaven-ascending Divine Altar from Kang Yun. He conveyed his intention to the Tool Spirit when he came in. Although Kang Yun has the bloodline of the descendant of Heaven-creating Divine King, he wouldn't be able to nudge Tianyun's priority inside the place. After all, he had a pure successor status. Well, you can ask those who knew about who I am later in hell. Your death would serve as my stepping stone, too. I will destroy the Scarlet Monster Clan and the remaining evil spirit race that I can find. You are pollution here in the Three Realms. You are better off dead, Tianyun coldly said as he held Evil Spirit Divine Sword in his hand. Chapter 769. The two evil spirit race experts were horrified as they immediately realized that the human's cultivation was above their own. The human has already taken control over Heaven-ascending Divine Altar from Kang Yun, so they didn't have any escape route as every door was closed shut. They knew that their situation was very dire right now. Human, don't be rash. We can talk it out here. I can help you become the Emperor of Mortal World. I can even help you rise in the throne, replacing the current Heavenly Cloud's Emperor and make you the absolute monarch. Kang Min shouted nervously. He didn't want to die, so he attempted to tempt the human as he thought that all humans' weakness was their greed. Replace Great Emperor of Heavenly Cloud's Empire? Tianyun said curiously. Yes, as long as you are willing to spare our lives, you will become the strongest emperor in Mortal World. We can't leave the water, but that will no longer be the case soon. Kang Min said quickly. Do you even know who I am? Tianyun asked curiously. No, I have never seen you before. Kang Min said nervously. I am the Great Emperor of Heavenly Cloud's Empire. Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. He then swung his sword, and the evil spirit souls came out of the sword. Kang Min frantically dodged Tianyun's attack, but Kang Yun wasn't as lucky as he couldn't react fast enough and was swallowed by the attack. Kang Yun started screaming as the evil spirit souls tried to swallow his soul. Even though Kang Min himself managed to survive the attack, he couldn't completely dodge it as his lower body was damaged by the attack. Successfully killed Kang Yun. Reward: 1.2 billion Express, 150.000 CPs, 13.000 SPs, Evil Spirit Soul, Evil Spirit Bloodline, Evil Spirit Bone, X50 Express Card, 1 million Express Pill. Tianyun was quite surprised when he noticed that he got quite a haul from killing Kang Yun, but there was no weapon among the reward. Either way, it was still good rewards overall from killing a single individual. Tianyun didn't think much of Kang Min either as he knew that Kang Min would also die soon. The injuries caused by Evil Spirit Divine Sword couldn't be healed with normal methods as it directly damaged the souls. How are you this strong? Are you not affected by the realm's law? Kang Min said weakly. Are you deaf? Didn't I say that I am Heaven-creating Divine King's descendant? His law wasn't for me. It was for you evildoers. Tianyun said indifferently. I see. No wonder that you are the Heavenly Cloud's great emperor. No wonder you are the strongest emperor in Mortal World. It turns out you're Heaven-creating Divine King's descendant. Kang Min said as he laughed loudly. He found the situation comical as he was just talking about Heavenly Cloud's emperor with Sea Dragon Emperor just a while ago. Yet there the Heavenly Cloud's emperor was, coming by himself. Heavenly Cloud's emperor that he painstakingly wanted to destroy was standing in front of him right now, but he simply couldn't do anything about it. He was also the last piece of the key to controlling the entire Heaven-ascending Divine Altar for Kang Yun, but it was clear that their plan has gone down the drain right now. You think that you will have the last laugh? Did you know how much power did we have in the Three Realms? You don't know what will happen to you later. Clearly, you will be dying by our hands in the end. Kang Min said as he was still laughing hard. Kang Min clearly didn't ask for mercy now as he knew that there was no point in asking anyway. His attempt at negotiation earlier was merely to deceive Tianyun. He didn't have any intention to work with Tianyun in the first place. He didn't fear death as he was blinded by greed and anger. He wanted to kill all Heaven-creating Divine King's descendants and ravage the Three Realms. Why are you so attached to the Three Realms? Did you have nothing better to do? Tianyun asked coldly. How naive. It's because the Three Realms are the weakest, you idiot. Kang Min said disgustedly. Tianyun thrust his sword down towards Kang Min's chest so that he didn't die instantly. The three realms may be weak, but don't you worry about it, I will kill all the evil spirit race from the three realms. After I reach Divine King stage, your entire race's struggle will be meaningless. Tianyun said coldly. Just you alone? Kang Min asked with his dying breath. His eyes were still full of hatred as he struggled just to stay conscious, but he already lost a lot of blood, and there was a sword in his chest, making him hard to breathe as it was. Yes, me alone is enough. I will be the one that unifies the three realms. Tianyun coldly said before lifting his sword and stabbed Kang Min once more, killing him immediately. Successfully killed Kang Min. Reward: 5 billion express, 240.000 CPs, 15.000 SPs, Evil Spirit Soul, Evil Spirit Bloodline, Evil Spirit Bone, Evil Spirit Divine Sword, Evil Spirit Divine Armor, Evil Spirit Boots. Tianyun got a whole set of divine tools as he killed Kang Minimum, but Tianyun didn't feel excited at all. His anger towards the evil spirit race hasn't subsided yet since they've slaughtered so many people just for their own greed. For now, Tianyun knew that as far as the demons were concerned, the three realms were no match for them, which was why they were trying hard to get their hands on it as they couldn't dominate any other realm. Chapter 770. After killing the two evil spirit race, Tianyun wasn't satisfied just yet. He couldn't help but remember when Kang Min said that there were so many of their comrades hiding in the three realms, and they wouldn't be discovered unless they themselves wanted to. Can I distinguish them if I level up the appraisal eye? Tianyun wondered. Appraisal eye was the perfect solution for this as it always discovered something new any time it was leveled up. For example, Tianyun knew that he couldn't investigate someone's bloodline right now unless it was that obvious. But what if the appraisal eye could give him the bloodline data in detail once it was leveled up? But even if he wanted to, he couldn't do that right now. The appraisal eye needed a lot of crazy points to level up, and he didn't have that much resource right now. Successfully complete main quest, find mortal world's heaven ascending divine altar and take control. Reward: 20 billion express, 150.000 CPs. Congratulations to player Tianyun for successfully breaking through to 5th layer Saint King stage. He leveled up after obtaining the reward from completing his main quest. He was a step closer towards the Divine King stage, but he knew that it was going to be a thorny path nonetheless. After all, he knew that some evil spirit race out there must have reached the Divine King stage. There was no way he could deal with them that easily. Successfully received a new main quest: unify the mortal world and eradicate the evil spirit race from mortal world. Reward on completion: 40 billion express, 5 million CPs, 500.000 SPs, title Mortal World King. Great, this amount is just sweet, Tianyun said as he read his new main quest. He realized that the main quest was also in line with what he planned to do next. But his thought was immediately interrupted as the tool spirit suddenly appeared before him. Its appearance was similar with the tool spirit that he met back in Ghost World. Master, the tool spirit said respectfully towards Tianyun. Did you know that you are being deceived by those guys earlier? Tianyun asked with a frown on his face. I saw that they have heaven-creating Divine King's bloodline with them, so it's natural to give them some control of this palace. The tool spirit said indifferently. Tianyun sighed hopelessly at the lack of emotion that the tool spirit showed. Although Heaven Ascending Divine Altar wasn't a divine tool, it had a tool spirit that behaved the same way as the divine tool's counterpart. But now, Tianyun realized that they didn't have the same dynamic thinking that the tool spirit from divine tool had. It was clear that the tool spirit would grant access to anyone who met the requirement. Forget it, it was my fault for trying to figure out your logic. I believe not even Heaven-creating Divine King has any idea that the evil spirit race has such skill in their arsenal. Tianyun said as he sighed and shook his head frustratedly. It was indeed possible to absorb other blood essence, but it was limited to a certain threshold. People couldn't just absorb too much blood essence as their cultivation could deteriorate from the excessive amount of blood essence, but it seemed the evil spirit race didn't have such limiter on them. Each race had some unique trait that no other race had. The human race was an exception as they didn't seem to have anything unique. However, they did have balance. A human race was balanced in all aspects, so if a human tried to hone a certain aspect they wanted, the result would be immediately seen. For example, a human race could become a forging master, a divine rune master, a pill refining master, and so on. But the mermaid clan literally couldn't imagine themselves become a blacksmith, as all of them had a water attribute. A forging master needed fire the most, so mermaid clan couldn't become one as their attribute would clash. Evil spirit race was no exception. They should have traits that were unique only to them, and those traits were easy to recognize. However, there was barely any info about the. So, Tianyun still couldn't recognize any of their traits yet. I am almost there, Tianyun said as he sighed once again. He then assumed control of the place and thoroughly explored the area to see if there was any of evil spirit race left inside. He knew that a lot of enemies were still lurking inside, as it has become Scarlet Monster Clan's base. His only thought right now was to purge this place from all the Scarlet Monster Clan, as he could only assume that all of them were connected to evil spirit race somehow. He couldn't let evil spirit race thrive again, as now he knew that evil spirit race was like a cockroach that had an absurdly strong will to live. Tianyun immediately activated the great array of heaven ascending divine altar, and the entire building began to light up in a dazzling light that penetrated Scarlet Monster Clan's body, immediately killing them on the spot. They couldn't respond to the attack as it was so sudden. What is happening? The cultivators standing guards outside of heaven ascending divine altar said as they saw the dazzling light came from the building. Their eyes were filled with horror as they saw countless of their comrades were burned to death the moment they were impaled by the light. You are lucky that you are out of the attack range, but why aren't you running yet? Tianyun asked curiously as he suddenly appeared in front of the guards outside of heaven ascending divine altar. Chapter 771. Tianyun then personally went to the prison inside the heaven ascending divine altar to free the prisoners that have been captured by the Scarlet Monster Clan with the mermaid girl on his side. This was his way of appealing to the ocean's denizen that mermaid clan could be trusted, so that mermaid clan would have an easier time unifying the ocean. But certainly, the mermaid girl didn't know anything about Tianyun's ulterior motive. After they freed all the prisoners around the heaven ascending divine altar, Tianyun had no more use of the mermaid girl here, so he sent her back towards the mermaid clan base. Go back now, return to your mermaid clan and tell Princess Lan about what happened here. Tianyun said, but suddenly his eyes caught a glimpse of Lan Qingling not too far away from their position. No, scratch that, it doesn't seem to be necessary right now. Tianyun sighed as he walked towards Lan Qingling. He never thought that the mermaid princess would sneak out and follow him to this dangerous place. It just showed how troublesome the princess could be. Princess, the mermaid girl said as she was surprised to see Lan Qingling here. Great, little you survived. Lan Qingling excitedly said as she hugged the mermaid girl. Yeah, I am fine, thanks to the kind man here. Little you said as she felt relieved to see someone she knew. He is the young master of our mermaid clan. Thankfully he got to you before something bad happened. Lan Qingling excitedly said as she looked at Tianyun, but Tianyun reached out and smacked Lan Qingling on the head. Why can't you just listen to anything I said? Don't you know coming here is dangerous? Tianyun annoyedly said as he stared at Lan Qingling. I come here to make sure that there was no harm coming to young master's way. But after I know that nothing goes wrong, I simply observe from a distance. I saw that young master is very amazing, Lan Qingling said as she rubbed her head with a frown on her face. Great, now that you are here, I want to ask you a question. I have to take this heaven ascending divine altar back to where it was before. Do you have any means to do it? Tianyun asked curiously. Heaven ascending divine altar was a big building, so there was no way he could move it alone. He knew that he had to return it if he wanted the teleportation great array to work properly. Fascinated, you want to kidnap my men and threaten me just because you are fascinated. Now, I want to be fascinated by you too. I will tell everyone how heroic you are later. You bravely fought the evil spirit race despite knowing that you have no chance of winning and sacrifice yourself for the greater good. Tianyun said coldly. Please forgive me, Water Dragon Emperor said as he dropped on his knees, begged for his life, and cried on Tianyun's feet. As for the Spirit King stage evil spirit race beside him, he didn't do anything as Tianyun has forced him to spill out everything he needed to know, so the evil spirit race man didn't have anything else to say. I didn't expect evil spirit race to have this much power despite being in mortal world. They had 5 Saint King stage experts, making them somewhat in average divine nation power. Tianyun said as he looked at the evil spirit race man. He took control of the Water Dragon Emperor once again as it got annoying to hear him beg for his life all the time. These 5 Saint King stage experts included Kang Yun and Kang Min, meaning there were 3 more Saint King experts he'd have to deal with. Nonetheless, it was amazing that the evil spirit race could cultivate all the way to Saint King stage in mortal world. However, it was clear that these people consumed other races' blood essence to achieve such a thing. Tianyun couldn't wrap his head around the idea of how many people had died by evil spirit race's hands. They killed many people and extracted their blood essence so that they could get stronger. This kind of thing really disgusted Tianyun to the core that he couldn't wait to pulverize them thoroughly. Chapter 772. The evil spirit race expert led Tianyun underground. At first Tianyun was slightly confused as he didn't know that there was any underground tunnel as they were already deep into the abyss to begin with. But now Tianyun realized that it was a good hideout for a base as it would be hard for those with low cultivation to go down there. This place is well hidden. I can feel the effect of heaven creating divine king's law getting weaker as we go further down. Tianyun said to himself. He now realized that going underground was the evil spirit race's way to elude heaven creating divine king's law. Nonetheless, it was hard for him to uncover the evil spirit race's base by himself. I heard that you have a treasure that can elude the law of heaven creating divine king, so what kind of treasure is it? Tianyun asked the evil spirit race expert. It is a treasure that has been left behind by the ancestors, and it was called heaven swallowing divine treasure which belongs to middle grade divine tool rank. It can overrule many limitation once activated. The evil spirit race expert said honestly. I see, Tianyun said with a frown. He now had additional information regarding how the evil spirit race managed to stay here in mortal world. Their treasure was the reason why heaven creating divine king didn't know that the evil spirit race still existed. So, that treasure is the reason you managed to survive in the mortal world, is it not? Tianyun asked. Yes, you are right. Heaven creating divine king and the other divine kings teamed up to search for our trace, but this treasure allowed us to stay under their radar. Even so, we got scared and decided to hide underground for hundreds of years. The evil spirit race expert said indifferently. Tianyun nodded as he understood what happened to the evil spirit race now. It couldn't be helped that they were too scared to leave their hideout as they didn't know what the divine kings were up to. With that treasure, you should be able to get some expert out in the open, shouldn't it? Tianyun asked. It is a possibility at that time, but we were too scared that the divine king might sniff us out as soon as we got out, so no one wanted to do it. Evil spirit race expert answered. This divine tool can withstand divine king's attack. This is really something else. Tianyun said to himself as he observed the heaven-swallowing divine treasure's description in detail. He began to wonder if a middle-grade divine tool could withstand a divine king's attack. How about a high-grade divine tool? Wouldn't it be something that was amazingly powerful that could destroy the divine kings altogether? But as Tianyun examined the detail of heaven-swallowing divine treasure, he realized that it didn't suggest that the divine tool would be able to withstand a relentless attack from a divine king. It was foolish to think a divine tool that Saint King stage cultivator could use would easily resist a divine king's attack. But Tianyun himself didn't think that he needed to destroy this barrier now. He has the evil spirit race expert leading the way, so he was confident that he would be able to enter the base without any resistance. Your treasure is truly convenient, but I'll have you lead the way towards your race's extermination. So let's go, Tianyun said as he patted the evil spirit race shoulder encouragingly. The evil spirit race expert was visibly shaken, but he couldn't go against Tianyun's word and led the way frustratedly without even able to shout for help. Chapter 773. The evil spirit race expert led Tianyun inside with Water Dragon Emperor in tow. Tianyun camouflaged Water Dragon Emperor as it went without saying that no evil spirit race expert should bring any outsider down here. Meanwhile, Tianyun hid using his ability so that no one could detect him. Why are you back so soon? Have you fully seized control of Heaven Ascending Divine? A voice was heard on the side. Yes, it's almost complete. We just have to bring some more tributes. Evil spirit race expert said respectfully. More tribute? Haven't we sent some tribute earlier? The voice asked again as he opened a hole in the barrier for evil spirit race expert to enter. Tianyun immediately took advantage of the moment and passed the figure while leaving the evil spirit race expert and Water Dragon Emperor behind. Tianyun immediately saw that there was a building that was covered by heavenly yin fire. The fire was pulled inside the building slowly. But Tianyun frowned a little bit as he just remembered that he should have dragged Water Dragon Emperor along so that he could fight and die. A human, Yu Chong, what is going on? Why did you bring 2 humans with you here? A voice was suddenly heard from nearby. It was a different story if the human was tied up, but since Yi Tianyun and Water Dragon Emperor weren't tied up, they immediately sensed something was wrong. But Yi Tianyun was too lazy to pay any attention to any of them as he was already inside heaven-swallowing divine treasure. Once he was already inside like this, the evil spirit race had nothing to stop him from doing anything he wanted. Yi Tianyun was filled with anger as he knew that the evil spirit race had sacrificed so many children, teenagers, and even pregnant women for the purpose of their cultivation and ideas to control the whole realm. It was so obvious that Yi Tianyun even saw several of these children's bones on the ground at the corner of the building. Yi Tianyun saw everything with his appraisal eye and saw that one of the 3 leaders of evil spirit race was enjoying a child's flesh in his hands while the 2 other were bathing in a pool of blood. Yi Tianyun realized that it was probably children's blood too, but just how many children did they kill to leave that much blood? What is that power? They said to each other as they felt an extraordinary amount of power from Yi Tianyun. They thought that the human boy was just another powerless cultivator, but it was clear that they have made a mistake. Now, they sensed a power that was clearly well beyond any of them. Yi Tianyun transformed into an evil god with the power of evil god suit, and his appearance wasn't that different compared to the evil spirit race, but it was clear that the evil god was much more terrifying than the evil spirit race. Yi Tianyun was beyond angry at this point as he could see the remains of children no matter where he looked. Yi Tianyun immediately rushed towards the leader of evil spirit race with the desolate set and the phoenix bloodline that increased his speed dramatically. The next moment, Yi Tianyun appeared in front of the evil spirit race that was eating a child. He was disgusted by this man the most as he nonchalantly ate a child's flesh in front of him. He immediately slashed the man down using the evil god power and cut the man's arms and legs. The black flame of the evil god immediately consumed the man's body from the wound. 1 down. 2 more to go, Yi Tianyun said coldly. Chapter 774. Yi Tianyun burned the evil spirit race leader's body so that the man couldn't regenerate easily. Yi Tianyun didn't want any of the limbs that he had already cut to regenerate so easily as the evil spirit race had 6 arms instead of 2. Although the amount of arm was a symbol of strength on evil spirit race, it was burdensome garbage for Yi Tianyun. The heavenly netherworld holy king that he fought before has also reached the Saint King peak stage, so these mortal world evil spirit race leaders didn't deter him at all. Yi Tianyun wasn't easily deterred this day as he had already reached the 5th layer Saint King stage, and his equipment boosted his strength that he was even more powerful than a divine king early stage. That was why he thought that these evil spirit race leaders were nothing but scums. Kill him, the leader shouted. The 2 of them immediately rushed towards Yi Tianyun with heaven-swallowing divine treasure under their control. They didn't seem to panic at all even after seeing Yi Tianyun's speed as they were confident in their own power. Saint King peak stage aura immediately filled the air as they went and attacked Yi Tianyun. But at that moment, Yi Tianyun suddenly disappeared, and the reflection of a black sword flashed in front of the rushing leaders, and they felt an extreme cold slip through them. They immediately felt a sudden pain from their limbs, and sure enough, their arms and legs were cut cleanly before the immortal fire engulfed their body. The immortal fire wasn't that intense as it would take several days for them to be completely burned to death, but the fire was hard to extinguish, and it also cancelled out their recovery. You are pretty good, but in the end, you will be drained dry by heaven-swallowing divine treasure. You are already good as dead. I never thought mortal world would have someone as strong as you. Are you sealing heaven divine king's descendant? This power is similar to him. One of the leaders shouted as he was laughing while being burned slowly. Heavenly swallowing divine treasure would absorb Yi Tianyun's life force and blood essence, which was why they were so confident that Yi Tianyun would die soon. Furthermore, they were confident with heaven swallowing divine treasure's barrier as they thought that no one except for a divine king stage expert or above would be able to escape it. Water Dragon Emperor and evil spirit race expert that was still under Yi Tianyun's control frowned. They wondered whether they'd be freed from his control if Yi Tianyun died. They, too, thought that it was impossible for Yi Tianyun to escape heaven-swallowing divine treasure's barrier. Since they retained all memory while being controlled by Yi Tianyun, they felt terrible as they knew that they had done something terrible to their allies. What are you thinking about? Yi Tianyun said as he suddenly appeared behind both of them. They immediately turned pale as they were surprised that Yi Tianyun was already behind them without them realizing it. But more importantly, wasn't Yi Tianyun fighting the leaders inside heaven swallowing divine treasure? So, Why was he out there with them? But in reality, the one that was fighting against the leaders at the moment was Yi Tianyun's clone. He immediately made a quick decision to send out his clone inside, as he didn't know whether he would be able to teleport out or not. As soon as he saw the evil spirit race expert controlled heaven-swallowing divine treasure to let the evil spirit race expert in earlier. Now, the three leaders of the evil spirit race frowned as they felt contempt and deep hatred for the young human in front of them. Not only were they defeated, but their prized treasure has been taken too. Kill us then. What are you waiting for? One of the leaders shouted without any form of fear in his eyes. Yi Tianyun took a look at the other leader that was impaled on the ground and saw the same thing. None of these evil spirit race leaders was afraid of death. Why would I kill any of you? I'd be doing you a favor if I kill you here now. I will watch you burn to death, a little bit at a time, so that everyone that you had killed in the past can rest easy knowing that you all die an excruciating death. Yi Tianyun said coldly. His anger towards these people hasn't subsided as he kept seeing the remains of those that have been killed by these evil spirit race people in the past. This place bore witness to every sadistic act that the evil spirit race people have done to so many people to gain power. None of them could talk now to judge these evil spirit race leaders, so it fell to Yi Tianyun to be the one that made sure none of these people died an easy death. He vowed to himself that he would exterminate all evil spirit race thoroughly from all three realms. Maybe there were other races that were as inhumane as evil spirit race too, but it didn't matter, as he would destroy anything that was disappointing, unpleasant, and revolting to him. He would be the judge of all these disgusting behaviors. He would become the nightmare of these evildoers. Chapter 775. The evil spirit race leader kept mocking Yi Tianyun and his conviction to provoke Yi Tianyun into killing them. They knew that their chance to live was already down the drain, and the next best thing was getting rid of this painful torture and die immediately. You just want me to kill you faster, don't you? But don't worry, watching you all burn slowly brings joy to me. I will be here all the time to watch you burn, no matter how many days it might take. Yi Tianyun said menacingly. But wait, I have a new idea that might torture you for much longer. You know the weak are prey for the strong, right? But only heartless ones like you would agree with such an argument. So to make things interesting, why don't I heal you a bit? Yi Tianyun said as he pulled out the longevity ring from his storage. This ring would discharge a strong recovery wave that would heal anyone he wanted, but he adjusted the healing rate so that it couldn't exceed the damage caused by immortal fire. Sure enough, the evil spirit race leader's limb began to heal as their recovery speed was enhanced by the longevity ring's power. But at the same time, Yi Tianyun intensified the immortal fire that had burned them more intensely and painfully. What are you doing? Why are you healing us? You are worse than a monster. The leaders shouted at Yi Tianyun coldly. Our race will kill you mercilessly. You will be swallowed like a cattle. Another screamed in torturous pain. In fact, they all were screaming bloody murder from the excruciating pain they felt from the immortal fire. This was Yi Tianyun's way of calming down his anger, as he was really angry and disgusted by what these people had been doing for so many years. The evil spirit race expert and water dragon emperor were watching Yi Tianyun torture the evil spirit race leaders, and horror couldn't be concealed from their faces as they saw that demons were basically cute compared to Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun then turned his back on the leaders and went further into the building to search for any living being beside the evil spirit race inside. He knew that they should have kept so many sacrifices so their life would be easier and comfortable inside this heaven-swallowing divine treasure. Sure enough, Yi Tianyun saw a dozen girls tied up to the wall. Their condition was bad enough, but they still smiled when they saw Yi Tianyun. Their eyes were full of relief and joy as they realized that Yi Tianyun was there to free and rescue them from this demon pit. Yi Tianyun took out his longevity necklace and used its power to heal their wounds from within their body. At that moment, Yi Tianyun realized that these women were pregnant with the evil spirit race's offspring in their bellies. So, without even hesitating, Yi Tianyun used his immortal fire to destroy those offspring without harming the girls' bodies. If any other cultivator saw what Yi Tianyun was doing to the girl, they would say it was a waste. Such a great recovery power was wasted on useless people with no power. That was because these girls' cultivation was destroyed, shattering their chance to become a strong cultivator in the future. Nonetheless, Yi Tianyun still did it as it would make him feel better. He knew that none of what happened here was these girls' fault, and it was not fair to let them suffer any further. As Yi Tianyun healed them, their tongue that was severed by the evil spirit race began to grow back, and their cultivation began to recover little by little. Their cultivation took time to recover, but their physique was fully healed in a matter of minutes. Thank you very much, my lord. You don't need to save us, but you did it still. One girl said gratefully. They have been thinking of ending their lives as their situation was hopeless, and they felt depressed as they didn't think anyone would save them from these demons. We were already thinking of dying here as we never expected to be rescued like this. We have been thinking of taking revenge if we are rescued, but we don't think that is possible. Another girl said with a sad look on her face. Well, if you want to die, I won't stop you from doing so, but if you want to exact your revenge towards these people, I can help you with that. Tianyun said solemnly. Thank you, my lord. You have done so much for us even though you didn't know us. We will do anything you ask for. The girl said confidently. They couldn't torture the evil spirit race leader more than they were at this point. They could stab them until they were satisfied, but it wouldn't do much more towards those leaders. Before they were brought here, their innate ability was considered that of a genius. The evil spirit race leaders used them for breeding the next generation of evil spirit race to ensure that the next generation of evil spirit race had a genius-level innate ability. You know that there is still a lot of evil spirit race in the three realms. We will have to capture them and finish them off to the root to maintain the peace in the three realms. Tianyun said solemnly. If you really want to take revenge, then rise up. I will give you enough resources and training that you will be back to become a cultivation expert in no time. Tianyun said charmingly. This was the only option that Tianyun knew to help these poor girls' vendetta. He didn't know whether they would gladly accept his offer or not, as it would be a thorny path ahead of them if they accepted his offer. But, the next moment, one girl stood up with a little despair in her eyes. But she was filled with killing intent to the brim. Tianyun nodded as he knew that the girl that stood up just now accepted his offer. Chapter 776. Tianyun's words gave them determination and new goals in mind. Their loyalty towards Tianyun went up immediately. Jia Yuling has become your loyal divine general. Rewards: 500.000 express, 50.000 CPs. Yu Tianling has become your loyal divine general. Rewards: 1.000.000 express, 100.000 CPs. Wei Tianqing, 0.12 of the girls have become Yi Tianyun's divine general, which was a good news. He only wanted them to focus on their revenge and then go on with their life without any attachment to Yi Tianyun ever again, but that wasn't the case now. Successfully gained 10 divine generals. Rewards: 1 billion express, 1 million CPs, 500.000 mastery points, divine general summoning command. Successfully gained 15 divine generals. Rewards: 5 billion express, 5 million CPs, 2 million mastery points, divine general summoning. Command: Invincible Divine General. Invincible Divine General would increase all Divine General combat power, defense power, and speed 10 times the normal value. A bunch of rewards popped out at once, which surprised Yi Tianyun. He got himself 12 Divine Generals, and all of them were young women. These ladies were definitely loyal towards him without question and willing to do anything for him. Under normal circumstances, gaining a Divine General was a hard task, but that didn't seem to be the case for Yi Tianyun. We are willing to do anything for you, Master. Even if you tell us to die. One girl said as she bowed down towards Yi Tianyun. I hope Master would excuse our unsightly appearance right now. Another girl said with her head bowed down towards Yi Tianyun too. Do you think that you are tainted right now? Did you think that it would be hard to get close to other people? Yi Tianyun asked as he interrupted the young woman's train of thoughts. Yes. We feel that we are filthy right now. We have been defiled by a disgusting race, but Master has given us a new goal that we have to achieve in this life. The girl said respectfully. Hadn't it been for Yi Tianyun, they would have already committed suicide earlier. That is nonsense. You are still pure inside. You guys are definitely not disgusting women. It is undeniable that you have been defiled by a group of beasts, but it only affects your body. When your cultivation has reached a certain threshold, you can even create a new body for yourself. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Everything that they had done towards your body was inevitable, but your heart is still pure from their influences, and that is the most important thing that you still hold tightly today. You should be proud of yourself as you have survived even after the horror that befalls you and lived to tell the tale. Yi Tianyun said encouragingly. It was the most honest word that Yi Tianyun said towards these girls, as he knew that they were just innocent victims. Moreover, If these girls reached Saint King stage cultivation, they could indeed recreate their bodies so that they could have a brand new one. But clearly, the pain in their heart wouldn't be easily forgotten. After hearing Yi Tianyun's words, the girls immediately cried their hearts out as they really disliked their current bodies. They were afraid that Yi Tianyun would be so disgusted with them that he refused to touch them. They haven't planned to find a Tao companion for now, as their goal was to eradicate all the evil spirit race on the three realms. It was just that they were afraid of Yi Tianyun's rejection. They were afraid that he would dislike them or even hate them later. Now that Yi Tianyun's words were heard and he sort of promised them that he wouldn't look at them differently, it finally sank in that they have been rescued and cried joyfully. Yi Tianyun then shook his head and sighed upon the sight in front of him. These women were all victims. They were caught and tainted by the hands of the greedy race that was trying to conquer the mortal world. Now, I will give you a mission. Collect all valuable treasures inside this place and gather them here. Yi Tianyun said casually. The girls were under longevity necklace's effect, so they were constantly recovering. Although their cultivation was still hard to recover, it was no problem for them to walk around for a little while. Of course, Master, the girls said at the same time and wiped their tears from their faces. Their eyes were full of hope as they were really expecting what future would Yi Tianyun bring to them later. They immediately dispersed to look for any treasure that could be hidden anywhere inside that place, while Yi Tianyun turned his attention towards the water dragon, Emperor and evil spirit race expert that was under his control earlier. It seems I don't have to pit you against the people here. Yi Tianyun said coldly. He waved his hands, and the two were immediately sent flying and immediately swallowed by the immortal fire that was burning the evil spirit race leaders. The flame began to spread to their body, and eventually, they shared the same fate as the evil spirit race leaders. Yi Tianyun sighed once again as he was embarrassed that he had to do this, but the damage that these people have caused in the past and the possibility of what they would do in the future if they weren't stopped really disgusted Yi Tianyun. You won't be able to get rid of us. There is no way evil spirit race would be destroyed by the likes of you. The evil spirit race expert said coldly. Yes, curse you and all your descendants. We will haunt you for eternity. Water Dragon Emperor shouted furiously. They still tried to attack Yi Tianyun verbally, but it all fell on deaf ears. Do you have anything new to say? I will wait here for you to finish. Don't worry, you got time until you burn to cinders. Yi Tianyun said sarcastically. He has already received so much information about the evil spirit race today, and he had made up his mind to eradicate the evil spirit race from the three realms. Yi Tianyun intensified the immortal fire, inflicting even more pain to them, but for Yi Tianyun, this was only the beginning. Chapter 777. Yi Tianyun was waiting for the girls to return while watching the evil spirit races and water dragon emperor he burned. Soon enough, the girls returned with some sacred tools, medicinal pill, and some martial art. Master, we found a lot of things. The girls said without even taking anything for themselves. They all gathered these treasures solely for Yi Tianyun. They were truly loyal for Yi Tianyun's sake. Had it been some other cultivators, there won't be this much treasure in front of Yi Tianyun right now. Yi Tianyun then observed the girls with his appraisal eye and saw that they really didn't take anything for themselves. Yi Tianyun nodded as he realized that he had to trust these girls more as they were his divine general in the future. Take all these treasures for yourself as your capital resources. Choose whatever you think may suit you. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. All the girls were shocked to hear Yi Tianyun's word as all of it were prized treasures that anyone would covet once they saw them. The weapons were all sacred tool rank, and the medicinal pills were all 4th grade pill or higher. Before their cultivation was destroyed, they were at spirit core stage at most, so it couldn't be helped if those resources seemed too much for them. Master, we can't accept this. It's wasted on the likes of us. The girls said with a frown on their faces. You deserve this, and it's not that precious at all. I will teach each of you a martial arts that suit you later, and I hope that you would cultivate it diligently. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. If I find out that you slack off or give up, I will send you home right away. Yi Tianyun said with a solemn expression. We will work hard for you, Master. We will never cut corners or anything like that. The girls said in unison. Good, then I will start teaching you the martial art you need after. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. The girls nodded and immediately chose the weapon that suited them. Some took a sword, while the others took a knife, spear, or an axe. They had their own preferences, and Yi Tianyun was satisfied. Then Yi Tianyun spread out the martial arts that he had never used before and had them choose one that suited them too. Then Yi Tianyun immediately supplemented them with medicinal pills that increased their cultivation level, dramatically to make things easier for them. The girls immediately returned to their peak cultivation. In fact, some even break through their latest cultivation level. Yi Tianyun believed that it wouldn't take long for the girls to cultivate as the first stage of becoming his divine general, as he saw the determined look in their eyes. They would become a team of elites, and Yi Tianyun would give them a task to hunt down evil spirit race later. But the situation currently felt awkward, as several people were screaming as they burned in agony, while the others were calm as they cultivated their cultivation with the help of medicinal pills. But even though Yi Tianyun has massacred the evil spirit race in this cave, he knew that he was nowhere near eradicating evil spirit race. However, he knew that the remaining evil spirit race in mortal world wouldn't be nearly as strong anymore, as he already killed their leader. They stayed on the evil spirit cave for half a month, and the girls' cultivation already increased as high as spirit core peak stage with the help of so many medicinal pills. In short, the 12 girls' cultivation has recovered completely in less than a month. At the same time, the evil spirit race and the water dragon emperor have been burnt the whole time, but they were still alive, as Yi Tianyun made sure that they were healed each and every day. That was Yi Tianyun's promise, as he didn't want these people to die so easily. Now, you can protect yourself. Later I would make you all a necklace that would glow in red light whenever you're close to evil spirit race. If you encounter such a situation, I expect you know what to do on your own. Yi Tianyun said solemnly towards the girls. He thought that he had to level up his appraisal eye before he could detect the evil spirit race's existence. However, after some research, he found out that a treasure refined by using evil spirit race's blood would glow red as soon as it was close to the evil spirit race. This finding reduced his workload, as he could give any kind of equipment this ability to detect the evil spirit race. Once he returned, he could arm everyone in his empire with it to create a network so that the evil spirit race wouldn't have any place to run. Thank you very much, Master, the girls said as they would receive a necklace from Yi Tianyun. They were excited since this necklace was something that Yi Tianyun had personally made for them. But that wasn't all. Part of it was because they wanted to hunt this evil spirit race and destroy them with their own hands. With the necklace that Yi Tianyun promised, they would be able to distinguish the evil spirit race, leaving them nowhere to hide. Yi Tianyun himself only knew the true appearance of the evil spirit race even after all this time. However, not once was he able to notice the evil spirit race before they reverted to their true appearance. Great. Now, the last task that I would give you today is to kill these people, Yi Tianyun said as he pointed his finger towards the evil spirit race leaders and water dragon emperor. I don't want to kill them myself, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Right away, Master, the girls said as they rushed towards those two and chopped down the evil spirit race with their new sacred tools. They had no mercy towards these people as they chopped them down, peeled their skin, and even disemboweled them without mercy. I will give your group an official name. 12 golden hairpins sounds promising, Yi Tianyun said in the side. 12 golden hairpin was the symbol of beauty. They were indeed beautiful, but their heart was full of revenge. It was like seeing a beautiful thorny rose that would prick those who weren't careful. 12 golden hairpin, a strong team that would hunt down the evil spirit race. He could imagine that most of the evil spirit race would be terrified of that name in the future. Chapter 778. The 12 girls immediately killed all 5 of them without mercy. Despite their young age, they demonstrated how much they hated the evil spirit race and all of their allies. They weren't even an adult yet, as some of these girls were still 15-year-old. The girls butchered these people without hesitating at all. They weren't afraid of getting blood on their hands. After carrying out the deeds, the girls let go of their weapons and hugged each other while crying. Yi Tianyun sighed as he realized that all of them was still a girl, no matter how merciless they seemed earlier. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to 6th layer Saint King stage. Yi Tianyun leveled up again. He was in the upper half of the Saint King stage now, but this time, he didn't have to use any of the express card that he got earlier. 12 golden hairpins soon recollected their thoughts and walked over towards Yi Tianyun and stood in front of him with gratitude on their face. Thank you very much, young master, the girls said in unison. There was nothing else they could say aside from expressing their gratitude towards Yi Tianyun. Now, from today onwards, you shall be called 12 golden hairpin as you represent both beauty and danger. Your goal would be removing the evil spirit race from mortal world. Did you understand everything I just said? Yi Tianyun asked solemnly. We understand, young master. The girls said in excitement. They really liked the name Yi Tianyun gave to their group. Good, now you may return to your own home or go to Heavenly Cloud's empire. With that in line, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Yi Tianyun, the great emperor of Heavenly Cloud's empire. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. The 12 girls were shocked to hear Yi Tianyun's true identity. They never expected that their savior would be the great emperor of the newly rising empire that was constantly being the talk of the town everywhere they went. But they already promised themselves that they would serve him no matter who he was, so the true identity of Yi Tianyun only added more sugar to their already sweet future. They thought that the emperor of Heavenly Cloud's empire would be some gross old man, but it turned out the emperor was still young. They already heard about the young emperor before, but now they truly believed it as Yi Tianyun stood before them. I will go home first and immediately go to Heavenly Cloud's empire after. One girl said shyly. I plan to do the same. I will come to Heavenly Cloud's empire as soon as I can. Another said with a smile on her face. I don't have any family, so I think I will head to Heavenly Cloud's empire right away. Another said with a sad expression on her face. Everyone shared their plans with each other, and Yi Tianyun realized that half of them had no family and planned to head to Heavenly Cloud's empire after they left this place. Well, I will take all of you out of here first. Yi Tianyun said as he ordered them to hold each other before taking them out of evil spirit race's hideout. He has already done everything he needed to do down there, including absorbing the heavenly yin fire that burned coldly down there. He also destroyed the entire building there before teleporting away to completely erase any trace of evil spirit race down there. With that out of the way, the evil spirit race's foothold on mortal world has weakened significantly. There was no doubt in his mind that the remaining evil spirit race in the mortal world would be just some weakling as their leader has been killed. After all, evil spirit race's legacy on mortal world wasn't as much as their legacy in heaven. World and ghost world. Mortal world was considered too strict due to the law created by heaven creating divine king, so the evil spirit race here wasn't as developed as they were in the other worlds. Soon enough, Yi Tianyun and the girls arrived at where he saw heaven ascending divine altar was before, but as he looked around, he noticed that the heaven ascending divine altar was no longer there. It was obvious that Lan Qingling has made progress on dragging the heaven ascending divine altar towards its rightful place. After all, Yi Tianyun has spent more than half a month inside evil spirit race's hideout. Yi Tianyun then divided the 12 golden hairpins into two groups as he would take those that wanted to go directly to Heavenly Cloud's empire with him, while those that wanted to go home first would have to go separate ways. Yi Tianyun wasn't worried about whether they would really come back or not as they were already marked by the crazy leveling system as his divine general with the highest loyalty. He immediately walked towards the Devil Cloud's island, and soon enough, he could see the huge whales that were trying to drag the heaven ascending divine altar up ahead. The whales weren't that slow, but it wasn't fast either. It was basically not too different from the speed of a normal human running on the ground. But even so, Yi Tianyun understood why it was that slow. Then again, it has only been half a month, but after seeing the whales' speed, Yi Tianyun realized that it would take months before heavenly ascending divine altar arrived at its rightful place. When Yi Tianyun swam towards heaven ascending divine altar, the guards became vigilant. But, after seeing that it was their young master, they instantly calmed down and saluted Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun nodded his head and walked inside the heaven ascending divine altar to see Lan Qingling. Sure enough, she was in the front of the altar, giving orders to the guards and the whales. She looked back and finally noticed Yi Tianyun had come back. Young master, you are finally back. Lan Qingling shouted as she was excited to see Yi Tianyun. Well, I clearly see that you're doing pretty well. I will accompany you next time after I return from my trip to Heavenly Cloud's empire. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He had a lot of time before heaven ascending divine altar arrived at its rightful place, meaning he could fix some of the divine runes inside heaven ascending divine altar before its arrival. But he noticed that it would be better for him to stay and refine some medicinal pills for the whales as they would consume a lot of spiritual energy trying to drag the heaven ascending divine altar away. If he wanted to make sure that heaven ascending divine altar arrived at the Devil Cloud's island faster, he would have to make medicinal recovery pills so that the whales could recover their spiritual energy faster. But as Yi Tianyun was busy refining medicinal pills inside heaven ascending divine altar, Lan Qingling rushed towards him with a worried expression. Young master, there is a lot of cultivators outside stopping us from advancing forwards. It looks like they came from some empire. Lan Qingling said nervously. Well, our move seems to attract some attention. Let me deal with them. I want to see which empire they came from. Tianyun said as he stood up and walked outside with an indifferent demeanor. Chapter 779. Tianyun already knew that those trying to stop Heaven Ascending Divine Altar from being moved were bound to show up. Sure enough, once he walked out of Heaven Ascending Divine Altar, he saw a large group of cultivators that were fighting the mermaids. The cultivators from Water Dragon Empire. Tianyun frowned. He figured it out using the appraisal. And he was a little bit disappointed that the whole empire was on board with Water Dragon Emperor's scheme. Quick, we have to take back these mermaids. They would sell for a good price on the slave market. One of the cultivators said greedily. Hey, should we check out that big palace? There might be a better looking mermaid inside. Another cultivator said with a smug look on his face. They all behaved like crazed lunatics as they began capturing the mermaids that they have overpowered before. But Tianyun was having none of it as he shot a shockwave that killed the nearest cultivator in an instant. The cultivators of Water Dragon Empire were surprised by this turn of events as they never expected some of them would be killed by a mere shockwave. Who gave you the permission to stop my whales and took my people away? Tianyun said as he walked menacingly towards the cultivators. The 12 golden hairpins were also behind him, but there were 8 of them left as 4 of them have returned to their home. How dare you kill some of us? Don't you know what faction are we from? A cultivator that seemed to be the leader said as he set his own killing intent loose. They have never seen Tianyun before, so it couldn't be helped if they failed to recognize that the young man in front of them is the Heavenly Cloud's great emperor. At the same time, the necklace on the girl's neck suddenly glowed, meaning that there was an evil spirit race nearby. Thus the girl's killing intent also leaked out as they were prepared to fight to kill the said evil spirit race. Tianyun observed all the cultivators on site and noticed a few evil spirit race amidst the cultivators, and some of them even tried to sneak out. Go on, show me your resolve. Tianyun said and waved his hand forward. The 8 of the 12 golden hairpin immediately rushed forward without any hesitation and immediately attacked the cultivators before they even had the time to protect themselves. The cultivators of the Water Dragon Empire began to fall and died one by one as they couldn't withstand the 12 golden hairpins' attack. As soon as the 12 golden hairpins attacked the evil spirit race's people, they revealed the true appearance of the evil spirit race as the necklace on their neck forced them to do so. As soon as the necklace stopped glowing, the 8 girls immediately returned to Tianyun's side, leaving the rest of Water Dragon Empire's cultivators aside. I didn't expect you to attack us so suddenly. Now, you have forfeited your chance to escape. The Water Dragon Empire's general shouted as he was furious that his men were killed by those girls easily. You don't seem to know who you're dealing with, considering your attitude. I am Heavenly Cloud's Emperor. Now that you know, do you still want to impede my way? Tianyun asked coldly. You are Heavenly Cloud's Emperor. Wow, I must be a divine king then. You have killed our noble guest. So, because of that, you have successfully incurred the wrath of the Water Dragon Empire. Water Dragon Emperor would never let this slide. The general said, coldly. Noble guest. Tianyun frowned as it seemed the evil spirit race disguised themselves as the noble guest of the Water Dragon Empire. It seems Water Dragon Empire has gone too far. The entire empire seems to be infested by the evil spirit race now. I am afraid I have to purge them thoroughly later. Tianyun said as he stepped forward and discharged a stronger shockwave that instantly killed the cultivators in front of him. The general of Water Dragon Empire was also caught in by this shockwave and died immediately. The attack was so powerful that the Water Dragon Empire's cultivators that stood far away from their general were shocked. They realized that the young man in front of their general earlier was someone powerful. It wasn't even a stretch to say that he was really the Heavenly Cloud's Emperor himself. But they were already too late to make a move. They saw that the shockwave earlier suddenly curved and moving towards them at a terrifying speed. They started to panic, but there was nothing they could do as there is nowhere to escape the impending doom. Let's move. We have to keep going. Tianyun said to Lan Qingling as the entire Water Dragon Empire's cultivator that stopped them earlier has been killed. With Tianyun on site, no cultivators on the mortal world could stop the Heaven Ascending Divine Altar from being relocated to its original position. As they got closer to Devil Cloud's island, many cultivators on the island left their homes to see what caused the earthquake and thundering sound. As they checked under the water, they noticed that it was a group of mermaids, and greed got the better of some of them as they wanted to capture the mermaids. It's the mermaids. I am going to catch some of them to turn my life around. One of the cultivators said greedily. There are sea whales too. If we cut them apart, it would fetch a high price on the market. Another said greedily. Isn't that the temple that was dragged by many sea monsters from a year ago? Why are the mermaids dragging it back here again? Another cultivator inquisitively said as he didn't understand what was happening. But then Tianyun flew out of heaven ascending divine altar in. Don't be so rash. If anyone touches the mermaids, I will send their body down the sea to rot. Tianyun said coldly. What are you saying? You aren't even old enough to make a threat. One cultivator said smugly, but Tianyun just glared at him and discharged a terrifying shockwave that shrouded the entire Devil Cloud Island. It wasn't strong enough to kill the cultivator on the island, but it was powerful enough to keep their heads down and their mouths shut. Power never failed to silence people. Chapter 780. Damn it, he is actually the Heavenly Cloud's Emperor. I have missed my opportunity to speak with Heavenly Cloud's Emperor himself. Qian Lang cried out as he saw Tianyun flew out of the water. He realized that the man that they saved in the past was the same man he saw right now. He was surprised that the man they saved turned out to be Heavenly Cloud's Emperor, who was the object of worship in mortal world right now. He really is the Heavenly Cloud's great Emperor. Lin Shang said as he was equally shocked to hear about Tianyun's real identity. He didn't know what to say in this situation as they heard that the Emperor was a whimsical person who wouldn't hesitate to kill anyone that he didn't like. But after the first time they met, he knew that wasn't the case at all. Tianyun's good nature left a good impression among people. In this cultivation world, Tianyun was a sensational young man because he has already achieved so much in such a young age. But then again, with that level of achievement, there was bound to be people that didn't like it. The people that hated Tianyun for it would either hide their feelings due to the fear of being overpowered by Heavenly Cloud's empire, or secretly stage Heavenly Cloud's empire's downfall in the dark. Furthermore, Heavenly Cloud's empire has formed an alliance with empire across the mortal world. People just assumed that it was Heavenly Cloud's emperor's attempt to rule the entire mortal world slowly. Now, that very Heavenly Cloud's emperor stood before them with an overwhelming aura. I can't accept that. Even if you are the emperor of Heavenly Cloud's empire, you are still a human too. How come you get to have all the mermaids for yourself? The cultivator said as soon as Tianyun contained his aura. Everyone was surprised that the man was brave enough to complain to Tianyun, but that wasn't the end of it. One by one, the cultivator started complaining to Tianyun. From a normal cultivator's perspective, these people's complaints were reasonable as mermaid trafficking has been going on for hundreds of years and it wasn't something that was conflicting with morale value either. Tianyun surely was strong, but he shouldn't use it to threaten other people. Everyone else looked at Tianyun expectantly as they wanted to see what Tianyun would do next. They saw that Tianyun raised his hands and suddenly several rays of lights emerged from his hands and pierced the chest of those who complained earlier, creating a huge hole on the complainers' chest, killing them instantly. Everyone gasped as right now, they believed that the rumor about how Tianyun would kill people indiscriminately seemed to be true. They were frozen in fear as they were afraid that Tianyun would kill them too. Why would you kill us for making a reasonable complaint? You may be stronger than all of us, but we still have our dignity. We won't just go down without a fight. Everyone, what do you say we teach this cold-hearted man a lesson? We may be able to steal some treasures from him. A person said from the back angrily. These people were incited as they wanted to maintain their dignity. The queen of the mermaids remained silent in the ocean as she didn't know what to do. She didn't want her people to be captured and enslaved by the humans, but she didn't want to see Tianyun's prestige plummet either. No one liked a cold-blooded tyrant and there was no such thing as exception no matter in which realm it was. Many people wouldn't hesitate to overthrow a tyrant as they knew that their lives wouldn't get any better with the tyrant at the top. But then again, the mermaid didn't have the courage to calm Tianyun down and so, they just observed the situation without doing anything about it. They simply waited for Tianyun to resolve the situation. If even Tianyun couldn't defuse the situation, then there was nothing they could do. The mermaid saw that Tianyun killed several cultivators with a ray of light. The cultivators on the land instantly froze in place as soon as it's happened. The mermaids immediately realized that Tianyun planned to force the people to submit to him using his power this time. Tianyun suddenly disappeared and reappeared on Devil Cloud's city with the 8 golden hairpins. The cultivators on the land immediately backed off as they were still afraid that Tianyun would kill them too. But it was no doubt that they were also angry at Yi Tianyun for killing their comrades so easily like that. How can you kill people so easily? Are you a demon? We are only asking the reason why you make such a law, but you just killed them without hesitation. I still think that you are the greatest emperor on mortal world, but your attitude is a problem. A teenager suddenly come forward and spoke his mind in front of Yi Tianyun. Others began to follow suit as they saw the teenager spoke bravely in front of Yi Tianyun, but they didn't say anything as the teenager's word has already covered everything they wanted to say to Yi Tianyun. Are you really covering the real demon that snuck into your society and imposed themselves as one of your own? Yi Tianyun said as he lifted the body that he just killed, and immediately the cultivator realized that the one that Yi Tianyun has killed did seem like a huma, but it had multiple arms. In fact, Yi Tianyun only killed evil spirit race, and some of them indeed blend in among the residents of Devil Cloud City. Chapter 781. What kind of race is that? Why did they disguise themselves as us? The people on the land were surprised as soon as they saw the evil spirit race. They had never seen something like that before, and they realized that it wasn't a human race or even a sea monster. If they disguised themselves as a human, it was obvious that they were up to no good. Any race would be proud to show anyone their race's features. After the Mermaid Queen realized that Yi Tianyun was only killing the evil spirit race, she was relieved as it turned out Yi Tianyun didn't have any intention to become a dictator. She knew that a dictator wouldn't have a good ending. While many dictators might possess great power, people wouldn't be satisfied by whatever they did. Thus, it would always lead to rebellion. The cultivators' faces were pale as they realized an unknown race had infiltrated their lives without them knowing what their goal was, but Yi Tianyun didn't care. He immediately raised his hand, and the 8 golden hairpin immediately rushed towards the crowds with their weapons. Their cultivation level might not be that high, but they had heaven-level martial arts and a sacred tool, which made them invincible against anyone on the island. In the blink of an eye, they started killing, followed by wails and screams among the crowds. But, once everyone saw the dead body, they realized that none of them was human. The beautiful girls were only hunting the non-human amidst the group of people, not the actual human. Run! Escape! Someone shouted from somewhere among the crowd, followed by some people that started running in different directions. Where did you plan to go? Yi Tianyun said as he grabbed the hand of one fleeing cultivator. Let me go. You are a hypocrite. I might not be the same race as you, but you are still killing innocent people. The man shouted as he couldn't escape Yi Tianyun's grasp. They still resisted Yi Tianyun as much as they could and still trying their hardest to depict Yi Tianyun as some tyrant so that all the cultivators on the island would judge Yi Tianyun and spread the news to everyone in the mortal world. But it didn't work. The 8 golden hairpins relentlessly hunted the evil spirit race, exposing their true appearance to everyone else. An innocent race. Don't you ever start your bullshit with me, Yi Tianyun coldly said before he broke the neck of the man he held. The man immediately turned back to his original evil spirit race appearance as his power to disguise himself was undone as his life was gone. The people on the island were in a huge uproar. They didn't understand why this unknown race was disguising themselves as human. Furthermore, it was clear that this unknown race was trying to incite them and pit them against Heavenly Cloud's emperor. Furthermore, their trust towards Yi Tianyun solidified as he demonstrated that he didn't just go on killing anyone brutally without any proper reason. They are an alien race called Evil Spirit Race. Their innate ability is brutal as they could devour any race they want to cultivate. Yi Tianyun said solemnly towards the Devil Cloud City's residents. Their goal is to dominate the 3 realms so that they could turn all humans and other races inside the 3 realms into their resources. Yi Tianyun said coldly, now, tell them what you had done on this island. Tell them everything, whoever it is that you have killed and devoured. Be sure to tell them one by one. Yi Tianyun said as he captured another evil spirit race that tried to escape. He used his eye of charm to make sure that the evil spirit race would tell the truth. We are going to capture some cultivators a strong innate ability and devour some other people to raise our cultivation. I have devoured Lu Meng and an 8-year-old child before. They were very delicious. I also had devoured Sen Yu that has a good cultivation level. The man said as he told everyone what happened in the past. You devoured the Forest Brothers. No wonder they were gone without leaving any trace behind. One of the people of Devil Cloud City shouted angrily. He even ate children. What a beast. I didn't expect these people ate children. Another said disgustedly. It was obvious that the evil spirit race wasn't a good race, so they didn't feel any sympathy toward them. The people started to talk about the demons and evil spirit race, while some suddenly recalled a myth about alien demons that invaded the mortal world in the past. They remembered that the demons were repelled by the three divine kings with the help of Mermaid Clan and some other clans from the three realms. They realized the reason why Heavenly Cloud's emperor protected the Mermaid Clan from trafficking. They immediately realized that Tianyun didn't have any intention to become a tyrant too. You might not understand how I do things, but I do things for the sake of the people I love, and because of that, I will do anything to make sure the realms are safe for them. Now that some of you know the true history of the world, you should know that the evil spirit race wasn't a race that you should protect. Tianyun said solemnly. Tianyun still believed that the people in mortal world and the other two realms should want to protect the realms from the evil spirit race as soon as they knew what terrible things the evil spirit race could do towards anyone. He knew that the big battle would take place soon, so he had to pick up the pace and let everyone know about the danger and disaster evil spirit race would bring. Chapter 782. Everyone in Devil Cloud City was left speechless on the spot as they didn't know what to say to the scene unfolding before them. So, this evil spirit race has been hiding among us and devouring our race for a long time. Doesn't it mean that a partner that you have trusted your whole life might have been actually a demon trying to devour you? One of the cultivators said, shattering the silence. Tianyun just nodded as he knew that it might be too much for all these people right now. Tianyun knew that the cultivator here might have some relationship with the evil spirit race that he just killed, as they might have helped each other in the past, like hunting demon beast, for example. That is not the only thing you should consider. There's a possibility that evil spirit race came from the outside world. It was highly likely that heaven world and ghost world quite possibly were already swarmed by these guys. Tianyun said casually. He knew that he could easily find the evil spirit race on this island alone, but he wanted to spread awareness for these people. Devil Cloud City had cultivators from so many factions of mortal world. They might be from the nearby Water Dragon Empire, the previously destroyed Heaven Primordial Empire, or any other empire. They were there, exiling themselves as they felt pressure from the empire or because their empire has been destroyed. They had the potential to pass on the news quicker as they would eventually go to their respective empire or during trading with another city around here. But the most important thing was that they had seen the evil spirit race for themselves. Therefore, they didn't need any other proof, and once Tianyun spread the news to the entire mortal world, everyone else would have no choice but to believe it too. I will ask you now, are you willing to follow my lead and exterminate these demons from our home? Are you willing to drive out these demons to ensure the safety of our loved ones? Tianyun asked solemnly. Tianyun gave them some time to let it sink in as he waited for their answer. He knew that most of them still couldn't take in everything that just happened, so he waited patiently. But he didn't have to wait for long as someone immediately shouted and waved his hands enthusiastically. Count me in. My best friend suddenly disappeared a long time ago, but now I suspect that he was devoured by those demons. The man said determinedly. After that, more and more people followed suit and shouted that they would eradicate all of the evil spirit race from mortal world. Heavenly Cloud's great emperor, can I join your Heavenly Cloud's empire? I want to build up my strength so I can wipe out the evil spirit race too. Someone suddenly asked Tianyun a question that he didn't expect, especially from this group of people. Of course, there is no problem at all. I am very happy to welcome all of you to join Heavenly Cloud's empire. Tianyun said with a bright smile on his face. Everyone immediately shouted excitedly after hearing Tianyun's word, but there were some people among them that still looked at Tianyun with disdain. Tianyun clearly noticed it, but he knew that he couldn't force everyone to believe in what he said. He would try his best to unite the mortal world, but if some of them chose a different path, he wouldn't be mad about it. After all, once the demon was defeated, he wouldn't be responsible for these people any longer. He only encouraged the Empire-size faction to join his alliance. As for the other small faction, they could choose to do what they want for themselves. If Tianyun also tried to encourage the small faction, he wouldn't have time for preparing the battle to come as there were too many factions here on the mortal world. Completed the achievement Worshipper. Reward: 1.000 command points, 1 billion express, 100.000 CPs. Tianyun was surprised that he was suddenly got an achievement without even trying. He didn't expect any of these people to worship him as he only said a few words. But still, it was great that he received experience point without even trying. Especially the command points, Now he could easily give an order to many people without trying to convince them first. I told you that young master would pull it off, Lan Qingling said proudly to the mermaid people. The queen nodded along as she was worried about Yi Tianyun for a second back there. She was afraid that Yi Tianyun couldn't contain his emotion and resorted to force. But clearly, Yi Tianyun was able to make a calm decision on his own. Although the mermaid clan despised humans, they knew that they would eventually have to work together with them as Yi Tianyun was also a human. But as they saw how things went, the mermaids knew that the human wouldn't try to do them harm now, as they have started to remember the old legend about heaven creating Divine King and the mermaid clan that helped the Divine Kings to defeat the demons. After the people settled down, Yi Tianyun ordered the mermaid clan to drag the heaven ascending divine altar once more, and this time, without any obstruction. Heaven ascending divine altar finally reinstated in its rightful place. A ray of light immediately shone from the top of heaven ascending divine altar as soon as it was returned to its original position. Now, the only thing left to do for Yi Tianyun was to fix any deteriorated divine rune inside heaven ascending divine altar so that it could be used once more. Now it's just a matter of time before evil spirit race completely extinct from mortal world. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Chapter 783. After heaven ascending divine altar stabilized, the golden light swept through the entire Devil Clouds Island. But the people on the island didn't think much of it, as they know that it was Yi Tianyun's doing. The only thing on their mind was that the evil spirit race had devoured a lot of cultivators, and most of them didn't have any idea that the evil spirit race existed. At the same time, Yi Tianyun returned to Devil Cloud City and immediately delivered the news that anyone might enter heaven ascending divine altar for cultivation. They cheered excitedly as they never thought that Yi Tianyun would let anyone inside heaven ascending divine altar. But the truth was that heaven ascending divine altar was nothing but an empty place, as its only purpose was for teleportation between realms and cultivation. There was absolutely no priced treasure inside. That also applied to the heaven ascending divine altar in both heaven world and ghost world. But of course, anyone that entered heaven ascending divine altar had to make sure that the place was taken care of. As long as they didn't cause trouble in heaven ascending divine altar, there should be no problem. At the same time, he also gave additional information that those who wanted to join Heavenly Cloud's empire would immediately get to use a training manual that, in a sense, was similar to strong martial arts. Successfully formed an alliance with Myriad Horse Empire. Reward: 2 billion Express, 100.000 CPs, 100.000 Mastery Point. Yi Tianyun got the notification that Heavenly Cloud's empire has successfully secured another empire to join their alliance. This was the second time he got this notification, but he believed it wouldn't be the last. During his time on Devil Clouds Island, Yi Tianyun forged many necklaces with the ability to distinguish the evil spirit race from any normal person. To make sure that the necklace would glow if it got close to any evil spirit race, Yi Tianyun only needed to mix a little drop of evil spirit race's blood to the necklace in the refining process. Luckily, he has already killed so many evil spirit race and extracted their blood for this sole purpose. The necklace, however, didn't have any other use except for distinguishing the evil spirit race from other races, as it wasn't some spirit tool, let alone greater. It was just an ordinary iron necklace without any other material mixed in. That was why Yi Tianyun was able to create so many in a short amount of time. He did all this to hasten his goal to completely rid the evil spirit race from mortal world. After all, it was his main quest. It was too difficult to kill them on his own, as he had to travel around mortal world to do so. As Yi Tianyun was busy refining necklace, the information about evil spirit race has spread out of Devil Clouds Island quickly. Many people were shocked to hear such news, as they never expected such a disgusting demon to live among them. But thanks to that news, many empire immediately joined Heavenly Clouds Empire's alliance, as they began to panic that their empire has been invaded by such disgusting creatures. They needed Heavenly Cloud's Emperor's help to get rid of these monsters. They needed a lot of the iron necklace to make sure that there was no evil spirit race among them. Successfully formed an alliance with Soaring Empire. Reward: 2 billions Express, 200.000 CPs, 200.000 Mastery Points. Successfully formed an alliance with Magnificent Clouds Empire. Reward: many empire has joined the alliance along with other small factions. They weren't even an empire that Heavenly Clouds Empire was actively seeking to recruit either, but they were still welcomed wholeheartedly nonetheless. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun kept refining batch after batch of necklaces in a hurry to meet the demand from the alliances. At first, he forged around 10,000 pieces of necklace every day, then he increased his speed and made around 20,000 even 30,000 necklaces every day. It was fortunate that Yi Tianyun didn't use any other material for refining such amount of item, as profound iron ore was easy to find. Many factions decided to join Heavenly Cloud's Empire's alliances solely because of the existence of this necklace. At first, these factions were hesitating as they didn't really know the motive behind the alliance that Heavenly Cloud's Empire formed. If Heavenly Cloud's Empire's goal were to dominate the entire mortal world, the faction around wouldn't give in so easily. Some factions were still hesitating about joining the alliances, but they soon relented to their people's demand as various news about the evil spirit race popping up on the empire that has joined alliances with Heavenly Cloud's Empire. They discovered the evil spirit race in their midst, and once they killed the so-called evil spirit race, they turned into some demon. That was all the evidence that the faction needed to figure out that the news about evil spirit race was the truth. Yi Tianyun himself didn't know much about what was happening in other empires, as he was focused on refining the necklace and leveling up his blacksmith mastery. After a while, he successfully leveled up his blacksmithing technique to Grandmaster level. It was rare for someone to reach the Grandmaster level so fast in the mortal world. But Yi Tianyun was happy nonetheless, as he didn't have to run around, searching for the evil spirit race. His method to leave the purge to other empires was the right decision. He finally stopped refining the necklace after a month and having more than hundreds of thousands of these iron necklaces. He only sent a few hundred necklaces for each empire instead of distributing them to the empires across the mortal world. Although he wanted to purge the evil spirit race from mortal world, he didn't have to go that far. After all, the mortal world wasn't as big as heaven world and ghost world. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to 7th layer Saint King stage. Yi Tianyun immediately smiled excitedly as soon as he saw the notification that he had breakthrough to the next level. Chapter 784. After refining an absurd amount of necklace, Yi Tianyun took the golden hairpins back to Heavenly Cloud's Empire, while the mermaid clan were to keep in touch and stay in the ocean to make sure that the ocean was safe from evil spirit race's influences. At the same time, Heaven Ascending Divine Altar has become a place for so many cultivators to cultivate safely and peacefully without any intrusion. Thanks to Yi Tianyun's word, no one dared to touch the mermaid clan now. The fear of getting killed because of disobeying Yi Tianyun's word was far more potent than the possibility of obtaining a lot of gold from selling the mermaid to the slave market. Yi Tianyun had to turn it into a law, as he knew that the mermaid clan was weak now, and they wouldn't stand a chance if they were kidnapped one after another. After returning to Heavenly Cloud's Empire, Yi Tianyun appointed the 12 golden hairpins as the royal guards. He even ordered Yi Yue to become their mentor to make sure that they could grow stronger efficiently. Although they were in charge of the royal protection, they were free to roam to the allied empire to search for evil spirit race on their own. As Yi Tianyun's divine general in the future, these 12 girls were absolutely loyal to Yi Tianyun. Although Yi Yue wasn't a divine general, she was also absolutely loyal to Yi Tianyun. The only difference was that Yi Yue was more like a family to Yi Tianyun than an actual part of the empire. She was a confidant to Yi Tianyun, so in a matter of perspective, Yi Yue might have a closer relationship with Yi Tianyun. I have to go back to Ghost World soon, Yi Tianyun said, as he didn't have to do much on mortal world now. He wanted to look for ancient netherworld divine kings' descendants and treasures so that he could create a union for the 3 realms to fight the demons in the future. Although he could just do it alone in the future if he leveled up enough, he knew that so many innocent people would be killed if he was that selfish. He could take care of the demons, but the evil spirit race in the 3 realms would wreak havoc without anyone knowing how to handle them. After all, Yi Tianyun couldn't be everywhere at the same time. He couldn't endanger the people he loved like that. He already promised that they wouldn't have to endure any hardship, so he was adamant about creating this union. Plus, Yi Tianyun knew that he would get a lot of experience if he successfully formed an alliance with the divine nation, as he got an ample amount of express just from forming an alliance with an empire alone. I will get a lot of experience if I can persuade a divine nation to join the alliance, Yi Tianyun said with excitement in his eyes. Yi Tianyun knew that he could use sealing heaven divine nations' influence to persuade other divine nations in heaven world to join the alliance, but he wasn't too sure what he would do in ghost world. Without absolute power, like sealing heaven divine nation in heaven world, factions in Ghost World would hesitate to accept the alliances. Regardless of that, Tianyun knew that he must go to Ghost World first. Tianyun arrived at Ghost World, and the environment was still the same. He immediately flew towards Heavenly Netherworld. It was a remote region on Ghost World where the coldest temperature existed, far away from Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation. It was a place where even Spirit Core Cultivator would immediately freeze and become a statue right after stepping foot into this place. But this place was actually where Ancient Netherworld Divine King built his own faction in the past. But, after the decline of power, Ancient Netherworld Divine King's faction crumbled as most likely, the people couldn't stand living in this hazardous environment any longer. Some old faction in Ghost World knew that Ancient Netherworld Divine King's faction once lied there, but they mostly didn't care about it now. Even with Tianyun's amazing speed, it still took him half a month to reach Heavenly Netherworld as it was the most remote region in Ghost World. He immediately felt a piercing cold on his own skin, and he was actually surprised that Ancient Netherworld Divine King even thought about using this region to build his faction. The entire place was covered with ice and snow, and it was 10 times more intense than the coldest area that he ever visited before. Tianyun could see that heavenly yin fire floating in the air, and even some of it was seen on the ground. This was definitely a birthplace for the heavenly yin fire. It was a dream location for those that used heavenly yin fire, but if not controlled carefully, anyone would be frozen as soon as the fire touched them. Tianyun could even see many unfortunate souls have been frozen solid on the ground. Even some demon beast could also be seen frozen on the ground, clearly couldn't handle the cold that the place had to offer. In addition to that, a tall tower could be seen far in the center of the region. It was a tower that went straight to the sky. It had to be a terrifyingly tall tower as Tianyun could see it clearly even from afar. Tianyun immediately realized that the tower must be related to Ancient Netherworld Divine Nation. It might even be the Ancient Netherworld Divine Nation itself. Tianyun used his appraisal eye and was startled as he immediately found out what he was seeing. Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. A magic weapon left to the descendant of Ancient Netherworld Divine King. A high-grade divine tool. This is the first time that Tianyun saw a high-grade divine tool even after wandering the 3 realms. Chapter 785. This is the great Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. Tianyun said, disbelieving the huge tower he saw in front of him. Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. High-grade divine tool. The tower's size could be adjusted with a strong aura. The same could be said to everything inside the tower. Once the tower was reduced in size, everything inside would also reduce in size accordingly. The tower's ability affects any living being, and any cultivator inside would also follow the same precedent. The tower has a set of rules that the controller has control over. Those that disobey the rules would be punished severely. It was undoubtedly a powerful divine tool. This tower could imprison any enemy with ease, and no one could resist its effect. Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower was a divine tool that was created by Sealing Heaven Divine King combined with the blood essence of Ancient Netherworld Divine King. Sealing Heaven Divine King must have used countless precious materials to build this place too. Sealing Heaven Divine King and Ancient Netherworld Divine King must have built this place with sealing the demon away in mind. This place was also the key location where the demon originally came into this world too. In essence, this place was closely related to a gate of some sort. So if another demon tried to invade this world, they would be trapped inside the tower, and if they tried to force their way out, the tower would immediately punish them, and from the sound of it, it wasn't something nice for sure. At the same time, Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower was also the palace of Ancient Netherworld Divine Nation. The people must have been gone not long after Ancient Netherworld Divine King left this world and eventually stopped controlling the tower. With no one left to control the tower, it gradually lost power, or something happened that caused the cultivator of Ancient Netherworld Divine Nation unable to hold this place afloat. Thinking back again, it was a very peculiar incident because this place was supposed to be a safe haven. But Tianyun was determined to know the truth of this place. He was even determined to find Ancient Netherworld Divine King's descendant to make sure that Ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline still existed in this world. It was a little bit unfortunate that the area around the tower was under the effect of strict rules. Even if Tianyun was at 7th layer Saint King stage, he still couldn't go against the no-flying rule. But it was a given, Tianyun was in the presence of the strongest divine tool he ever encountered. Even a Saint King like him wouldn't be able to do much here. Although if Tianyun released all his power, he might be as strong as Divine King, it was just an estimation of his combat power. After all, he never really went up against a true Divine King before. But then again, Tianyun was curious what might happen if he went all out here. If I release all my power, I should be able to fly here. Tianyun wondered and immediately released his aura, but he refrained from flying. He worried that some survivor of ancient netherworld divine nation was still around and mistook him for an enemy. He didn't see anyone with his appraisal eye, but there was no telling if someone was hiding. After all, the evil spirit race people successfully hid in the three realms for so long. Furthermore, the ancient netherworld divine nation's cultivators were supposed to have ice attribute cultivation. Therefore, this place was like a playground for them. Tianyun walked towards ancient netherworld divine tower while constantly looking around, and soon enough, he encountered a group of people that seemed to head towards the same way as him. He observed them from afar and noticed that they were at the spirit core stage, so he didn't need to be wary of them. However, they didn't seem to be the survivor of ancient netherworld divine nation either. Tianyun was curious, so he walked towards the group of people to inquire about some information. Fellas, are you planning to go to ancient netherworld divine nation too? Tianyun asked politely. The group immediately grew vigilant as soon as they heard some random guy trying to start a conversation with them. They assessed Tianyun immediately and frowned as they saw that Tianyun didn't wear proper clothes for the extreme cold as they did. Indeed, we are going to ancient netherworld divine nation. Is there anything wrong? One of the men on the group said politely. They immediately realized that Tianyun wasn't someone they were supposed to mess with as they saw that he wasn't wearing anything warm. May I know why you come here? Ancient netherworld divine nation has long gone, hasn't it? Tianyun asked curiously. It was a long story. I am afraid we can't say it out loud, so why don't you come closer? Said a core transformation stage cultivator. Tianyun shrugged and walked closer towards the group. Yes, that's it, come on closer. The cultivator said with a smile on his face. But as Tianyun was already close enough, the core transformation stage cultivator suddenly drew his sword and swung his sword at Tianyun's neck. It was a swift attack, but fortunately, Tianyun was faster. Did you take me for a fool? I just want to ask you a question, but you turn your blade on me. Tianyun said coldly. He then grabbed the core transformation cultivator's hand and smashed him to the ground. Tianyun knew that casually exchanging information in the open wasn't always a good idea, but he didn't expect they'd attack him out of nowhere like this. My hands! The core transformation cultivator shouted in pain. The other cultivators from the group immediately rushed forward to save their leader, but Tianyun kicked them aside. But the force of his kick successfully killed all of them easily. I am sorry. The core transformation cultivator shouted in horror as he saw that his companions were killed with ease. I don't have any intention to hear anything you have to say now. Tianyun said indifferently. You are clearly a group of bandits anyway. Tianyun said coldly. How did you know I would attack you earlier? The core transformation stage cultivator said as he was confident in his speed. You are a fool. I didn't have any intention to harm you earlier, but once you attacked me, there is no turning back. I didn't know who you are, but it doesn't matter now. Tianyun said coldly. Tianyun then kicked the core transformation stage cultivator, ending his life. He didn't wait for any other words coming from the cultivator's mouth as none of it would be useful either way. Chapter 786. Tianyun already knew to some extent that they were up to no good, but he still wanted to approach them for the benefit of the doubt. But it turned out it was all for not all as these people still choose to attack him. Tianyun sighed as killing these people didn't even yield any experience for him right now. Are they trying to go to ancient netherworld divine tower or are they trying to avoid it? Tianyun said as he tried to guess where these people were heading. He knew that the ancient netherworld divine tower gave off dangerous vibe that made it hard for people to come close. But these bandits might know that no one was at the tower and thus tried their luck to use the tower as their base. They didn't have to enter the tower to make it their base. If there was really no one inside the tower, they could just use some corner near the base of the tower and settle there. The more dangerous the place was, the safer it was. According to the dangerous zone list that he got from the Phoenix clan in the past, ancient netherworld divine tower was ranked the most dangerous of all places in Ghost World. This place was covered with so much netherworld's fire and heavenly yin fire that it couldn't be easily avoided anymore. It was safe to say that those who came here unprepared would freeze to death. Although it was such a dangerous territory, many people still tried to come there to search for treasures that might be left behind by ancient netherworld divine nation before their disappearance. It was rumored that many divine tools and top-notch martial arts were left behind in the tower. But unfortunately for Ghost World's cultivators, no one has been able to break into the tower no matter how strong they were. But after knowing the reality of ancient netherworld divine tower, Tianyun knew that the tower couldn't be trespassed like that. According to sealing Heaven Divine King's memories, the ancient netherworld divine tower would only open to those who bore the seal of ancient netherworld divine king or cultivators that had his bloodlines. This was an absolute rule, as the purpose of the tower was to suppress and weaken the evil spirit race and the demon. If this place fell to the wrong hand, evil spirit race might end up conquering the three realms. Then again, many people still foolishly come to the tower, hoping that they would be able to conquer the tower for themselves, but sadly perished under the harsh environment. As time went by, the notoriety of this place finally made cultivators hesitate to challenge it, but there were some rare occasions where cultivators would come there out of desperation or, like the group earlier, crime. Tianyun looked around and he saw that there were several other groups that already noticed his presence but didn't have what it took to come close. It was obvious that they were scared of Tianyun after what he has done earlier, but Tianyun didn't care. These people surely didn't hold any information he wanted. He knew that the best thing that he could do right now was to reach ancient netherworld divine tower himself. So, without hesitation, Tianyun rushed over to the tower. He noticed that the tower was getting even bigger as he got closer to it. At the same time, Tianyun also noticed that the tower was actually surrounded by a huge city. Tianyun wondered how many cultivators did the city shelter at its prime time. This ancient netherworld divine tower is surely a grand palace for a divine nation. Tianyun said in awe as he looked around the city and the tower itself. As he got closer to the tower, he saw two huge chains in the side of the tower and several cultivators that tried to climb them. Tianyun also saw that there was a door at the end of the chains. It seemed that door was the entrance of this divine tower, making entry a little bit complicated than he thought. The chains itself seemed like a test, as netherworld's fire was constantly discharged from the chain and froze any unfortunate soul that couldn't dodge it well enough. It was actually very hard thing to do, as the cultivator must be able to either resist or suppress the netherworld's fire so that the netherworld's fire wouldn't harm them. If they didn't have anything in that regard, they wouldn't be able to go up. After walking towards the chains, Tianyun saw that a figure was dropping fast from the sky. He quickly caught the cultivator before they met their doom, and Tianyun noticed that the cultivator was wrapped in black robe. He couldn't see the cultivator's appearance, but he let them down to the ground gently. "Thank you very much, kind sir," the cultivator said sweetly. From the sound of it, the cultivator that Tianyun had just saved was a woman. After expressing her gratitude, the woman climbed the chain once more, not bothering to rest at all. Tianyun frowned as soon as he saw what the woman was doing. He didn't understand what the woman was doing, climbing the chain recklessly like this, but he calmed himself down and observed the woman again using his appraisal eye. Fan Shuixuan, 7th layer spirit core cultivator with ancient netherworld divine king bloodline. She is the descendant of ancient netherworld divine king. Tianyun was startled by the information he got from the appraisal eye. The appraisal eye could see the cultivator's bloodline, but it got a little complicated in evil spirit race case, as they could have several bloodlines at once, so the appraisal eye could give inaccurate data because of that. Tianyun looked around and tried to see others' bloodline, but none of them had ancient netherworld divine king's bloodline like the woman earlier. As he frowned and observed Fan Shuixuan closely, he noticed that the woman's hand was blue, clearly from frostbite. But she still climbed the chains diligently no matter how difficult it was. She obviously lacked the cultivation base needed to clear this challenge by herself. Fortunately, the netherworld's fire didn't seem to have any effect on her, but the climbing itself was tough. Tianyun saw all of this as strange, as he didn't understand why would the descendant of ancient netherworld divine king have to climb the chain to enter the tower. Wouldn't she be able to enter easily with her bloodline? "I have to make my way up there. I have to get our things back," Fan Shuixuan said while gritted her teeth in determination. But she didn't climb the chain very far before she fell down once again. She tried to grip the chain desperately, but her palm slipped due to her blood that covered her hands. Tianyun's frowns became clearer as he admired Fan Shuixuan's determination. But her action was still too reckless to deserve a compliment. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, one cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.